Can't roll anymore. Chapter 1633. That's even. Additional update. A dark void. Chi-Ju stood on a formation and said to Yan Bei, they stayed inside for a while this time. Maybe the Zerg that entered this time were very powerful, which delayed us. Chi-Ju said worriedly, with their strength, they can't stay in the void for too long, otherwise they will easily lose their perception of space and time. Chi-Ju finally chose to send a message to Liu Kanglan. Let them remember to come out on time. Liu Kanglan transmitted his voice, Senior Chi-Ju, if you want us to get out, don't throw strong men into the formation. We can't bear it anymore. Chi-Ju heard the fatigue in Liu Kanglan's voice. Chi-Ju was very confused and asked in a voice transmission, what do you mean by throwing away the strong? In the formation. It's another world. The Zerg corpses piled up like mountains. The air was filled with blood. At this moment, Liu Kanglan and his men are fighting against a group of powerful men. But they were obviously no match for that group of strong men, and they were all in a mess. Seeing this, Liu Kanglan raised his hand and activated the defense formation. Everyone retreated into the defensive formation to rest and recuperate. When the group of strong men saw Liu Kanglan and the others hiding inside, they directly raised their hands to attack the formation. Boom. Don't take too many steps. Just broke a layer of defensive formation. Liu Kanglan's face turned pale. These experts that Senior Chi-Ju has found are not simple. We must be careful when dealing with them. Bailey, when you said, Big brother, will your formation not last long? Liu Kanglan smiled with relief. Sixth junior brother is really smart, so this formation of mine can only serve as a retreat for you, you can't hide in it forever. Bigu Janyi was the first to stand up. This is the training given to us by Senior Chi-Ju. We cannot retreat. I will go out and deal with them first. You guys hold on. Liu Kanglan transmitted his voice. Second junior brother, the entire formation will suppress their realm to a certain extent, but not much, you have to be careful. It is good. After Bigu Janyi went out, Ning Xiyu and Luan Jin followed him out. Ning Xiyu said, Yan Yan, you and the goddess stay in the formation to make the elixir. Our endurance depends on you too. Before Luan Jin went out, she looked at Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan nodded to Luan Jin. Bailey Wenyu put away the sword in his hand and took out the Fushi Chin. Fifth senior sister, I'm here to help you. Boom. Bang bang bang. The sounds of various talismans exploding could be heard outside. And the sound of swords clashing. Luan Jin has the blood of the divine phoenix and is a fierce beast, so it is not that difficult for him. Bigu Janyi and Ning Xiyu seemed a little overwhelmed. Some powerful men ignored Bigu Janyi, Ning Xiyu and Luan Jin. They chose to attack the formation. They have already figured out that the one who trapped them here and prevented them from leaving was Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan kept replacing the array plates of the defense array. His face was as white as the first snow in winter. He kept stuffing pills into his mouth with one hand. I dare not have the slightest distraction. Qin Hanyan and Goddess Qingqiong were refining elixirs inside the formation. The pills they had previously refined have been used up. Qin Hanyan looked in Ning Xiyu's direction worriedly. Ning Xiyu's hammer was almost smoking, but the number of strong men besieging her did not decrease. On the contrary, there is a growing trend. I wonder where Senior Chi-Ju found these powerful people. The realm is so high that it is terrifying. Qin Hanyan felt that this was not a solution. Qin Hanyan retracted her gaze and said to Goddess Qingqiong, Goddess, I will refine some other pills. Okay, Goddess Qingqiong carefully refined various strip replenishing pills. Qin Hanyan added many strange herbs into the furnace. Not long after, a furnace of pitch-black pills came out, emitting an indescribable smell. The Goddess Qingqiong smelled the scent and looked towards Qin Hanyan's alchemy furnace. When she saw clearly what was inside, the Goddess Qingqiong was stunned for a moment. Qin Hanyan quickly bottled the pills. Then, he sent a message to Ning Xiyu, Yu, I have refined some things, come in and get them. Ning Xiyu quickly flashed into the barrier, took the dozen or so medicine bottles handed over by Qin Hanyan, and asked, Yan, what are these? Cold marrow poison pill, once it enters the body, the toxin will corrode the meridians and hinder the circulation of spiritual energy. Qin Hanyan said as she fed Ning Xiyu a detoxification pill. I gave her a few more pills. Ning Xiyu nodded, Yan, leave it to me. Ning Xiyu rushed out with the medicine bottle. After giving Bigu Janyi and Luan Jin each an antidote, he gave them 2 bottles of cold marrow poison pills. Second brother, you can smear the poison pill on the sword. Ning Xiyu said in a voice transmission. Bigu Janyi did not immediately smear the cold marrow poison pill on the sword. Ning Xiyu ignored her. She fed all the poison pills to Xiao Kai. The next moment, Xiao Kai rushed into the crowd of strong men. It is very small in size. The action is quick. Soon screams were heard on the field. What bit me? Fuck, why are my meridians blocked? It's poisonous, everyone be careful. Ellipsis. Some of the strong men had frosty faces and black lips. Of course, there are some people with higher realms who are not affected by the cold marrow poison. Those who were injured were all below the realm of Lord of Laws. Ning Xiyu saw this and patted Xiao Kai who came back, great. Ning Xiyu swung the hammer again and targeted the poisoned people. Some powerful men became alert when they saw how vigorous Ning Xiyu was, and prepared to unite to deal with Ning Xiyu. When Chi-Ju and Yan Bei entered the formation, they happened to see more than a dozen strong men surrounding Ning Xiyu. Suddenly one head was bigger than the other two. How did these little brats provoke so many powerful people? There are even a few immortal masters among them. By the way, how did these little bastards manage to survive in the hands of the immortal lord? Chi-Ju waved his sleeves and brought Ning Xiyu, Bigu Janyi and Luan Jin back to the defense formation. When Liu Kanglan and the others saw this, their first reaction was shame. Liu Kanglan took the initiative to say, Senior Chi-Ju, I'm sorry, we didn't complete the training. Chi-Ju's mouth twitched, do you know what realm they're in? Are you going to fight them? Bailey Wenyu shook his head, I don't know, but I can feel that they're very strong. Chi-Ju was helpless and decided to explain later. Just stay quiet for now, we will handle it. Chi-Ju looked at the masters and asked, everyone, why do you want to break into this formation? An immortal lord said coldly, we passed through the dark void and fell into the formation for no apparent reason. We couldn't get out and were besieged by them. You still ask me why? Chi-Ju looked at Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan said with a guilty conscience, Senior Chi-Ju, I thought you had brought them here to train us, and they attacked as soon as they disagreed. Chi-Ju's expression changed slightly. He did not blame Liu Kanglan and the others. Instead, he looked at the other strong men and asked, you were the first to attack. One of the strong men stood up and said, it's good that we took the initiative, but who can set up a formation in the dark void? Isn't this a disease? They're going to the northern wilderness universe to look for treasures. When encountering a formation, the first reaction is naturally to attack the person who set up the formation. Chi-Ju felt a little embarrassed. Then we're even, you guys can go now, we won't pursue the matter any further. An immortal master said with a bit of anger in his voice, how dare you not pursue the matter? Daoist friend, do you know how much opportunity this formation has delayed us? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1634 You should be grateful. Chi-Ju chuckled and said, the opportunity that can be delayed should not belong to you, so you can't blame them. When the strong men heard this, they immediately showed angry looks on their faces. Chi-Ju's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and he said, the opportunity you call it, isn't it the origin of the great Meng of the northern wilderness universe? As soon as Chi-Ju said this, all the strong men changed their expressions. Liu Kanglan and the others seemed a little confused. Fellow Daoist, you really set up a formation on purpose to stop us from going. Stop, Chi-Ju interrupted the other party directly. She glanced at the warriors and said, for such a great favor, verbal thanks are useless. You should give them some treasures. Thanks, why should we thank them? Chi-Ju said as a matter of course, because they saved you, giving them some treasures as a thank you, isn't that normal? An immortal lord was so angry that he laughed. It was the first time he encountered such a domineering and unreasonable person. Don't let them finish their words. Thank you, how do you want us to thank you, fellow Daoist? Another immortal lord said coldly, what are you thanking me for? They have delayed our important task, so we should kill them all. Chi-Ju said, you have accumulated a lot of merit from your ancestors. If they hadn't stopped you, you would have been reduced to ashes. It goes without saying what kind of existence the origin of Hongmeng will attract when it comes into the world. With your past, one finger can kill you. If you die, you will have nothing. In my opinion, your greatest opportunity is to enter this formation and avoid the life and death situation. They saved you, isn't it right to give them some reward as a token of gratitude? Yan Bei listened to Chi-Ju's words and nodded in agreement. Liu Kanglan and the others were all confused. These people entered the formation by mistake. He is not the sparring partner that Senior Chi-Ju found. After hearing Chi-Ju's remarks, the faces of the strong men turned green. But he refuted it again. An immortal lord snorted coldly, Daoyu is so shameless, it really opened our eyes. After saying that, he actually launched an attack on Chi-Ju directly. Yan Bei stepped forward to block the attack. Chi-Ju's eyes became dangerous, and pressure spread out from his body. You want to die? Then I will satisfy you. Several immortal masters surrounded Chi-Ju. How arrogant. I want to see how you kill us. Another group of strong men surrounded Yan Bei. The remaining part still targeted Liu Kanglan and others. Chi-Ju's eyes flashed, and an invisible force emerged from his body, covering all the strong men. Yan Bei, protect the little guys. When Chi-Ju finished speaking, she and those strong men all disappeared into the formation. Senior Yan Bei, where is Senior Chi-Ju? Lu and Jin asked worriedly. She could see that the strength of several of these strong men was higher than Chi-Ju's. She will be fine, no need to worry, Yan Bei said easily. If we start fighting directly in the formation, it is easy to accidentally injure Liu Kanglan and others. Chi-Ju should take that group of strong men to the divine realm. Chi-Ju has a special ability, which is that he can directly take people of the same realm across space. Bailey, when you asked, Senior Yan Bei, I thought you were the ones who threw those experts in, but I didn't expect that it wasn't you who threw them in. Yan Bei's eyes twitched. Do you know what their strengths are? Lu and Jin said, I guess there should be quite a few lords of laws in there. Yan Bei nodded. There are indeed lords of law, but not only lords of law. Most of them have the cultivation of lords of void, and there are also several immortal lords. You only have the cultivation of the lord of the origin. Even if Ju and I were crazy, we would not give you such a strong experience. Yan Bei said, fearfully, fortunately they didn't use their killing moves on you, otherwise, with your cultivation level, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from them. Yan Bei just felt fortunate. Fortunately, Liu Kanglan and the others did not encounter any accidents. Liu Kanglan's eyes dimmed, and he was ready to eliminate those strong men as soon as they entered the formation. But they have the marks left by Senior Zhu Jian on them. This gave them a chance to survive. However, they suffered heavy losses in the battle with that group of powerful men. Almost died too. But it was impossible to tell Yan Bei about the existence of Senior Zhu Jian and the others. Gu Jiangyi, Qin Hanyan, Ning Xiyu, and Bailey Wenyu of course knew that this matter could not be discussed, and they all fell into silence. Ning Xiyu said in a voice transmission, Big brother, the gap between our strength and those strong men is too great, but we can still survive. After all, we still need a reason. Liu Kanglan transmitted his voice, let me think about it. At this moment, Goddess Qingqiong said, Senior Yan Bei, they wanted to kill us directly. Fortunately, Shaman acted in time and blocked their killing move. Xiao Man was seriously injured and will probably need a long time to recover. When Yan Bei heard the words of the Goddess Qingqiong, he thought of the cute little Kilin. It always follows the Goddess Qingqiong closely. Its strength is still very strong, and it has inherited the complete Kilin clan heritage, so it should have no problem blocking the attack of the Immortal Lord. Yan Bei said, when Ju comes back, let her treat the little Kilin. Goddess Qingqiong shook her head. Thank you for your concern, but Shaman is sleeping in the contract space, so I won't bother Senior Qiju. Row. Boom. A bloody man suddenly fell into the formation. Yan Bei wanted to go forward and check. Liu Kanglan hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Senior Yan Bei, she is not the same person as before. She is very strong, very strong. Liu Kanglan couldn't describe how strong the other party was. It can only be sensed through the formation that the opponent is much stronger than Qiju. A black mist released from Yan Bei's fingertips. The black mist penetrated into the woman's body. Yan Bei's eyes suddenly changed. The other party had no soul breath and would not enter reincarnation. The vitality within the body is extremely vast. How could such a thing exist? The next moment, Yan Bei only felt a tingling sensation in his sea of consciousness, and warm liquid oozed from the corners of his mouth. Senior Yan Bei, what's wrong with you? Bailey Wenyu stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. Yan Bei looked at the woman lying on the ground vigilantly. He suffered backlash. Xiao Kai hid in Ning Xiu's sleeve and said tremblingly, Master, hurry up, this is not a human, she is very dangerous. Ning Xiu heard Xiao Kai's flustered voice, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she looked at Yan Bei first and asked, Senior, when will Senior Qiju come back? Ning Xiu also sent a message to Liu Kanglan, Big brother, can you throw her out of the formation? Don't let her catch your breath. Liu Kanglan didn't ask any more questions. He manipulated the formation plate and threw the woman out of the formation. Let's go to the nearby universe and wait for her, Yan Bei said. Okay. After Liu Kanglan finished speaking, he prepared to put away the formation. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1635 I will burn you to death with fire. Boom. Another dying man fell into the formation. Liu Kanglan. The entrance to his formation is reserved for the Zerg. Why do these strong guys also like to come in? Xiao Kai sent a voice message to Ning Xiu again. Master, this and the previous one should come from the same place. They both fell out of the time vortex. Ning Xiu asked curiously, what is a time vortex? Xiao Kai thought about it and said in a voice transmission, the time vortex is equivalent to an abyss of destruction. There is no time or space inside, only endless darkness. Inside the time vortex, many powers cannot be used, and it is even more impossible to use spiritual consciousness to investigate the situation. If you dare to release spiritual consciousness, your sea of consciousness will definitely be damaged. If you can't get out immediately after falling in, you will end up dead. They can come out of the time vortex alive. They must be extraordinary people. I suspect they are great powers from the ancient times. We can't afford to mess with such a person. Ning Xiu agreed with Xiao Kai's words after hearing them. I really can't afford to offend her, and I can't afford to save her either. Such a strong person can be good or bad. No one can be saved. If the other party repays kindness with evil, there is no way to resist. Even if the other party thanked them, her enemies were people they couldn't afford to offend. Ning Xiu looked at Liu Kanglan. Receiving her gaze, Liu Kanglan raised his hand and sent the person out of the formation. After doing all this, Liu Kanglan directly removed the formation. Yan Bei saw this and didn't ask any more questions. These little brats were very opinionated. After Liu Kanglan removed the formation, his eyes flashed slightly and he looked in one direction of the dark void. When he was removing the formation just now, he sensed two strange auras falling towards the formation. But now the formation has been removed. He lost track of the other person. With injuries like that, if he falls into the dark void, he will probably become food for the Zerg. Look, what is the shining thing in front? Bailey Wenyu's voice rang out. Yan Bei explored it and said, that should be a universe. Bailey Wenyu was shocked. Senior Yan Bei, didn't you say before that the universe would be hidden? To prevent outsiders from entering, then why is it glowing? Yan Bei said, it should be the killing universe. In the dark void, it is the only one that dares to shine at will. Ning Xiu asked, is this the lair of those killer monsters in the Sea of Realm? Can we go in and take a look at such a place? Northern Wilderness Universe. A group of invincibles came in belatedly. They looked at the terrifyingly silent universe with a slight sense of doubt. Even if the treasure was taken away, there should have been a fierce battle, so why is there nothing here? They checked and found nothing unusual. An invincible person hesitated and asked, could it be a trap? It could also be an empty city tactic, meant to scare us. The breath of Hongmeng origin disappeared not long ago. It should be bustling now. The lack of movement is the biggest problem. Could it be that the aura of Hongmeng's origin has been covered up? An invincible man explored it and flashed to the Tianquan realm. Upon seeing this, the other invincibles followed suit. Duo Yan looked at the invincible at the entrance of Tianquan realm and ordered, Yin Yi, another invincible has come in, deal with it quickly. Yin Yi raised his hand without hesitation and trapped them in the barrier. The barrier was instantly filled with blood mist, followed by screams. After a moment, the blood mist dissipated, and there was nothing in the barrier. Yin Yi sighed and said, this is the 10th batch. Why are there always people who can't get over it? Duo Yan shook his head, there are always some people who want to take advantage of the situation. Duo Yan, didn't you say that Venerable Feng was in Tianquan realm? Why can't we find her presence? If you can't find her, then there's something wrong with you. She must be here, Duo Yan said firmly. As soon as the master came to the Northern Wilderness Universe, he paid special attention to this place. At that time, it only thought that its master wanted the origin of Hongmeng and the origin of nothingness. But now I think back. It then realized that Feng Qinggran must be here. Otherwise, the master would never let it guard this place. It also sensed the aura of the divine bird, so it was even more impossible for it to be wrong. Seeing Duo Yan was so confident, Yin Yi asked curiously, you seem to know Venerable Feng very well. Do you know what her relationship with Mo is? Duo Yan stared at Yin Yi, what do you want to do? It is impossible for the master to spread the fact that he has feelings for Feng Qinggran. Otherwise Feng Qinggran will become the master's weakness. Those who want to deal with the master will definitely use Fang Qingran to threaten the master. This is one of the reasons why I did not call Fang Qingran the mistress. I didn't do anything, I was just curious. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. After Yin Yi said this, he raised his hand again and dealt with the invincible man who broke into the Tianquan realm. If he had known that Mo Jinggong had someone he liked before meeting Fang Qingran, he would have definitely captured the person and used him to threaten Mo Jinggong. But after seeing Fang Qingran standing on the top of the void, he changed his mind. Rather than threatening Mo Jinggong, he wanted to follow Fang Qingran more. She may be the key to changing the current situation. Zhuo Yan looked at Yin Yi with suspicion. No matter what you are planning, don't even think about getting anything from me. If you behave yourself, I can still get along with you. Zhuo Yan said this in a gentle voice, and then threatened, if you dare to play any tricks, I will breathe fire and burn you to death. Yin Yi raised his hand and ruffled Zhuo Yan's hair. Okay. Anyway, Mo Jinggong will have to listen to Master Fang in the future. After he follows Reverend Fang, Zhuo Yan will not be able to do anything to him. But where is Venerable Fang? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Yin Yi was thinking about it boredly when he sensed a strong aura fluctuation coming from a certain direction of the Tianquan realm. There are invincible ones out there. Yin Yi, the master said that these invincible ones cannot be touched. They should be left to Fang Qingran to deal with. Zhuo Yan stopped Yin Yi. How should Venerable Fang deal with this? The Venerable Fang he met had come from across the long river of time. The strength of Reverend Phoenix has not yet reached that of the Eternal Emperor, and it is even more impossible for the current Reverend Phoenix to possess the strength of an invincible. Zhuo Yan said with a firm tone, she can handle it. You may not know that when she was in the foundation building stage, she could fight against the nascent soul. Yin Yi was stunned and asked doubtfully, what realms are foundation establishment and nascent soul? He only remembered 4 realms, namely the Immortal Lord, the Eternal Emperor, the Lord of Chaos, and the Supreme Being. For the strong people in these 4 realms, there is no such thing as fighting across levels. A second-level Immortal Lord can easily crush a first-level Immortal Lord. Zhuo Yan was speechless at first, but then he realized that the first generation of creatures were born to be supreme and powerful. There is no difference in realm at all. At that time, hermits relied on fighting to determine their superiority and inferiority. Various realms of cultivation were created by later generations. Get rid of those first-generation creatures that have already fallen. The first generation of creatures still alive today, as long as they are not particularly reckless, have the strength of at least eternal emperors. Naturally, you cannot see the realm below. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1636 Even I am afraid of myself, additional update. Zhuo Yan thought about it and decided to change his way of explanation. Let me put it this way, for Fang Qingran, jumping 1 or 2 levels in battle is very common. It's no problem to surpass 3 or 4 levels. It might be a bit difficult to jump 5 or 6 levels. But Fang Qingran will not be in danger if he fights beyond level 5 or 6. Anyone who dares to touch her is seeking death. After Zhuo Yan finished explaining, he saw Yin Yi's strange look. Yin Yi said, she is so powerful, but she still needs you to save her 3 times. Has she met an invincible person before? Zhuo Yan. It's just bragging. How come I still remember it now? Zhuo Yan said, why do you care who she met before? Just stay here and she will handle it herself. Zhuo Yan's words made Yin Yi imagine a lot more. Venerable Fang met the invincible one when he was so young. Doesn't that mean that Reverend Fang has encountered his future enemy? Otherwise, who would send the invincible to deal with a little girl? Why did Reverend Fang encounter future enemies? She must be too powerful in the future. That's why those invincible ones would travel across the long river of time and risk their lives to kill the weak her. There was a hint of excitement in Yin Yi's eyes. It seems that his choice was right. Boom. Thunder roared down, stirring up a lot of dust. Yin Yi released his divine power to investigate the situation over there. I saw more than 20 invincible people surrounding a bird. A little girl in red clothes is sitting on the bird's back. There is also a palm-sized chick on the bird's head. There is also a suspended black box on the side. When the thunderbolt came, it struck an invincible man into a child state. Fang Xi held his head high and said, humph, don't even think about it. An invincible person said with a cold look, Zhen Shen, I am the invincible person in the world. You will not suffer any loss if you make a contract with me. It is no better than being with your useless master. Fang Xi said, bah, you are not worthy of being compared with the Phoenix Lord. It's just a waste of time. I advise you not to have any ideas about me, or else you will be struck by lightning. The next 20 invincible men were all paying attention to Fang Xi. The 7 divine calculators were staring at Fang Jingyu. His eyes were filled with fear and greed. They were horrified that the body they had cut into pieces with their own hands was still alive. Greedy because if they killed her again, they could get more fragments. Her current strength is far inferior to that in the primitive times. Together they could kill her easily. The diviners exchanged glances and communicated with each other. The hunchbacked old man said in a voice transmission, it is really the eye of the moon god. What should we do? The grey-robed old man transmitted the message, it's best not to create any complications. Let these 20 invincibles take away the divine beast first, and then we can take action. What if they also discover the eye of the moon? They can't possibly discover that the divine beast is covering up her aura. Shenji Xuanzi transmitted the message. The beast on top of the god-suppressing beast is not simple either. I can sense the aura of its bloodline. No, give it to them. With the eye of the moon god, we can get any kind of beast in the future. Fang Jingyu felt the sticky gazes of the hunchbacked old man and looked over, with moonlight flashing in her eyes. Why did she become unconsciously irritable after seeing these old men? Shenji Xuanzi met Fang Jingyu's gaze and said in a voice transmission, little girl, the divine beast can escape on its own. Are you sure you want to drag it down? Fang Jingyu's eyes moved, and her irritability became even stronger. There is something wrong with this person. Fang Jingyu asked directly, "Who are you?" After hearing Fang Jingyu's words, Fang Si stopped confronting the invincible man. "Little Moon, what's wrong?" Fang Si asked via voice transmission. "Brother Fang Si, there is something wrong with him," Fang Jingyu said. Fang Si looked at Shen Ji Sunzi. "Look at the old charlatan's aura, are you a Xuanren deducer?" Upon hearing this, several of the invincible ones changed color. They are unwilling to confront Xuanren. The divine calculator's eyes were filled with endless wisdom. "No, I am a loner and don't deal with the Xuanren." Fang Si obviously didn't believe it. "The aura on your body tells me that you must be related to Xuanren. It was you who found me first. You didn't want to contract me, but called them here. You definitely have evil intentions. Do you want me to fight them to the death so that you can reap the benefits? After all, you should know that if I get hurt, I can bring down a thunderstorm to deal with you." Fang Si was deliberately trying to divert the blame. Damn it, this scheming guy actually dared to target Xiaoliang. A dozen of the invincible ones looked at the divine calculator with scrutiny in their eyes. "Everyone, I will not participate in the fight for the divine beast." Shen Ji Xuanzi expressed his attitude directly. Fang Si, however, did not intend to let Shen Ji Xuanzi go. Fang Si spread out his tail, which looked brilliant and colorful, with traces of the power of laws overflowing from his body. "You said you don't want to participate, so don't participate. I'm so powerful and handsome, are you willing to give me up?" Everyone stared at Fang Si, their eyes filled with greed. If a contract can be made with the divine beast that controls the power of laws, it will definitely become his right-hand man. Fang Si felt the burning gaze and said unhappily, Hey, stop drooling. I am sacred and inviolable. You can only watch from afar, but you cannot play with me. If you keep looking, I'll pop your eyeballs out. I advise you to be smart and get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will start to fight and even I will be afraid of it." Fang Si's arrogance did not make the invincible one angry. They just feel that the more they watch, the more they like it. Fang Si sensed it for a moment and spoke again. "You really need a lesson. In this case, today I will let you see how powerful I am." Fang Si said as he rushed towards an invincible person. Seeing this, the other party prepared to fight back against Fang Si. However, the next moment, Fang Si disappeared from everyone's sight. Only one extremely arrogant sentence was left. "You are a bunch of toads, and you dare to touch me. Bah, so disgusting, you are not even worthy of eating my shit." Now everyone's face turned green. The town god actually ran away right under their noses. "Chase," said an invincible man. Fang Si changed several places in succession and found that they were all chasing him closely. "Brother Fang Si, how about we run separately?" Fang Jingyu suggested. No, Fang Si refused. The old guy's target is Little Moon. It must protect the Little Moon. Fang Si changed places several times in succession, and when he was about to be caught up, a strange voice came into his sea of consciousness. "Come to the entrance of Tianquan realm. I was sent by Venerable Fang to protect you." Fang Si hesitated for only a moment before flying towards the entrance of Tianquan realm. An invincible saw the direction Fang Si was running and said, "Oh no, it's trying to escape, stop it quickly." Who doesn't want a divine beast? If it were really allowed out, I'm afraid there would be countless more competitors. They immediately sped up. Fang Si came to the entrance of Tianquan realm and saw Yin Yi at a glance. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Zhao Yan, you actually changed your master." When Zhao Yan heard this, he said in dissatisfaction, "What nonsense are you talking about? I can't change my master. This is just my little follower. Just keep bragging, I don't know you yet." Fang Si obviously didn't believe it. Zhao Yan really wanted to beat Fang Si up. But after thinking about the agreement in the inheritance, he finally gave up. I don't know what happened to our ancestors. They actually made such an outrageous contract. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1637, leave these to Venerable Fang to deal with. Fang Si saw that Zhao Yan was on fire and seemed to be very angry. He said hurriedly, Okay, don't worry, I believe you." No wonder. Fang Si flipped through the inheritance. According to the records left by our ancestors, the phoenix loves to change its owners the most. The phoenix can be reborn from the ashes again and again. He was not very careful when choosing a master. This leads to them changing owners frequently. If I am not satisfied, I will replace it without hesitation. However, the phoenix itself is very powerful. After making a contract with it, the soul will no longer be eroded by dark matter. Therefore, even if the phoenix likes to change owners, there are still strong people who want to make a contract with it. In addition, by making a contract with the phoenix, one can get a chance to be reborn in fire. It's like having a second life. This is the secret of the Phoenix clan. So far, it has not been leaked. I'm afraid the only ones who know the secret are the Phoenix clan and the God-suppressing clan. As for why the Genshin clan knew this secret, it was probably because the Genshin clan knew almost all the secrets of the Beast clan. In fact, according to its inherited memory, some phoenixes may change thousands or even tens of thousands of owners in their lifetime. And now that Zhao Yan has just changed to his second partner, it is already good enough. When Zhao Yan noticed Fang Si's strange look, he knew that Fang Si must be thinking something wrong. Zhao Yan said very seriously, "Fang Si, my master will always be Master Mo. If you do this again, I will be angry." Hateful. Why is there such an outrageous contract? As a result, it couldn't beat Fang Si. Fang Si was very surprised when he heard this, but after thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Fang Si said, "Congratulations, you chose the right master at once." "HMPH, do I need your approval for my vision? I've always been the smartest," Zhao Yan said arrogantly. "Indeed, you are the smartest phoenix I have ever seen," Fang Si said. Of course, it also had no chance to meet other phoenixes. The Phoenix clan and the God-suppressing clan have similar fates. All suffered a devastating disaster. It is the only descendant of the Genshin clan. Zhuo Yan is the only one left from the Phoenix clan. HMPH, you have good taste. Zhuo Yan felt that Feng Xi looked much better to him. It decided to forgive Feng Xi for his previous ridicule. I also plan to explain the matter of the Phoenix choosing its master. Zhuo Yan said, in fact, we Phoenixes are very cautious in choosing our masters. Those inheritances you have seen are all fake. Feng Xi asked doubtfully, really? Zhuo Yan nodded affirmatively. For beasts of our noble status, we are very careful when choosing our masters. The reason why we have a bad reputation is because of the past. Brother Feng Xi, they're chasing us. Feng Jingyu said worriedly. She didn't mean to interrupt Zhuo Yan. Instead, more than 20 invincibles were approaching them. An invincible man released a terrifying pressure, and the surrounding clouds changed color and the wind howled. He looked at Yin Yi and said, Dao, we were the first to spot this divine beast. You'd better leave quickly. The divine calculator was looking at the hermit. Zhuo Yan looked at the group of invincibles with dissatisfaction. Yin Yi, beat 'em up, let them know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Snort. How dare you act cool in front of it? A lesson must be taught. Yin Yi raised his hand and set up a barrier, trapping more than 20 invincible people inside. The fierce face showed a smile. Leave these to Venerable Feng to deal with. You haven't finished speaking just now, continue. Feng Xi's eyes moved slightly. This hermit really is a person you can't judge by appearance. The strength is surprisingly so strong. Zhuo Yan was stunned for a moment before he realized what Yin Yi was saying. Zhuo Yan was very pleased and said, don't worry, good brother, I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of the master. Thank you, Yin Yi said. Ha ha ha, then I'll continue. Zhuo Yan explained happily, back then, our tribe had a purebred foodie. Everyone spoiled it and it became so spoiled that it didn't know anything. When it goes out for training, as long as you give it something delicious, it will make a contract with the other party. But it only eats and never attacks, let alone kills. As a result, the other party wanted to suppress it with a contract. It simply burned its soul to be reborn, and released the contract at the same time. The reputation of the Phoenix was destroyed step by step in this way. Of course, the other party also killed himself as a result. Every time the Phoenix burns itself to be reborn, there is a price to pay. Constantly changing owners is actually a suicidal act. But the Phoenix only remembers to eat and doesn't care about anything else. So that's how it is, Feng Xi said. Just thinking about eating and doing nothing else. There are probably few strong people who can tolerate such a contracted beast. Fortunately, the other party did not reveal the secrets of the Phoenix clan for the sake of food. Otherwise, it would really be a drag on the entire Phoenix clan. Within the boundary, Shenji Xuanzi and his men kept attacking the barrier. But no matter how they attacked, the barrier remained intact. The hunchbacked old man's eyes fell on the divine calculator. How are we going to get out? And who is he? Can you deduce him? The divine calculator took out the star chart, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. Next moment. Boom. The star disk was shattered. The skin on Shenji Xuanzi's face quickly aged and his eyes became cloudy. A deathly aura began to spread over his body. This. Everyone looked at the fortune teller in horror. What did you see? Asked the hunchbacked old man. I saw it. Puff. The divine calculator spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face deteriorated even faster. The divine calculator raised his hand with difficulty and fed a pill into his mouth. After taking the pill, the deathly look on his face slowly diminished. The magician continued to open the porcelain bottles one by one and pour the pills into his mouth. After doing all this, the deathly aura around him seemed to dissipate. But the withered face cannot be restored. Because he doesn't have much time left to live. When everyone saw this, they immediately guessed many things. This hermit's identity must be very terrifying, and his strength must not be underestimated. They have met their match. After a long while, Shenji Xuanzi said weakly, don't make an enemy of him, or you will die. The hunchbacked old man said, he is at the peak of the Eternal Emperor's cultivation. Can't we defeat him even if we work together? Shenji Xuanzi shook his head, we can't deal with him. If he wants to kill us, it's easy. Even if we have a lot of protective equipment, we are no match for him. He had just spied on the other party, and the pair of eyes he saw told him that Yin Yi could easily kill them. The hunchbacked old man sent a voice message to Shenji Xuanzi and asked, are we going to give up the eye of the moon goddess that we have obtained? He can bear to give up the opportunity right in front of him. As long as he gets the fragment of the moon goddess eye again, he will definitely be able to reach a high level. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1638. The master only needs 3 moves. Shenji Xuanzi glanced at Feng Jingyu and said in a voice transmission, don't worry, they won't give up the divine beast. Let's wait for the opportunity. Everyone rushed to grab the sacred beast and the eye of the moon goddess. Then the next opportunity will belong to him. He almost died just now, but luckily he survived. The calamity of life and death should be over. His chance should come later. The hunchbacked old man looked at the fortune teller with an inquiring gaze, feeling that the other party was hiding something. The hunchbacked old man's eyes darkened a little, and he transmitted his voice, your performance just now may have scared them. It will probably be difficult for them to rush to the front. The divine fortune teller smiled on his old face and said in a voice transmission, as long as the bait is enough, no one can resist the temptation. The fortune teller coughed a few times, and a pool of blood appeared on his palm. When everyone saw the blood on his palm, their faces suddenly turned grim. The greater the backlash to the deducer, the more powerful or terrifying the thing being deduced is. Are they going to give up the divine beast? The divine calculator said in a hoarse voice, when I was deducing him just now, I spied a secret, which made me do this. The contracted beast he was holding was a phoenix. When everyone heard this, there was no reaction. The phoenix often changes owners. They don't want such a contracted beast. Even if the phoenix can dispel the darkness in the soul, it doesn't do much for them. An invincible asked tentatively, is there anything special about the phoenix? Shenji Xuanzi's eyes were deep and unfathomable. Those who make a contract with the phoenix can get a chance to be resurrected. Even if they die, they can come back to life. How can this be? Everyone was shocked. To die means to disappear completely in the long river of time. How could there be a chance of resurrection? This is the secret I just discovered. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered this backlash, said the diviner. Everyone had a different look on their face. I am thinking about the truthfulness of what Shenji Xuanzi said. Some were also looking at Juo Yan. Some have already forgotten about the divine beasts and have set their sights on Juo Yan. Even if they die, they can be resurrected. This is too much of a temptation for them. The divine calculator's voice sounded again. Those who can be resurrected by the phoenix will have their lifespan increased by half. Now, even the 6 hunchbacked old men showed greedy looks. They originally thought that the eye of the moon goddess was precious enough, but they never expected that the value of the burning flame would actually exceed that of the eye of the moon goddess. Whether it is an extra life or half an extra life, it is a rare opportunity. The hunchbacked old man asked, are there any conditions for its resurrection? Does it mean that as long as we make a contract with it, we will have a chance to be resurrected? The divine calculator said, no matter who it is, they can only be resurrected once. This is the only limitation. Everyone lost their patience after hearing this. They looked at each other with caution and alertness. Apparently, they all wanted the phoenix. At this moment, greed made them forget what Shenji Xuanzi had said before. The hunchbacked old man said, don't worry, we are definitely no match for him if we deal with him alone. Why don't we join forces to deal with him first, and then discuss the ownership of the phoenix? You can, but you have to make a vow not to betray. Then let's make a vow, but how do we break this barrier? You can use the boundary breaking disc. Everyone's eyes changed when they heard about the breaking boundary plate. It seems that everyone has a trump card. With the boundary breaking disc, one can break through the barrier by crossing 3 realms. Click. A voice came from the barrier. Several cracks appeared. Juo Yan saw that the barrier was broken. Yin Yi, this group of invincibles has some skills. They can actually break your barrier. Fang Xi became alert again and said in a voice transmission, Xiao Yuliang, protect yourself and don't do anything. Fang Jingyu transmitted the message, okay, brother Fang Xi. Yin Yi looked at the crack in the broken barrier and said indifferently, they can't get out. He must keep the prey of Lord Fang well. Boom. The barrier is broken. When the invincible one saw this, his eyes were filled with joy and he wanted to rush into seclusion. Boom. They crashed into another invisible barrier. Why is there another layer? An invincible person asked angrily. Seeing this, Juo Yan asked in a voice transmission, Yin Yi, how many layers of barriers did you set up? The hermit said, 99 81st floor, these people are the eternal emperors after all, they have many means of survival and escape, if you want to completely eliminate them, you must do this. Of course, if Master Mo were here, he would only need 9 layers of barriers to completely eliminate them. But Mo Jingong disdains to waste time dealing with the invincible. Otherwise, these invincible people would not have the chance to enter here. Juo Yan said dissatisfiedly, what 9 levels? My master doesn't need a barrier to get rid of them. To get rid of the likes of them, master only needs 3 moves. The first movement is to raise your hand, the second movement is to release the power, and the third movement is to lower your hand. All this was done in a flash. They didn't even know how they died, so why would they need a barrier? After listening to what Juo Yan said, Yin Yi nodded seriously and said, that makes sense. I just overthought it. He enjoyed watching the other person die in pain and despair. But Mo Jingong is not him. Mo Jingong would not take action easily, and once he did, he would wipe out the enemy immediately. Mo, stop it now, you can't do this. Mo Jingong's black clothes moved with the wind, emitting a faint divine light. At this moment, he seemed to be the original incarnation of heaven and earth. He raised his hand, with endless indifference in his eyes. In an instant, vast and boundless power surged towards him from the vortex of time. The time vortex gradually became distorted and blurred, and it seemed that it might collapse at any time. Countless star fragments appeared around. Every piece of star fragment seems to contain endless power. Mo Jingong's eyes were as deep as the starry sky. It seemed as if thousands of stars were interpreting in his eyes, carrying endless mysteries. Jingchen looked up and saw this scene, his eyes filled with horror. The origin of Hongmeng in his body was actually being withdrawn bit by bit. Jingchen wanted to resist and stop the origin of Hongmeng from being extracted. He also wanted to use the origin of Hongmeng to detonate the void and destroy the Northern Wilderness universe. In this case, Mo Jingong will definitely stop. But no matter what he did, he was suppressed by an absolute force. Jingchen felt that he was as fragile as paper at this moment, as if he could be torn into pieces easily. He couldn't understand what was happening. Panic seized upon me. At the same time, the threat of death followed. Mo Jingong wants to kill him. Otherwise, his primordial origin would not be extracted. Golden light emanated from Jingchen's body again. In addition to the 36 Dharma images, he also hid a golden body to protect his life. In an instant, a layer of golden light formed around him. The flow of the origin of primordial chaos disappeared. Jingchen's eyes showed joy. As long as the origin of Hongmeng was there, Mo Jingong would not be able to do anything to him. But the next moment, a complex array pattern lit up under him, with countless runes intertwined together. Formed a sea of stars. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1639 I gave it to the dog. Additional update. Jing Chan said in horror, 9-9 returned to origin star formation. How could this formation be hidden here? Didn't He Yuan and the others use this formation to deal with Mo Jingong? There is absolutely no way Mo Jingong could complete this formation by himself. Jingchen suddenly understood something. Mo, are you and Heiyuan teaming up to plot against me? Mo Jinggong looked indifferent and remained silent, revealing the seal on his palm. Boom. Jingchen's golden body was shattered. The origin of Hongmeng in the body was quickly withdrawn. Jingchen wanted to stop it, but it was too late and he couldn't stop it. When the origin of primordial origin in his body completely disappeared, Jingchen let out a crazy laugh. Ha ha ha. Mo, you are so cruel. You actually want me to die. People like him just need to die. It will no longer exist. He cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even if one has the fruit of reincarnation, there is no way to enter reincarnation. Death means total disappearance. The merits of Jingchen were disappearing little by little. A blood-red mist swirled around him, like resentment, but even more creepy than resentment. At this moment, the monk's robe was draped on him, which just felt out of place. Jingchen looked at Mo Jinggong. Mo, I have one last question for you. Where is the end of the void? Have you ever been there? Mo Jinggong was controlling the origin of Hongmeng that was extracted from Jingchen, and did not answer Jingchen's question. The origin of Hongmeng actually has spiritual consciousness. Will not be easily controlled by anyone. Jing Chan used countless merits to suppress the origin of Hongmeng, not to refine it. Once this thing comes into the world, it will no longer be possible to hide it between heaven and earth. So he wanted to refine this primordial origin and give it to Ranran. Jing Chan didn't get an answer. His eyes fell on the origin of Hongmeng. Mo, do you know? In fact, the existence of the origin of Hongmeng is a conspiracy. The heaven and earth have never restricted us. There must be someone else who restricts us. They deliberately let us fight for the origin of Hongmeng, so that we will kill each other, and then their conspiracy will succeed. They must be afraid that we will discover the secret at the end of the dark void, and then find a way to surpass them and discover their existence, so they want to get rid of us. Mo, we should unite and fight them together. Jingchen's face became ferocious, no longer the compassionate look he had before. You really don't know what's good for you. Gehu's contemptuous voice sounded. If he wasn't afraid that Jingchen might have another trick up his sleeve. It now wants to kill Jingchen with one claw. What did he say about the plan to protect all living beings? Jing Chan turned his eyes and stared at Gehu. Gehu, you are actually their accomplice, helping them deceive us and helping them stop us. Gehu really wanted to roll his eyes. Idiot, people like you should be thrown away. Gehu's words came to an abrupt end. Are you trying to trick me? Gehu suddenly woke up, but luckily he stopped in time. Gehu's reaction made Jingchen guess many things. Gehu, the dark void has an end, but I can't go there, and I can't open the barrier at the end, right? With Mo's strength, he should be able to go there, so you made a contract with him and gave up on me. Gehu, let me make another bold guess. Have many powerful people gone to the end of the dark void? Or did you send them there? You and Mo deceived all the creatures in the universe together, right? Jingchen stared at Gehu, not missing even a single breath of it. Gehu almost couldn't hold it in. There is already a huge storm in my heart. This old bald guy is so smart. Is this what humans call extreme intelligence? Gehu, come back. Mo Jinggong's cold voice sounded. Gehu instantly turned into a small purple crystal dragon and returned to Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong put away the Hongmeng origin that he had refined, and met Jingchen's gaze. Jingchen, you have a soul incarnation hidden outside. Do you think I can destroy him as well? Jingchen's pupils trembled and his body was shaking. His soul is intact. How could Mo Jinggong detect it? Mo Jinggong's eyes were indifferent. I'm not testing you. Your soul incarnation is hidden far away, but it's not hard to find. Mo, why do you want to kill me? Do you know that if you kill me, you will be suppressed even more? Mo Jinggong's expression finally changed. I know, but so what? I can't keep you just because of this suppression. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he gently raised his hand and patted Jingchen. A huge golden palm appeared in the air and pressed towards Jingchen. How is this possible? Why do you know this? Jingchen said in disbelief. Jingchen, sentient beings should not become tools for you to gain merit. This is the 10,000 Buddha palm formed by the true power of merit. Boom. A huge palm slapped down. Jingchen disappeared completely. Not even a speck of dust is left. Mo Jinggong gently retracted the 10,000 Buddha's palm, and the vast power of merit also dissipated. Master Mo, how do you know the 10,000 Buddha's palm? Gehu asked in surprise. I once saved a Zen monk, and he taught me. Isn't this something that only Buddhists can use? Glanced at Gehu, who told you? Isn't it? It was not originally called the 10,000 Buddha palm, but later the Buddhas incorporated it into the 9-character mantra, and it became exclusive to the Buddhas. In fact, anyone can use it as long as they have enough merit. This trick is safer to destroy Jingchen. So that's how it is, Master Mo, he has another soul incarnation, what should we do? Mo Jinggong withdrew the Yuan Yu and glanced at the Tianquan realm. Let Yan Wang destroy him, she should be willing. Gehu. When the flame phoenix goes there, I'm afraid it won't just be the soul incarnation that is destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. After a few noises, the border began to shake. The blood-covered flame phoenix was supported by Ling Tianyun and stood there. She was surrounded by many broken arms and limbs. There were also several broken bodies. Ling Tianyun said in a dull voice, Sister Yan Huang, is it really over? Yan Huang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled like a blooming blood lotus. It's over, I'll give it back to you. Ling Tianyun looked at the jade disc of fortune that was handed to him, and his first reaction was to jump away. Yan Wang's body shook, and the blood lotus appeared behind her, and she fell on the blood lotus. What are you afraid of? It's all over. No one will come to snatch this thing, Yan Huang said. There was still fear in Ling Tianyun's eyes. When in the meta realm, whoever gets this will be attacked by a group of people, but they are all unwilling to let it go. In order to make the game more exciting, Sister Yan Wang threw the jade butterfly of creation to him several times. As a result, he was hunted down. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many life-saving things, he must have turned to ashes. Sister Yan Wang is really a ripoff. He should never go out with Sister Yan Wang again. Yan Huang waved Ling Tianyun with a charming smile. Xiao Yun, sister won't harm you. Take it. If you don't want it, I'll give it to the dog. Sister Yan Huang, you are scolding me in a roundabout way. Just as Ling Tianyun opened his mouth, he saw Yan Huang raise his hand, and the jade disc of creation flew towards one direction. Ling Tianyun immediately wanted to move forward to catch it. As a result, he saw Mo Jinggong, and also saw the jade disc of creation smashing towards Mo Jinggong's face. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1640. Please stop talking. Ling Tianyun's eyes showed fear, and he stammered, Domain master. The next moment, Mo Jinggong raised his hand and caught the jade disc of creation that was about to hit his face without changing his expression. Be careful. Ling Tianyun's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Ling Tianyun didn't dare to look into Mo Jinggong's eyes at all, let alone breathe, trying his best to reduce his presence. Sister Yan Wang really dares to throw it. Even the Domain Lord dares to smash it. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyun, look, if you don't want it, the dog won't give it to you after he takes it. Yan Huang laughed very loudly, not avoiding Mo Jinggong at all. These seemed more like they were said to Mo Jinggong. Ling Tianyun shrank his neck, his eyes wandering around, and his face was bitter. He shouldn't have accepted this. Sister Yan Wang is not afraid of death and dares to call the Domain Lord a dog. But he didn't dare. Ling Tianyun even wanted to disappear on the spot. Seeing such a scene, he would most likely be silenced. Ling Tianyun desperately sent a message to Yan Huang, Sister Yan Huang, stop laughing. Be careful that the Territory Lord will attack you. Flame Phoenix sat up from the Blood Lotus, eyebrows raised, Territory Lord, are you going to attack me? Ling Tianyun. Mo Jinggong glanced at the jade disc of creation in his hand and completely ignored Flame Phoenix. Yan Huang didn't care about Mo Jinggong's attitude. Only Ling Tianyun was caught in the middle, at a loss as to what to do. Ling Tianyun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly rushed over, knelt on the ground, and hugged Mo Jinggong's thighs. Territory Lord, you have to make the decision for me. Woohoo, Sister Yan Huang actually used me to block the damage. Wow, woo, Lord, I almost lost sight of you. Domain Lord, you don't know that the defensive magic weapon on my body was shattered without stopping for a moment. If I didn't have so many magical weapons, I would have come out lying down right now. Lord of the Realm, after this incident, I have decided that when I return to the Immortal Realm, I will practice hard and never slack off again. Ling Tianyun's voice was filled with grief, anger and remorse. He almost howled as he spoke all the words. Ling Tianyun only hopes to use this to divert Mo Jinggong's attention. But Yan Huang didn't cooperate with him at all. Yan Huang said, Xiao Yun, even if your jade disc of good fortune was snatched away by a dog, you wouldn't be so sad, right? Just get it back. Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun could only whisper, Sister Yan Huang, please stop talking. If this continues, he will really disappear on the spot. Mo Jinggong glanced at Yan Huang indifferently and raised his hand. When Ling Tianyun saw this action, his heart sank. Sister Yan Huang isn't going to die here, is she? A golden seal appeared in Mo Jinggong's palm and he presented it to Yan Huang. Yan Huang, go and get rid of this Aura Soul incarnation. Yan Huang took the golden seal and felt it for a while. This is the breath of that old bald donkey. Did you kill him? Ah. Flame Phoenix looked suspicious. The old bald donkey is indeed no match for Mo Jinggong, but the old bald donkey has the origin of Hongmeng in his body, so Mo Jinggong should not be able to kill him. But the old bald donkey died. So Mo Jinggong took out the Hongmeng origin from the old bald donkey's body. Yan Huang asked curiously, how did you do that? Mo Jinggong said, 9 returned to origin star array. It's a good idea to use the power of the primordial stars to control the old bald donkey and extract the things from his body, but who set up the formation for you? Yan Huang asked with increasing curiosity. Only those guys in Taichu have the ability to set up this formation. And at least 7 old guys are needed to form the formation together. As far as she knew, those guys set up this formation only to deal with Mo Jinggong. It's a good thing they didn't join forces with the old bald donkey to deal with Mo Jinggong. How could he be willing to cooperate with Mo Jinggong? Mo Jinggong had a flash of smile on his face. He did not answer Yan Wang's question and said directly, Jing Chan's soul incarnation is not simple. You should take Ling Tianyun with you. Ling Tianyun. It's a pity that no one cares about him. Yan Wang's beautiful eyes became sharper. If she was not mistaken, did Mo Jinggong smile just now? If she hadn't seen Gahu here, she would have suspected that this Mo Jinggong was a fake. Yan Huang asked, Territory Lord, you didn't reach any agreement with those old guys, did you? No. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he looked at Ling Tianyun who was kneeling on the ground and said, the jade disc of creation. Ling Tianyun immediately shook his head and said, Domain Lord, I don't want it anymore. I don't like this thing. It's a waste for me to keep it anyway. I can't comprehend the laws inside it at all. In the Immortal Realm, Grandpa Guming, Grandpa Taichi, Sister Yan Huang. They all praised him for his good aptitude. Various treasures for cultivation were given away in piles. He used to be very arrogant. If he hadn't sneaked out and met the evildoers from Lingshan sect, he might have always thought that he was very powerful. However, after meeting Feng Qinggran and the others, he clearly realized the gap between him and the peerless evildoer. This thing called the jade disc of creation. To him, it is like a pearl covered in dust. Sometimes he would feel worried when he saw the jade disc of creation. Territory Lord, please keep it for now. I will tell Grandpa Guming and the others when the time comes. They will definitely not have any objections. Mo Jinggong originally wanted to lend it to him for a while. Some of the mysteries within the jade disc of creation can fill in the missing parts of the law governing order. Mo Jinggong's eyes flickered slightly. Then leave it with me first. This will be your compensation. Mo Jinggong placed his fingertips on Ling Tianyun's brow, and a wisp of Hongmeng's origin sank into Ling Tianyun's sea of consciousness. Ling Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Domain Lord, you are so kind. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you in the future. Mo Jinggong said without changing his expression. Get up. Okay. Ling Tianyun stood up and said, Lord, do I really have to go with Sister Yan Huang? Mo Jinggong glanced at Yan Huang and said, yeah. With Ling Tianyun around, Yan Huang would be more restrained and not destroy the entire universe. Yan Huang said, you can go, but I have to go to Tiangshan realm first. I still have a game to play. Mo Jinggong nodded in agreement. Let's go, Xiaoyun. Sister will take you out for some fun, and then we'll go on the mission. Yan Huang waved. Ling Tianyun really wanted to refuse, but in the end he resigned himself to his fate and followed Yan Huang. It's better to follow Sister Yan Huang than to stay with the territory lord. Sister Yan Huang, the Tianquan realm seems to be glowing, and there is also the light of Dayuan. It's just an advancement to the upper realm. There's no need to worry about it, Yan Huang said. Ling Tianyun was surprised and said, on the road, doesn't that mean there is another powerful person in the Northern Wilderness universe? How about we go and take a look? Yan Huang looked at the Tianquan realm with a meaningful look. There's nothing to see. I'm more looking forward to the Tiangshan realm's death game. Ling Tianyun wanted to say something, but was dragged into the Tiangshan realm by Yan Huang. Before entering the Tiangshan realm, Yan Huang did not forget to look back at Mo Jinggong. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1641 Chaos Spell Proof. Tianquan realm. Fang Qingran slowly opened her eyes in the void. The whole body has a simple and unpretentious aura. Ranran, you finally woke up. Hongxian pounced over and rubbed Fang Qingran's cheek madly. Fang Qingran put Hongxian on her shoulder, looked at the wilted little fox, raised her hand and touched the little fox's brow. Soon, a purple light flashed on the little fox's body. In a moment, the little fox's ears stood up, and he looked at Fang Qingran with bright eyes. Sister Fang, thank you. Fang Qingran rubbed the little fox's head and said, I should be the one thanking you. You helped me refine the origin of Hongmeng and let me call upon the power of the entire northern wasteland. The little fox's eyes turned into slits as he laughed. He, it's my honor to help Sister Fang. The little fox felt the abundant power in his body. It could feel that now all the filth could not corrode it. Fang Qingran looked at the well-behaved appearance of the little fox and liked it more and more. Biawang, are you really willing to sign a contract with me? Upon hearing this, the little fox's tail immediately lifted up. Yes, I am willing. It is good. Fang Qingran's fingertips fell on the little fox's brow. A bond formation was formed between her and the little fox. Soon, a green mark appeared in the little fox's heart. After the contract was completed, the little fox's eyes lit up. Sister Fang, I think I'm going to level up. Fang Qingran said, go ahead, I'll wait for your good news. See you later, Sister Fang. The little fox disappeared into the void. It is good. There were many maps in Fang Qingran's Sea of Consciousness, all of which were about the small worlds in the Northern Wilderness universe. The location of the treasure is clearly marked. These treasures are the resources of the entire universe and the future of the Northern Wilderness universe. She didn't intend to take it all. Of course, she would never let go of the treasure she needed. Fang Qingran looked at the swaying Chaos Bell and said, Chaos Bell, thank you for covering my aura and sealing the void for me. Lord Fang, this is what I should do, he. Chaos Bell paused and said cautiously, Master Fang, can I make a request? Fang Qingran said in a good mood, speak. Master Fang, can you give me a name? Something nice like Fang Yuyu, Fang Zhichu, Fang Si, Fang Jingyu, etc. It doesn't want to be called Chaos Clock all the time. Fang Qingran stared at the Chaos Clock for a while and said, you control time, and you can suppress the void. How about calling you Fang Shi? Chaos Bell was very happy when he thought of the name, Fang Shi. Okay, I like this name very much. From now on, I will change the name of Chaos Bell to Fang Shi. The moment the Chaos Bell rang, the ancient patterns on the bell lit up. Endless power overflows from it. The Chaos Clock gradually changed from its previous dark yellow color to a variety of colors. The whole clock is full of light and color. A space-time crack appeared on its side. A golden light flew out from the crack and landed on Jung. Hum. The heavy and distant hum seemed to resound throughout the universe. There were also two more words on the Chaos Bell. In an instant, the God-killing spear, the 10,000 ghost banner, the blue Luin sword, and the Dragon Emperor's sword all emerged from space. Wangui Banner said sourly, fuck. You actually got the certificate. As spirits of instruments, if they can get the chance to prove the names, they will have the opportunity to transform into living beings in the future. If possible, every spirit of an instrument wants to become a living being. After all, weapon spirits have a limit to the growth. And the growth of living beings is limitless. King Fang immediately revealed his shadow. Little Chaos, tell the truth. What happened? Chaos Bell was very arrogant. He deliberately panicked in front of the God-killing spear and others before returning to Fang Qingran. Thank you, Lord Phoenix, for giving me the name Fang Shi. Chaos Jung said respectfully. After hearing this, Fang Qingran held her forehead with her hand, having a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, the 10,000 ghosts banner flew over and said in a deliberately low voice, My lovely Lord Fang, I also want to be given a name. The God-killing spear was quite normal, but the fact that it stood straight there said it all. King Fang did not speak rashly, but sent a message to the ancestral dragon, Old Huanglong, can those of us who have our own names still be given names? The ancestral dragon transmitted the message, I don't know, but we can try. It might help us reshape our souls. King Feng wanted to give it a try, but felt a little hesitant. So he flew back into the Xingluan sword and kicked the sleeping Kanglong. Kanglong was puzzled. King Feng briefly recounted the story of the Chaos Bell's certification. Kang Long was silent for a moment, then said in a voice transmission, maybe we can give it a try. Then get out quickly, King Feng said. Kang Long. Kang Long transmitted his voice, King Feng, there is already a Feng in your name. If your last name is still Feng, should you be called Feng King Feng? King Feng said angrily, get lost. What are you calling me? Go out first and try it. No need to go, the Phoenix Master has slipped away, Kang Long said. Feng Qingbran looked at the 10,000 Ghosts banner, the God-killing spear, the Blue Luan sword and the Dragon Emperor sword, and decisively chose to change the subject. Feng Si is still outside. He might be in danger. I want to go out and take a look. After Feng Qingbran finished speaking, she sent them directly back to the space. Only Feng Yuyu and Hong Shan were left outside. At least these two don't use it as a name. She would probably have a headache coming up with so many names at once. As soon as Feng Qingbran came out of the void, he sensed the breath of Feng Si and the others. Feng Jingyu said happily, Sister Feng is out. Wan Ling immediately flew up from above Feng Si's head and headed straight towards Feng Qingbran. When Yin Yi heard Feng Jingyu's words, his expression changed. Soon, he discovered Feng Qingbran's realm and strength. The hermit was slightly surprised that Venerable Feng's current strength was actually lower than that of the Immortal Lord. He had no idea about the realm below the Immortal Lord. It is impossible to determine Feng Qingbran's specific realm. Yin Yi sent a voice message to Juo Yan. Juo Yan, what realm is below the Immortal Lord? Juo Yan tilted his head and looked at Yin Yi. Why are you asking this? Ask. Juo Yan recalled and told Yin Yi all the realms. Even the hermits don't know how these realms are divided. However, I estimate that Venerable Feng should be at the level of Lord of Laws. He touched his chin. Wouldn't it be a little strange for him to pledge allegiance to such a powerful Feng Zun? While Yin Yi was still thinking, a figure entered his sight. At this moment, Feng Qingbran no longer had the fierce momentum she had before. She was dressed in green, with a restrained aura, calm and composed, and every move she made showed composure. Yin Yi was just about to go over and say hello to Feng Qingbran. Feng Si had already flashed in front of Feng Qingbran and began to complain, Master Feng, those old guys are actually trying to take advantage of Xiao Yuliang. And those few people took a fancy to me and wanted to make a contract with me. After I refused, they pestered me and tried to force me to terminate the contract with you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1642. Who are they? Lord Feng, you must take care of them for me. If Yin Yi and Juo Yan hadn't shown up in time, you probably wouldn't be able to see us now. While Feng Si was making the complaint, he did not forget to mention Yin Yi and Juo Yan. After all, if it weren't for Yin Yi and Juo Yan, it would have been impossible for it to take Xiaoyu and Wanling to escape this crisis. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingbran immediately thanked Yin Yi and Juo Yan. Yin Yi said first, Your Excellency Feng, there is no need to thank me. It is my honor to protect your contracted beast. Feng Qingbran was silent for a moment, these words sounded so familiar. Yin Yi added, Venerable Feng, I have trapped them in the barrier, you can do whatever you want with them. Your Excellency Feng, don't worry, as long as they are within the barrier, they will not be able to exert the power of the Eternal Emperor. Feng Qingbran said seriously, thank you. Then she looked at the invincible one in the barrier, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. Juo Yan's eyes rolled around. Why does Yin Yi want to be so attentive to Feng Qingbran? Is he trying to steal his master's girl? Juo Yan stared again and again, but felt that it was not quite like that. A burly man with a scar on his face was smiling like a flower at this moment. No matter how you look at it, he's a lackey. Juo Yan was still thinking when he saw the smile on Yin Yi's face disappear and he looked at Feng Jingyu. Feng Si no longer concealed Feng Jingyu's aura. Feng Jingyu also came to Feng Qingbran's side. Yin Yi immediately discovered Feng Jingyu's presence. The look he gave Feng Jingyu was dark and unclear. He remembered clearly that the Eye of the Moon Goddess was dead. The real body was divided into countless pieces. In that situation, there is absolutely no way Feng Jingyu could transform again. It is even more impossible to exist in a complete form. The Eye of the Moon in front of you is most likely fake. What is her purpose in lurking beside Reverend Feng? Juo Yan lowered his head and pecked Yin Yi, then said in a voice transmission, What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at Xiao Yuliang? She is Feng Qingbran's favorite, don't set your sights on her. Yin Yi came back to his senses and said in a voice transmission, She is a fake Eye of the Moon Goddess. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't slander Xiao Yuliang, Juo Yan said in dissatisfaction. The hermit transmitted the message, I personally saw the scene of the Moon Goddess's eye being dismembered. She was divided into so many pieces that she could not transform again. Juo Yan immediately flew away from Yin Yi's arm, his eyes icy cold, did you also attack Xiao Yuliang back then? Juo Yan's words alarmed Feng Qingbran. Feng Qingbran changed her direction, and her gaze towards Yin Yi changed. Yin Yi felt the change in Feng Qingbran's eyes and explained hurriedly, I didn't, I'm not, don't get me wrong. Venerable Feng, I have not touched the Eye of the Moon God. I once went to a place full of corpses and blood, there was a lot of resentment there, and I went there to absorb resentment. But while I was absorbing the resentment, I saw some memories. They died in order to obtain the Eye of the Moon Goddess. When I read their memories, I felt it was very cruel. I looked for them based on my memory. Then I saw the scene where the powerful people surrounded her. Yin Yi was obviously a little guilty when he said this. He paused and continued, it was a beautiful sea of flowers, but due to the continuous death of strong people, it became a blood-stained land. They seem to be very stupid. They are obviously unable to defeat the Eye of the Moon Goddess, but they still refuse to give up. I practiced by absorbing resentment, so I stayed there and didn't leave. They used countless methods, formations, totems, talismans. But in the end, none of them could harm the Eye of the Moon Goddess. Until a predictor appeared, they called him the Divine Calculator. The Divine Calculator quickly found a way to deal with the Eye of the Moon Goddess. Not long after, they killed the Eye of the Moon Goddess. After her death, the eye of the moon goddess did not return to her true form and still existed in her form. Yin Yi's gaze fell on Feng Jingyu. She is really the same as she was back then. Even the outfit didn't change. How could there be such a coincidence? What happened later? Did you participate in snatching the fragments? This time it was Feng Xi's voice. It looked at Yin Yi with cold eyes. Yin Yi felt that the looks they gave him were very unfriendly. Even Venerable Feng looked at him with a little more scrutiny. Yin Yi suddenly felt a little envious of Feng Jingyu for having so many people care about her. Yin Yi said, I didn't participate in the fight for the fragments, but I saw how they got the fragments. The scene was cruel. Are you sure you want to listen? Feng Qingran looked at Feng Jingyu. Little Jingyu, do you want to listen? Feng Jingyu blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Sister Feng, it's all in the past, there's no harm in listening to it. Feng Qingran touched Feng Jingyu's head distressedly. Okay, don't worry, they will pay the price they deserve. Yin Yi received Feng Qingran's gaze and continued, I could sense at the time that she was still conscious. But those powerful ones were eager to divide the pieces and didn't care about her at all. They first separated her skin and flesh, then shaved her flesh into slices bit by bit, and finally broke her tendons and bones. It was not until her last bone was broken that her perception completely disappeared and she turned into a crescent-shaped fragment. I'm sorry, I watched the whole thing but didn't think of stopping it. He actually wanted to absorb more resentment. But Feng Jingyu never showed any resentment from beginning to end. He was very puzzled at the time as to why Feng Jingyu did not feel any resentment. But Feng Jingyu had disappeared. He didn't get an answer. After hearing Yin Yi's words, Feng Qingran fell silent, her eyes slightly reddened. How did they do it? In order to become stronger, can they really ignore everything? The little box said angrily, I must kill those hateful guys and avenge Sister Moon. Wanling echoed, yes, not only should we kill them, we should also tear out the tendons and bones. The red fairy flew from Feng Qingran's shoulder to Feng Jingyu's front, rummaged around in her cloud, and finally took out a big red fruit and handed it to Feng Jingyu. Hong Shan said in a soft and sweet voice, this is very sweet. After eating it, you will definitely feel better. Feng Jingyu took the fruit and said, thank you, Hong Xian. It's okay, you are Ranran's friend, and you are my friend. Hong Shan returned to Feng Qingran's shoulder. Feng Xi transformed into a human form, walked forward and touched Feng Jingyu's head with heartache. Little you, don't be afraid, we will protect you from now on. Feng Jingyu smiled and nodded, well, I believe in Brother Feng Xi, Sister Feng, and the little box. After Feng Jingyu finished speaking, she looked at Yin Yi and said, it is enough that you did not participate in this matter. You don't need to have any psychological burden. She could see that Yin Yi intended to submit to Sister Feng. She didn't want Sister Feng to lose a strong helper because of her. After listening to Feng Jingyu's words, Feng Qingran looked at Yin Yi and asked, do you know who they are? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1643 Little red flower blooms on the head. Yin Yi shook his head. When they appeared, they were wearing several things to conceal their auras. I don't know who they are. After Yin Yi finished speaking, he felt annoyed. Why did he choose to watch the play at that time? Why stand by and watch? If he had helped the moon goddess's eye at that time, the current embarrassing situation would not have happened. After listening to Yin Yi's words, Feng Xi looked at Shenji Xuanzi and the others. Master Feng, he doesn't know who it is, but the old charlatan in the barrier must know who it is. The way he looked at Xiao Yuliang just now was obviously wrong. The little box flew out and said, Brother Feng Qi is right. That old charlatan must know something. Wanling also echoed, the old skeleton next to the old charlatan is also problematic. He always stares at Sister Moon with a greedy look on his face. Everyone looked at the divine calculator within the barrier. The divine calculator was dressed in a white robe, his face was haggard and his eyes were dim, like an old man who was about to die. After he noticed many gazes, he moved and met Feng Qingran's sharp gaze. For no reason, a sense of crisis of facing death surged in his heart. Master Feng, do you need me to search his soul? Yin Yi asked proactively. Being not. Even if one searches the soul of a powerful person like the Eternal Emperor, the memories that can be obtained are limited. She wanted them to speak for themselves. Choo, tie them all up. Feng Qingran raised her hand and a vine flew out from her sleeve. Everyone just felt a flash of green light before their eyes. The next moment, the 27 Eternal Emperors within the barrier were covered with vines. Each one looks like a straight green tree trunk. Standing there upright. Only a face is exposed. A small red flower also bloomed on the top of the head. By the time they reacted, more than a dozen Eternal Emperors began to resist. Boom. The vines on them broke. The green vines disappeared in an instant. Within a few breaths, a vine wrapped around their feet at lightning speed, and with a sudden pull, their bodies fell uncontrollably into the barrier. Countless vines bound them again. This time, only their eyes were exposed. The small flowers that bloom on the top turn orange. Seeing this, some Eternal Emperors gave up resisting. But there were still a few who refused to give up and continued to break the vines on their bodies. However, after they broke free from the vines, they were tied up by them again in less than a moment. The flowers above their heads also turned yellow. Soon, only one Eternal Emperor was still struggling. The flower above his head has turned purple. But he still refused to give in, and once again knelt down and broke the vines. This time, the vines didn't bind him for a long time. When the other Eternal Emperors saw this, their eyes changed slightly and they prepared to break free from the vines. The next moment, a green light flashed. Clap clap. The kneeling Eternal Emperor had a swollen bump on one cheek, with a mark left by the vines. Clap clap. Another flash of green light. It was so fast that no one could catch anything. However, the swollen cheeks on both sides told them that it was the vines that hit them. The other 26 Eternal Emperors immediately gave up struggling. Just stay still. Anyway, there is a barrier there, and even if you break it, you can't escape immediately. The Eternal Emperor who had been beaten looked towards Fang Qingbran, with a flash of viciousness and anger in his eyes. A little Lord of Laws. He actually dared to allow the contracted script plant to treat him like this. He would make her pay back this humiliation 1,000 times over. But he is an old monster who has been practicing for who knows how many years. Even though he was very angry at the moment, he still forced himself to calm down. This time he did not resist and let the vines bind him. Unable to deal with the vines, he reserved his strength to kill the vines' contractors. As long as Fang Qingbran dares to set foot into the barrier, he could kill her in an instant. Thinking of this, he said in a very friendly manner, I am Deng Yu, I wonder how I have offended you, little Taoist friend. When the lampfish finished speaking, Fang Qingbran received Hong Xian's message, Ran, he is pretending, he has murderous intentions towards you. Fang Qingbran looked at the tetra and compared it with other invincible ones. Tetra is one of the few creatures that looks young. He is somewhat similar to Hermit. They are all big and strong men. However, Yingyi has a scar on his face, which makes him look very fierce. The tetra appears to be honest and simple. Fang Qingbran looked at Deng Yu and asked inexplicably, Deng Yu, will you repent for your actions? The lanternfish's eyes flickered. Since I started practicing, I have committed many acts of killing. What do you mean by acts, little Taoist friend? Fang Qingbran raised the corners of her lips slightly and said calmly, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Deng Yu calmly sent a message to Shenji Xuanzi and the others. What Fang Qingbran said must be about the Eye of the Moon God. What should we do? The divine calculator sent a voice message to comfort him. She can't do anything to us. Don't worry, she is just testing us. They did this to hide their identities. Every trick was used. How could he let Fang Qingbran, a later generation, see through it? Even if she took out the fragments of the Moon Goddess's eye that they had hidden, she could not prove that they had participated in what happened that year. The lanternfish was relieved. Little Taoist friend, I don't know, please tell me clearly. Fang Qingbran heard this, patted Fang Yuyu, handed it to Liantian furnace, and took out a purple talisman. Yuyu, throw him in here, then stick the Chang'an talisman on him and bring him out. It just so happened that when she crossed the void before, she obtained a strange pill recipe from He Yuan and others. It records a strange elixir. The refining materials require the bones and blood of human beings. She hadn't planned on trying. But now that the materials are right in front of her, she has no reason not to try. Fang Yuyu hugged the Liantian furnace, hid the talisman into her ears, and went towards the direction of the barrier. Sister Fang, will it be dangerous for Yuyu to go over like this? Fang Jingyu asked worriedly. Fang Yuyu is only at the peak of the Immortal Lord. Dealing with 1 or 2 Eternal Emperors is no problem. But if they join forces to deal with Yuyu, Yuyu will likely be in danger. No, Fang Qingbran turned sideways and replied. At the same time, he glanced at the tall and graceful Fang Xi a few times, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He always felt that something was wrong. It seems that Fang Xi's attitude towards Xiao Jingyu has been completely different since he accepted the inheritance. He has become Xiao Jingyu's guardian. Fang Xi noticed Fang Qingbran's gaze and his expression became a little unnatural. He originally wanted to explain something, but Fang Qingbran had already retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the barrier. Within the boundary. When they saw Fang Yuyu enter the barrier, they exchanged glances and communicated with each other. The iron-eating beast is at the peak of the Immortal Lord's power, and it's also the beast that Fang Qingbran cares about. Should we control it? Have you forgotten this strange vine? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1644. Are you still human? Are we going to just sit there and wait for death? She doesn't seem like a pushover. After we deal with the tetra, who knows who will be the next one? The lanternfish is about to be taken out of the barrier. This may be an opportunity. I heard that the iron-eating beast is very powerful and can easily fight against higher-level enemies. Who among us will deal with the iron-eating beast, and who will prevent the vines from attacking us? Everyone looked at each other with gloomy eyes. The hunchbacked old man transmitted his voice. Fang Qingbran must be targeting us because of the Moon God Eye incident. She definitely doesn't know the truth yet. Why don't we wait and see what happens? When Deng Yu heard this, he thought they were ready to give up on him. The lanternfish was unwilling to give up, so it transmitted its voice. That alchemy furnace looks extraordinary, and there's also the Chang'an talisman, which I have never heard of. If I can't resist after I get out and become a fish on the chopping board, I can only think of a way to save myself. His words were obviously a threat to the 6 divine calculators. If he was threatened with death, he would definitely betray them. Shenji Xuanzi looked at each other and sent a message to Deng Yu. Deng Yu, if you tell that story, we will all be doomed. When you get out, don't be impulsive. Seek peace first and stabilize Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran is just the Lord of Laws. The talisman she took out will definitely not be able to do anything to you. As for that hermit, no matter how powerful he is at the same level as you. As long as you don't confront him head on, it's easy to escape. Shenji Xuanzi's words successfully calmed the lanternfish. When Fang Yuyu came in front of him, he did not resist. Let Fang Yuyu throw him into the alchemy furnace. The tetra didn't think too much about it. He just thought that Fang Qingbran was afraid of him and didn't dare to confront him, so he used the powerful alchemy furnace to seal him. The hunchbacked old man sent a message to the divine calculator. How do we break the impasse now? Shenji Xuanzi was very calm and said in a voice transmission, wait and see what she wants to do and see the specific strength of that hermit. In the realm of Eternal Emperor, even at the same level, there can be huge differences in strength. Before figuring out Yin Yi's specific strength, Shenji Xuanzi had no intention of taking any action. Fang Yuyu placed the heaven refining furnace in front of Fang Qingbran and said in a voice transmission, Master Fang, he cannot be left alive. He has committed countless innocent crimes. Fang Qingbran rubbed Fang Yuyu's fluffy head and nodded. Fang Yuyu brought the Liantian furnace out of the barrier. Yinyi was extremely nervous and kept an eye on the Liantian furnace all the time, fearing that the lampfish would crawl out. With Deng Yu's strength, he could kill the current venerable Feng in a single thought. He didn't want this accident to happen. If Feng Qingbran had an accident in front of him, Mo Jinggong will definitely not let him off. Feng Qingbran raised her hand and knocked on the Liantian furnace. Deng Yu, you only have 3 chances to confess. How did you deal with the Eye of the Moon God back then? Who were involved? The lampfish was in darkness at the moment, and the divine energy was unable to detect the boundaries of the Liantian furnace. He was suppressed by a mysterious force all over his body. There is no way out. A deep fear arose in Deng Yu's heart, and he became even more panicked when he heard Feng Qingbran's question. At this moment, the Tetra was not the only one panicking. The eternal emperors within the barrier were all nervous. Only Shenji Sunzi had a calm look, as if he was unaware of the crisis before him. After Feng Qingbran asked the question, she received no response. For some unknown reason, the Tetra chose to remain silent. Feng Qingbran didn't delay any longer and raised her hand to throw something into the alchemy furnace. Everyone was shocked when they saw Feng Qingbran's actions. Could it be that she wanted to use the lantern fish to make pills? Feng King, Venerable Feng, what do you want to do? Zhuo Yan asked curiously. It originally wanted to call Feng Qingbran. But halfway through, I decided to change the name. Prepare to make the elixir, Feng Qingbran said bluntly. Zhuo Yan was dumbfounded, using people to make pills. An eternal emperor in the barrier said in shock, you actually use humans to make pills. Are you an evil cultivator? There was still anger in his voice. Feng Qingbran kept moving his hands, looking sharply at the 26 people in the barrier. Are you still considered human? What do you mean? They have indeed transcended the boundaries of the human race. But they were born into the human race after all. Feng Xi said coldly, isn't what Master Feng said clear enough? You can no longer be called human beings. You are just wearing a human skin. This body cannot cover up your sins. Xiao Hezi rushed out and said indignantly, Brother Feng Qi is right, you should pay the price for what you have done. Everyone became even angrier when they heard what Feng Xi and Xiao Hezi said. The hunchbacked old man said, little tasked friend, you're using the moon god's eye instant as a cover to make pills out of us, right? Seeing Feng Qingbran didn't respond, the hunchbacked old man said, little tasked friend, we are both human, so I want to give you some advice. If this method of alchemy were to be spread out, do you know what the consequences would be? You use him to make pills today, but in the future, others will be able to use you to make pills. Little tasked friend, you still have a long way to go. Don't go astray. Some things, once started, there is no turning back. The hunchbacked old man had a hoarse voice and looked very old. At this moment, his words were sincere and he really looked like an immortal. Feng Xi mocked without any hesitation. You are such a bad old thing, you dare to advise the Lord Feng, what a joke. Feng Qingbran met the hunchbacked old man's eyes and said, then tell me what you did to the Eye of the Moon God back then, and I will let him go. You just won't listen to anything, said the hunchbacked old man with a little anger. The Eye of the Moon Goddess is such a great opportunity. Even if he doesn't fight for it, other strong men will not let go of the Eye of the Moon Goddess. If others are strong, won't he be beaten? What he did back then was also forced. Besides, even if the Moon Goddess's eye has transformed, she is still non-human, so it is normal for everyone to attack her. But the hunchbacked old man knew that he could not, let alone admit, these things. The hunchbacked old man sighed and said, little tasked friend, if you want to commit murder, there is no need to use the Eye of the Moon God as an excuse. I can't persuade you anymore. Feng Qingbran looked down at the alchemy furnace. Deng Yu, your first chance was wasted by them. You still have 2 more chances. Feng Qingbran raised her hand and placed several formation plates under the Liantian furnace. Start to put the seal into the furnace. Wanling flew to Feng Qingbran's shoulder and asked curiously, Master Feng, what kind of elixir are you going to refine? Can I eat it? You can't eat the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill. What kind of medicine is the Hunyuan Breaking World pill? Wanling asked puzzledly. When Yinyi heard about this elixir, his expression suddenly changed. Venerable Feng, this elixir cannot be taken casually, otherwise you will never make progress. Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill is a forbidden pill. When refining, the bones and blood of the human race must be added. Of course, if a complete person can be put in, the effect of the pill will be best. I know, I'm not practicing this for myself. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1645, Hunyuan Breaking World Pill, additional update. After Feng Qingbran finished speaking, she continued to raise her hand to form a seal. After taking the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill, one can directly increase one's strength to a certain level. After taking this pill, you will no longer be able to improve your strength through practice. You will be in a certain state throughout your life. Those who would choose to take this elixir are generally those with average foundation or those who are nearing the end of their lifespan. After all, I'm dying soon, so why should I care about what will happen in the future? When she first saw this pill, she had no intention of refining it. Hunyuan Poji pill is actually a pill that forcibly burns potential. As for those close to her, even if she spends all her resources, she can still push them to the same level. When one reaches the same realm, there is generally no need to worry about lifespan. As for the qualification issue, it can be improved little by little later and there is always a chance to improve. But after seeing the tetras, she suddenly changed her mind. They are the eternal emperors. The Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill they refine can allow the user to break through directly to the peak of the Immortal Lord after taking it. Plus various other Chaos Divine plants for assistance. Those who take this elixir can break through to become the Eternal Emperor. The realm of the Eternal Emperor cannot be achieved by any means. Like Senior Daiwu, even if he has improved his bloodline, his limit is probably at the level of the Lord of Origin. There are also 8-headed herons, 9-headed strange babies, and the little celestial fox of the 3rd senior sister. They are restricted by their bloodlines and can never reach the strength of the Eternal Emperor. By refining the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill in advance for them, we can be prepared for any eventuality. Of course, there was another reason why she chose to refine the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill at this time. That is, the person who is thrown into the alchemy furnace will suffer great torment. The pain was similar to that of having cramps and bones pulled out. When they attacked Xiao Jingyu, they should have thought of this day. The lanternfish in the Liantian furnace fell into a panic after hearing about the Hunyuan Breaking World pill, and the threat of death struck its mind. He had only one thought at this moment: he couldn't die. Cannot be refined into pills. The lanternfish transmitted the message: "Little Taoist friend, I know something about the Eye of the Moon Goddess, but after I finish speaking, you must let me out." Fang Qingren's eyes flashed and she ignored the tetra. She didn't want to waste time with him anymore. Inside the barrier, Shenji Xuanzi murmured in a low voice, "How could she possibly refine the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill?" "What's wrong with this pill?" asked the hunchbacked old man. Shenji Xuanzi said solemnly, "This elixir was once circulated for a period of time during the Chaos period. I heard that many Chaos demon gods were very interested in it and wanted to refine it. It just didn't work. It is said that only by finding the ancestral fire can it be refined, which is the strange fire that was rumored to have been born at the beginning of the world. But the ancestral fire has disappeared since the beginning of the world, and no one can find it. In addition, the furnace needed to refine the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill cannot be a simple furnace. Rumor has it that the Chaos gods and demons used various alchemy furnaces to refine it, and almost all of them exploded directly. Only those alchemy furnaces at the innate treasure level could remain intact. Because the first step of refining this elixir is not easy. In the end, the recipe was lost." After Shenji Xuanzi finished speaking, his face did not look good. After hearing what Shenji Xuanzi said, everyone had different expressions. Ancestral fire, how could she, a master of laws, possibly obtain it? Humph, an alchemy furnace of the innate treasure level. I just felt her alchemy furnace, it's not even at that level. I feel like she's just trying to scare us, so don't panic. But what if she really has the ancestral fire, and the alchemy furnace is really at the level of an innate treasure, what should we do? An eternal emperor said fearfully. He didn't want to turn into a pill. I don't want all my cultivation to be lost to others. He finally became the eternal emperor and became the invincible man of the world. He was unwilling to disappear. He still has infinite lifespan. He wants to live well. With a look of fear in his eyes, he sent a voice message to Fang Qingran. "Friend Fang, I am Qian Yuanzi. I can tell you what happened back then. I only ask you not to use me to make pills." Fang Qingran paused and patted Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu flashed into the barrier and pulled Qian Yuanzi out. Qian Yuanzi was wearing a light grey robe, his face looked slightly old, his hair was black and white, and his eyes were full of desire for life. Yin Yi raised his hand, and a wisp of blood-colored mist flew into Qian Yuanzi's sea of consciousness. Qian Yuanzi's whole body froze suddenly, and the blood-red dagger appeared in his sea of consciousness, floating there, as if it could pierce his sea of consciousness at any time. Qian Yuanzi put away his extra thoughts and said to Fang Qingran honestly, "My dear Fang, just ask me anything you want. I will tell you everything I know." Upon hearing this, Deng Yu became completely panicked. "Little Taoist friend, I was involved in the battle for the Eye of the Moon Goddess back then. I only know a few people who participated in the battle. The divine calculator you are looking for is also among us. He is the old man who blew up the star disk. Your contracted beast knows him. Oh, and that hunchbacked old man who works hard. Little Taoist friend, I only know these few. I really don't know the rest. If you don't believe me, ask them. They don't know either." The lanternfish said with a firm tone. Qian Yuanzi immediately denied it and said, "Friend Fang, I know the most. Those who participated in this matter back then included Shranman Shranj and the top forces from all sides of the Honk universe. There is also a Jinyuan universe and Chanyuan universe. They have a small number of participants." As soon as Qian Yuanzi opened his mouth, everyone's face turned bad. The god of calculation's face turned even more livid. Fang Qingran stared at Qian Yuanzi and asked, "Who revealed the whereabouts of the Eye of the Moon to you back then?" She had seen some blurry images. The place where Fang Jingyu is an independent little world. Fang Jingyu stayed in the small world again and never left. If no one reveals his whereabouts, these powerful people will definitely not be able to find him. Qian Yuanzi said in embarrassment, "I don't know this, but Fang Xiaoyu can ask the divine computer, he will definitely know." His appearance that year was particularly abrupt. When he showed up, he was very weak, but he easily convinced everyone. And the way he blew up the star disk was weird. The Eye of the Moon that I know of cannot be deduced. And he actually used the astrolabe to deduce her weakness. It was incredible. Although I was puzzled at the time, he was protected by many powerful people. I couldn't get close to him, so I had to give up. Friend Fang, I feel that Shenji Xuanzi is a mysterious person from the Shranman sect. Qian Yuanzi couldn't wait to betray everyone. At this moment, he only hated that he knew too little. While Qian Yuanzi was speaking, he took out an antique box and handed it to Fang Qingran with both hands. Fang Qingran did not take the box. Fang Xi raised his hand and the box flew into his hand. Fang Qingran looked at the Liantian furnace and said, "Deng Yu, your third chance is gone." After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she raised her hand and made a mark on the small box, then began to activate the formation. The small box flew into the alchemy furnace. At the same time, the extremely miserable cry of the lampfish was heard from the furnace. Qian Yuanzi was the closest, and the screams caught him off guard, and his body began to tremble. A feeling of impending death came over me. Fang Qingran raised her eyes and looked at Yin Yi. "Yin Yi, keep an eye on him first." The hermit's face lit up with joy, and he said respectfully, "It's Venerable Fang. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1646, Eliminating All Detours. Yin Yi knew very well that Fang Qingran's move meant that she accepted his surrender. The hermit grabbed Qian Yuanzi by the back of his collar. He sealed Tian Yuanzi's sea of consciousness more than 10 times before stopping. It's not that he doesn't want to continue. It's because Tian Yuanzi's sea of consciousness has reached its limit. If he puts a seal on Tian Yuanzi again, Tian Yuanzi will break it directly. Upon seeing this, Zhuo Yan flew back to Yin Yi, circled around him several times, and finally stood on top of him. Zhuo Yan asked in a voice transmission, Yin Yi, have you chosen your wall? Are you not going to change it? Yin Yi replied, well, the wall on the side of Venerable Feng is relatively solid, so it shouldn't be changed easily. At the beginning, if Mo Jinggong hadn't always liked to set traps for him, he should choose to join Mo Jinggong. After all, only by following the strong can you go in the right direction. Even if a strong person goes in the wrong direction, that direction will eventually become the right one. Zhuo Yan pondered Yin Yi's words and said in a voice transmission, you won't change easily. Yin Yi, you have to think carefully. Once you get on this boat, there is no turning back. If you dare to betray Fang Qinggran, you will be miserable. Look at the lanternfish in the alchemy furnace. I think you will be even more miserable than him. No, Yin Yi, it seems that there is no turning back for you. Fang Qinggran is the one who can't tolerate betrayal the most. Yin Yi sent a voice message, Zhao Yan, when you chose Mo, did you ever think of leaving? People say he is a fence-sitter, but in fact he just didn't make the right choice. But he certainly didn't make the wrong choice this time. Reverend Fang is the future master of the pinnacle of the void. He would be a fool to replace the wall. Zhuo Yan raised his head and transmitted his voice, of course not, I met my master as soon as I came out of the shell. As soon as he saw me, he liked me very much and made a contract with me. Yin Yi's eyes flickered, and he said in a voice transmission, really? He didn't believe what Zhuo Yan said at all, and suddenly became very angry, Yin Yi, what do you mean? Yin Yi said in a joking tone, I thought you were the one who stayed with Mo and finally got the chance to make a contract with him. How can you? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm so outstanding, isn't it natural that the master likes me? After Zhuo Yan said this, he lowered his head and pecked Yin Yi's scalp a few times. Seclusion is really annoying. It almost came to light. When it was just born, it hadn't even finished eating its shell when it was nearly crushed into powder by all kinds of pressure. Later it realized that the universe was experiencing a great catastrophe. But fortunately, it has a miraculous fortune passed down from its ancestors. When it was running away with the shell in its mouth, it accidentally fell into Mo Jinggong's arms. At that moment, all danger disappeared. It immediately decided to make a contract with Mo Jinggong. But Mo Jinggong directly rejected it and only promised to keep it safe. Naturally, it would not give up such a good master. I might as well just stay with Mo Jinggong and not leave. After observing for a period of time, it became more and more satisfied with Mo Jinggong. In the end, in order to make a contract with Mo Jinggong, it directly used its ultimate move and finally got the opportunity to make a contract. Zhuo Yan was very happy when he thought of his original choice. By choosing the right master, you can avoid all detours and reach the peak of your bird life. Yin Yi raised his hand, took Zhuo Yan down from his head, put it on his shoulder, and looked at the Liantian furnace. He had seen this alchemy furnace once. The source core of the universe was refined using this alchemy furnace. However, he had no idea what the mysterious and dangerous power around the alchemy furnace was. The hermit tentatively released his divine energy to contact that power. The next moment, the hermit's eyes showed horror and he hurriedly withdrew his divine energy. He couldn't even touch that power, let alone feel its breath. A bold guess emerged in Yin Yi's heart. This may be the ancestral fire. I heard that when the world was first created and the ancestral fire was at its peak, it could easily burn everything in the world. Later, the ancestral fire burned with all its might in order to purify the filth of heaven and earth, and gradually fell into a deep sleep, and has since disappeared. As for the strange fires of later generations, they are just sparks scattered from the ancestral fire. None of them can compare with the ancestral fire. Venerable Feng even has the ancestral fire. Why was she able to gain the recognition of Zuhuo? Boom. The sudden thunder woke the hermit up. He looked up and saw thunderclouds gathering in the sky. The hermit narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this a world-destroying thunder catastrophe? The world-destroying thunder tribulation is nothing to him. But the world-destroying thunder catastrophe before him was clearly aimed at Venerable Feng. The terrifying pressure of thunder quickly spread to the entire Tianquan realm. Hong Xian transmitted the message, Ranran, the heavenly Tao must want to take advantage of the little fox's deep sleep to attack you. It doesn't matter. Inside the barrier, many eternal emperors saw this scene and their eyes flashed with joy. Fang Qinggran, a master of laws, can at most withstand 3 world-destroying thunder tribulations. And she refined the forbidden elixir, which would bring at least 9 world-destroying thunder tribulations. The divine calculator looked at the world-destroying thunder with horror in his eyes, muttering, impossible, how could she succeed in making a pill? She clearly didn't even use the strange fire. The divine calculator looked at Fang Qinggran again, only to see her raise her hands, make seals with both hands, and a colorful lotus flew into the alchemy furnace. The diviner's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. How can the flowers on the avenue be colorful? The flower of the Tao should not have such a strong power of the origin of Tao. That lotus actually gave him a feeling that it was the Tao itself. A look of regret emerged in Shenji Suanzi's eyes. Soon, the lotus flew out of the alchemy furnace, bringing out a small box and a golden memory seal. The little box came down from the lotus and said with a smile, Master Feng, don't worry, I took out all his things, and I guarantee that there will be no residue left. It is good. Fang Qinggran put away the golden seal of memory, gave the lotus to the small box, and then began to make the pill. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning poured down. He chopped Fang Qinggran fiercely. Everyone watched nervously. Yin Yi was originally planning to help Fang Qinggran withstand the thunder tribulation. Let Zhuo Yan grab him. The alchemist himself must bear the thunder and lightning tribulation when refining forbidden elixirs. Otherwise, the elixir cannot condense elixir patterns. That means the alchemy has failed. Yin Yi stared at the thunder tribulation nervously. As long as Venerable Feng can bear it, you would rush forward. Feng Qingbran was worried that the lightning strike would destroy the elixir. He flew directly to meet the thunder tribulation. Is she crazy? That was a world-destroying thunder tribulation. How dare she, a mere lord of laws? Humph. I guess you've had a smooth journey, so you really think you're invincible. How can her Dao body be so solid? This is the Dao upper realm. How is this possible? Isn't she the lord of laws? How can she become a Taoist supreme? The realm of cultivation and the realm of Taoism seem to be two different paths of practice. In fact, the two are closely connected. When one's cultivation realm is raised and one has glimpsed more secrets of heaven and earth, one will be qualified to embark on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is countless times more difficult than the path of practice. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1647. There is no such possibility. Even though they are eternal emperors, they have not touched the threshold of the Daoshang realm. There is no such thing as wasting resources on the path of cultivation. It all depends on the practitioner's understanding and talent. Only when you have enough understanding, can the resources you invest create a splash. If one's comprehension is not good enough, even if all resources are used up, it will be impossible to cultivate a Taoist master. The Feng Qingbran in front of them, a master of laws, who was equivalent to an ant in their eyes, had actually been promoted to the Tao. How could something so outrageous happen? They have met the great masters of the Tao in various universes. The other party is at least at the level of a mortal lord. Feng Qingbran was the only one they had ever seen who had advanced to the level of a Taoist venerable by relying on his cultivation as the lord of laws. As a Taoist master, she must be able to withstand 9 world-destroying thunder tribulations. Everyone's eyes met with each other's, and there was shock and horror in their eyes that could not be concealed. What kind of existence did they provoke? She was able to advance to the Daoshang realm ahead of time. Could it be related to the Eye of the Moon Goddess? She is at the Daoshang realm, which means we can't kill her. What should we do next? Are we all going to become Hunyuan Poji Dan? An eternal emperor immediately turned his attention to the divine calculator. Shenji Suanzi, it was you who found the weakness of the Eye of the Moon God. Now you should go and confess to Venerable Feng and ask her to let us go. Yes, Master Calculator, if you hadn't appeared back then, we definitely wouldn't have been able to move the Eye of the Moon Goddess. It was all your idea, so you should be held responsible to the end. The hunchbacked old man said in a voice transmission, Shenji Suanzi, you go and take all the responsibilities. We will remember your kindness and will also find a way to keep you alive. The divine calculator laughed. He originally wanted to use this group of people as a shield. As a result, they actually wanted him to go out and ward off disaster. They really dare to think. The divine calculator's cloudy eyes turned. When we were distributing the benefits, none of you stood up to condemn me. Now that we are in a life and death situation, you want to push me out to block the attack, but unfortunately, it's too late. We all have to pay the price for our choices. You will die just like me. Feng Qingbran will not let any of us go. After Shenji Suanzi finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and laughed, and there was really a kind of free and easy spirit in his laughter. He seemed to have become indifferent to life and death. Wait, things seem to have changed. The 9 world-destroying thunder tribulations have finished striking, but the thunder tribulations haven't stopped yet. Above the sky, thunderclouds were dark and seemed to be almost falling on Feng Qingbran's head. The thunder tribulation seemed to be escalating. It has far exceeded the power of the world-destroying thunder catastrophe. Feng Qingbran looked towards Lei Yun, her eyes becoming dangerous. No wonder the little fox looked so depressed. It turned out that these things were the cause. Feng Qingbran raised her hand and released Juzhao, Juxuan, and Devour. Go and deal with the thing pretending to be the heavenly Tao. Juxuan staggered and wanted to fly towards Hongxian again. Zhu Zhao quickly raised his claws and held it down. Master Feng, I can go alone, you can let the other 2 go back. Swallowed said dissatisfiedly, Humph. Zhu Zhao, don't even think about stealing the credit, I also want to work for Master Feng. Swallowed flew over and rubbed Feng Qingbran's cheek, and said in a very strange voice, Master Feng, it feels like a long time since I last saw you. I really miss you so much. Feng Qingbran. Feng Si covered Feng Jingyu's ears when she opened her mouth to swallow. Wanling tilted his head and looked at the little black ball that was transformed by swallowing. There is a sense of eagerness in his eyes. It feels like speaking in this tone is very cute, crispy and soft, and it is very enjoyable to listen to. Zhu Zhao's hair stood up. Master Feng, I don't want to be with it. It's just right for me to take Ju Xuan with me. Chuowu blinked his round eyes. Master Feng. Feng Qingbran simply raised her hand and flicked her sleeves, sending Zhu Zhao, Juxuan and Swallow into the thundercloud together. She knew that Wangui Banner was gathering everyone to write a storybook together. It's normal to learn some weird things. But such a change was really beyond her control. The 9 thunder tribulations have finished striking. The elixir in the furnace is ready. Feng Qingbran raised her hand to put away the Hunyuan breaking realm pill and looked towards the direction of the barrier. Have you thought it through? Are you going to tell the truth, or turn into a pill like them? When everyone heard Feng Qingbran's words, their minds were mixed. An eternal emperor sent a message to Feng Qingbran. Venerable Feng, I can tell you everything I know, I only ask you to let me live. Feng Qingbran simply ignored the message. There is no possibility of letting them go. She had just looked through the Tetra's memory, and there wasn't much that was useful. Now she just wants to know what the weakness is that the divine calculator calculated. What kind of weakness could make Feng Jingyu give up resistance and allow him to kill her? Feng Qingbran just stared at the divine calculator, and everyone immediately understood what he meant. Feng Qingbran doesn't need to say anything. Those eternal emperors began to urge the divine calculator. Master, please confess quickly and don't implicate us. Master, you know the most about what happened back then, please tell us quickly. Master, you can't let us die with you. But this time, are you going to remain silent? Ellipsis. Everyone directed all their criticisms towards Shenji Suanzi. It seemed that even if they atoned for their sins, Fang Qingran would let them go. Shenji Suanzi showed a sarcastic look on his face. What are you going to confess? There is nothing to confess. We are all going to die anyway, and I like to die with secrets. The divine calculator looked at Fang Qingran again. Fang Qingran, you have refined the memory of the lanternfish, right? Do you want to refine my memory in the same way? Ha ha ha, I can tell you that as long as you put me into the alchemy furnace, I will self-destruct and you won't get any memories. I had already anticipated that this would happen to me, so I naturally left myself a way out. Fang Qingran, if you dare to attack me, you won't know anything. The divine calculator is not afraid of death. But the other eternal emperors are afraid of death. They stared at Shenji Suanzi, very angry. Clap clap. Clap clap. Ellipsis. The sound of vines whipping could be heard. Everyone only felt countless after images flash by, and the magician fell inside the barrier. Wait for them to look again. They all took a deep breath. The body of Shenji Suanzi was covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. There were also tiny green thorns that pierced into his dry skin, which looked very painful. The divine calculator's face was distorted and he groaned. When everyone saw the miserable appearance of Shenji Suanzi, they all sent messages to Fang Qingran and told him what they had seen. But without exception, they all said the same thing. After listening to their voice transmission, Fang Qingran looked at Qian Yuanzi with a meaningful look. Qian Yuanzi must have lied just now. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1648 Number of fragments, updated. Sensing Fang Qingran's inquiring gaze, Qian Yuanzi began to tremble all over. He didn't dare to look at Fang Qingran, but just lowered his head and pretended that he knew nothing. He said everything he could confess. The rest must never be told to anyone. Otherwise, he would surely die. Qian Yuanzi felt very fortunate again. Fortunately, he had disguised himself back then, and even the master of calculations could not see through his identity. Yin Yi asked, Venerable Fang, does he want to interrogate him again? Not for now. Cooperate with Yu first to put them all into the alchemy furnace and to fix the talismans. Shenji Suanzi will stay alone. Yin Yi happily took the Liantian furnace with both hands. Master Fang, rest assured, I will definitely complete the task. Before he left, he did not forget to kick Qian Yuanzi and warned him, if you dare to make any rash moves, you will die. Qian Yuanzi knelt on the ground and assured, I sincerely regret my mistakes and I absolutely do not have any false thoughts. Before leaving, Yin Yi set up several barriers around Qian Yuanzi. Within the boundary, everyone became panic-stricken. Yin Yi came in and threw them into the alchemy furnace. Wasn't he going to use them to make pills? The aura of an eternal emperor surged, as if his soul was burning. He looked at Yin Yi who was about to enter the barrier and said, if you dare to touch me, I will explode in front of you. Yin Yi sneered, don't waste time, do you really think you can threaten me from now on? You, the eternal emperor's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and wanted to burn his soul completely. Snapped. A vine hit his dantian. A sharp pain came. The next moment, he was like a deflated ball and stopped burning his soul. When Yin Yi saw this, his eyes flashed. The gourd vine from prehistoric times is really powerful. Everyone fell into extreme panic and urgently begged Fang Qingran for mercy. Your Excellency Fang, I have told you everything I know. I didn't want to be involved in that incident back then. Please let me live. Venerable Fang, as long as you let me go, I am willing to be loyal to you, even if it means signing a master-servant contract. Venerable Fang, I know how the divine calculator made the Eye of the Moon God compromise. After hearing this message, Fang Qingran finally took action and her eyes fell on the hunchbacked old man. His name seems to be Qingxing. I educated her at the beginning. Fang Qingran sent a message to Fang Yuyu, asking her to leave Qingxing behind and bring him over alone. The rest of the eternal emperors were all hidden away and put into the heaven refining furnace. In fact, even without the help of the Honghuang gourd vine, he could still prevent them from self-destructing. Those who are willing to make threats don't want to die, and they won't actually self-destruct. Fang Yuyu grabbed Qinxing and said, leave this here. Master Fang wants to interrogate him alone. Yin Yi looked at Qingxing a few times and sealed him as well. He finally chose Reverend Phoenix to follow. We can't let anything unexpected happen to her. Before escaping into seclusion, he glanced at the divine calculator. He always felt that Venerable Fang had other intentions in leaving behind the divine calculator. Yin Yi flashed out of the barrier, held up the Liantian furnace in both hands and handed it to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran flicked her sleeves, and the Liantian furnace fell into the formation. Fang Qingran didn't say anything this time and directly added the Chaos Divine plant into the Liantian furnace. How can this be? Why did my attack have no effect? I feel like I'm being absolutely suppressed. Ellipsis. All kinds of frightened noises were heard from the furnace. When Qinxing heard these words, a dark look flashed across his eyes. This alchemy furnace was indeed not simple. Go ahead, Fang Qingran said lightly. Qinxing first felt the 7 blood-red daggers floating in his sea of consciousness, then looked around and immediately realized that there was no hope of escape. His back became even more hunched, and he transmitted his voice, back then, the divine calculator. Don't send a message, Fang Qingran interrupted Qinxing. Qinxing was stunned for a moment, then said, Shenji Suanzi is a member of the Chuanan sect, but his status is very high, probably at the commander level, so he is very well hidden. He was also the one who organized the siege of the moon goddess Eye. He already knew the weakness of the Eye of the Moon. He also deliberately lured the strong man in front to die. As for the purpose of this action, I don't know. But every step everyone takes is within his or Xuanren's calculations. In the end, the divine calculator alone took away at least half of the fragments of the Eye of the Moon. The rest was shared by everyone. Fang Qinggran heard this and asked, how many fragments did you get together? Qinxing thought for a while and said, I felt it at that time, and there were 5,819,099 pieces. This number is still shocking. None of them expected that the true form of the moon goddess's eye could be divided into so many fragments. Beasts, you all deserve to die. Fang Xi rushed over and kicked Qinxing in the chest. Before the little moon turned into pieces, it was a living person. How could they do this? Fang Xi raised his fist and hit Qinxing all over. There is no trace of elegance and dignity at all. Fang Xi's drooping hair covered his red eyes. Fang Qinggran did not stop Fang Xi. Juan also rushed over and pecked Qinxing fiercely, leaving a bloody hole with each peck. When Qian Yuanzi saw this scene, he trembled even more violently. As for Shenji Sunzi, after seeing Fang Xi and Juo Yan, his eyes looked ambiguous. Among those present, only Fang Jingyu seemed to be out of the matter. She remained expressionless throughout the whole process and treated the matter of the moon goddess's eye as a story. Fang Qinggran raised her hand and touched Fang Jingyu's head, saying distressedly, Jingyu, they will pay the price one by one. Especially the entire Xuanmen. The number Qinxing mentioned was only what he saw. It is unknown how much Xuanmen took away. But it's definitely more, less. They really have the guts to do it. When Fang Xi and Juo Yan stopped, Qinxing was already dying, with a layer of deathly aura surrounding him. Fang Xi stopped because Qinxing hadn't finished speaking. Juo Yan stopped because he was disgusted by Qinxing's blood and flesh. Qinxing slowly got up. He was missing an eye and his body was covered with bloody holes. He looked horrible. He didn't care. He just hoped that they would be more ruthless and vent the anger in his heart. That way his chances of survival would be greater. Fang Qinggran asked, Qinxing, what is the weakness deduced by the divine calculator? Qinxing slowed down and looked at Fang Qinggran. His previous words were intended to deliberately shift the conflict onto Xuanmen and Shenji Suanzi. I don't know what the effect will be. Qinxing said in a hoarse voice, the divine calculator used the eye of the sun to threaten the eye of the moon. The eye of the sun and the eye of the moon are of the same origin. Shenji Suanzi found the eye of the moon alone and told him about the eye of the sun. After she heard that, she gave up resistance. After everyone captured her together, under the command of the divine calculator, it took 9,981 days to completely cut her into pieces. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1649, Divine Calculator, Golden Ticket 1. The divine calculator took most of the fragments. As for how much he took, no one knows. At that time, several powerful men with terrifying strength came to pick him up. And the pieces left behind were not enough for everyone to share. So we started a new round of bloody battles to get more fragments. By the end, nearly 90% of the strong men had perished. Some smart ones saw this, took some fragments and left. Some still want more, so they keep fighting. Qinxing said this, took out a box, and handed it to Fang Qinggran with both hands. I left early, and these are the fragments I got. Your Excellency Fang, I have confessed everything I can, and I sincerely regret my mistakes. I only ask that you forgive me. As long as you keep me, I can sign a master-servant contract with you. I have no other use, but I have a pair of heaven and earth yin and yang eyes that can see through the faces hidden by treasures. I can help Venerable Fang find the strong men who participated in the battle that year. Fang Qinggran gave Fang Xi a look. Fang Xi waved his sleeves and took the box from Qinxing's hand. Fang Qinggran looked at Qian Yuanzi. Is what he said true? Qian Yuanzi nodded subconsciously. It's true. Fang Qinggran glanced at Yin Yi again. Yin Yi immediately dodged and threw Qinxing into the Liantian furnace. Qinxing's uneasy voice sounded, Venerable Fang, I am very useful, don't kill me, I can help you find those powerful people from the past. Fang Qinggran formed seals with both hands and left a mark on the Liantian furnace. The small box flew to Fang Qinggran on its own. Fang Qinggran put a mark on the small box and sent it into the Liantian furnace. Alchemy has begun. Screams came one after another from the alchemy furnace. Fang Qinggran listened without any emotion. A hoarse and painful voice came from the furnace, why can't you let me go? I've told you everything I know. Fang Qinggran's eyes were cold. Have any of you ever thought about apologizing to the eye of the moon goddess? The screams in the furnace stopped for a moment. Fang Qinggran added, you confessed to me only because you wanted to live, and I don't want you to live. Fang Qinggran was much faster in refining the elixir this time than before. As her elixir was completed, a thunderbolt struck. The thunder tribulation turned into a normal pill thunder tribulation. Qian Yuanzi looked at the thunderbolt striking down one after another, and his uneasy heart grew stronger. He had a feeling that it was his turn. A useful being like Qinxing was turned into elixir by Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran must have other reasons for keeping him. Fang Qinggran once again used the flower of the avenue to take out the small box. She put away the golden seal of memory, looked at the small box and asked, what's wrong? The little box said gloomily, Master Fang, the death was too easy. Is it cheap? Fang Qinggran's eyes dimmed, not necessarily. Watching my soul being peeled away bit by bit. Refining it bit by bit. It was not until the moment when the pill was finally formed that consciousness completely dissipated. Such torment and suffering was not easy to endure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to only scream and forget to beg for mercy. Fang Qinggran's spiritual sense swept across the pills in the furnace. 24 in total. The pitch-black pill emitted a bright purple light. The patterns of Danwen are complex and mysterious. It has a forbidden smell. Since ancient times, elixirs that forcibly improve one's cultivation level have been considered forbidden elixirs. There will inevitably be side effects when taking it. Fang Qinggran raised her hand and put away the alchemy furnace together with the alchemy furnace. When Qian Yuanzi saw Fang Qinggran's action, he actually breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Fang Qinggran no longer makes elixirs. Does this mean that he doesn't have to die? Qian Yuanzi, who are you? Qian Yuanzi met Feng Qingran's sharp eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Venerable Feng, I am just a small cultivator. Feng Qingran took out a bead. The bead sparkled. Qian Yuanzi looked confused. However, Shenji Xuanzi's expression suddenly changed and he stared at the bead. Only those at the level of Xuanmen Dark Lord can obtain the Tianji pearl. Why does Feng Qingran have this pearl? There are no women in Xuanmen. The only woman in Xuanmen is that one. Could it be that Feng Qingran is the chess piece secretly cultivated by Xuanmen? Or did she kill the chess piece that Xuanmen had secretly cultivated? Qian Yuanzi asked cautiously, Venerable Feng, what is this bead for? Looking for the mysterious one. Feng Qingran said. Qian Yuanzi hurriedly said, Venerable Feng, I am not a mysterious person. Feng Qingran looked at Shenji Xuanzi, I know you are not, and I didn't say you are. Divine Calculator, the mysterious deducer is just your superficial identity, right? If I'm not mistaken, you are also one of the god-defying ones, right? Feng Qingran changed the subject too quickly. So Shenji Xuanzi was so shocked that he completely forgot to hide his expression. Zhuo Yan reacted even more, exclaiming, What? A rebel against the gods? Venerable Feng, are you sure? The hermit had no reaction to the rebels. Qian Yuanzi widened his eyes and stared at Shenji Xuanzi in a daze. Is the strength of the one who rebels against God so weak? I wasn't sure before, but now I am sure, Feng Qingran said. When Zhuo Yan heard this, he immediately became angry. Fuck. Yinyi, hurry up and tear him apart. If something like this is left here, it will be a disaster for the universe. The secluded man did not move. The old voice of Shenji Xuanzi sounded, How did you know? Feng Qingran said, Not only do I know that you are a rebel against God, I also know that you are the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God, and you cooperated with the one from the Chaos Realm to plot against Yin Miao. There was a flash of panic in Shenji Xuanzi's cloudy eyes. Feng Qingran actually even knew about Yin Miao. Qian Yuanzi was even more panicked than Shenji Xuanzi at this moment. These things are definitely not something Feng Qingran should know at her age, but she actually knows them all. What does this mean? This means that she had planned to keep him and the magic calculator. After Feng Qingran finished talking about Shenji Xuanzi, she looked at Qian Yuanzi and said, This Chaos Law Enforcer, you are from the Chaos Realm, right? Qian Yuanzi has a loyalty goo in his body. Or it's the kind that's exclusive to Chaos Enforcers. As soon as he left the barrier, the loyalty goo sent her a message. Qian Yuanzi, why aren't you wearing a mask? Qian Yuanzi was completely disappointed. Venerable Feng, I don't understand what you are talking about. Feng Qingran's eyes were cold. You don't need to understand, and your answer is not important. I kept you here just because I want you to pass on the message to the one in the Chaos Realm. What to pass on? Qian Yuanzi said, then realized what he had done. His body trembled slightly. Feng Qingran said, Tell him to wait for me. Qian Yuanzi nodded blankly and was about to leave. Yin Yi stopped him and asked, Can Chaos Enforcers use secret techniques to transmit messages? The secret art of transmitting the message is to pass on the message at the cost of burning the soul when encountering an irreconcilable danger. Qian Yuanzi looked at Feng Qingran. Did you plan to do this from the beginning? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1650 Cooperate with me. After Qian Yuanzi finished speaking, he stared at Feng Qingran, wanting to get an answer. Feng Qingran said calmly, At first I just wanted to use you to make pills, but I don't need a pill from you. Qian Yuanzi fell into silence, feeling the blood sword floating in his sea of consciousness. He knew he had no way out. Only by listening to Feng Qingran's words can he have a chance to survive. Qian Yuanzi asked, Venerable Feng, do you know our leader? Feng Qingran said, I don't know him, but he knows me. When Qian Yuanzi heard this, there was doubt in his eyes. Ever since the leader became the Taoist master, all the powerful people in the entire universe have been respectful whenever they mention the leader. Like Feng Qingran, who is full of hostility towards the leader. This was his first time encountering it. Even if Feng Qingran only asked him to send back 3 words. He could also sense the deep murderous intent from it. The relationship between Feng Qingran and the leader seems to be one of life and death. Qian Yuanzi still wanted to struggle and burn his soul. Even if he had a chance of survival, it would be extremely small. He didn't want to choose this path. Qian Yuanzi said, Venerable Feng, I have other uses. I know a lot about the leader. If you want to know, I can tell you. Feng Qingran's eyes turned dangerous. If I want to know something, I will investigate it myself. I don't want to know it from you, and I have no interest in knowing it from you. Yin Yi could sense Feng Qingran's unhappiness. Qian Yuanzi was about to say something again. Yin Yi said, Lord Feng, why don't you just kill him? As for the matter of delivering the message, I will do it. Qian Yuanzi's body trembled. If Yin Yi were to take action, he would definitely not leave him any chance of survival. Qian Yuanzi was completely panicked. Venerable Feng, don't worry, I will send a message to the leader right away. Feng Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly. I changed my mind. I don't need you to deliver the message. Your Excellency Feng, Feng Qingran didn't let Qian Yuanzi continue and interrupted him directly. You should have witnessed that scene with your own eyes back then, right? Qian Yuanzi suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't dare to speak. He knew that Feng Qingran was talking about the Eye of the Moon Goddess. He also witnessed the whole process. Qian Yuanzi felt 2 eager gazes. He couldn't help but look over. A look came from a noble young man who was the incarnation of a divine beast. The other party's eyes were like Ashura crawling out of purgatory. One came from the phoenix, and the opponent could almost stare a hole in him. There were also several gazes as sharp as ice knives. As if to dig out his flesh piece by piece. These looks were very similar to the ones they had seen when they looked at the Eye of the Moon Goddess. Venerable Feng, I was actually. However, Qian Yuanzi's words were interrupted again by Feng Qingran. Fang Qingran raised her hand and threw a dagger in front of Qian Yuanzi. Use it one-to-one on Shenji Sunzi in the same way you treated the Eye of the Moon Goddess. He must remain conscious at all times and clearly feel himself transforming into pieces of existence. He won't lose consciousness until his body is completely broken into pieces. As long as you can make the god computer feel this kind of pain, I can spare your life. Fang Qingran spoke in an extremely cold tone. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuanzi felt a chill all over his body, and the soul deep in his sea of consciousness became even more restless. Fang Qingran added, if you feel it is difficult, then you can switch with Shenji Sunzi and let him attack you. Qian Yuanzi picked up the dagger and said, Venerable Fang, I will act now. I only hope that Venerable Fang can make a great oath. Fang Qingran made the oath decisively. While Qian Yuanzi breathed a sigh of relief, he looked at Fang Si, Juoyan, Yin Yi and others with vigilance in his eyes. Qian Yuanzi's eyes flickered. Venerable Fang, if you don't kill me, they're not allowed to kill me either. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Fang Qingran's eyes. Okay, I promise that no one present will do anything to you. Qian Yuanzi finally felt relieved. As long as they don't kill him. Then after he leaves, he will definitely not look back. Qian Yuanzi picked up the dagger and walked into the barrier. Seeing this, Shenji Sunzi finally became afraid. Back then, he personally deduced how many fragments the Eye of the Moon Goddess could be divided into. Thinking back now, the process of decomposing the Eye of the Moon seemed bloody and cruel. The thought of being treated that way myself. The divine calculator's old eyes turned, revealing deep fear. Shenji Sunzi said in a voice transmission, Fang Qingran, don't you want to know what the weakness of the Eye of the Moon Goddess is? Fang Qingran looked at Shenji Sunzi indifferently. You won't tell the truth. Rather than hearing some false lies from you, I might as well find the answer myself. The fortune teller was stunned for a moment. Fang Qingran could actually guess this. Of course he can tell Fang Qingran the truth. Because after the secret was revealed, even if Fang Qingran didn't kill him, Shuanren and the group of people who rebelled against the gods would not let him go. The divine calculator sent a voice message again. As long as you let me go, I can tell the truth. Fang Qingran remained silent. Qian Yuanzi approached Shenji Sunzi little by little. Qian Yuanzi was actually also struggling. If he killed Shenji Sunzi, he would probably be hunted down by Shuanren. Seeing that Fang Qingran was indifferent, Shenji Sunzi continued to send a voice message. Fang Qingran, I don't know how you resurrected the Eye of the Moon Goddess. But she can't get the completed fragments. Even if she transforms, she can't restore her peak strength. And Shuanren has long since figured out that the Eye of the Moon Goddess is still alive, and has a special way to deal with her. As long as we have the fragment, we can easily control her. And that weakness, no matter how many times she lives again, she will repeat the same mistakes. Fang Qingran, if you let me go, I will tell you how to control her with the fragments. When Shenji Sunzi was transmitting the message, he was always observing Fang Qingran's expression. But he only saw murderous intent in Fang Qingran's eyes. More, nothing. Shenji Sunzi didn't quite understand why Fang Qingran remained indifferent no matter what he said. Fang Qingran actually really wanted to know the truth behind these issues. But it is impossible for Shenji Sunzi to tell the truth. There are special restrictions in the bodies of Xuan and Xuanj, and the memories of the divine calculators cannot be pried into. So she had no patience for the divine calculator. At this time, Qian Yuanzi had already arrived in front of Shenji Sunzi. Qian Yuanzi squatted down and looked at Shenji Sunzi. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to survive, don't blame me. Shenji Sunzi sneered. Qian Yuanzi, do you think she will let you go? Qian Yuanzi's face didn't look very good. Qian Yuanzi, she didn't use us to make pills, it's just because our memories can't be retrieved. Shenji Sunzi saw the change in Qian Yuanzi's expression and said in a voice transmission, Qian Yuanzi, cooperate with me, and I will take you out together. Qian Yuanzi's hands trembled a few times. He stared at Shenji Sunzi, struggling in his heart. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1651 is he included. At his level of strength, he had a premonition of death. Even if Fang Qingran swore not to kill him. But the crisis of death always lingered in his mind. Shenji Sunzi saw Qian Yuanzi's hesitation and said in a voice transmission, there is already death energy around your eyebrows. This is a sign that the death calamity is coming. Qian Yuanzi's eyes flickered, and he pointed his dagger at Shenji Sunzi, whispering, how can I cooperate with you? Outside the boundary. Yin Yi said, Master Fang, Qian Yuanzi is not honest, do you want me to deal with him? Fang Qingran shook her head and said, no need. Under the pressure of death crisis, they will try every means to stay alive. That's what she wanted them to do. Just like that. Only a skilled calculator will reveal more cards. Qian Yuanzi will also reveal more things related to the chaos and forces. Let them show more value before they die. This is her purpose. Especially the Shenji Sunzi, as a leader of Shuanren, he probably has many tricks up his sleeve. Fang Si asked seriously, Master Fang, you just promised to let Qian Yuanzi go, is that true? Fang Qingran's eyes flickered, really? Fang Si suddenly became hesitant to speak. When Juoyan heard Fang Qingran's answer, he flew to Fang Qingran and said unhappily, Fang Qingran, you bullied Xiao Yuliang like that, how could you let him go? Fang Qingran grabbed Juoyan's neck and ruthlessly tore at his fur. When did I ever say I would let him go? Juoyan said angrily, you have already promised him that as long as he attacks the divine machine calculator, we are not allowed to stop him from leaving. Fang Qingran curled the corners of her lips slightly, let go of Juoyan, and smiled meaningfully, I just said, we are not allowed to stop him. Juoyan's eyes turned around, and he understood the deep meaning of Fang Qingran's words. His eyes lit up and he said flatteringly, Your Excellency Fang, you are so wise and brave. I like you so much. Juoyan was about to land on Fang Qingran's shoulder. Hong Shan flew down from Fang Qingran's head and stood on her left shoulder. This is mine, you are not allowed to snatch it. The burning flame could only fly to the other side. As a result, Wanling stared at it with a pair of green eyes. It would be inappropriate for Duo Yan to compete with Wanling for position. Duo Yan could only sigh, thinking back to the time when he followed Fang Qingran, he was always reluctant. Now, if I want to please her, I can't find the place. Isn't this what humans say, if you ignore me today, one day, I will be beyond your reach? Duo Yan felt slightly depressed and returned to Yin Yi's head. Seclusion. Do you have to stay above him to show your status? Yin Yi took Duo Yan down and said, I am now loyal to the Phoenix Lord. You are not allowed to step on my head. Duo Yan said proudly, I once stepped on Fang Qingran's head. But he was caught by his master. As Duo Yan finished speaking, a dark figure appeared in his sight. It immediately changed the subject. I just like Venerable Fang too much, so I wanted to get close to her, but I later realized my mistake, so I came down immediately. Fang Qingran seemed to have noticed something and immediately turned around and looked towards the entrance of Tianquan realm. When their eyes met, Fang Qingran's lips curled up unconsciously. I thought it would take a long time for him to arrive in Tianquan realm. Unexpectedly, it came much earlier than expected. It seems that the 9-9 return to origin star array is working. There was some emotion surging in Mo Jinggong's starry eyes. He flashed in front of Fang Qingran. Junior sister, I'm here. Anyone who wants to attack you will be driven away by me. Fang Qingran smiled, 7th senior brother, you've come just in time. There will be someone coming from the void next, and I need your help to stop him. Of course, it would be better if you can get rid of him directly. Mo Jinggong raised a faint smile at the corner of his lips, and said with gentle eyes, okay, I'm here, so you don't have to worry about anything, little sister. Fang Xi and Fang Jingyu who were close by. It seemed like they should disappear. Duo Yan was very sad. Its master has never even glanced at it since entering the Tianquan realm. Yin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, this is really unexpected. Wanling's eyes were filled with excitement, as if he really enjoyed seeing such a scene. The red fairy flew down from above Fang Qingran's head. The red cotton clouds flew around Mo Jinggong several times before stopping between Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran. Then, Hongxian said in an ignorant but happy voice, Ran, he seems to like you very much. The tips of Mo Jinggong's ears suddenly turned pink. Fang Qingran's cheeks turned slightly red. She coughed and introduced, Hongxian, this is my 7th senior brother Mo Jinggong. 7th senior brother, this is the red fairy. Hongxian immediately said, hello, Hong. You and Ran are the most beautiful people I have ever seen. You two are a perfect match. When Mo Jinggong heard this, he was unconsciously happy. He always thought that since he had seen all kinds of things in the world, he could decide his own happiness, anger, sorrow and joy. But now he discovered. Her name could easily affect his emotions. Fang Xi, you really want to pretend I don't exist, right? Hongxian added, of course, between you and Ran is the prettiest. Yeah, Mo Jinggong replied softly. The tone is gentle. Hongxian praised, you are very good. After Hongxian finished speaking, she flew back to Fang Qingran's head and stayed on the hairpin. Mo Jinggong raised his eyes and glanced at the place where Hongxian was standing, with thick ink in his eyes that could not be dissolved. She wears it all the time. Even when crossing the void, he did not take it off. 7th senior brother, do you know the divine calculator? Fang Qingran asked. Mo Jinggong came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the barrier. I know, he was one of those who rebelled against the gods. She looked for him later, but he used a special method to cover his whereabouts, so she never found him. He is one of the founders of Xuanmen and knows many of Xuanmen's secrets. I heard that he has a special ability. Anyone who is close to him and weaker than him will involuntarily obey his orders. He only started paying attention to Xuanmen after he saved Qi. At that time, Xuanmen had become a trend. It is not easy to eradicate. When Fang Qingran heard this, her eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that her guess was correct. Within the boundary. After Qian Yuanzi heard Shen Ji Xuanzi's plan, he was very scared, but in order to survive, he still agreed to cooperate. However, just as he was about to take action, he saw Mo Jinggong. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his soul seemed to be covered with frost. Lord of the Immortal Realm. An existence that even their leader avoids. The other party turned out to be Fang Qingran's 7th senior brother. Qian Yuanzi showed a look of fear and said in a voice transmission, Shen Ji Xuanzi, has your plan included him? The divine calculator said, no, his actions cannot be deduced. But even if he comes, he can't stop us from leaving. Just rest assured and do what I say. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1652, Fragmented Bone Shaping, Additional Update. No matter how powerful Mo Jinggong is, there is only one of him. It is impossible to seal all the void cracks immediately. Given a moment, they could rescue him. In addition, there is Tian Yuanzi, a chess piece, to delay time. He must be able to leave. Shen Ji Xuanzi's calm attitude failed to appease Tian Yuanzi. Instead, it made Tian Yuanzi even more anxious and panicked. He's not a fool. There are many people who deal with Xuanmen. He could vaguely guess that Shen Ji Xuanzi seemed to be preparing to use him as a shield. A dark light flashed in Tian Yuanzi's eyes. The Shenji calculator has a chassis. As a Chaos Enforcer, he has the same. It is still unclear who is the shield for whom. Tian Yuanzi raised his dagger and said in a voice transmission, Shenji Xuanzi, in order to make the performance more realistic, I have no choice but to attack you. The divine calculator was originally in a withered state. Fang Zhiqiu beat him so hard that not a single piece of his skin remained intact. When Tian Yuanzi was preparing to take action, he didn't know where to start. He gestured a few times, and the dagger landed on the wrist of the fortune teller, easily picking up a piece of skin. The divine calculator has almost no flesh under his skin. Tian Yuanzi directly picked up a large piece of skin from Shenji Xuanzi. The bones of the divine calculator were exposed. The foul smell of blood spread within the barrier. Shenji Xuanzi's face was distorted, as if he was in extreme pain and couldn't even scream. Qian Yuanzi saw this and didn't find anything wrong. He looked at the crystal clear bones of the divine machine calculator with an exaggerated expression and shouted, "Venerable Feng, come and take a look." In fact, Qian Yuanzi didn't need to shout. Feng Qingran has already seen it. The bones of the divine calculator glowed with the bright moonlight. It looks like a delicate and translucent moonstone. Feng Xi exuded a chill all over his body as he stared at the exposed bones with murderous intent in his eyes. Zhuo Yan flew to Mo Jinggong's shoulder. "Master, he actually used Xiao Yuliang's real body to shape his bones. We cannot let him off. He must pay a heavy price." The little box also spoke up. "Master Feng, they're so abominable. They actually treated Sister Yueyu like this. They must be crushed to ashes." Wanling echoed, "Yes." The little box said that, "Master Feng, I feel that the punishment given to them is too light." After Feng Jingyu saw the bone, she finally understood why she always became inexplicably irritable whenever she saw the diviner. There will also be an uncontrollable feeling of disgust. It turns out it was instinctive. But everyone said that these were fragments of her real body. Since her real body was shattered into pieces, why could she still condense her spiritual consciousness and transform again? Also, what is the complete piece of Moon Goddess Eye in the space? In order to become stronger, they can really do anything, Feng Xi said in a cold voice. The little box was angry and asked in confusion, why did he use fragments to replace the bones in his body? After hearing this, Feng Qingran looked at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong said, "The bones reshaped by the eye of the moon god are comparable to divine bones. They will increase the speed at which he refines and absorbs the power of heaven and earth. They will also enhance his induction with heaven and earth, making it easier for him to deduce the mysteries of heaven." Feng Qingran immediately thought of the leaders of Xuanmen. Have they all changed their bones? Otherwise, why can Xuanmen always accurately calculate the secrets of heaven? Qian Yuanzi saw that none of them entered the barrier, his eyes dimmed, and he asked cautiously, "Venerable Feng, what should we do?" Feng Qingran said indifferently, "Go on, don't move the bones." The dagger she gave Qian Yuanzi was special. A cut on the body is equivalent to a cut on the soul. A pain that goes straight to the soul. It should remind Shenji Xuanzi of what he did back then. Okay, Qian Yuanzi continued reluctantly. Soon, he took out a complete bone. The bones were covered with all kinds of strange runes. Qian Yuanzi remembered what Shenji Xuanzi had told him and pretended to accidentally cut his finger. A drop of blood sank into the bone. Qian Yuanzi was just about to recite the spell when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his soul. His hand shook and the dagger fell. Qian Yuanzi clearly felt the loss of soul power. Even if it is a very small point, it cannot be ignored. Qian Yuanzi felt a chill all over his body, and fearful thoughts emerged in his mind. Every step he and Shenji Xuanzi took was probably within Feng Qingran's calculations. How could this be? Qian Yuanzi finally reacted. The pain that Shenji Xuanzi felt just now was not fake, but real. Qian Yuanzi forced himself to calm down. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. We must follow the plan of Shenji Xuanzi. Qian Yuanzi faced the bones and recited the spell taught by Shenji Xuanzi. This is his only way to survive. At the same time, the blood sword in Qian Yuanzi's sea of consciousness began to move. It pierced deeply into his sea of consciousness. It was as if it had pierced through the barrier of his sea of consciousness in an instant. Poof! Qian Yuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a flash of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, he was prepared. In a certain void, Cheng Shi hugged the dying Cheng Qian and said in panic, "Cheng Qian, what's wrong with you?" Cheng Qian had no way to respond to Cheng Shi. The barrier of his sea of consciousness collapsed into pieces. The soul has nowhere to rest. The huge amount of soul power continued to leak out. Soul fragments also flew out from his sea of consciousness. Cheng Shi sensed a powerful soul aura, found out that Cheng Qian's sea of consciousness was broken, and hurriedly gave Cheng Qian various pills. But Cheng Qian is no longer able to take the pills. All the pills in his mouth were spat out along with the blood. Cheng Shi quickly changed his method and transferred his own power to Cheng Qian, hoping to repair Cheng Qian's sea of consciousness. But it was completely useless. Not only did Cheng Shi fail to save Cheng Qian, but his own sea of consciousness was attacked instead. A strange force eroded Cheng Shi's sea of consciousness. Cheng Shi immediately retracted his strength. "Cheng Qian, how can I save you?" As soon as Cheng Shi finished speaking, he looked at Cheng Qian with hatred. Cheng Shi didn't quite understand. "Cheng Qian, why are you looking at me like that? You don't think I hurt you, do you?" "Cheng Qian, no matter who I hurt, I will never hurt you." Cheng Qian still looked at Cheng Shi with hatred. But within a moment, Cheng Qian's eyes began to become unfocused and gradually lost their luster. When Cheng Shi came to his senses, he wanted to gather Cheng Qian's soul, but found that Cheng Qian's soul was completely shattered and could not be gathered. Cheng Shi watched helplessly as Cheng Qian turned into powder bit by bit. Eventually it disappeared. Cheng Shi was dazed for a moment. They were all eternal emperors. It should be immortal. Why did it disappear so easily? Cheng Shi couldn't help feeling a little confused. What's the point of them becoming stronger? What is the meaning of existence? Cheng Shi looked back on his past life and found that he and Cheng Qian had done nothing other than becoming stronger by any means necessary. Is this the backlash of cause and effect? Cheng Shi fell into deep panic. He wanted to go back to Hongshuji to find the one who was suppressed. He wanted to know where all her merits came from. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1653. One sentence is missing. Golden ticket 1. When Yin Yi saw that Qian Yuanzi just vomited blood and did not die immediately, his eyes were gloomy. Qian Yuanzi can actually resolve those injuries. He underestimated Qian Yuanzi. Wrong. It is definitely not as simple as resolving the damage. Yin Yi realized something and said, Master Feng, I suspect Qian Yuanzi will transfer the damage, you have to be careful. It is good. Mo Jinggong heard Yin Yi's name and glanced at him. Yin Yi noticed Mo Jinggong's gaze and smiled smugly. Yin Yi said to Feng Qingran again, Master Feng, Qian Yuanzi should have chosen to cooperate with Shenji Xuanzi. Do you want me to get rid of him? Little Moon, what's wrong with you? Feng Xi's nervous voice sounded. Everyone looked towards Feng Jingyu. I saw that her whole body was shining with a moon-like light. Cracks appeared on the skin. Little Box came forward and asked worriedly, Sister Moon, are you okay? There were already many cracks on Feng Jingyu's face. She herself seemed not to notice and just looked at everyone curiously. Feng Qingran flashed in front of Feng Jingyu, raised her hand, made a gesture, and pointed her fingertips at the center of Feng Jingyu's eyebrows. Feng Jingyu smiled and said, Sister Feng, I'm fine. But her weak voice still betrayed it. She didn't want to make everyone anxious, so she pretended nothing happened. Co Jingyu, I'm sorry, but we have to pass this level. Otherwise, you might get hurt by the mysterious people every time you meet them in the future. Feng Qingran's voice was full of apology. When Shenji Xuanzi mentioned that he could use the fragments of the moon goddess's eye to control Feng Jingyu, she deliberately gave him the opportunity. There are too many fragments of Feng Jingyu's true body, and it is definitely impossible to collect them all in a short period of time. So she must know what method the diviner was talking about. Only in this way can she find a solution. When Feng Jingyu meets a mysterious person in the future, she won't have to be afraid of being controlled. Feng Jingyu said obediently, Sister Feng, I know you are doing this for my own good. I can bear it, it doesn't hurt much. Feng Jingyu's red clothes were wet in patches. Feng Qingran understood that it was blood. But there was no way to stop anything. The red fairy gradually turned purple, emitting a hazy and gentle light. It flew over Feng Jingyu's head. In a moment, all the cracks on Feng Jingyu's face healed. You, I can only let you heal part of your wound first. Hong Xian's voice was muffled, and she seemed a little unhappy. Feng Jingyu looked at Hong Xian. Thank you, Hong Xian, that's enough. Feng Jingyu turned her head and glanced at Feng Xi, then met his eyes and said soothingly, Brother Feng Xi, don't worry. Sister Feng won't let anything happen to me. Feng Xi nodded and didn't dare to disturb Feng Qingran. Feng Jingyu could feel that as Feng Qingran's spiritual sense probed into her body, some kind of power was drawn out of her body. My body seems to be a lot more relaxed. The annoyance I felt when facing the divine calculator was decreasing. Feng Jingyu understood that Feng Qingran was helping her fight against the power that controlled her. Mo Jinggong's gaze fell on Qian Yuanzi, his eyes like black jade were unfathomable, as if they could see through all illusions. The bone in front of Qian Yuanzi flew up. Exudes brilliant brilliance. Even a barrier cannot block that brilliance. The runes on the bone seemed to form some kind of formation, which resonated with the heaven and earth. There was a change in Feng Jingyu's pupils. The eyes that were once bright and lively gradually became dull. His red dress was soaked. The smell of blood gradually spread. Master, please save Xiaoliang quickly, Juoyan said anxiously. Yin Yi stepped forward, roared Juoyan over, and said in a voice transmission, Don't disturb Mo, and don't disturb Master Feng. They're trying to find a way to remove the fragment's control over Feng Jingyu. Juoyan was shocked. He looked over and immediately discovered that Feng Xi and Feng Yuyu had changed the positions. They stood on Feng Qingran's left and right. All spirits were silent and motionless. The small box didn't make any sound at all. Juoyan felt a little self-doubtful. Didn't it miss anything? Juoyan sent a message to Yin Yi. Yin Yi, when did the Master and Feng Qingran discuss cooperation? Yin Yi transmitted his voice. I don't know, I only know that they're trying to save Feng Jingyu. Most of the fragments of Feng Jingyu's real body are in Xuanmen's hands. She must get through this stage. Venerable Feng must also find a way to crack it. Otherwise, Feng Jingyu would become the knife that Xuanmen uses to stab Master Feng. Yin Yi, will Xiao Yuliang be okay? Juoyan said worriedly. Why do you care about her so much? Yin Yi asked curiously. Juoyan and Genshin Beast both had very strange attitudes towards the Eye of the Moon Goddess. Like a loyal guardian. Juoyan did not answer this question. Its ancestors signed a contract with the Genshin tribe. The Phoenix clan must never be enemies with the God-suppressing clan. You must not harm the divine beast easily. When necessary, the Phoenix must stand in front of the divine beast. There is another thing, the Phoenix clan must also protect the existence of the God-suppressing clan. It has actually never been certain. It was because of Feng Xi that it cared about Feng Jingyu. Or, out of instinct, I care about Feng Jingyu. Juoyan felt something was not right. It seemed that there was an invisible inheritance hidden deep in its soul that made it want to protect Feng Jingyu. Juoyan looked at Feng Xi unconsciously. In the end, I didn't disturb Feng Xi. Within the boundary. When Qian Yuanzi was chanting the spell, he felt anxious and afraid. Afraid of pronouncing it wrong. The spell given by the magician is too long. He didn't understand why such a long spell was said. Just 1 or 2 spells. He is now able to give instructions to Feng Jingyu. But he had only recited half of the spell now. It can only make Feng Jingyu lose consciousness. Qian Yuanzi was too anxious and did not notice the abnormality of Shenji Xuanzi. The fortune teller opened and closed his mouth again and again, but no sound came out. Shenji Xuanzi wanted to send a message to Qian Yuanzi, asking him to stop chanting the spell. But he was suppressed and could do nothing. All I could do was watch Qian Yuanzi chant the spell. Shenji Xuanzi just felt fortunate that he had left a key spell untold to Qian Yuanzi. Otherwise, he might not be able to wait for them to rescue him. Town. As Qian Yuanzi shouted loudly, the bone turned directly into a crescent-shaped fragment, forming a special pattern. Like a full moon. Seeing this, Qian Yuanzi looked at Feng Qingran excitedly. Mo Jinggong's eyes were sharp, the spell recited by Chan Yuanzi seemed incomplete. However, Fang Jingyu's condition was not very good. He still chose to pass the spell to Fang Qingran first. Fang Qingran also noticed the abnormality of the spell and frowned slightly. It should be the divine calculator who did it on purpose. I will find a way. Brother 7, you hold them back. It is good. As Mo Jinggong spoke, he raised his hand and swung a terrifying force towards a certain place. The next moment, a void crack appeared there. A big hand stretched out from the crack. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1654, Soul Incomplete. The huge palm was wrapped in tremendous power, and seemed to want to reach out in the direction of Shenji Suanzi. But it hit the force released by Mo Jinggong first. Boom. The big palm turned into a bloody mist. The entire void crack shook. Then, the void crack slowly closed and disappeared. In a moment, 3 void cracks appeared in the sky. 3 huge hands were stretched out. This time, the palm was a phantom condensed by force. They still paused for a moment and stretched out in the direction of the divine calculator. When the giant palm descended, cracks appeared in the barriers everywhere. Seeing this, Mo Jinggong set up several barriers around Fang Qingran again. Then he dodged and smashed the 3 giant palms. This time the void crack did not disappear, but instead became larger and larger. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and released Gahu, go protect her. If there are void cracks around her, deal with them immediately. Gahu felt those cracks in the void and said, Master Mo, there should be more terrifying things behind. You have to be careful. After Gahu finished speaking, he flew towards Fang Qingran without hesitation. It knew very well that only by protecting the female master could Mo Jinggong have no worries. The moment Fang Yuyu appeared in Gahu, her eyes lit up. But thinking of the current situation, it did not choose to say hello to Gahu. Master Fang is doing something very important and cannot afford to make any mistakes. Fang Yuyu calmed down and felt the fluctuating aura of the surrounding power. It knew that there would not be just one crack in the void. They must never be allowed to appear near the Phoenix Master. Fang Qingran really cannot be disturbed at this moment. Perhaps because Mo Jinggong was by her side, she used a risky method. At the moment when Fang Jingyu was about to lose her mind, she directly let Fang Jingyu connect with her soul. After doing this, she actually entered Fang Jingyu's sea of consciousness. Then, she discovered something strange. Deep within Fang Jingyu's sea of consciousness, there is an extremely weak soul. Fang Qingran followed the direction of the soul breath and tried to go deeper into Fang Jingyu's sea of consciousness, but did not encounter any obstacles. She understood that Fang Jingyu was not on guard against her. Otherwise, she would never have been able to get this deep. When you see the soul hidden in the sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran was shocked. Fang Jingyu is clearly the incarnation of the eye of the moon goddess, so why does she have a soul? That soul was full of holes. She was so weak that she could crush it with just a light blow. Jingyu, Fang Qingran called softly. She just wanted to scream and didn't expect to get a response. But the next moment, the extremely weak soul moved, as if responding to her. Jingyu, you can hear me, right? This time, Fang Qingran did not get any response. Fang Qingran looked at the faint, almost transparent shadow. Besides heartache, there was more anger and murderous intent in her eyes. Her little Jingyu has been a living person from beginning to end. Those so-called fragments of the moon goddess's eye were not fragments of her real body at all, but fragments of Fang Jingyu's soul. Fang Jingyu is a human being, a life that can enter reincarnation. She didn't believe that the divine calculator couldn't figure this out. I don't believe that those strong ones can't see it. They just pretend not to understand. Fang Qingran stepped forward to transfer soul power to Fang Jingyu and tried to repair her soul. But the soul power she transferred was just a drop in the bucket and could not make up for the loss of Fang Jingyu's soul at all. These holes in the soul should be the missing soul fragments. Fang Jingyu's sea of consciousness is also very fragile. It is covered with cracks and cannot prevent forceful invasion at all. She should have discovered this earlier. She has always only seen Fang Jingyu's powerful side. I never thought that there would be such a big problem in Fang Jingyu's sea of consciousness. The crack in the sea of consciousness means that every time Fang Jingyu uses his power, he will have to endure painful torment. Bear the risk of having your sea of consciousness shattered at any time. Fang Qingran felt even more uncomfortable when she thought about how Fang Jingyu always smiled sweetly in front of her and never showed any sign of abnormality. All Xuanmen should die. No wonder Shenji Suanzi said that as long as he had the fragment, he would be able to control Xiao Jingyu. Even a simple soul breath can be used to control the opponent. What's more, they took away so many soul fragments. When Fang Qingran was transferring soul power to Fang Jingyu, another question came to her mind. Fang Jingyu's original soul was completely shattered. Let those strong ones refine it. Where did that incomplete soul in front of me come from? How did it condense? Who helped Xiao Jingyu to condense it? Fang Qingran didn't dare to probe deep into Fang Jingyu's soul. The little soul man has holes all over his body, as if he would break if touched. But she was also worried that Xuanmen deliberately gathered Fang Jingyu's soul. He was even more worried that there was a mark left by Xuanmen deep in Fang Jingyu's soul. After thinking about it, Fang Qingran condensed an illusory blue lotus. The vitality inside is vast and boundless, as if it is inexhaustible. Fang Qingran said softly, Jingyu, don't be afraid. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she let King Lian get closer to Fang Jingyu little by little. This is what she got in that space. After the lotus phantom touched Fang Jingyu's soul, it began to shine brightly. Fang Qingran was very nervous. But she had to do it. When the incantations that Shenji Suanzi recited were used, they were forcefully pulling at Fang Jingyu's soul. If Fang Jingyu's soul wasn't stronger, no matter how many tricks she used, she couldn't break the spells. Soon, Fang Jingyu's soul became visibly more solid. But the holes still exist. The green lotus has lost its brilliance. However, it did not return to Feng Qinggran's soul immediately. Instead, it circled around Feng Jingyu's soul. Feng Qinggran wanted to call him back, but failed. Feng Qinggran's eyes dimmed. What was King Lian trying to hint at her? Is there really something hidden in Feng Jingyu's soul? Feng Qinggran raised her hand and wanted to investigate, but was stopped by King Lian again. The green lotus condensed into a green seed, which fell into Feng Qinggran's palm. You want me to feed her? King Lian swayed up and down, seemed very satisfied, and then disappeared. Sister Feng. At the same time, several void cracks appeared around Feng Qinggran. Feng Si immediately chose to attack the void crack closest to him. Feng Yuyu also reached out towards a crack in the void. The half-extended palm shattered in an instant. The small box even drilled directly into the crack in the void. Little box, come back, Feng Si said sternly. Brother Feng Si, I'm fine. The small box flew out from another crack in the void. All of a sudden, the 4 cracks in the void closed together. Gehu looked at the only remaining crack in the void, and before he could move, Feng Yuyu raised his claws and smashed it. Gehu. But when it came to the mistress, it was of no use at all. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1655, Depressed Gehu. Gehu looked at Mo Jinggong unconsciously. His figure was so fast that it was impossible to catch him. He shattered dozens of void cracks with his own strength. Gehu was slightly depressed. It seems that Lord Mo doesn't need it either. Gehu shook his body. No. It wants to prove itself. So when the void cracks appeared again around Feng Qinggran, Gehu shouted, don't move, let me do it. Gehu flew towards the crack in the void. Let Feng Si grab it with one hand. Feng Si raised his other hand and shattered the huge palm that was about to extend from the void. Feng Yuyu moved even faster. She dodged a few times and broke up several large palm strikes. After the void crack disappeared, Feng Si looked at the purple crystal dragon in his hand. At this moment, Gehu is only as long as a chopstick. Feng Si held Gehu's tail and swung it in the air, commenting, not bad, better looking than the black dragon, but as a dragon, don't show off in front of me. Feng Si raised his hand and threw Gehu to Feng Yuyu, take good care of it. Feng Yuyu caught Gehu and placed him on top of her head. Don't provoke Feng Qi, he hates seeing dragons the most. Even your ancestors avoided him. The grudges between the god-suppressing clan and the dragon clan were accumulated from their ancestors. It cannot be easily resolved. In addition, the black dragon has stolen Feng Xi's ancestral land, so it would be strange for him to like dragons. Gehu was hovering above Feng Yuyu's head. The whole thing was in a daze. What happened just now? Why did it have no intention of resisting in Feng Xi's hands? While Gehu was confused, he also saw the almost transparent little cloud above Feng Jingyu's head. The lady seems to like cute little things very much. Small box. Little yellow chick. Small clouds. Or should it change its form? Gehu is a real discovery, but it is completely useless. Feng Si, Feng Yuyu and Xiao has easily blocked the intruder from the void. For the first time, Gehu felt the leisure time during the war. But even though it was wandering in its mind, it was still paying attention to what was happening around it. Yingyi went to hold down Tianyuanzi who was trying to escape in the chaos. It seems that the divine calculator has been useless since he lost a bone. He couldn't even get up. Watching the cracks in the void being shattered, the divine calculator became more and more terrified. Tianyuanzi tried to control Feng Jingyu several times but failed, and then he realized something. He looked at Shenji Suanzi and said angrily, is there something wrong with the spell you gave me? We agreed to cooperate sincerely, but you actually hid something. Tianyuanzi was not afraid of being heard when he spoke. It's been exposed a long time ago anyway, there's nothing to hide. Tianyuanzi just felt very angry. Shenji Suanzi, you deserve this. You knew the situation was very critical, but you still hid it from me. Don't worry, if I don't leave, you will die with me. Shut up, Yinyi said fiercely. He really didn't want to listen to Tianyuanzi's quarrel right now. Mo Jinggong arrived. He would have no chance to be loyal to Feng Qinggran. But if he were really asked to deal with these people from the void, it would definitely not be as easy as it was for Mo Jinggong. The number of void cracks increased from a few at the beginning to dozens. Mo Jinggong always handles things with ease. Yinyi once again refreshed his understanding of Mo Jinggong. Fortunately, he knelt down quickly at that time. Otherwise, he would probably be shattered into pieces. After a few glances, Yinyi's eyes fell on Shenji Suanzi. What important secrets are you hiding? They can actually do this to save you. The palm that stretched out from the crack in the void was almost equivalent to a clone of the original body. The clone shattered. The main body will suffer backlash. To be able to cross the void with one hand, one must have strength at least at the level of Chaos Lord. He had been in this realm before. At that time, I also liked to deal with things that I didn't like in this way. Safer. It can also catch the opponent off guard. If he hadn't fought with Mo later and been seriously injured, his realm would have continued to decline. He wouldn't be unable to return to the Chaos Domination realm. You are the first generation of creatures, right? After saying these words, it was as if all his strength had been used up, and his breath became barely audible. Yinyi's eyes darkened. There were things in the beginning of time that he least wanted to recall. Tianyuanzi said in horror, are you the first generation creature born in the primordial chaos as the legend says? There was a flash of blood in the hermit's eyes. The next moment, Tianyuanzi felt as if his whole body had fallen into the Shura prison of all realms, and a tearing pain came from the depths of his soul. Yinyi stared at Tianyuanzi with cold eyes. What qualifications do you have to call yourselves Chaos Law Enforcers? Especially your leader, he is almost hopelessly stupid. Tianyuanzi's whole body was trembling, his face was full of fear, and the tearing pain in his soul made it impossible for him to respond to Yinyi. Of course, Yinyi didn't want Tianyuanzi to respond. He is indeed a first-generation creature. But at that time, he was so weak that anyone could easily crush him. So after entering the chaotic period, he did not hesitate to disperse the Hongmeng power he had cultivated and started practicing again. Strictly speaking, he should actually be a chaos god or demon. He witnessed the birth, growth, and becoming of the chaos gods and demons. However, because he could not integrate into the chaotic gods and demons, he always kept to himself. As a result, the chaos gods and demons were completely unaware of his existence. Later, the Lord of Chaos Realm set his sights on the chaos gods and demons and ignored him. The Lord of Chaos Realm did not come to disturb him. He naturally wouldn't care what the other party would do. Just like Mo Jinggong said, everyone has their own life trajectory. If you intervene or interfere with the cause and effect of others without authorization, you will only be dragged into it and unable to escape. No matter what the final outcome is, you have to bear the consequences for others. But he never expected that the chaos gods and demons were so stupid that they were actually schemed by a group of later generations. But to be honest, the new brain is very useful. The tactics used by those later generations seemed ordinary and extremely childish. But once you are trapped in it, it is not easy to get out. After the Lord of Chaos Realm captured the chaos gods and demons, he thought he could control the entire universe and dominate everything. He actually named his force Chaos Enforcers. Later, the Lord of Chaos Realm was probably too arrogant. They crossed the long river of time several times in a row, wanting to become the first generation of creatures, or to control the first generation. Unfortunately, every time it shows up, it is photographed back by everyone. In fact, it is quite fun to see the Lord of Chaos jumping up and down. It provided a lot of resentment for his practice. In the past, he would not care about the Chaos Enforcers, and would not interfere even if he passed by them killing people. But now it's different, he stands on the side of Venerable Feng. The positions are different. The perspective from which we look at things has changed. It was obvious that Reverend Feng had a grudge against that realm master. When he thought of the Chaos Realm Lord's actions, he felt only irony and ridiculousness. Zhuo Yan asked curiously, Yin Yi, do you have a grudge against the Chaos Enforcer? Ah. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1656, Ancestral Good Friend, Additional Update. Tianquan Realm. Another void crack opened. There were no void combers this time. Only a vague and distant voice sounded, as if it came from across the long river of time. Who dares to stop Xuanmen from doing things? Mo Jinggong stood in the air, his clothes fluttering, and looked at the crack in the void with cold eyes without saying a word. He slowly raised his hand, and a giant golden palm flew into the crack in the void. Boom. The void crack shattered. At the same time, somewhere in a small world, a giant palm emerged from the crack in space. It almost occupied half of the sky. Cover the sky. Countless powerful men looked at the giant hand in the sky in fear. A terrifying pressure enveloped the small world. How is this possible? How could the other party track us here? Have we been exposed? We used the power to distort time and space, how could we be exposed? It must be a coincidence. The other party must have used a forbidden technique along our crack to send this palm strike over. Does the divine calculator still need to be saved? We must bring him back. He knows our secret. If he finds a way to break the ban, we will all be exposed. Hurry up and inform the elders above that we can't handle this crisis and we need him to take action. While they were talking, a big hand flew in one direction. That direction. Oh no, it's heading towards the main hall. Stop it quickly and notify the Great Elder. Boom. When they arrived, the magnificent palace has been reduced to ruins. Many powerful men flew out of the palace with gloomy faces. They were all injured to varying degrees, and their auras were disordered. At the same time, their eyes were filled with anger. One of the old men, who was in a mess, said, very good. Very good, they actually dared to destroy our Xuanmen main hall. They must pay the price. Great Elder, the divine calculator is still in their hands, and all the clones we sent over are gone. Great Elder, in order to prevent our aura from being tracked, we deliberately distorted time and space, but we didn't expect that the other side would still track us down. The old man had a terrifying look in his eyes. In today's universe, there is no other world that can fight against them except the Chaos Realm. But they share the same goal with the Taoist Master. Before the goal is achieved, the other party will never become an enemy of their Xuanmen. I'm afraid it's some new emerging force. A young man beside the old man asked, we are just trying to save one person, why would they track us down? A strong man replied cautiously, we sense the presence of the Chaos Enforcer on the other side. His presence disrupted our ability to sense the position of the Divine Machine Calculator. Our clones were unable to find the Divine Calculator immediately, which gave the other party an opportunity to take advantage of us. The Great Elder's eyes were terrifyingly calm. That Chaos Enforcer probably wants us to rescue him as well, so he deliberately interfered with our actions. It wouldn't be the Chaos Enforcer who wanted to catch the Divine Calculator. But the danger that Shenji Xuanzi encountered must be related to the Law Enforcers. The Elder said calmly, Chang Yu, use your soul avatar to go there. Except for the Divine Calculator and the Chaos Law Enforcer, leave no one behind. Everyone was shocked. If the Great Elder leaves no one alive, the entire small world will surely be destroyed. But if this happens, Xuanmen will be involved in all kinds of cause and effect. Then the luck and merit they just regained would probably be lost again. But no one dared to dissuade the Great Elder from making his decision. The man named Chang Yu said respectfully, don't worry, Great Elder. I will make sure they know the dignity of Xuanmen. They cannot be challenged. A strong man immediately stepped forward and handed Chang Yu a gem with both hands. Commander Chang Yu, this is the aura sent back by the Divine Machine Calculator. Chang Yu took the pearl, and disappeared in a flash. Tianquan Realm. The void cracks did not appear for a long time. Gehu thought the crisis had been resolved. He immediately flashed to Mo Jinggong's side. Gehu said dejectedly, Master Mo, it is not my turn to take action against the mistress. Mo Jingong said, go to her side, there are more powerful void comers. Gehu felt it for a while, but didn't detect any fluctuations in the aura. Gehu knew that the other party had not come yet. Master Mo, be careful, I will go over then. Gehu returned to Fang Yuyu's head and said, my friend, there will be more powerful ones coming later. You have to be prepared. I have a name now, Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu said. Yuyu, not bad. Ah. The little box flew over. Yuyu, do you know it? Gehu said, of course I know it, it is still. Fang Yuyu raised her paw and pressed Gehu, my ancestors knew him. The little box sighed, I'm so envious of the good friends passed down from my ancestors. They kill monsters and have no ancestral friends. There is only killing and enemies in the inheritance. Here it comes. Fang Xi's voice rang out. The small box immediately flew to Fang Xi. Fang Yuyu also became alert. I saw a void crack slowly appearing in the sky. The crack continued to expand. Soon, a figure stepped out from there. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking around with an indifferent look. There was no emotion in his eyes. His aura was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could crush the entire Tianquan realm. After the other party appeared, Mo Jingong raised his hand first to set up a layer of barrier for the small world below. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen figures appeared from behind. They all showed respect, led by the man who appeared first. Commander-in-Chief. Chang Yu's eyes fell on the speaker. Where is the terrorist force you mentioned? There is no one at the Chaos Lord level here. But those clones that came over were indeed immediately wiped out. Chang Yu said calmly, go and bring Shenji Xuanzi and the law enforcer here. He had investigated and found that there were no powerful people here. I guess he left early. Yes, after the other party answered, he actually flashed directly in the direction of Chen Yuanzi. He completely ignored the existence of Mo Jingong and Fang Qingran. They don't even take seclusion seriously. In their minds, they are all mortal and do not need any attention. As for other questions, you will know them all after bringing the magic calculator back. Seeing this, Zhuo Yan said, Yin Yi, they're treating you like air. How can you tolerate this? Hurry up and show them how powerful you are. It is good. Almost the moment Zhuo Yan finished speaking, Yin Yi took action. Those figures felt the attack and dodged vigilantly. But the sudden attack made him angry. Chang Yu's eyes moved slightly, revealing a look of contempt. There really is a powerful little mouse here, but I overlooked it. Zhuo Yan thought the situation was not serious enough, and fanned the flames, saying, Yin Yi, he is so arrogant, go, go, go. Kill him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1657 You use yourself to make up for it. Yin Yi did not respond to Zhuo Yan. He stared at Chang Yu with bloodshot eyes. It gives people a cold and scary feeling. All the feathers on Zhuo Yan's body suddenly stood up, as if something extremely dangerous appeared next to him. Before Zhuo Yan could think more, Yin Yi raised his hand and threw the burning flame towards Fang Yuyu. Fang Yuyu helplessly caught the confused Zhuo Yan. Let it stay on top of your head with Gehu. Gehu often leaves a space on the side. At the same time, a blood mist began to spread around Yin Yi. In the blood mist, the hidden and burly body grew at an extremely fast speed, gradually surpassing the size of the ancient behemoth. His huge body stood there like a majestic mountain, occupying the sky alone. At this moment, the hermit was surrounded by bright red mist. Look from afar. His entire body was hidden in the blood mist. There was no way of seeing his face. And when everyone looked at the blood mist, they were suddenly met with a pair of blood-red eyes filled with hostility. Those bloodshot pupils were like the devouring giant eyes of Shura Purgatory. Bottomless. Very scary. You deserve to die. A voice full of hostility came from the blood mist. The whole world began to shake. The cracks in the void behind Chang Yu made a crackling sound. After a while, the crack in the void was shattered and disappeared. The dozen or so old men behind Chang Yu changed their expressions instantly. Only Chang Yu still looked at Yin Yi with the eyes of an ant. Chang Yu said calmly, Master Qi, take action. The little mouse is not very strong, but he has a bad temper. An old man with a beard and hair behind Chang Yu bowed and said, yes, Commander Chang Yu. The old man with beard and hair, Qi Lao, flashed and stood above the hermit, saying condescendingly, how dare you disrespect Commander Chang Yu? You have already received your death. While the old man with beard and hair, Qi Lao, was speaking, he had already launched an attack on the hermit. In the flash of lightning, the vast and powerful force appeared before the hermit. Boom. The hills that stretched for tens of thousands of miles below were all destroyed. Countless buildings built around it collapsed. The creatures fled in panic. But even so, countless corpses of creatures are still buried under the hills. Master Qi took action without any hesitation. There is no intention of showing mercy to the innocent lives below. In his eyes, ants will die sooner or later. The same goes for dying in his hands. A giant palm several dozen feet wide emerged from the blood mist. He gently dispersed the attack from Master Qi. Afterwards, the giant hand seemed to move towards old Qi. When Mr. Qi saw that his attack was resolved, he finally became serious. But there was still contempt in his eyes. Oh, do you think you can avoid death by blocking my attack? The giant hand did not stop at all. He passed Qi Lao, flew towards Chang Yu, and slapped him hard. Chang Yu raised his eyes calmly, feeling the power in the giant palm, and with a flip of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. Chang Yu raised his sword and stabbed at the giant palm. Zheng. The sword made a humming sound. Then cracks appeared on the sword. Chang Yu looked at the intact giant hand, his expression changed, and finally returned to his indifferent expression. A full-strength attack from a little mouse. There's no need to be nervous. Even if he comes as a clone, it is enough to crush the invincible person in the world. Chang Yu was very confident and raised his hand directly to face the giant palm. Boom. The giant palm dissipated. Chang Yu's face suddenly turned ugly. His throat rolled, and he forced himself to suppress the blood that had already reached his mouth. His divine essence probed in the direction of Yin Yi. Little mouse, very good, you have aroused my interest. Elder Qi, go and bring back the divine machine calculator, I will take care of this. Elder Qi was very respectful and said, Commander Chang Yu, there is something strange about him. You should be careful. After Master Qi finished speaking, he quickly went to the diviner. Boom. Old Qi bumped into a barrier. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then he raised his hand, trying to break the barrier. The next moment, Qi Lao's eyes trembled violently, and he turned around in horror and looked at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold and his aura was restrained. Old Qi looked at Mo Jinggong like this, his lips trembling, and he wanted to speak. But he found that he could do nothing. An invisible force restrained his entire body. He couldn't even use his telepathic sense to transmit sound. Mo Jinggong said indifferently, you will have to make up for the killing you caused with yourself. In a moment, Mr. Qi felt himself melting bit by bit. That's right, melting. The first thing to melt is the body. Then flesh and blood. Then come the tendons and bones. Until the soul turns into stars. He became the tens of thousands of miles of mountains he had just destroyed. His power reversed the time and space of that world and resurrected all the lives that died because of him. At the moment when Mr. Qi lost consciousness, he never thought that one day he would transform himself into all things to save the people. Mr. Qi disappeared completely and totally. Everyone watched helplessly, not even knowing what was going on. However, looking at the place below that had recovered, they roughly guessed something. Several old men looked up at the sky in horror. Are the causal constraints in this place so strong? They didn't think about the fact that Mo Jinggong did these things. Because Mo Jinggong didn't reveal any trace of presence from beginning to end. Master Shen Jisuan, what's the situation in this small world? An old man sent a message to Master Shen Jisuan. The divine calculator was unable to give a response. Qi Lao's disappearance caught Chang Yu's attention. Chang Yu looked at Mo Jinggong the first moment and was about to speak. Yin Yi's attack arrived, your opponent is me. Before you defeat me, you're not qualified to fight Mo. Chang Yu was horrified. Ink. Could it be Lord Mo? But Chang Yu didn't have the energy to think about it. Because Chang Yu's attacks are getting more and more powerful. After hearing Yin Yi's words, the dozen or so old men brought by Chang Yu started looking around almost at the same time. It's just that they seemed to be the blind man. Mo Jinggong was just standing there, and they couldn't find him at all. Not only did they fail to detect Mo Jinggong's existence, they couldn't even find Feng Qingran. As for Feng Si, Feng Yuyu and the others, after they found out their strength, they didn't take them seriously at all. Just a few powerful beasts. Just take it with you before you leave. Not worth wasting time. What should we do now that Master Qi is dead? An old man asked fearfully. Even if the one that died was a split soul incarnation of Master Qi. It's hard for them to explain either. After all, Qi Lao disappeared beside them. What else can we do? We can't even find the person who did it, and we can't avenge Master Qi. When Mr. Qi investigates, what should we say? This kind of thing is not entirely our fault. We cannot compare to Master Qi's strength. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you feel that this little world is very strange? What's weird? Everywhere is filled with weirdness. There were many soul incarnations that came before, but they were all destroyed. Look below. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1658, Never Harm the Innocent. Hearing this, everyone leaned over to look. The world below was silent. Compared to here, they're two completely different places. In city after city, one can feel the presence of many living beings. It's just that they seem to be afraid of something. Everyone hid in the defensive formation and no one came out to observe the situation here. An old man said, the scenery is pretty good, and the ants are pretty self-aware. Who asked you to see this? Look carefully. When Elder Qi took action just now, he destroyed a mountain range stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Then he died. The one coming in front of him was. More than a dozen old men all looked grim. The power of Qi Lao's actions is enough to destroy an area. And before that, hundreds of soul incarnations had come. The whole world should have been razed to the ground long ago. But the world before my eyes was completely intact. Could it be that they, like Master Qi, used their bodies to repair this world? That would be fine. But I suspect their situation is different from that of Mr. Qi. They probably didn't even have a chance to attack and just disappeared. Absolutely impossible. The soul incarnation that came first has at least the strength of the peak of the Eternal Emperor. How could it be killed in an instant? Nothing is impossible. The other party was able to track us down and destroy our main hall with just one palm. This shows how terrifying their strength is. The Xuanmen main hall has been standing since the beginning of time. Even the Dao Master of the Chaos Realm cannot destroy it so easily. Not only did they destroy our main hall, they also hurt everyone living inside it. People like the Great Elder. Even after a great war, he could immediately recover his majestic appearance. Such an embarrassed elder. They all met for the first time. What is the reason that could make the Great Elder and Chang Yu and their leaders disregard their image? It can only be when it comes to life and death. Even if I wanted to take it into consideration, I don't have the power to maintain my image. What should we do next? Commander Chang Yu seems to be unable to get away. Since Elder Qi's soul incarnation has died, he will definitely send someone more powerful. Let's go find Shen Jisuanzi first and ask about the situation. I just sent him a message, but got no response. A dozen old men looked at each other and realized that the magician was inside the barrier. One of the old men took out the boundary breaking plate. Runes flashed on the boundary breaking disc, and a barrier appeared. I saw only one layer of barrier. The old man did not hesitate and began to attack the barrier with the help of the boundary-breaking disc. Boom! The old man flew out along with the cracked disc. Chanjung, an old man exclaimed and jumped to catch the formation-breaking disc that was about to fall. After Chanjung stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately looked in the direction of the barrier. The one who can set up this barrier must be above the Chaos Lord level. How can there be such a force in the universe? In every universe, anyone who has the hope of becoming the Eternal Emperor will not be let go by Xuanren and Chaos Realm. Even if the other party is unwilling to enter the Xuanren and Chaos Realm. You can only join forces with the Xuanren and Chaos Realm. If the other party chooses neither, Xuanren or Chaos Realm will take action to eliminate its rebels. Xuanren and Chaos Realm can allow the Eternal Emperor to join other forces. But we will never allow the emergence of Chaos Masters among these forces. Those who have reached the level of Chaos Overlord can already cross the Void Will, split their souls and incarnate into various realms. Such threats must be controlled by Xuanren and Chaos Realm. There is no way it will fall outside. Is it true that the Chaos Realm wants to turn against Xuanren? It shouldn't be. Our common goal has not yet been achieved. Have you forgotten? There is another place where rebels exist. A mortal realm. It can't be the immortal realm's doing. If it were really them, they wouldn't have left early. They must have been waiting for us in a high-profile manner. A dozen old men looked at each other. Everyone in the immortal realm is a tough guy. Especially the Flame Phoenix, who once overthrew the entire Xuanren and killed thousands of the top-level inheritors. If it weren't for the Flame Phoenix, why would Xuanren hide in the most remote universe? This makes it difficult for them to control the universe now. It's certainly not like the Immortal Domain style, but it's actually quite similar. Although the old guys in the Immortal Domain are all very crazy, they never harm innocent people. I remember that the Immortal Realm is not full of people like the Flame Phoenix. There are also some old scoundrels who always like to use shady tricks. Everyone suddenly showed a look of horror. If it's him, I feel like he's probably hiding somewhere, watching us. Chanjung finally recovered and cleaned the blood from his beard. Qianjung said, "It can't be the Great Demon King Qi. I heard from Elder Qi that the Great Demon King Qi went to the Chaos Realm." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The group from the Immortal Realm. They will never meet the Domain Lord. I heard that Flame Phoenix was locked up. As for Wanyu and Taishu, they will never leave the Immortal Realm easily. Only the Great Devil Qi was left, and he went to the Chaos Realm. That's fine, then stop talking nonsense, let's work together to break this barrier first, and we can talk about the rest later. And the secluded side. As the fight lasted longer, Chang Yu's expression became uglier. Chang Yu also went from being indifferent at the beginning, to being alert, and finally gradually becoming serious. Yin Yi's body was shrouded in bright red blood mist, and his brown-red pupils were extremely scary and filled with murderous intent. There is also a bit of hatred mixed in. This hatred is obviously not directed at Chang Yu. But Chang Yu didn't know that after he felt Yin Yi's hatred, he felt a little confused. Chang Yu carefully responded to Yin Yi's attack, not daring to let the blood mist touch him. For this purpose, Chang Yu also wore several magical weapons containing the power of merit. The fight between Yin Yi and Chang Yu shook heaven and earth. Countless black cracks appeared throughout the sky. There was a rustling sound from inside. The voice was filled with impatience and urgency. Like it's about to pounce at any moment. But for some reason, no matter how anxious the thing inside was, it never dared to come out. As if afraid of something. Mo Jinggong's sharp eyes swept across the black holes that appeared, but did not let them close. These things are left for those who come from the void later. Since they dared to come, they should pay the price for it. However, in order to avoid harming innocent people, Mo Jinggong divided the Tianquan realm into two worlds. In this way, even if more people from the void come, the remaining power of the battle will not affect the innocent beings below. Mo Jinggong glanced at the old man who was attacking the barrier and did not stop him. As long as he's here. They can't take Shenji Suanzi and Tianyuanzi away. He has not touched them yet, just wait for Ranran to wake up. Her soul entered Fang Jingyu's sea of consciousness, probably to lift the spell's control over Fang Jingyu. A crucial spell was missing. I wonder how long it will take her to wake Fang Jingyu up. But no matter how long it takes, he will keep her safe. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1659 Chess Pieces, Additional Update. Xuanren's Small World. The main hall was destroyed not long ago. Soon, another magnificent palace appeared in its place. At this moment, there are formation masters everywhere in the palace. They all looked serious and moved cautiously, not daring to slack off for a moment. The Great Elder said that if there were another attack, they would suffer the same fate as the palace protection formation. Formation masters everywhere set up their formations carefully. At the same time, the spacious main hall in the palace was filled with mysterious people. One of the old men looked pale and vomited blood several times in a row. The whole person looked visibly older. At the top of the palace, sat a handsome man. The man saw the old man vomiting blood and looked over. One of the old men in the hall asked, "Luo Qi, what's wrong with you?" A look of fear flashed across Luo Qi's eyes. "My soul incarnation has been destroyed." "Who did it?" Luo Qi said, "I didn't see it clearly. The soul didn't send back any memories. In just an instant, the soul incarnation disappeared completely. Besides, before the split soul incarnation disappeared, it also drew some power from me. The split soul incarnation usually has only 1/10 of the power of the main body. Therefore, it is very important to divide the soul and incarnate. But the split soul and incarnation are nothing more than the main body's thoughts. It is a puppet that absolutely obeys its master. He had used countless soul incarnations, but this was the first time he had encountered a situation where his power was drained away by a soul. When everyone heard Luo Qi's words, they looked at Chang Yu who had his eyes closed. He didn't seem to be feeling well at the moment. His brows were furrowed. Look of horror. The breath on his body was also very disordered. Your past soul incarnations were enough to crush all invincibles. How did you encounter such a situation? Luo Qi shook his head and then looked at the man above him. Master Xuan, I suspect it was the one from the Chaos Realm who did it. Now in the universe, they are the only ones who can compete with Xuanmen. Is there any evidence? Luo Qi said, there is a Chaos Law Enforcer beside Shenji Xuanzi, and he is trying to stop us from taking Shenji Xuanzi away directly. The strength of all the powerful beings in the universe is controlled by Xuanmen. Apart from the Chaos Realm, no force can compete with Xuanmen. Of course, there is another place that can also oppose Xuanmen. But the strong ones there will not come out unless there is a cosmic catastrophe. The divine calculator would not be stupid enough to reveal his identity to the immortal realm. An old man beside Luo Qi said, Master Xuan, what Luo Qi said might be true. The Chaos Realm has been bloodbathed recently, and the number of strong people has dropped sharply. They are probably afraid that Xuanmen will threaten the Chaos Realm, so they deliberately captured the divine machine calculator in order to reduce our strength. Master Xuan, we should make some plans. Although the Chaos Realm and we share the same goal, we are not on the same side after all, and there will always be times when we disagree. Both Xuanmen and the Chaos Realm know about it. While increasing your own strength, you must also control and prevent others from becoming stronger. Otherwise, one day you will be surpassed. The same principle applies to power. Only by controlling other forces and making them stronger can one's own force always stand at a high position. Xuanmen and Chaos Realm cooperate with each other. They were also on guard against each other. Only when we are on the same level can we work together. The Chaos Realm suffered heavy losses this time. If they don't want to be suppressed by Xuanmen, they can only let Xuanmen continue to lose strong people like them. Except for the Xuan Lord at the top, no one can tell whether he is happy or angry. The group of mystics sitting upright seemed to agree with the old man's words. Master Xuan, the Chaos Realm is so shameless that they actually want us to be like them. Master Xuan, we can't just let this go. We must ask the Lord of Chaos for an explanation. The Xuan Master glanced at everyone and said, the Xuan sect cannot fall out with the Chaos Realm. Besides, it is not easy to enter the Chaos Realm now. How can we ask him for an explanation? Everyone fell into silence. Luo Qi said, Master Xuan, we can't turn against each other, and we can't just let it go like this. The Chaos Realm must compensate us. Lord Xuan was about to speak. An old man flew in from outside. The old man handed a jade sip to Master Xuan and said respectfully, Master Xuan, this is from the Lord of the Chaos Realm. He said that after you read it, you should write back to him immediately. Master Xuan raised his hand and the jade sip flew into his hand. After a few breaths, his eyes darkened a little. Great Elder, how is the chess piece that we and the Wu clan have cultivated together now? An old man below said, replying to Master Xuan, the chess piece is in the Xuanchu plain, and no news has been sent back yet, but with Jingyu watching there shouldn't be any problems. Xuanju seemed dissatisfied with this answer. After tens of thousands of years, there is still no news. The Great Elder said, after we changed the universe, we are too far away from Xuanchu, and the news is traveling very slowly. There should be news coming back soon. The Great Elder noticed that after he finished speaking, Lord Xuan's expression became increasingly worse. Before the Great Elder could think more, a jade slip fell into his hands. After reading the jade slip, the Great Elder was immediately horrified. Master Xuan, how could this happen? Master Xuan, in addition to Jingyu, a small branch also went there. Their strength is enough to crush the strong men in the entire Xuanchu plain. Everyone knows that the Xuanchu plain has been cleansed by the Lord of Chaos. Before leaving, the other party also placed multiple restrictions on the plain. There won't be any strong people in the Xuanchu plain. Even if there is, it will not be able to exert any real strength. Jingyu has the strength of the Lord of Laws and the 5 Elements flags, which is more than enough for him to deal with the strong men in the entire plain. However, the contents of the jade slip made the Great Elder feel uneasy. Xuanju's eyes were cold. Your plan is very good, and it prevents various accidents. But you overlook that it is Xuanchu, the place where that person was born. Jingyu is probably dead. Something must have happened to that chess piece as well. You take care of the matter of the divine calculator. I will go to the Xuanchu plain from the long river of time to personally train that chess piece. After hearing what Master Xuan said, the Elder's expression suddenly changed. Master Xuan, what if this is the plan of the Lord of Chaos Realm? Xuanju's eyes were profound. Besides me, who else among you can directly cross the long river of time and reach the Xuanchu plain? Everyone was silent. They're strong enough to go to the Xuanchu plain. But it is very difficult to travel through the long river of time that spans tens of thousands of years. And that chess piece is very important to Xuanmen. If they fail to do a good job after they go there, they cannot imagine the consequences. The Xuan Lord said again, I am just going to change the growth trajectory of a chess piece. Don't worry, I will be back soon. After Master Xuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the hall. Everyone immediately looked at the Great Elder, curious about what was written on the jade slip. The Great Elder had no intention of hiding it and directly handed the jade slip to an old man. This, Great Elder, doesn't it say that a future strong man will be killed? Why did Lord Xuan mention the chess piece? Primitive space. The Great Elder's sharp eyes swept over everyone in the hall. These are all core members of Xuanmen. There will be no traitors among them. It is even more impossible for anyone to have a rebellious heart towards Xuanmen. Lord Xuan threw the thing to him with the intention of letting everyone know the current situation. The look in the Great Elder's eyes gave many people a chill. Great Elder, I'm just asking. If it's not convenient for you to answer, I don't have to know. The great elder stroked his beard and said, there is nothing you cannot know. The fact that I can give you the jade slips proves that you should know these things. After hearing this, everyone stared at the great elder, waiting for his next words. The great elder said, when Xuanren dealt with the gods, he spied out some secrets from the gods. It is precisely because of this secret that Lord Xuan agreed to cooperate with the Lord of Chaos realm. The Lord of Chaos is too high profile. Many forces are keeping a close eye on him, which makes it difficult for him to act. He approached Xuanren and wanted us to cooperate with him to complete a plan. What secret did you discover? Luo Qi interrupted the great elder Luo Hui. He was the only one present who had the courage to interrupt Luo Hui. The others looked curious. The secret that could make Master Xuan change his mind is definitely not simple. Luo Hui looked at Luo Qi and said, in the endless void, there are still a group of supreme masters hiding. Their strength is immeasurable. Gods are not derived from nature, they're created by the original gods. As soon as the great elder Luo Hui finished speaking, he was met with many pairs of shocked eyes. Luo Qi asked, what is the first generation of gods? Luo Hui was silent for a moment before he spoke. The first generation of gods are born and raised by nature. They were born at the beginning of the universe, and they cultivate the most primitive energy of the universe, possessing immeasurable creative power. The era when the first gods appeared is called the beginning. At that time, there were no universes, let alone dark voids, boundary seas, or small worlds. In the beginning, the world was a grey space. In that space, there was no direction, and there was no light or darkness. There is only endless primordial energy. The power of Hongmeng is pure without any impurities. You can just absorb and refine it directly. The first generation of gods absorbed the power of Hongmeng and quickly became stronger. At that time, there were many beings like the first generation of gods. They were collectively called the first generation of creatures. After the first generation of creatures became powerful, they began to fight. The force of their battle caused cracks to appear in that original space. As they fought, some fragments flew out and scattered everywhere. In the beginning, there was only primordial energy on the fragments. Hongmeng's energy is too strong. A single fragment cannot withstand this power. The fragments quickly expanded, shattered, and finally turned into stars and spread out, forming small worlds one after another. The primordial energy in the small world has mixed with other energy and is no longer pure. This no longer pure energy actually slowly gave birth to other life forms in this small world, and also fed more living beings. This air that is no longer so pure is the air of chaos. As more and more small worlds were formed, the original space became fragmented. The primordial energy in that original space is reduced little by little during this process. At this moment, the first generation of creatures realized that something was wrong and wanted to repair the original space. But the fragments have turned into small worlds one after another and can no longer become part of the original space. Finally, the Hongmeng power in the original space also disappeared completely. The first generation of creatures have already cultivated the purest Hongmeng Qi and cannot adapt to the chaotic Qi at all. Therefore, as time passed, the strength of the first generation of creatures began to slowly weaken. To become weak is to disappear. In order to prevent himself from disappearing, the first generation of gods used the remaining primordial power in his body to create the gods. He himself hid among the gods, seeking a chance to survive. We can see from the memory of God that the first god who created the gods has been looking for traces of the first creatures. That first generation god discovered that as long as he continued to devour the power of the first generation of creatures, he could avoid disappearing from the world. It's a pity that we didn't find the first generation god back then. If not, the strength of our Xuanren will definitely reach a higher level. In order to find the first generation of gods, Xuanren cooperated with the Lord of Chaos, sacrificed the lives of several worlds, and put the gods in the shackles of priesthood. They thought that the constraints of priesthood would make it easier for them to find the first god. But in the end, nothing was gained. Luo Qi asked, how strong is the first generation of god? Luo Hui thought for a while, I don't know the details, but the power of gods is recorded, and everyone knows the strength of the Lord of the gods. That first generation god is at least 100 times stronger than the Lord of the gods. As soon as Luo Hui said this, everyone's eyes changed at the same time. There is greed. There is fear. More exciting. One of the elders asked, Great Elder, the first generation of gods can devour the first generation of creatures, so can we devour the first generation of creatures? Xuanren even swallowed gods in the past. It was precisely because of devouring the flesh and blood of God that Xuanren has reached its current status. If the first generation of creatures could also be eaten, wouldn't Xuanren reach an unattainable height? Thinking of this, the greed in everyone's eyes became even hotter. The great elder Luo Hui shook his head. An old man saw this and said disappointedly, no, has anyone tried and failed? Luo Hui said seriously, I don't know. Now, the small worlds have long since turned into one vast universe after another. There is a bounded sea within the universe, and outside the universe, there is an endless dark void that separates the universes. In the boundless dark void, it is impossible to find a first-generation creature hiding. And the first-generation creatures that we encountered were so strong that they were hard to predict. We couldn't attack them at all. Everyone made eye contact. In other words, the first generation of creatures can be devoured. No matter how powerful the first generation of creatures are, there must be a limit. As long as there are enough of them, they will be able to swallow it all. After all, too many ants kill an elephant. Everyone thought so in their hearts, but did not say it out loud. The great elder Luo Hui said in a deep voice, in fact, we in Xuanren have encountered the first generation of creatures, but we were unable to capture them. Who is it? An old man asked excitedly. Flame Phoenix. How is this possible? Isn't Flame Phoenix only as powerful as the peak of the Eternal Emperor? Luo shook his head, you are only talking about her realm. As for her strength, when she was at her peak, even our Xuan Lord avoided her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1661, Not Caring About Life or Death. Today's practitioners, in addition to looking at their cultivation realm, also look at their cultivation realm. As a first-generation creature, we cannot just look at Flame Phoenix's realm, we also need to consider her strength in other aspects. She was able to take down the Xuanren headquarters by herself and force us to move to another place. How could she only have the strength you saw? When Luo Hui mentioned Flame Phoenix, there was deep fear in his eyes. Great Elder, isn't it said that the reason why Flame Phoenix was able to take over the Xuanren headquarters was because the Xuan Lord and the elders were not in the main hall? Hearing this, Luo Hui didn't know what he was thinking about, and his eyes became a little colder. Everyone looked at the speaker. It's really a matter of which pot should not be opened. The main hall just collapsed. He actually dared to mention the main hall in front of the Great Elder. The other party also realized that he had said the wrong thing and could only change the subject immediately. Great Elder, we are cooperating with the Lord of Chaos because of the first generation of creatures. What's the matter with that chess piece? Luo Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the questioner, and answered irrelevantly, Flame Phoenix is a first-generation creature. As long as she walks in the universe, her own power will decrease. Her actions of killing people in the Xuanren garrison that year caused her strength to be rapidly weakened. It's just that she doesn't seem to care about the loss of power, let alone life or death. So, even if Flame Phoenix is only at the level of Eternal Emperor, we cannot afford to provoke him. I don't know what kind of cards the first generation of creatures have. But the background hidden in the Flame Phoenix is definitely deeper than that of the Chaos Realm Lord. If she goes crazy and drags us to be buried with her, I don't think we can escape. Especially the Blood Lotus in her hand. Anyone whose strength is lower than that of the Eternal Emperor can be ignored by the Blood Lotus and directly devoured by the opponent. The strength of the Flame Phoenix is not something you can glimpse. Luo Hui's words contained a subtle warning. He was really afraid that they would become too greedy and think about devouring the Flame Phoenix. When many people heard Luo Hui say this, their eyes flickered, and they were obviously feeling guilty. They did want to deal with Flame Phoenix just now. The flesh and blood of the first generation of creatures can never be inferior to the flesh and blood of God. Some of them have reached the current heights only by devouring the flesh and blood of God. Therefore, it was difficult for them to resist the temptation brought by the first-generation creature, the Flame Phoenix. Luo Qi's eyes were dark. Why is Yan Huang not afraid of life and death? Is she related to that chess piece? The Great Elder Luo Hui had a puzzled look on his face. She is a first-generation creature. It will be difficult for later generations to kill her. The only way to make her disappear is to exhaust her power. Or perhaps it is the same as it. She has nothing to do with that chess piece. However, Xuanren and Primal Chaos cultivated the chess piece in order to use it to deal with beings like Flame Phoenix. Remember that original space. Every space that wants to appear must have a core or a carrier. The rest of the fragments of that original space were shattered into pieces, and only one piece remained in the original land. That fragment first turned into a small world, called the Primordial Realm. Countless small worlds emerged from the Taichu realm, and eventually evolved into planes, renamed the Xuanchu Plane. The Lord of Chaos said that the Xuanchu Plane contains the power to defeat the primordial creatures, and also contains the secret of the emergence of the original space. As long as we take over the Xuanchu Plane, we can control all the universes, find out the reason for the emergence of the Dark Void, find the end of darkness, and gain endless power. Break through the laws that hold us back. For this purpose, Xuanren cooperated with the Lord of the Chaos Realm and also cooperated with the Mermaid Clan, the descendants of the Wu Clan, to cultivate a chess piece. This chess piece is very important to us. It's just that the Xuanchu Plane has special rules. Pasts like ours will inevitably be detected and alerted by the plane consciousness, which is not conducive to the growth of chess pieces. For this reason, we can only arrange for Jingyu, who is slightly weaker, to go there. But for some reason, Jingyu failed to complete the task, causing the growth trajectory of the chess piece to deviate. The growth of that chess piece went awry, affecting the Chaos Realm Lord's plan. The Lord of Chaos Realm once placed a chess piece in the Xuanchu Plane. This chess piece is crucial to the Chaos Realm Lord's future plans. If we can't control this chess piece well, the Chaos Realm Lord's plan may fail. Luo Hui stopped talking here. All that can be said has been said. Great Elder, the future strongman mentioned in the Jade Slip, could be the chess piece controlled by the Lord of Chaos Realm. Yes. But this Jade Slip says that she will threaten the Lord of Chaos in the future. How is this possible? Is she the reincarnation of the first generation of creatures? Luo Hui's eyes flickered slightly. She is not a first-generation creature. She is a descendant of someone with the surname Feng. The deviation in the growth trajectory of Xuanren chess pieces is likely related to her. The Lord of Chaos Realm once hinted at the Lord of Xuan. The ancestor of those with the surname Feng is likely to be the first generation of gods. They are born creators and even leaders of the times. It's just that the names were erased by some force. Although we can trace their existence by following some events, we cannot deduce who the Feng people are and what they have done because there are no records. However, people with the surname Feng have a common weakness. They all practice the way of saving the common people. They are willing to give in for innocent lives and even sacrifice themselves to save the common people. They are the same as the gods. The emergence of barriers in various universes is also related to people with the surname Feng. The heaven and earth before were vast and boundless, without boundaries, and the various worlds had no protection at all. Once a disaster occurs, those weak creatures can only wait for death. The Fengs could not bear to see all living beings suffer this disaster, so they united many powerful beings and jointly created a cosmic barrier. From then on, there were various universes. Every universe has its own rules. All living beings also have a safe place to live. There are advantages to people with the surname Feng doing this, but of course there are also disadvantages. That is, the strength of the strong will be limited by the rules of the universe. Nowadays, it is basically impossible to find anyone with the surname Feng in the universe. It is also impossible to deduce any of their trajectories. Xuanchu should be the only place where people with the surname Feng still exist. But how can someone with the surname Feng exist? When he arranged for Jingyu to go there, he did this not only to train that chess piece. He also asked Jingyu to find a way to get rid of those with the surname Feng. There is really no way to get rid of it, so we have to infiltrate the Phoenix clan and try to disrupt their bloodline. I wonder if Jingyu succeeded. I guess it must have failed. Otherwise, the chess piece of the Chaos Realm Lord would not have escaped his control. Luo Qi's eyes became sharper. Didn't the Lord of Chaos ask us to eliminate all those with the surname Feng? Why did he use those with the surname Feng as pawns? Luo Hui said, the Xuan Lord originally disagreed, but later he deduced and found that only someone with the surname Feng could complete the Chaos Realm Lord's plan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1662 I killed him, additional update. Tianquan Realm. Chang Yu and Yin Yi fought fiercely, but neither of them could decide their life or death. There are more and more black holes in the sky. From time to time, something inside made restless noises. But it only dared to linger on the edge, not even daring to stretch its claws out. The combined efforts of more than a dozen old men only caused a few cracks to appear in the barrier. Their faces became increasingly ugly. We can't go on like this. It's just a barrier. It's not worth wasting half our energy on it. If we continue like this, the split soul incarnation will be in danger, which will easily affect the main body. Why don't we go help Commander Chang Yu? Everyone looked in Chang Yu's direction. A human-shaped shadow condensed from blood mist. Like a tall mountain. Chang Yu seemed very small in front of the blood shadow. Due to the huge difference in body size. Chang Yu can only choose to dodge attacks most of the time. His figure was like lightning, shuttling through the blood mist. An old man saw this and sighed. Fortunately, Chang Yu is very young and fast, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. After the old man finished speaking, he received dozens of strange looks. Why are you looking at me like this? Nothing, just a feeling. Don't say this in front of Commander Chang Yu. Why? Stop talking nonsense, go help Commander Chang Yu first. It takes a lot of strength to maintain such a tall body. He must have some strength to be able to hold on until now. Mo Jinggong was always paying attention to Yin Yi. When a dozen old men moved, he flashed and blocked their way. His aura was exposed. A dozen old men looked horrified and frightened. When did this man in front of me come to the Tianquan realm? Why didn't they notice it at all? And they couldn't even detect his strength. How can this be? One of the old men directly opened his third eye, wanting to spy on something. But just as he began to deduce, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Chanjung, are you okay? An old man asked nervously. Chanjung's body swayed, and he met those indifferent starry eyes for no reason, which caused a storm in his heart. He had seen countless pairs of eyes. Only this pair gave him the most dangerous feeling. It seemed as if the owner of these eyes could make him disappear with just a glance. Chanjung's thoughts were racing. Has he seen the man in front of him? At this time, an old man looked at Mo Jinggong and asked vigilantly, Dao Yu, who are you? What are you doing here? Do you know who killed the Xuanman visitor? I killed him. The voice was cold and indifferent. There was no sound. The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and said sternly, you killed him. Who gave you the courage? Chanjung dodged and held the old man's shoulder. The old man's words stopped abruptly. Chanjung looked at Mo Jinggong with a respectful attitude, you are Master Mo. Chanjung is actually not quite sure either. Because Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm has mysterious whereabouts. It can never be deduced. No one can remember what Lord Mo looks like. He only knew that Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm was very powerful, so powerful that even Lord Xuan was wary of him. Master Mo. He is Master Mo, the old man said, and seemed to raise his hand and make a gesture, wanting to send a message back. And when Mo Jinggong glanced over, all the old man's movements were stuck. The old man trembled and interrupted the hand gestures. He had a feeling that if he continued, he would disappear immediately. Mo Jinggong did not answer their questions, but asked directly, how many fragments of the Eye of the Moon did you get back then? Chanjung and they looked at each other and remained silent. They dared not answer the question. Can't go back to this question either. Mo Jinggong asked again, what is the weakness of the Eye of the Moon goddess? There is still collective silence. They were afraid that the person in front of them was really Lord Mo. Lying in front of Master Mo will only lead to death. But they can possibly betray Xuanman. It's better not to speak. What is the spell that controls the Eye of the Moon? Hearing Mo Jinggong's question, a dozen old men looked at each other and became even more uneasy. An old man said in a voice transmission, will you die if you don't answer? Or should I tell you one? I can't tell you. If the Great Elder finds out, I will definitely die miserably. There is no way left or right, what should I do? Silence. No one sent a message anymore. Mo Jinggong's indifferent voice sounded again, you take 2/3 of the fragments. Except for a small portion to please Wu Zhu, the rest will be divided among you. When Chanjung and the others heard Mo Jinggong's words, their expressions suddenly changed. They didn't say anything, so how did Mo Jinggong know? Mo Jinggong continued, you guys reshaped your bones, so you probably didn't use many fragments. What did you do with the rest? Design the God Clan. This time, only Chanjung looked at Mo Jinggong with horror. Chanjung didn't understand why Mo Jinggong knew all this. Even he only had a rough idea of these things. He learned about these plans when he went to pick up the divine calculator and saw the fragments of the Eye of the Moon goddess. Mo Jinggong knew everything when he saw Chanjung's expression. It was exactly as he had guessed. He had investigated matters concerning the priesthood at that time. But there is still no clue. I only vaguely know that the appearance of God's priesthood is related to the cosmic catastrophe. Now I know that the priesthood is related to the Eye of the Moon. Everything becomes clear. Pangu is also one of the creator gods. In order to protect the universe and all living things, he sacrificed himself. Pangu's eyes transformed into the eye of the sun and the eye of the moon. The sun and moon in all directions of the universe obtain their power from the eye of the sun and the eye of the moon. Therefore, the power of the eye of the moon is very strong. Xuanren must have used the power within the fragment of the moon goddess eye to change the rules of heaven and earth and put God in shackles. However, in this process, Xuanren might have suffered considerable sacrifices. At that time, Xuanren seemed to be still a rebellion against God. For a period of time, those who rebelled against God stopped their activities and fell into silence. When they appeared again, the priesthood appeared in God. Mo Jinggong thought about this and decided to continue trying to find the answer to the next question. He didn't need their answers. As long as they react a little, they can find the answer. Mo Jinggong looked at Chanjung. You should know that the eye of the moon god has a soul. Are you gathering her strut again to please Wu Zhu, or is there another purpose? Or do you want to use the eye of the moon to lure out the eye of the sun so as to seize its power? The spell you used to control the eye of the moon is actually prepared to deal with the eye of the sun, right? Mo Jinggong threw out questions one after another. The expressions of the dozen old men changed constantly, but their bodies all shook unconsciously. Master Mo actually knew all this. Their silence before was like a joke. Mo Jinggong's eyes darkened slightly. He guessed wrong on the last question. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1663. Are you worried about Ranran? Mo Jinggong stared at Chanjung with cold eyes. Among them, only Chanjung knew the most. When he mentioned the spell, only Chanjung reacted the most. Chanjung seemed to be in a state of restlessness. It also seems like he is afraid of something. Mo Jinggong looked at Chanjung and said, the spell is not used to deal with the eye of the sun, but to deal with another existence, right? Chanjung tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. He tried his best to appear calm. But he found that no matter how hard he tried to control himself, his body would react subconsciously. Chanjung's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. These secrets are not for someone at his level to know. It was a complete accident that he knew. He doesn't want to be exposed. Chanjung simply closed his eyes and avoided looking into Mo Jinggong's eyes. Chanjung's reaction made Mo Jinggong's expression change suddenly. There was a trace of panic in Mo Jinggong's eyes, and he flashed to Feng Qingren's side. Hidden, don't waste time, finish it as soon as possible. Gahu, Juan, don't let the Zerg get close to this area. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he raised his hand and set up a barrier. Xuanren controls Feng Jingyu's soul, not to deal with the eye of the sun, but most likely to deal with Ranran. If there really is a trap in Feng Jingyu's sea of consciousness, is Ranran in danger now? Mo Jinggong didn't dare to think about it anymore. But it was impossible for him to follow into Feng Jingyu's sea of consciousness. Feng Jingyu was originally a remnant soul in human form, and her sea of consciousness could not bear two foreign souls. At this time, the red fairy floated from Feng Jingyu's head to in front of Mo Jinggong. The red fairy is almost transparent at this moment. It looked at Mo Jinggong and said, Hong Hong, are you worried about Ranran? Mo Jinggong looked surprised. What do you know? Hong Xian said, don't worry, Hong Hong, Ranran is fine. She will wake up soon. There are indeed bad things in Yueyu's sea of consciousness, but with me here, that thing can't threaten Ranran. It's been scared and dares not come out. It's best for Yueyu if that thing doesn't come out. Yueyu is too weak, and her sea of consciousness can't withstand any changes. We can only suppress it first, and then find a way to deal with it later. Hong Xian told everything without hiding anything. Mo Jinggong felt relieved. What is the thing? Hong Xian seemed very unhappy, grabbing her own cloud. I don't know what that thing is, but it's not a good thing. They hid the thing in Yueyu's body. They must be planning to do something bad. It's just that the time is not right now, so they dare not act rashly. Hong Xian paused here, then sighed softly, and said with a little frustration, it's all because I'm too weak. I can only suppress that thing, but can't directly erase it. Mo Jinggong's eyes are deep. The Red Immortal is by no means a simple spirit derived from the Great Tao. Its spiritual power even exceeds that of Gahu. The Red Fairy doesn't seem to have any attack power. But he was sure that Hong Xian was more powerful than Gahu. Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed. The reason why Hong Xian was so weak at the moment was probably because he had to suppress that thing. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, took the Red Fairy off Feng Jingyu's head, and gave it some power. Feng Si sensed the aura of Hongmeng purple energy, and looked at Mo Jinggong with a little more gratitude in his eyes. Master Mo, I want one too, I want one too. Wanling flew in front of Mo Jinggong, flapped his little wings, and shouted happily. Anyway, Master Mo is not an outsider. When Wanling asked for something, he didn't hesitate at all. Mo Jinggong placed Hong Xian on Feng Yu's head, raised his hand and gave Wanling a wisp of Hongmeng purple energy. Wanling absorbed the Hongmeng purple energy with a look of enjoyment on his face. He, thank you Master Mo, you and Master Feng are really a perfect match. Mo Jinggong curled the corners of his lips slightly, a flash of tenderness flashed across his eyes, and he gave Wanling a ray of Hongmeng purple energy. The little box followed suit and flew to Mo Jinggong. Master Mo, your relationship with our Master Feng will last forever. I'll tell you in secret, our Feng Lord has another name when he's out there, and that's Feng Mo. The smile on Mo Jinggong's face became even more intense. But he did not give the small box the Hongmeng purple energy. Instead, he gave the small box a black bead. The beads are round. The surface sparkles with a lustrous luster. Feng Si and Feng Yu both looked alert when the beads appeared. Wanling immediately flashed to Feng Si's shoulder and continued to absorb the Hongmeng purple energy. Only the little box was happily making the sound of da da da. The lid of the box opens and closes. Master Mo, is this really given to me? Well, you have to be careful when absorbing it. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and the beads floated towards the small box. The little box swallowed the bead immediately, feeling a little elated. Master Mo, you are so kind, our Master Feng likes you the most. Master Mo, when our Master Feng wakes up, I will immediately tell her that you gave me something good. After the little box finished speaking, it retreated back to Feng Qingran. After Mo Jinggong knew that Feng Qingran was safe, he turned and looked into the void with a cold look in his eyes. After hearing Mo Jinggong's words, Yin Yi seemed to suddenly wake up and return to his normal size. But the blood mist surrounding his body did not disappear. Yin Yi's bloodshot eyes changed, hatred and anger disappeared, replaced by mockery. Yin Yi stared at Chang Yu and said, the game is over. You will die at the hands of the rat you despise the most. Until now, Chang Yu had long lost his previous contempt. The power of seclusion cannot be measured by realm at all. Chang Yu even had some doubts whether the standards for assessing strength in the universe had changed. However, no matter how many thoughts he had in his mind, Chang Yu always remained calm. He came here only as a split soul incarnation. It took Yin Yi so long to deal with his clone. If his main body came, he would be able to crush Yin Yi easily. Chang Yu thought so and sneered, you are just an ant, you can't even defeat my clone, and you still want to shake the world. How arrogant. Hey, Yin Yi sneered coldly, and a pair of big palms flew out from the blood mist. Chang Yu hasn't reacted yet. It is already between the palms of your hands. Boom. With his palms clasped together, Chang Yu's clone shattered. Before Chang Yu died, he only heard one sentence. Tell your master that I will find him and kill him. Then he will know the strength of the rat. Yin Yi dealt with Chang Yu and glanced at the dozen or so old men. They have been frightened by Mo Jinggong. I dare not make any unusual movements at this moment. When the hermit looked over, they all remained silent. They gave up resistance. The ones who died on the left and right were clones. As long as the main body is still alive, it will be fine. This time they were careless. I will never underestimate the enemy next time. Chanjung sent a message to everyone, open the barrier at all costs and send Shenji Suanzi back. But we didn't stand a chance. If all else fails, I will sacrifice this soul and send the divine calculator away. If you really can't send it away, then get rid of it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1664, Kang Bu Yi. Poof. The main hall of Xuanmen. Chang Yu's master woke up. The originally young face quickly aged several years. Chang Yu's face looked extremely ugly. That ant, those last words, just rubbed his face on the ground. When had he ever been bullied like this? Chang Yu, what's going on? The voice of the great elder Luo Hui suddenly woke Chang Yu up. Chang Yu stood up, saluted Luo Hui, and said angrily, Great elder, we met the Mo Lord of the Immortal Realm, and also met a strange strong man. That strong man only has the strength of the Eternal Emperor, but he easily destroyed my clone. Chang Yu has figured it out now. Yin Yi was able to fight him for that long. Because Yin Yi didn't want to kill him at first. Later, with just one sentence from Mo Jinggong, Yin Yi easily killed him in a breath. Chang Yu didn't want to accept this fact in his heart. But he had to admit it. Hidden is to kill him in seconds. Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm. Why is he there? Could it be that Shenji Suanzi has offended him? Has Shenji Suanzi lost his mind? Why would he provoke the Immortal Realm? Have you fought with the Immortal Domain, Mo Lord? What's the situation over there now? Where are Chanjung and the others? Ellipsis. Chang Yu had just finished speaking. A string of questions came crashing down. It's just that everyone subconsciously ignored that strange and powerful man. Luo Hui and Luo Qi had solemn expressions on their faces. They looked at each other in silence. Luo Qi now feels that the disappearance of his clone must have been done by Mo Jinggong. Luo Hui thought of the big palm that was slapped towards the main hall. If it was sent by Mo Jinggong, it would be reasonable. At that time, except for Lord Xuan, the souls of all the strong men in the main hall, including him, were injured. Everyone's strength declined at the same time. Some have regressed a level. Some even fell to a lower level. Those who can enter the main hall must have the cultivation level of an eternal emperor at least. At this level, it is very difficult to advance to the next level. Now that they have gone back, all the resources invested by Xuanmen will be wasted. Luo Hui's eyes flickered. Mo Zhu of the Immortal Domain was the existence that Xuanmen least wanted to mention. Mo Jinggong will not directly target Xuanmen. As long as their movements are small and covered, they can avoid Mo Jinggong. But they can obviously quickly invade various universes. Because I was worried about Mo Jinggong, I had to slow down and be cautious. However, they had to do so. Even the Lord of the Chaos Realm had to restrain himself because of Mo Jinggong's existence. He asked Master Xuan several times about Mo Jinggong. Xuanmen only replied, it is an existence that we cannot afford to provoke for the time being. However, Master Xuan said something else later. His era will eventually pass, and this dark void will belong to Xuanmen sooner or later. Luo Hui's eyes dimmed and he suddenly realized many things. The chess piece placed in the Xuanchu plain was most likely prepared for Mo Jinggong. There is also the chess piece cultivated by the Lord of Chaos Realm. In all likelihood, it was also aimed at Mo Jinggong. This explains why when there was a problem with the chess piece, Master Xuan had to go back in time to deal with it himself. And why did the Lord of Chaos Realm want to kill the chess piece? It was probably because the chess piece did not pose a threat to Mo Jinggong, but instead stood on Mo Jinggong's side. Luo Hui's slightly vicissitudes eyes moved and fell on Chang Yu. Chang Yu, tell me everything about your encounter with him. Chang Yu said with an embarrassed expression, I only had time to look at him once, and then I couldn't pay attention to him anymore. But they seem to have had some conversations with him in Chanjung. Why not call them back and ask them? The main body can be forcibly awakened. However, after the main body is forced to wake up, the clone outside will automatically dissipate without leaving any information. Luo waved his hand. No need, what we know is what he told us to know, there is no way we can ask more. Luo Qi said in a cold voice, do you still want to save Shenji Xuanzi? Luo Hui was silent for a while, looked around and looked towards the end of the hall. There sat a handsome man. He looks young, but he exudes a calm and steady aura, a quality that only comes from the test of time. The man had long ice blue hair that fell to the ground and scattered around him. Luo Hui's eyes were dark. Hui, your clone will go over there and negotiate with him properly. If you can't bring back the divine machine calculator, then get rid of him. Great Elder, how can this be possible? An old man exclaimed. Luo Qi also frowned and said, Great Elder, I'd better go again. I can't go to such a dangerous place. Yes, Great Elder, if Bui's clone is killed, it will definitely affect his strength. Luo Hui interrupted everyone and just looked at the man behind him. Hui, are you willing to go? Great Elder, I am willing to go. Okay, take 500 puppets with you. Remember, you must ensure your own safety. Thank you for your concern, Great Elder. Kang Bui stood up and replied in an extremely respectful tone. There seems to be a hint of alienation hidden beneath this respect. Chang Yu's gaze fell on Kang Bui, and there was a flash of jealousy and hatred in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down and said, Young Master Bui, when you go over there, besides a mortal domain Mo Master, you must be careful of the guy covered in blood mist. Yeah, Kang Bui nodded lightly, and his figure disappeared in the hall. Kang Bui left. Luo Qi sent a message to Luo Hui, why let him go? Aren't you afraid? Luo Hui stroked his beard and said in a voice transmission, no matter how much we control him, it's not as good as him going out for a walk. There was no chance before, but now it would be great to let him fight against the immortal domain Mo Lord. And face the immortal realm. Even if Kang Bui will eventually awaken his self-awareness and learn the truth, he can only stay in Xuanmen. Luo Qi transmitted his voice, I'm just afraid something might happen. It would be such a pity if we spent so much effort to train this creature and it was gone. Kang Bui has the greatest hope of being promoted to Dao Lord. Xuanmen needs a Kang Bui, and more importantly, it needs him to become an existence that controls the lords of the world. An unfathomable light flashed in Luo Hui's eyes, and he transmitted his voice, if Master Xuan is willing to let him be named Kang, then there is no need to worry about accidents. Anyone who can sit in this hall cannot possibly commit treason, let alone disobey the mysterious lord. It's a pity. As a descendant of the Kang family, Hui is unable to practice the Kang family's magic. Even the Kang family totem cannot be practiced. Fortunately, they found the Kang family. I wonder how the chess piece of the Death universe is growing. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have already infiltrated the Kang family and is learning the Kang family's magic. It's time to send a mysterious person to the Death universe. Luo Qi transmitted the message, Kang Bui's mother, Kang Xuanji, right. Luo Hui nodded, it was her. Before she died, she dug a big hole for Xuanmen, causing the Xuanmen main hall to have to be hidden. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1665 You Can't Beat Me, at Tianquan Realm. Yin Yi came to Mo Jinggong and asked, what's wrong? Mo Jinggong said, it has been dealt with, you can continue to vent your emotions. Seclusion. Mo, do you know why everyone wants to beat you up? Mo Jinggong looked teasing, no need to know, you can't beat me anyway. The hermit was speechless again. Yin Yi gritted his teeth and said, Mo, you can see through it, but can you please not expose it? Mo Jinggong met Yin Yi's gaze and said calmly, I am just telling the truth. You are too sensitive. Crunch. The sound of hermit grinding teeth could be heard. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, and he said seriously, Yin Yi, can you still remember how much time has passed since the Taichu period? Yin Yi was slightly stunned. He really didn't remember this. Sometimes he would sleep for who knows how long. When you wake up, the weather outside will be completely different. Even the people I know have changed. Even if he wanted to know the time, no one would tell him. What's more, during the period of chaos and primitive times, wars broke out in the universe almost every moment. At that time, the fight was of no concern at all. Countless small worlds were destroyed. Anything related to time records will also be completely destroyed in this process. He could only guess how much time had passed based on his own perception. People in later generations have specifically speculated on how long the chaos and prehistoric period lasted. However, the definition of time in the chaotic and primitive periods was very different from that of later generations. So even if you look at the time calendars of later generations, it is also impossible to speculate how long it has been since the beginning of time. Perhaps only endless years can describe it. Wrong. Mo Jinggong asked this, wasn't he trying to test something? Yin Yi said, Mo, what do you want to ask? Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, you even forgot the time, let alone when the beginning of time was. Why do you still remember those trivial things? Recluse, dark memories are indeed hard to forget. But that's all in the past, isn't it? Most of those who targeted you have long since disappeared into the universe. Even if they're still alive, they will forget what they have done, and will not confess to you. You are the only one who is still stuck in the past, dwelling on it and suffering all the time. Recluse, why bother? Mo Jinggong didn't want to say so much. His reclusive past had nothing to do with him. But Yin Yi now chooses to follow Ranran. It has something to do with him. It is easy for hermits to be influenced by the past and lose their rationality. Living in seclusion like this would easily put Ranran in danger. He didn't want Ranran to get hurt because of her seclusion. Yin Yi's eyes were dazed for a moment, yeah, why bother? I sometimes ask myself the same question, why bother? Yin Yi seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Mo Jinggong. Suddenly, Yin Yi stared at Mo Jinggong with sharp eyes, Mo, you are the least qualified to say these to me. Indeed, the harm I suffered initially had nothing to do with you. Not only that, you even saved me several times. But that's exactly the case. You are not qualified to persuade me to let it go. You have always been strong. You have never been targeted, ridiculed, or encountered any dirty things. Mo, I crawled out of the filth. I will never forget those scenes, and I will never let them go. I just want to carry this resentment with me and keep going. Mo, you always stand on the top of the light, and you can't empathize with me at all. I know you saved me for no reason, it was just a convenience. But, Mo, do you know, after you saved me, my first reaction was to hate you. I hate you and I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous. Why can't I be born strong like you? Why can't I be born with control over everything? I hate it even more. Why do I have to be the weak one who suffers all the humiliation? So, I have been watching from the dark, observing your actions. I want to be like you, and even want to replace you. I even want to switch places with you. I really want to know, when you have experienced what I have experienced, will you still have compassion? The more I think about it, the less I want you to save me, because I am too dirty to be saved by you. And every time I see you, who is spotless, I feel pain and torment in my heart. At that time, I really wanted to yell, don't save me. But I didn't dare to shout, and I didn't have the right to say anything. When Yin Yi said this, his emotions were obviously out of control. This was the first time he revealed his darkest side. After hearing Yin Yi's words, Mo Jinggong looked puzzled. Yin Yi, you misunderstood. I didn't save you at the beginning. The hermit's eyes widened, obviously in shock. You told him at the time not to do this to me again. If it wasn't for saving me, would you have said something like this? Mo Jinggong's eyes flickered. When they targeted you, cracks appeared in the original space. When I said you are not allowed to touch it again, I was referring to the space barrier. Also, I'm not stopping them from bullying you, I'm stopping them from fighting. Because their fight caused a crack in the original space. Since the crack appeared in the space, the power of Hongmeng has been dissipating, but no one noticed it. He didn't even remember who the hermit was at the time. Seeing that Yin Yi looked unhappy, Mo Jinggong did not say the last word. You. Yin Yi's sturdy body was shaking and his face was flushed red. Mo Jinggong said calmly, Yin Yi, you have always relied on yourself to survive. Yin Yi's eyes were confused. At that time, they buried me in the dark pool, and you buried them in there too. Wasn't it to vent your anger on me? He was still thinking about this incident later. I fell into a dark mood for a long time. Mo Jinggong could always see his unbearable state. And just happened to save him. He even wondered if Mo Jinggong had asked him to do all this. Otherwise, why was Mo Jinggong the only one who saved him? I can't describe the emotions I felt at that time. It seems a little blurry. In short, he was always very conflicted when facing Mo Jinggong. Some even didn't want Mo Jinggong to help him out. Mo Jinggong looked at Yin Yi with a somewhat strange expression. Yin Yi, I didn't expect that you were quite narcissistic. Seclusion. A slight sound came from Yin Yi's hand. He really wants to beat someone up. Mo Jinggong asked, do you remember where the dark pool is? Yin Yi said, the place where the dark aura hides, everyone will feel uncomfortable if they get close to it. They buried me there just to torture me. Mo Jinggong said, that place contains the most primitive and filthy air. They threw you into the dark pool, and accidentally unlocked the seal of that place, allowing the foul air to leak out. The filthy air and the power of Hongmeng gradually mixed, accelerating the fragmentation of the original space. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1666, Filthy Air, Gold Ticket 1. Yin Yi's eyes flickered. Is it related to the appearance of the foul air that I was able to improve my strength in the later period? The first thing he cultivated was the Hongmeng demonic energy. But the effect is not satisfactory and the strength is improving slowly. That's why I'm always bullied. But after he came out of the dark pool, his cultivation speed seemed to increase little by little. The strength has also made a qualitative leap. As his strength improved, the first thing he did was to deal with some guys he could handle. Mo, can you still find pure filthy air now? Mo Jinggong was slightly speechless. Don't you feel that after you came out of the dark pool, the fights have become more frequent? And you yourself, are you always losing your mind and wanting to teach the other person a lesson even at the risk of self-destruction? Hearing Mo Jinggong's question, Yin Yi's face darkened. He later became extremely impulsive. At that time, he thought that it was because of his strength that he became fearless and that was why he behaved like that. Yin Yi was puzzled and asked, then why did my strength improve? Mo Jinggong said, it is related to the dirty air, but it is not the dirty air. At that time, everyone's mind was affected by the foul air. At first, they just fought, but soon they started killing each other. Under killing, there will be resentment and death. These things are beneficial to your cultivation. Your strength will naturally improve. And you have resentment in your body that can fight against the filthy power, so you still have a trace of rationality left. Yin Yi, you have your own way. You don't need to look up to anyone, and you don't need to envy or be jealous of anyone. The one who survives to the end is the winner, isn't he? Yin Yi was slightly stunned, his expression dazed, and many unbearable memories were slipping away. The soul suddenly became light. It feels like a lot of weight has been removed. Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong with a complicated look in his eyes. Mo, actually everyone called you Mo at first, which means cold and indifferent. It's just that you are always too silent and hard for everyone to figure out, so you changed into Mo now. Mo Jinggong said, I didn't care about my name at the time, because I didn't need to prove my name, but later I found that the word Mo was good, so I used it. By the way, I am now Mo Jinggong, not just Mo. Yin Yi always felt that Mo Jinggong was making a double entendre. No longer single. Does it mean no longer lonely? Yin Yi asked curiously, why is he called Mo Jinggong? Do not know. Mo Jinggong unconsciously curled the corners of his lips. She then asked his name. As soon as he thought about it, he mentioned Mo Jinggong. When Yin Yi saw the smile on Mo Jinggong's face, he was speechless for a moment. Mo Jingong, who sealed the foul air in the dark pool. And I actually have a question, why are we here? I was the one who sealed the dark pool. After Mo Jingong answered, he raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Here it comes. Yin Yi's eyes dimmed slightly. Mo, you were deliberately avoiding the last question. A cold light flashed in Mo Jingong's eyes, maybe. At the same time, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Yin Yi looked at the hole and said, this time they're not simple. Are they preparing to use their ultimate move? I saw a tall figure stepping out from the crack in the void. There are a group of strong men following behind him. If you look closely, you can see that they look exactly the same. As soon as Kang Bui entered the Tianquan realm, he immediately noticed Mo Jingong and Yin Yi. Kang Bui has a handsome face and is full of bookish air. Standing there, he looks like a green pine in the mountains. His blue hair adds a touch of calmness to his look. The whole person is like a sapphire that has been precipitated by time. Yin Yi commented, this guy is older than Chang Yu, and he can pretend better than him. Young master, Chan Jung exclaimed and flashed to Kang Bui's side. A dozen other old men also flashed to Kang Bui's side. An old man said, young master, Master Mo of the immortal realm is over there, we can't rescue Shenji Xuanzi. At the same time, a feeling of relief flashed through his mind. There is no need to sacrifice the clone, and the main body will not suffer backlash. Kang Bui nodded lightly and continued to look at Mo Jingong. Kang Bui's eyes were full of curiosity. This Lord Mo from the immortal realm is an existence that even Lord Xuan is wary of. Apart from its powerful strength, what else is so special about it? Seeing this, Kang Bui was shocked. Mo Jingong stood there quietly, and she should have been a stunning and dazzling presence. But when he looked away, he immediately forgot who the other person was. Isn't this the forbidden magic of the Xuanmen? How come Mo Jingong also knows this? Kang Bui collected his thoughts and bowed to Mo Jingong, saying, I am Kang Bui, the young master of Xuanmen. Nice to meet you, Master Mo. After Kang Bui finished speaking, he observed Mo Jingong's reaction. However, Kang Bui discovered that Mo Jingong didn't even look at him. Mo Jingong was looking in a certain direction. Kang Bui looked over there. Then I saw a tall and handsome man. That aura indicates that this person is not simple. There is also a woman in blue. Even though he had not seen many women, he knew that this woman's appearance was rare in the world. Opposite the woman there is a little girl in red. This little girl. He had seen it in the Xuanmen records. After the eye of the moon goddess transformed, it became exactly like her. It must be a coincidence. There is also an iron-eating beast. Nothing special. Wrong. Kang Bui's gaze returned to Feng Xi. To be precise, it was on Feng Xi's shoulder. There is a little yellow chick there. The color of its body seems to be only yellow, but if you look closely, you will find that it has many colors. He sensed a faint familiar scent from it. Kang Bui clenched his hand slightly between his sleeves. Even if it's really related to her, he has no right to say anything. His birth was a sin and a conspiracy, so it was normal for him to be abandoned. Young master, what should we do? This immortal domain Mo Lord is not easy to mess with. Chan Zhong's question interrupted Kang Bui's thoughts. Kang Bui collected his thoughts and said, he won't kill innocent people indiscriminately, don't be nervous. Chan Zhong and a dozen old men were speechless. The young master can say that he is innocent. But they are not innocent. After serving Xuanmen, their hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent people. Chan Zhong said, young master, I'm afraid we can't take the divine calculator with us. Wan Ling sent a voice message to Feng Xi, Brother Feng Xi, that man looks familiar to me. Feng Xi glanced at Kang Bui and said, he and I are not the same species, but you still feel familiar with him. Wan Ling blinked, Brother Feng Xi, he really looks familiar. My inheritance tells me that he and I are related, and it's a very big relationship. Feng Xi's eyes changed, his name is Kang Bui, maybe he is really related to you. Kang Bushi, who is Kang Xuanji? A clear and pleasant voice sounded. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1667 We can drain his blood. Sisters, the last sentence of the previous chapter was written later, please forgive me. The creator of all spirits is Kang Xuanji. There must be the inheritance left by Kang Xuanji in his body. All living things will have different feelings when they encounter people or things related to Kang Xuanji. Feng Xi raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Kang Bui. Just happened to meet a pair of sapphire-like eyes. Feng Xi raised his eyebrows slightly. This Kang Bui didn't look like a Xuanmen person at all. These eyes are too clean and clear. You can tell at first glance that it has never been stained with blood. Wan Ling can resonate with Kang Bui, which indirectly proves that Kang Bui and Kang Xuanji are related. After Kang Bui observed Wan Ling, his heart was filled with emotions. There are also many confusions. He is human. And Wan Ling is undoubtedly a beastman. How could there be a blood connection between him and it? Could it be that the mother later fell in love with the beastman and gave birth to Wan Ling with him? Kang Bui's deep blue eyes were filled with uncertainty. It seems that Wan Ling is very dependent on Feng Xi. Then he turned his gaze to Feng Xi. Kang Bushi unconsciously observed Feng Xi with a scrutinizing gaze. Feng Xi was dressed in exquisite brocade clothes, his whole temperament was noble and elegant, and his manners were free and easy. Her appearance is impeccable. There is an arrogance between his brows that is difficult to conceal. Such a man. Barely worthy of her. But this bloodline level is too low. Otherwise the offspring would not be a chick. Could it be that she was deceived by Feng Xi? Kang Bui frowned slightly and couldn't help but give Feng Xi a critical look. Then, Kang Bui's face turned pale and his body shook slightly. His hands clenched into fists. What right does he have to care about her affairs? If he hadn't appeared at that time, how could she fall into such a situation? Everything is his fault. He should not have been born. Shouldn't have come into this world. Just after seeing Wan Ling, Kang Bui staged a big drama in his heart, and his expression changed a lot. As a result, Chanjung, who was beside him, called him several times, but he didn't hear. Fuck, what kind of look is that in Kang Bui's eyes? It makes me want to beat him up. What should I do? Fang Xi's voice was very pleasant, and it matched his appearance as a noble young man. However, the tone of his voice destroyed this feeling. The noble young man instantly turned into a dissolute and unruly playboy. Fang Xi discovered that as soon as he spoke, Kang Bui looked at him with an even stranger look. There was dissatisfaction and resentment in Kang Bui's eyes. Fang Xi. Wan Ling, are you sure there is a connection between you and him? Fang Xi asked. His acquaintance with Kang Xuanji was divided into several stages. First, it's love-brained. Later he became a monk with excellent qualifications. Then there is the extraordinary woman with great love in her heart. No matter which image of Kang Xuanji she is, everyone's evaluation of her is that she is unparalleled in wisdom. Kang Xuanji is so smart, and anyone related to her will definitely not be stupid. But the Kang Bui in front of him was obviously not in his right mind. Wan Ling was puzzled and asked, Brother Fang Xi, what's wrong? I really have a connection with him, and it's a blood connection. It knew that its creator was Kang Xuanji. It must have Kang Xuanji's blood in its body. Therefore, it will be able to sense anyone who is related to Kang Xuanji. For example, Lord Feng's fifth senior sister. It could feel her connection to itself. He doesn't deserve to have a connection with you, Fang Xi said a little angrily. This Kang Bui must be a psychopath. He retracted his previous thoughts. Kang Bui is definitely a mysterious person from the Xuanmen. Wan Ling's green eyes were full of confusion, but Brother Fang Xi, this kind of blood connection can only be hidden, there is no way to get rid of it. Brother Fang Xi, if you don't like him, we can drain his blood. After he dies, you won't be able to sense me anymore. Wan Ling said this and rubbed Fang Xi, trying to calm him down. Fang Xi looked at Fang Qingran and Fang Jingyu beside him, and finally suppressed the annoyance in his heart. He also has to protect them. You cannot leave without permission. Kang Bui will leave it for later. After all, what came was just a clone, and it would be useless to deal with it. Thinking of this, Fang Xi was suddenly shocked. He almost wanted to rush over and hit Kang Bui. Is this the mysterious master of Xuanmen? A few glances almost made him lose his mind. Fang Xi grabbed Wan Ling, put him in front of him, stared at him and said, remember, don't leave my side, don't go look for him, and don't go see him. Wan Ling nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Brother Fang Xi, don't worry, I will definitely not leave you, and I won't look for him either. After hearing Wan Ling's assurance, Fang Xi finally felt relieved. Fang Xi put Wan Ling back on his shoulder and gave Kang Bui a provocative look. Snort. This is just a trivial trick. I've seen through it a long time ago. Kang Bui pursed his lips tightly, his brows were full of dissatisfaction, and his eyes were even more angry. This Fang Xi. Except for a face. No one else is worthy of her. Kang Bui was immersed in his own thoughts. He completely forgot what he was doing here. Chanjun exchanged glances with a dozen old men and communicated with each other. Young master, what are you looking at over there for? Are you interested in those beasts? That's not right. Young master, you don't have any beast you want. Why do you want to be interested in these beasts that already have owners? The young master doesn't look like he likes it. This is the first time I have seen the young master lose his composure like this. Even when facing the Xuan Lord, the young master remained calm. Is it possible that the young master is in love? Has he fallen in love with that girl? What are you talking about? Don't make blind guesses. The young master must be looking at the eye of the moon goddess. He must be curious about why the eye of the moon goddess is still alive. Chanjung, call the young master again. It's not a good idea to delay like this. I'm always uneasy. Let's finish it quickly and leave here. If I were to ask you to yell, I've already yelled once, but the young master ignored me. If I yell again, wouldn't that bring bad luck? From this direction, young master, it seems to be that handsome man. Young master, have you come into contact with too few women? So when you meet a man, you want to take a few glances. After this message was delivered, everyone fell into deep silence. Chanjung was speechless. He was a little confused about what Kang Bui was trying to do. Before, Kang Bui was not allowed to leave the main hall of Xuanmen. There was never a chance to leave the main hall. Is it because it's my first time out that I'm so new to the people and things outside? Mo, is this Kang Bui mentally ill? Why did he show that expression to Fang Xi? If you don't know, you would think he was choosing a wife. Yin Yi's joking words did not get a response from Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong sensed that Fang Qingran was about to wake up. Seclusion suddenly felt a bit boring. The atmosphere should be filled with smoke and gunpowder, but everyone is distracted. What's going on? Juon and Gahu have been on high alert, guarding against the Zerg in the black hole. But the Zerg didn't come out for a long time. The newcomers, Kang Bui and the others, just stood there stupidly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1668 Follow the arrangements. Juoyan yawned out of boredom. Gui Zhu, the new young master of Xuanmen, is quite polite. Those who came before all took direct action. Only this Kang Bui saluted his master. The dragon head of Gahu was drooping, with no energy or color. Zhao Yan, do you know that Fang Xi? I know him, what's wrong? Gahu immediately asked, what is his origin? Why do I feel like he has some kind of suppression on me? When Juoyan heard this, he immediately felt gloating. Don't be discouraged, Gahu. It's normal for him to suppress you. I still have to obey him. Gahu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Why did you listen to him? Shouldn't you listen to Master Mo? Juoyan. Juoyan transmitted his voice. At that time, I obeyed my master first, but Fang Xi is special. Fang Xi is like the king of all beasts in the beast tribe. In the absence of a master, I will submit to Fang Si. Although you have only borrowed the body of the beastman to transform, you must submit to the taming of your bloodline while inside this body. Zhuo Yan's words seemed to comfort Gui Zhu. Gehu was still puzzled, but I'm stronger than him. Zhuo Yan patted Gehu with his wings. Hey, Gehu, sometimes, strength is nothing compared to background. Fang Si is the rich foundation laid by our ancestors. There's no comparison with us. Let me put it this way, even if you are besieged here, the avenue will not pay any attention to you. But if Fang Si is bullied here, he can immediately summon lightning to strike the other person. To be honest, the ancestor of Zhenshin is really powerful. Gehu didn't quite agree with Zhuoyan's words. Can't I just kill him right away? How can the great Dao bother me this way? Zhuo Yan was speechless. Do you know what a powerful background is? No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat Fang Si in an instant. If you really killed him instantly, you would definitely encounter this. The thunder tribulation will keep chasing you and striking you. Even if you are not afraid of it, imagine being struck wherever you go. Gehu followed Zhuoyan's description and imagined it. The dragon's body shook violently. Still don't. Being struck by lightning at all times means not getting into danger. Once you are injured and struck by lightning, there is only one way out, which is death. Zhuo Yan transmitted his voice. Gehu, Fang Si's original form is a divine beast. They keep a low profile and rarely walk in the universe. It's normal that you haven't heard of them. They exist to protect all living things in the universe. Their bloodline and strength are extremely fierce. They're afraid of being spied on, so they stay hidden most of the time, and only show up when disaster strikes. In this universe, there are beings like the God-suppressing clan. It's not a lot. But definitely not a lot. The closer you are to the top, the more you get used to hiding yourself. Zhuo Yan was talking to himself and didn't notice anything was wrong with Gui Zhu. Gehu murmured in a low voice, I've heard of it. There is also a hint of sadness in the tone. Have you heard of it? Zhuo Yan was shocked. Gehu didn't intend to say more. Guard this area well and don't let the Zerg pass through. Zhuo Yan came back to his senses. Yes, we can't let a little bug affect Fang Qingran. As soon as Zhuo Yan's voice fell, Fang Qingran opened her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. Fang Jingyu is still in a coma. Lord Fang, what about Xiaoyuliang? Fang Si asked with concern. It's okay, just wait until Xuanzhi leaves and then wake her up. Fang Qingran said. Fang Si's eyes flashed, but he didn't ask any more questions in the end. Fang Qingran was preparing to take Fang Jingyu back to the void space. But just as he raised his hand, he stopped moving, as if he thought of something. Fang Si, you come and protect Xiaoyuliang. Okay, Fang Si took Fang Jingyu from Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran looked at Fang Yu, you and Fang Si should protect Xiaoyu together. It's Master Fang. Hong Shan chose to return to Fang Qingran's head. Ran, you will be fine. Yeah, Fang Qingran just thought that Hong Shan was trying to comfort her. While Fang Si hugged Fang Jingyu, he also told Fang Qingran what had happened during this period. Hearing Kang Gui's name, Fang Qingran looked over immediately. No matter what his surname is, he comes from Xuanmen. The connection between us and all living spirits is nothing. Xuanmen has plotted against senior Kang Xuanzhi to this extent, so how could it be possible that he does not have her bloodline in his hands? Perhaps, Kang Gui's appearance is to find Wanling. This Kang Gui must be hiding a secret. In that case, let's give it a try. Fang Qingran flashed to Mo Jinggong's side. Seventh senior brother, can you lead those mysterious people away? I want to investigate Kang Gui. Mo Jinggong's brows were filled with gentleness, and he said gently, okay, let Yin Yi follow you to protect you. Seclusion. Why do I feel like following Reverend Fang is a wrong choice? The mood of seclusion is complicated. Decided to remain silent. Follow the arrangements. Okay, by the way, senior brother 7, put this on. Fang Qingran handed Mo Jinggong a black robe. The clothes were embroidered with delicate dark patterns. The lines on the lapels make it look even more mysterious. Mo Jinggong waved his hand and changed into this black robe. The exquisite dark patterns on the clothes were like shining stars in the dark night, making Mo Jinggong look even more mysterious and unfathomable. I like it very much, Mo Jinggong said. Fang Qingran looked at it and nodded, very satisfied. Afterwards, she handed Mo Jinggong several special defensive magic weapons. Seventh brother, please be safe. It is good. As soon as Mo Jinggong finished speaking, all the Zerg in the black hole began to crawl out. They are all huge in size. It's as big as a small hill. After coming out, I felt very oppressive. They are all strange shapes. Some look like spiders, some look like ants, and some look like lizards. Some are a hodgepodge. But they are all very strong without exception. After they rushed out of the black hole, they headed straight for Kang Gui. He didn't dare to come towards Mo Jinggong at all. Seeing this, Zhuo Yan and Gui Zhu did not slack off at all. The Zerg seek benefits and avoid harm. But also extremely cunning. Young master, it's not good, it's the Zerg. Blood-sucking ants. And the shadow centipede. Swallow the fire centipede. Phantom moth. Ellipsis. As more Zergs come out, the more they panicked in Chanjung, the more panic they experienced. One-on-one, they're certainly not afraid. But the Zerg in front of us were obviously living in groups. These Zerg only obey the Zerg king. Once they confront each other, it will be a fight to the death. They're not afraid of life or death. And the number is huge. But their strength will eventually run out. If possible, they don't want to fight the Zerg. Besides, the bodies of these Zerg are all strong and ordinary attacks cannot hurt them at all. The puppet standing behind Kang Gui did not react at all. Their eyes were dull, as if the changes around them had nothing to do with them. Young master, how about we go? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1669, Love Devouring Goo. Kang Bui said calmly, I can't leave. Mo Jingong obviously didn't want him to leave. The Zerg were already there before he came. They never dared to come out, probably because they were afraid of Mo Jingong. Now they dare to come out. It means that Mo Jingong wants to use the Zerg to deal with them. But this is just right. The appearance of the Zerg gave him the opportunity to test Fang Xi. Kang Bui's eyes were deep. Chanjung, you guys find a way to get rid of Shenji Xuanzi. Chanjung made a bitter face. Young master, we can't open the barrier. Kang Bui threw a star disc to Chanjung. Use this. Then what are you going to do, young master? Chanjung asked worriedly. I don't need you to worry about me. Kang Bui said calmly. His tone was calm. But there is a sense of resistance. Chanjung immediately realized he had crossed the line. With the young master's strength, there is no need for him to protect him. Chanjung took the things and took a dozen old men to the location of the barrier. However, as soon as they arrived at the barrier, they were surrounded by Zerg. Chanjung and his men looked grim and could only deal with the Zerg first. After sending Chanjung and the others away, Kang Bui waved his hand. The 500 puppets all rushed towards the Zerg. When Mo Jingong saw Kang Bui's action, his eyes flashed slightly. Kang Bui glanced at Mo Jingong and went towards Fang Xi. Fang Xi was wary of Kang Bui. When Kang Bui moves, Fang Xi held Fang Jingyu in his arms without hesitation and moved between Fang Qingran and Mo Jingong. Fang Xi was not at all embarrassed about this. He deliberately gave Kang Bui a provocative look. Kang Bui stopped moving. He didn't expect Fang Xi to do this. With Mo Jingong around, he couldn't ask anything even if he wanted to. Kang Bui considered it and decided to give up. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. Kang Bui fell into another small world. Before Kang Bui could react, a voice rang out, Yu, little box, beat him up. Kang Bui sensed the power of the attack and quickly dodged it. Yu, come back the little box, Fang Xi said. Fang Xi asked Xiao Hezi and Fang Yu to attack Kang Bui just to test Kang Bui's strength. I watched Kang Bui dodge away. I know that Kang Bui is very powerful. There is no need to dwell on it too much. After all, the Phoenix Lord asked Kang Bui to come here for something important. It won't be too late to deal with Kang Bui after Lord Fang has dealt with the matter. Kang Bui stared at Fang Xi, looking at him again and again, and wanted to speak several times, but in the end he said nothing. Kang Bui looked like he was troubled and was not worried about his situation at all. Yin Yi stood not far from Fang Qingran, with his arms folded, looking at Kang Bui leisurely. He had a weird idea. Could it be that Kang Bui has fallen in love with Fang Xi? Otherwise, why does Kang Bui always stare at Fang Xi? He also looked melancholy and helpless. Yin Yi's eyes flickered, and he was curious about what would happen next. You are Kang Bui. How related is Senior Kang Xuanji to you? Fang Qingran spoke, crisply and directly. She also didn't want to test Kang Bui. Kang Bui shifted his gaze to Fang Qingran, his eyes alert. What do you want? Xuanman used him to plot against Kang Xuanji. The Lord of Chaos Realm wants to use him to obtain the complete witchcraft skills of the Kang family. Fang Qingran asked this question right when she first came up. He couldn't be sure if she meant well. Especially since Fang Xi is her contracted beast. Kang Bui's reaction said it all. Fang Qingran avoided answering Kang Bui's question. Your father is Ning Qiongling, right? At this moment, Kang Bui's whole body was filled with chills, and hatred flashed across his eyes. Don't mention him. It was his weakness and incompetence that caused Mother to fall into that situation. Fang Qingran's eyes became sharper. She was not sure if Kang Bui was acting. How could a young master of the Xuan sect be so emotionally unstable? Ranran, he seems to be in pain, Hongxian said in a voice transmission. Fang Qingran asked in a voice transmission, Hongxian, can you feel all his emotions? Red Fairy seems to be very good at sensing various emotional aspects. Hongxian transmitted the message, well, as long as it is a real emotion, I can sense it. After hearing this, Fang Qingran began to look at Kang Bui again. Fang Xi couldn't help but ask, since you know all this, why do you still want to work for Xuanman? To become the young master of Xuanman? Kang Bui shook his head, I have no choice, I must be the young master. Only if I am the young master can I protect the Kang family from destruction. Wan Ling asked in a confused manner, do you particularly hate Xuanman? Kang Bui stared at Wan Ling, slightly distracted. He hates Xuanman. Hate the entire Xuanman. He also hated all the mysterious ones. Including himself. Hongxian transmitted the message, Ranran, his hatred is overwhelming, but I don't know who it is directed at. The hermit standing by saw Kang Bui like this and said, you hate Xuanman so much, then how did you hide your emotions when you were in Xuanman? Kang Bui's loss of control of his emotions was too obvious. Yin Yi suspected that he was pretending. After all, it's hard to hide your true hatred for something. It is absolutely impossible for Kang Bui to become the young master after staying in Xuanman for so long. Kang Bui raised his hand and pulled up his sleeves. There was a bulge in the middle of his arm. Something was moving inside. There was also a black line extending from his wrist along his arm and upwards. Kang Bui's lips turned pale as he said, I don't need to hide it. They don't care about my hatred. These things will continue to devour my emotions until they strip away all my feelings. Now, the only thing that can stir my emotions is about my mother. But it won't be long before these emotions fade. I'm thankful that I can still vent my emotions now. As Kang Bui spoke, the hatred in his eyes faded away, leaving only a hint of sadness. His whole body breath also returned to calm. Yin Yi stared at a spot on Kang Bui's arm, and a red mist flashed in his eyes. Fang Qingran silently summoned the Loyalty Goo and said in a voice transmission, Loyalty, can you sense what kind of goo that is? Loyalty Goo said, the king of goo level love devouring goo is a forbidden goo. Anyone who is infected with it will eventually become a puppet. However, he is very powerful. He actually managed to control the love-devouring goo in one place. This can slow down the process of being controlled by the love-devouring goo, and also allow you to feel some emotions. But by doing so, he has to endure the torment all the time and can clearly feel the pain of his soul being gnawed. We must also constantly expend our energy to control the love-devouring goo and never let it leave this range. Soul and emotions are connected. The love-eating insect devours emotions, which is actually devouring the power of the soul. Its final destination is the sea of consciousness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1670, a cat replacing a prince. Updated. The love-eating insect will eventually merge with the soul. Become part of the soul. From then on, any emotion this person had would be attributed to the love-eating insect. And control the love-eating insect outside the sea of consciousness. It just adds to the pain. Because from the moment the love-eating insect begins to devour the emotions, it is destined to merge with the soul. Even if it is trapped outside the sea of consciousness. There is no way to stop it from merging with the soul. However, placing the love-eating insect outside the sea of consciousness would slow down the fusion process. But this means that the love-eating insect is in the process of fusion. Those who are poisoned by the goo will constantly suffer the pain of having their souls torn apart. Of course, there is one benefit to keeping the love-eating insect outside the sea of consciousness. That is, the love-eating poison cannot deprive the infected person of all his perceptions. Can you deal with this goo? Fang Qingran asked in a voice transmission. Loyalty Goo replied, you must be joking. I am the king of kings. I can be easily controlled by a mere love-devouring goo. Master Fang, do you need me to remove the poison from him? Fang Qingran sent a message, no need for the time being. If we remove the goo now, the mother goo will definitely notice it. Xuanren will also know that there is something wrong with Kang Bui. Besides, she was still not sure about Kang Bui's identity. Besides the love-eating goo, are there any other goo in Kang Bui's body? Loyalty Goo transmitted the message, yes, there are many more king goo, but they're no problem for me. I feel that Xuanren values him very much. In addition to some goo that control him, there are also several goo that are very beneficial to his cultivation. It's just that these goo are a little bit wicked. They will absorb the power and luck of others and give it to Kang Bui. There is still karma transfer goo in Kang Bui's body. This goo best reflects the importance Xuanren places on him. The karma transferring goo is a forbidden goo. The rules of cause and effect can be forcibly reversed. The cultivation process of such a goo alone requires countless efforts. I guess there is only one like this in the entire universe. Fortunately, it does not need to fight against the karma transferring goo. Otherwise, he really had no confidence in defeating the karma goo. After listening to what Zhongcheng Gu said, Fang Qingran was filled with thoughts. Xuanren attaches great importance to the unchanging nature of the sky. Then Kang Bui shouldn't be allowed to know so many things. Kang Bui hates Xuanren so much, what if he becomes powerful and turns against Xuanren? Who gave Xuanren the confidence to train the son of their enemy? Or do they have to cultivate Kang Bui? Fang Qingran's gaze fell on Kang Bui again. Have you ever thought about avenging senior Kang Xuanji? Kang Bui slowly put down his sleeves and said, I want to, but I can't do it because I can't find a specific enemy. Wan Ling's voice sounded, to tell you the truth, our Fang Lord has a grudge against Xuanren. Would you like to consider joining another wise lord? Kang Xuanji at least gave it life. Kang Bui should be considered as half his brother. When necessary, it still wants to help this brother. Kang Bui was slightly startled. If you become an enemy of Xuanren, you will die miserably. I have tried it many times. Every time a plan failed, they died and I was the only one alive. I killed many people. I don't want to implicate innocent people anymore. Xuanren has long controlled the universe. If they really start fighting, they will definitely sacrifice innocent people to save their lives. Unless you can disregard the lives of ordinary people and do not mind the suffering of all living beings, the Xuanren will never be eliminated. They're a bunch of lunatics who are willing to take all the people with them to their deaths. Xuanren can use any means to achieve its goals. If there were only one or hundreds of Xuanists like this, it would be easy to handle. But Xuanren was originally founded by greedy people. Those who can survive in Xuanren are all extremely greedy and unscrupulous. A group of things like this, gathered together. They also control many cosmic source nuclei. It is not easy to get rid of them. They are afraid of death, Yin Yi said in a slightly cold tone. Greedy people are afraid of death. When everyone heard the seclusion, there was silence for a moment. The hermit said again, the highest level of Xuanren must be unable to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, otherwise, they would have died long ago. Fang Xi continued, as long as you are afraid of death, you have weaknesses, and if you have weaknesses, there are ways to deal with them. After Kang Bui heard what Yin Yi and Fang Xi said, his eyes suddenly lit up. They're afraid of death, and they keep invading the universe. They're just looking for a way to achieve immortality. Immortality. Immortality that cannot be killed by any force. Yin Yi stared at Kang Bui and said, you may not be able to pry open Xuanren, but we, Venerable Feng, definitely have a way to get rid of Xuanren. The greedy are afraid of death. I will be greedy until I die. Then let greed be the death warrant. Kang Bui looked at Fang Qingran, then at Fang Xi and Wan Ling. Since you treat me like this, you should know that I am the son of the resurrection curse. Actually, I am not the child of the resurrection spell arranged by Xuanren. I don't have any previous memories. I don't know why I became the child of the rebirth spell. But I have been sane since I was born. I didn't see my mother very often. Most of the time it was that man who took care of me. Until one day, the environment in which I lived suddenly changed. Later, I found out that I went to Xuanren and became the young master they wanted to train. They wanted me to have the surname Luo, but I didn't want that. I insisted on having the surname Kang. I chose the name Bui myself. Because she said that no matter what, she would unwaveringly move forward in the direction of her choice. Fortunately, Schwanman doesn't care what my last name is. All they want is control over me. When I grew up, I investigated some things and realized that my birth was a calculation. She was poisoned by Schwanman's goo because of me. In order to fight against the goo, she destroyed her own foundation and lost the opportunity to become stronger. My presence also made her soft-hearted several times and she fell into the trap. Schwanman also wants to use me to subdue the Kang family and make the Kang family serve Schwanman. These are orders I cannot refuse. But, they underestimated her after all. I can't practice the Kang family's magic at all, and I can't inherit the Kang family. I don't know why they want me to be the young master. I guess I still have value. Kang Bui's tone was very calm at this moment. He was like two completely different people from the emotional man just now. After listening to Kang Bui's words, Fang Qingran narrowed her eyes slightly. If Kang Bui was really the child of senior Kang Xuanji. So who is Yu Che? Before she left the battlefield of the gods, she investigated and found out that Yu Che was indeed the son of the resurrection curse. There are still marks left by senior Kang Xuanji on the soul. Could it be a case of a cat replacing a prince? Perhaps senior Kang Xuanji had already calculated everything. Entered the game personally. He forcibly saved the entire Kang family. He also inserted a chess piece into the Xuanman. However, Yu Che and the Mermaid King seemed to be involved. The Mermaid King must have discovered something, which is why he found Yu Che. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1671. What you said makes sense. Fang Qingran did not open the eye of nothingness after all. Kang Bui is not Yu Che. Kang Bui is the young master carefully trained by Xuanman. It is very likely that he will become the master of Xuanman in the future. For someone like him, even if what came was just a split soul incarnation, it was not a simple clone. However, based on various clues, it can be inferred that Kang Bui should be the son of the reincarnation curse born to senior Kang Xuanji. Xuanman planned carefully step by step in order to borrow the bloodline of the Kang family and cultivate the son of the resurrection curse. Kang Bui's identity cannot be faked. Therefore, Kang Bui and Yu Che are most likely twins. Only such a replacement can be seamless. The son of the resurrection curse that Xuanman really wants to cultivate should actually be Yu Che. Yu Che must be very important to Xuanman. Senior Kang Xuanji replaced Yu Che with Kang Bui, a step that was equivalent to cutting off the fuel needed to fuel the fire. Fang Qingran's eyes flickered. Everyone underestimated senior Kang Xuanji's plan. Everyone thought that senior Kang Xuanji was trapped in love. In fact, senior Kang Xuanji is the most sober one. The conspiracy of Xuanman is unavoidable. Senior Kang Xuanji had no choice but to take part in the game to save the Kang family. Wanling stared at Kang Bui and said in an ignorant tone, I feel that your mother is Lady Kang Xuanji, and that is your greatest value. As soon as Wanling said this, everyone looked at it. Wanling shrank his neck and moved closer to Fang Xi's collar. It was just said on a whim. Is there anything wrong with this statement? Why are everyone looking at it like this? Yin Yi was the first to break the silence. I don't know who Kang Xuanji is, but he must be an extraordinary person to be targeted by the Xuanman and to have made such a careful calculation. You should be proud to have such a mother. Yin Yi felt that the name Kang Xuanji sounded somewhat familiar. But he really couldn't remember who she was. He has experienced so many people and things. Even if you search through your memory bit by bit, it's not easy to find someone. However, judging from everyone's tone, Kang Xuanji might be dead. There is no value in digging out a dead body. So Yin Yi decided to give up pursuing that sense of familiarity. Fang Xi nodded in agreement and said, what Brother Yin Yi and Wanling said makes a lot of sense. The little box heard Fang Xi and Wanling both speaking. Not wanting to be left behind, he followed up, Brother Fang Xi is right. From the moment you were born, your level was different from other practitioners. This is all because of Master Kang Xuanji. The little box paused, and added, what you should consider is your relationship with Lord Kang Xuanji, or the things Lord Kang Xuanji left behind. You don't have to find value in yourself. It's nothing to admit that you are a waste. As long as you are willing to give up and lie down, your emotions will not get out of control so easily. That would also slow down your transformation into a puppet. After Xiao Hezi finished speaking, he felt that what he said made sense. He even deliberately walked in front of Kang Bui. Fang Qingran's mouth twitched and she glanced at the small box. It seemed that it was not afraid of being beaten. Fang Xi was also somewhat speechless. The little box is a killing monster after all, and knows very little about the human race. Yin Yi didn't react to what the small box said. Because he felt that what the small box said was correct. Wanling looked at the small box with stars in her eyes. Wow, little box, what you said makes sense. I want to learn how to comfort people from you in the future. After hearing what Wanling said, Fang Qingran decided to speak. Don't blame me, Brother Bui, Xiao Hezi is a little too quick. Kang Bui's face was calm. You're right, I think too highly of myself. My value comes entirely from the Kang family blood flowing in my body. In fact, I know everything, and I also know the purpose of Xuanman keeping me here. Xuanman wants to use me to find the 40 paths of divine talismans. Summoning any totem in this book is enough to destroy a universe. They also said that as long as we thoroughly study the 40 paths of divine talismans, we will be able to deal with the first generation of creatures. I also checked the records of Xuanman and found that the 40 paths of divine talisman may contain the secret of restarting the era. You can even take this opportunity to become a first generation living being. Not only Xuanman is looking for this book, but the Lord of Chaos is also looking for this book. The disappearance of the 12 witch ancestors was related to the 40 divine talismans. Xuanman has already found out that this totem did not come from the Kang family. The Kang family just got it by coincidence. But it just happens that only the Kang family's bloodline is suitable for practicing these totems. Later, the Kang family knew that many forces wanted the 40 divine talismans, so they simply hid the item. Now even the Kang family can't find this totem. What Xuanman longs to get. It must be extremely valuable. Maybe this is the value of his existence. Xuanmen really makes him sick. Kang Busi felt the tearing pain in his soul. Lips pale. He has become accustomed to this kind of pain that can occur at any time. Most of the time, he can control himself well and does not show any abnormality. Yin Yi's eyes were dark. Hey, restarting the era, Xuanmen is really bold. Kang Bui looked towards Yin Yi. The mockery on Yin Yi's face was very obvious. We tried our best to turn back time, but we couldn't. A small sect actually wanted to reverse time and space. Who gave you the courage? People in later generations are extremely envious when they think back to the Taichu period. Many people in later generations even thought that if they were born in the beginning of time, they would have stood at the top of the void long ago. It's all wishful thinking. The darkness and blood in the beginning. It is simply beyond the imagination of later generations. When the world was first created, all living things had basically no intelligence. They know nothing and live entirely on instinct. The very beginning. Killing and looting continued. Various bloody scenes appeared one after another. It is extremely dark. Everyone has figured out how to survive after rounds of killing each other. Evolve a little bit. Eventually learn to control yourself. Gradually becoming stronger. Of course there are also some that are very strong from the beginning. For example, Mo. After people provoked him a few times, they became afraid and dared not provoke Mo again. There are also Shen Yin, Chen Qi. They are people that everyone envies but keeps the distance from. But what kind of beginning will eventually lead to what kind of ending? Where the killing began. It will also end with killing. Even if everyone has learned to disguise themselves and knows how to control their instincts, they still cannot change the final outcome. People in later generations only think about the primordial energy, but never think about anything deeper. Everyone cultivates the Hongmeng Qi, which allows them to become stronger quickly. But a rising tide lifts all boats. When everyone is strong, this kind of strength has no meaning. On the contrary, it will be because everyone is very strong. No one is convinced by anyone else. Leading to more killings. People in later generations only discovered how strong the creatures in the primordial era were, but they did not know that they were no different from the creatures today. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1672. I just said wrong. Kang Bui was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, are you a primordial being? Yin Yi shook his head. I can only be considered half a primordial being. When he developed consciousness and incarnated into a human being, the beginning of time was almost over. Kang Bui looked puzzled, and then seemed to have thought of something. You'd better avoid the Xuanmen Shrinists, they're looking for the Taichu creatures. Yin Yi asked, what do you want from us? Kang Bui hesitated for a moment and asked, do you know the one who rebelled against God? Do not know. Fang Si said in a bad tone, Xuanmen doesn't think that they can devour the flesh and blood of the primordial creatures, right? Those who rebel against God even dare to talk down to God. It is understandable that they target the primordial creatures that are more powerful than God. When Yin Yi heard Fang Si's words, a strange expression appeared on his face, and there was even a flash of excitement in his eyes. You want to eat my flesh? And you want to drink my blood? Kang Bui. How should he answer this? Only Xuanmen themselves know what they're planning. Fang Si sighed, after taking a shortcut and seeing another shortcut, I thought I could give it another try. The hermit asked, so, what is a rebel against God? The little box rushed out and said, I know this. Xuanmen was founded by the one who rebelled against the gods. The reason they became powerful and controlled many universes was because they ate the flesh and blood of the gods. Of course, the rebels cannot directly eat the flesh and blood of the gods. For this reason, they deliberately accused the gods of various crimes. Then they started to raise the banner, saying that the gods enslaved the people, and that the gods seemed to be saving the people, but in fact the disasters behind them were all created by the gods. Then, they named themselves the God Rebels, openly dealing with the gods and consuming their flesh and blood. After they became powerful, they wanted to take off the name of the rebels, so they created the Xuanmen and used the Xuanmen to give themselves more beautiful names. This is the past of the rebels and the gods. After Xiao Hezi finished speaking, he looked at Fang Si and said, Brother Fang Si, is there any problem with what I said? Fang Si nodded, yes, this part is well told. Yin Yi's eyes flickered, is God so stupid? He just let Xuanmen plot against him. It seems that when Shen Yin created the God clan, he didn't give them brains. God is not stupid, Fang Qingran said lightly. Yin Yi immediately put away all his expressions. Venerable Fang, what you said is right. I was wrong just now. What I wanted to say is that Xuanmen is really shameless. Fang Qingran's gaze fell on Kang Bui. What exactly happened between Kang Xuanji and Ning Qiongling? A strange emotion flashed in Kang Bui's eyes. He knew Xuanmen's plan at that time, and reached a cooperation with Xuanmen. But he later fell in love with his mother and wanted to give up the cooperation, but it was too late. The lives of all the people in the Ning family were under the control of Xuanmen. He said he was apologizing, but he still chose to hurt her in the end. Actually, if he wants to interrupt the plan, there are many ways. He can also be honest with her and prevent her from getting pregnant with me. However, he didn't do any of that. He just had a guilty and self-blaming expression on his face, saying sorry, but he didn't say how he had let her down. Xuanmen looked for him several times and never avoided me. I have a clear memory and heard their plan. While he was resisting Xuanmen, he also followed the path planned by Xuanmen, dragging the Kang family and even his mother into the abyss. In the end, the Ning family he was trying to protect was also completely destroyed. Kang Bui couldn't explain clearly what his feelings were towards Ning Qiongling. Compared to Ning Qiongling who took care of him, he was even more grateful to Kang Xuanji for giving him life. Kang Xuanji had countless opportunities to kill him, but they all chose to keep him. Even though he had only met Kang Xuanji a few times, he could still feel the true feelings from Kang Xuanji. Ning Qiongling is too hypocritical. There are always two faces. He couldn't like Ning Qiongling. Fang Xi said coldly, "Oh, crocodile tears. As a vested interest, he can only repent a few words. After all, if the plan is interrupted, you will not get any benefits." Yin Yi glanced at Fang Xi and said, "This is a typical case of wanting it all. His guilt and self-blame are probably just for himself." When Fang Xi heard this, he looked at Yin Yi unexpectedly with an expression of admiration. Did Ning Qiongling die in the end? Wan Ling's voice was childish and contained no malice. But I can still vaguely hear Wan Ling's expectations. I don't know. When I was taken back to Xuanmen, the Ning family was still doing well. Later, I heard the news that the Ning family was destroyed. As for whether he was dead or alive, Xuanmen could not find any records. Kang Bui's voice was restrained, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Loyalty Gu sent a message to Fang Qingran. "Master Fang, the Gu in his body is acting up, and the tearing sensation in his soul has begun." Fang Qingran looked at Kang Bui with inquiring eyes. Kang Bui was obviously hiding something. Many of the words before and after are contradictory. I just don't know whether his concealment was out of his vigilance against Xuanmen or against her. "Are you sure you want Xuanmen to be destroyed?" Fang Qingran's tone was very serious when she spoke, and her eyes looking at Kang Bui were somewhat sharp. Kang's hatred for Xuanmen never changes. She can understand. After all, no one wants to be controlled when walking. Become a puppet. But no matter how much Kang Bui hated Xuanmen, he had grown to this point because of Xuanmen after all. Those poisons can help him grow. It can even make him disappear. "I'm sure," Kang Bui said without hesitation. "He is bound to destroy Xuanmen. Even if he dies after Xuanmen is destroyed, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want to be a puppet." Fang Qingran heard this and asked directly, "Where is the location of the Xuanmen main hall? Do you have a distribution map of the various forces in the Xuanmen? Want to destroy Xuanmen? Be sure to chop off the extra claws first." Kang Bui hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know." Fang Xi said, "No, it's a bit fake that you, a young master of Xuanmen, don't know these." Kang Bui said, "I really don't know. I have never left the main hall. This time I came here using the void crack, which means I came here against time and space. As for the power of Xuanmen, I do know something, but I don't have any specific information. Do you think I am the only young master of Xuanmen? There are many young masters in Xuanmen, and I am just one of them. We are all just pawns in the hands of the Xuan master. It's not like Lord Xuan's life is about to end. They are not allowed to get close to the most core secrets. Training them was just for emergency purposes. He received so much attention because of his last name, Kang. Wan Ling is right. His greatest value is that his mother is Kang Xuanji." Fang Xi felt a little sympathetic towards Kang Bui. "You are really miserable. Your parents are missing, and your life is controlled by the Xuanmen. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1673 You Might As Well Feed Me, additional update. Tianquan Realm. The 500 puppets were eaten one by one by the Zerg. More than a dozen old men fell one after another. Mo Jingong intercepted the message they were about to send back. Juoyan and Gahu are the most leisurely ones at the moment. They don't have to do anything at all. The Zerg didn't even dare to come towards them. After the Zerg had devoured all the puppets, they looked at Mo Jingong with fear and greed in their eyes. They can sense it. If you can eat Mo Jingong, you can gain immense power. But I can also sense it. Mo Jingong's strength is terrifying. They would probably die before they even get close to him. The Zerg ate all the Xuanj, leaving only Chanjung. Chanjung took the things given by Kang Bui and escaped into the barrier set up by Mo Jingong. Chanjung has not yet felt lucky to have escaped the disaster. Then I found that Kang Bui was gone. Chanjung tried to contact Kang Bui using the secret method of Xuanmen, but failed. Chanjung suddenly fell to the ground. The young master disappeared. Can he go back alive? Chanjung walked up to the Shenji Suanzi. He looked down at the dying Shenji Suanzi with an unclear expression. The magician opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, Chanjung still understood what Shenji Suanzi wanted to say based on his mouth shape. Chanjung didn't quite understand, so he asked in a voice transmission, "Why do you want to kill Fang Qingran?" The divine calculator could hear the voice transmission but could not reply. I could only continue to whisper with difficulty. Qian Zheng's eyes were filled with horror, and he said in a voice transmission, "Master Shenji, do you know what you are talking about? How could she possibly destroy Xuanmen? She killed the chess piece arranged by Xuanmen." Chanjung shook his head, and Shenji Suanzi said that Fang Qingran was most likely a chess piece arranged by Xuanmen, and said that she killed Xuanmen's chess piece. There has never been a woman in Xuanmen. Even if they were to use chess pieces, they would not choose women. How could Fang Qingran be a pawn of Xuanmen? But it was even more outrageous that Fang Qingran killed Xuanmen's pawn. There is always an extremely powerful person hiding beside each Xuanmen chess piece. With Fang Qingran's strength, there is no way she can touch the chess piece. The diviner's eyes moved with difficulty, wanting to say something else. The next moment, he heard a clear and pleasant voice, but it was like a death warrant. "You are so familiar with him, you should be more familiar with what he did to the Eye of the Moon Goddess. Just make a one-to-one replica of him." When Chanjung heard this, he turned his head away. He first saw Kang Bui and said in surprise, "Young master, you are still alive, you." Chanjung felt something was wrong halfway through his words. The distance between Kang Bui and Fang Qingran was too close. This distance is definitely not something that exists between enemies. Kang Bui met Chanjung's questioning look without any emotion. What is seen in Chanjung will not be transmitted back. His split soul incarnation will not go back either. Fang Qingran spoke again, "The dagger is next to Chan Yuanzi, just pick it up." Chanjung glanced at Fang Qingran, thinking of what Shenji Suanzi said, and said to Kang Bui uncertainly, "Young master, is she a pawn of Xuanmen?" Kang Bui remained silent. Seeing that Chanjung was hesitant to move, Feng Qingren's eyes dimmed and she said in a voice transmission, Jungcheng, let him do it. Okay, Master Feng. In a moment, Chanjung uncontrollably picked up the dagger and attacked Shenji Suanzi. There was an extra dagger beside Chan Yuanzi. He was out of control, picked up the dagger tremblingly, and began to cut himself. One knife at a time. Extremely painful. Just like what happened to the Eye of the Moon. Chan Yuanzi finally regretted it. Soon, Tian Yuanzi and Shenji Suanzi turned into pieces of flesh and blood, and their bones broke into pieces. Feng Qingran raised her hand and took back the bone of the divine calculator. As for the dirty flesh and blood, it was directly burned to ashes. Chanjung then let go of the dagger and fell to the ground. Kang Bui looked at the bones Feng Qingran had taken back and said, Miss Feng, the bones of my original body are the same as those of the divine calculator. If you need them, I can exchange them for you. When Feng Si heard this, his eyes turned dangerous. Of course I have to change it. Those are all fragments of Little Moon's true body. Kang Bui said, okay, when you find my real body, I will give you the fragments. After Kang Bui finished speaking, he bowed to Feng Qingran and said, Miss Feng, I look forward to you coming to Xuanmen. Okay, Feng Qingran said. Feng Si, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you at first. Please forgive me. Kang Bui apologized sincerely. I thought about what I was thinking at that time. It's just nonsense. Perhaps because he had been in Xuanmen for too long, his thoughts had become abnormal. When Feng Si thought about how he almost became Wanling's father, the corners of his mouth twitched. Next time, don't use your imagination. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Wanling also echoed, I change into this shape only because it is so cute. I am a formless beast. Yin Yi flashed to Kang Bui's side and grabbed his wrist. Are you going to feed the Zerg? Kang Bui said, it is impossible for my clone to go back, it can only be destroyed. Yin Yi said, you might as well feed me instead of feeding the bugs. Kang Bui. His soul incarnation is different from other incarnations. This is normal flesh and blood. Kang Bui looked at Feng Qingran for help, as if asking Feng Qingran to call Yin Yi back. Among those present, only Mo Jinggong understood the meaning of seclusion. Loyalty Gu made a rough guess. Mo Jinggong transmitted the message, Yin Yi, he is the incarnation of a split soul. The Gu in his body does not really exist. You can only control him, but you cannot touch him. Yin Yi immediately let go of Kang Bui with regret, go feed the bugs. Then, he turned around without mercy. Although Kang Bui felt a little surprised, he still told everyone about it and flew into the Zerg. A Zerg simply swallowed him. Mo Jinggong opened the barrier on the Chanjung side. The Zerg couldn't wait to run over. Chanjung never broke free from his restraints until his death. After the Zerg had eaten Chanjung, they set their sights on Feng Qingran, Feng Si and others. As for Mo Jinggong, they still didn't dare to move forward. But when they looked at Mo Jinggong, there was still greed in their eyes. Wanling, I really don't like the look in their eyes, deal with them. Feng Si said directly. Wanling said, Brother Feng Si, they're not beasts. I can't control them, but I can eat them. Feng Si held down Wanling who was about to take action. Forget it, little box, you come, take out the chaos gourd. The little box happily took out the gourd and waited for Feng Si to teach it how to use it. Feng Si transferred a memory to the small box. After reading it, Xiao Hezi said excitedly, this sounds like Sister Choo Choo's slogan, so cool. After the little box finished speaking, it released the chaos gourd and shouted at the Zerg, I call you, do you dare to answer? No matter what. The little box shouted with great momentum. Feng Si suddenly felt less embarrassed. Is there something wrong with his mentality? Feng Si was still thinking. Feng Qingren's voice rang out, Feng Si, put Xiao Jingyu down, I'll wake her up. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1674 Listen to Junior sister. There was something shaped like a crescent moon floating in front of Feng Si's eyes. The surface of the thing was glowing with the silver light of the moon. Feng Si stared at the crescent moon, lost in thought for a moment. Feng Qingran explained, this is a small part of Jingyu's soul fragment. When all the fragments are collected, it will become a full moon. At that time, Feng Jingyu's soul could be repaired. Now we can only use these fragments to wake up Feng Jingyu. Feng Si came back to his senses, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Those beasts, all deserve to die. Feng Si suppressed the hatred in his heart and said, Lord Feng, why can't you repair Xiao Yuliang's soul now? Feng Qingran said, there is something hidden deep inside Jingyu's soul. We cannot touch her soul at this moment. If we are not careful, her soul may be shattered. She has confirmed that there is a special mark in Jingyu's soul. Still a bad mark. Xuanmen obtained most of the fragments of the Moon God's Eye, and used very few fragments to gather Jingyu's soul. Give Jingyu to the 12 witch ancestors. Successfully exchanged various forbidden spells from the 12 witch ancestors. Xuanmen gathered Jingyu's soul with ulterior motives. It is too normal to tamper with Jingyu's soul. What would worry her most would be if she didn't find the mark left by Xuanmen in Jingyu's soul. After hearing Feng Qingren's words, Feng Si looked at Feng Jingyu in his arms with eyes full of heartache. He carefully placed Feng Jingyu on the half-crescent moon. Feng Si, you are against Jingyue. Lord Feng, I am protecting Little Moon. Feng Si interrupted Feng Qingren's words using telepathy. Feng Qingran looked at Feng Si. Feng Si continued to transmit his voice. Our Zhenshin clan was once protected by the Eye of the Sun. The only condition he left for us was to find the Eye of the Moon Goddess and protect her. When I was receiving inheritance in my ancestral land, I found that my ancestors had changed this into an ancestral precept. The Juoyan clan actually also has this inheritance. It's just that Juoyan hasn't found the ancestral land of the Phoenix yet, and hasn't received this inheritance yet. Master Feng, please don't tell Xiaoyu about the inheritance yet, okay? When he first received the inheritance of protecting the Eye of the Moon, his feelings were extremely complicated. He doesn't like such ancestral teachings. It was like putting a layer of shackles on him. But after he carefully observed Fang Jingyu, he began to protect her unconsciously. The little moon deserves to be protected. Moreover, there is no conflict in protecting Little Moon and Lord Phoenix. It made him very happy. Fang Qingbran stared at Fang Si for a long time, and finally revealed a meaningful expression. Fang Qingbran transmitted the message, I won't tell you, but Fang Si, there are some things you need to think about carefully. Fang Si understood what Fang Qingbran meant, and said solemnly, Lord Fang, I know. The universe is in turbulent times right now. He just wants to protect Lord Fang and Little Moon. He didn't consider the extra things for the time being. Perhaps after the crisis is resolved, he will consider telling Little Moon about the Eye of the Sun. Fang Qingbran looked at Fang Si and didn't intend to say anything more. Fang Jingyu woke up quickly. When she opened her eyes, she was confused for a moment. A vague memory flashed through Fang Jingyu's mind. She seemed to have fallen into endless darkness just now. In the darkness, there were unparalleled scarlet and greedy eyes staring at her. They seemed to want to eat her alive. She wants to escape. But those greedy eyes follow me everywhere. It was as if he wanted to tear a piece of flesh from her. Then he was willing to give up. She wanted to break free, wanted to resist. But she found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape. I can't get rid of those eyes. Until Sister Fang appeared. Sister Fang brought light, dispelled darkness, and drove away those greedy eyes. Sister Fang reached out her hand and rescued her. Thinking of this, Fang Jingyu subconsciously looked for Fang Qingbran. Then he saw Fang Qingbran beside him. Fang Jingyu looked at Fang Qingbran and smiled with dimples, Sister Fang. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and rubbed Fang Jingyu's head, Jingyu, I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, I'm fine, Sister Fang. After collecting the Zerg, the little box flew to Fang Jingyu and said, Sister Yueyu, you have been sleeping for a long time. We were all worried about you. The little box released the chaos god and said proudly, Sister Moon, look, there are Zerg here. I took them in. I was so impressive just now. Fang Jingyu smiled and said, little box, it's amazing. Fang Si stood beside Fang Jingyu, looking at the small box that was stealing the show. The little box didn't realize anything was wrong and continued talking. Wan Ling also came to join in the fun. The two kids chatted incessantly in front of Fang Jingyu about what had happened in the middle. Fang Si didn't have the chance to speak at all. Yin Yi crossed his arms and looked at Fang Si with a teasing look. Fang Qingbran came to Mo Jinggong and said, 7th senior brother, I forgot to ask you before, why did you suddenly come here? Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed. Before he could say anything, Duo Yan at the side said, of course it's to grab the origin of nothingness. Alas, what a pity, I didn't even see a hair. Master, this trip is really a big loss. After Duo Yan finished speaking, he felt that he was very smart. After all, the master actually came for the origin of Hongmeng and the origin of nothingness. But the origin of Hongmeng was absorbed by Fang Qingbran. It would be very embarrassing if the master were to say it. It wants to be its master's mouthpiece. Duo Yan raised his head, very proudly, as if waiting for Mo Jinggong's praise. It's so clever. Resolve the embarrassment for the master. Mo Jinggong moved his knuckles, but after receiving Fang Qingbran's gaze, he finally stopped moving. The hair on Duo Yan's body stood up unconsciously. It immediately misunderstood. I think the danger comes from Fang Qingbran. Venerable Fang, our master said he came here to get some origin, but he didn't see anything. Instead, he dealt with several big troubles in the border area. After our master dealt with the border affairs, he rushed here without stopping. If you don't believe me, you can ask Gahu, right? Gahu. Gahu hovered around Mo Jinggong's right shoulder and didn't want to pay attention to Duo Yan. Duo Yan didn't get a response, nor did he feel embarrassed. Fang Qingbran looked at Duo Yan with a half smile, really? That's a pity, I didn't see it. Duo Yan didn't think there was anything wrong with Fang Qingbran's answer at all. Duo Yan echoed, yes, I feel like these two things must be fake. Someone must have deliberately released the aura to play a trick on me. Fang Qingbran looked at Mo Jinggong and joked, 7th senior brother, it seems that you have made a wasted trip this time. Mo Jinggong's eyes were full of tenderness, and he said softly, it's not a wasted trip. Meeting you is the greatest surprise and gain. Mo Jinggong just felt fortunate. Fortunately, the original aura of Hongmeng was leaked out. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have come here. Then, it is unknown when he and she will meet again. Of course, we can't let senior brother 7 run around in vain. How about we look for treasures in this universe together? Mo Jinggong nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you, junior sister. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1675 Hiding behind Mo Jinggong. The entrance of Hongshuju. Various formations and restrictions still exist. But the defenders disappeared. Fang Qingbran has already learned from Mo Jinggong that the masters of all realms have gone to the Tiangshan realm. It's really a strange place. Yin Yi said. What's strange? Duo Yan asked without replying. Yin Yi took back his divine power, 99% of them women at the emperor level, and the remaining dozen or so men, the lowest level is the Lord of the Void. With such a huge disparity in strength, the weak can only be enslaved and oppressed. Yin Yi said this, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Duo Yan was very puzzled, why can't it be protection? When the Tianquan realm is in such a crisis, sending weak female cultivators here is also a form of protection. As soon as Duo Yan finished asking, he found that it flew uncontrollably to Yin Yi's shoulder. Duo Yan looked at Mo Jinggong with confused eyes. Full of confusion. Yin Yi tilted his head and pulled the feather on Duo Yan's head. Did you go out without your brain? What kind of protection is this? I just checked and couldn't find any female cultivators in the entire Tianquan realm. And the women in Hongshuju should be from the entire Tianquan realm. They are all in the same realm. Isn't it strange? Any small world. Where there are strong people, there will be weak people. But it always takes a process to go from being strong to being weak. Therefore, practitioners at every level should have this talent. When all practitioners are at the same level, then there must be something wrong with this small world. When Juoyan heard Yin Yi scolding it was about to spit fire at him. But Yin Yi's next words made Juoyan realize the problem. Juoyan asked, are they really all at the emperor level? Yin Yi said clearly, yes, it is very clever to be stuck in this realm. The small Tianquan realm is really a place where filth and dirt are hidden. After advancing to the emperor realm, one can take various longevity pills and longevity fruits to extend one's lifespan indefinitely. Moreover, in this state, the body will not age easily. They can become a great resource. Also easy to control. Fang Qinggran said, Yin Yi, can you sense how many strong men are there? Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong. The two people's eyes met, and a dark light flashed in both of them. Yin Yi patted his chest and said confidently, Your Excellency Fang, don't worry. None of the strong men inside can beat me. The little box admired him and said, Wow, Yin Yi, you are so awesome, so domineering. Brother Yin Yi, we will rely on your protection later, Fang Xi said meaningfully. Yin Yi ignored Fang Xi's strange look. I felt a strange sense of relief. He finally understood Mo Jinggong's feelings. Yin Yi said in a somewhat dazed tone, Don't worry, I'm here to protect you all. In fact, there is one person inside who he should not be able to defeat. But the other party was suppressed by something. Just don't provoke them. Besides, Mo Jinggong is here. If it really doesn't work, I can just hide behind Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong would never put Master Fang in danger. The little box said, Yin Yi, you are so amazing. I want to be as amazing as you. Fang Qinggran leaned closer to Mo Jinggong and said in a voice transmission, Seventh senior brother, why is Yin Yi a little bit abnormal? She remembered the hermit she saw in the border area, who was full of evil. Why is it that he is in seclusion at this moment? Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qinggran's gentle eyes and said in a voice transmission, I guess she was stimulated by something. Yin Yi was a little dazed when he heard Xiao Hezi's sincere praise. Such praise. It was the first time he heard it. Ever since he broke free from the mire, he has been speculating about all living beings with the darkest thoughts. But he knew that his heart was longing for light. I long for those beautiful and sincere feelings more. However, he was born in darkness and experienced too much darkness. The road we travel is full of darkness. Destined to be unable to associate with light. He envied Mo's loneliness and fearlessness. But he was more jealous of the trust between Shen Yin and Shen Qi. After entering the chaos period and getting rid of the darkness, he tried to find companions. Anyone who has seen him kill someone will stay away from him. Or maybe they want to get rid of him. He had met many living beings, but only Mo's attitude towards him was always consistent. Never take him seriously. And the reason he chose to follow Fang Qinggran was entirely because of the look in that shadow's eyes. She stands at the pinnacle of the void, unrivaled in dignity and splendor. But there is no condescending attitude at all. There was no sign of contempt. As she looked down at them, he saw equality in her eyes. All living beings. All are in the same position. There is no distinction between high and low. This is the attitude that a top strong person should have. Yin Yi looked at the small box and felt that his choice was absolutely correct. Everyone who follows Venerable Fang is very nice. At first, they were wary of him. And after accepting him, they treated him very well. Yin Yi looked at Fang Qinggran very seriously and raised his hand. Venerable Fang, I, Yin Yi, hereby swear to follow you and never betray you. As soon as Yin Yi finished speaking, a purple lightning flashed above his head. The oath of Tao is established. Welcome to join us, Fang Qinggran said sincerely. Juoyan was very shocked and said in a voice transmission, Master, isn't Yin Yi a fence-sitter? Why did you make such an unbreakable oath? Mo Jinggong transmitted his voice indifferently. Fence-sitters can be divided into those inside the wall and those outside the wall. Those outside the wall cannot enjoy protection, but they can change places by themselves. Juoyan. The little box said happily, Yin Yi, welcome to join Lord Fang. This is definitely the most correct decision you have ever made. Fang Xi also looked at Yin Yi and said, welcome. Fang Jingyu smiled and said, welcome. Ellipsis. When Yin Yi heard the series of welcomes, he blushed a little and said suddenly, I am not a fence-sitter. Everyone laughed when they heard this. The fact that Yin Yi was a fence-sitter was actually said by Juoyan. Let's go in, Fang Qinggran said. Everyone entered Hongshuju together. There is a different world inside Hongshuju. It can be considered a complete little world. Mountains and rivers are interdependent. Picturesque. A place full of life. Magnificent palaces stand in the clouds. Every palace is protected by a formation. It looks quiet and peaceful. It's such a small world, but there's not even a single walking figure to be seen. Only in the palace was there the scent of human beings. Mo Jinggong and Yin Yi looked towards a valley at the same time. Fang Yuyu felt around and immediately looked towards the direction of the valley. Yin Yi pointed to the valley and said, Venerable Fang, the strong men guarding it are all over there. Fang Qinggran's eyes flashed, let's go over there first. Just ride together. After all, if you want to rescue the female cultivators in the palace, you must first get rid of the guards. Yin Yi said, Venerable Fang, I will go investigate first, and you can go over later. Mo Jinggong's voice sounded, let's go together. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1676 Strength is more important than everything. Additional update. Tiangshuan Realm. As soon as Yan Huang and Ling Tianyuan entered, they were besieged. Yan Huang was sitting on the Blood Lotus. When he saw the attack coming, he raised his hand and threw Ling Tianyuan. The entire Tianquan world was in ruins. The rolling mountains were razed to the ground by the terrifying force. Land subsidence. Seawater pours in. The wailing sounds of countless creatures continued to ring out. But the fighting did not stop. Instead, they wanted to kill Flame Phoenix even more. They began to use countless magic weapons that were powerful enough to destroy the world to fight against the Flame Phoenix. The heaven and earth were shaken. City after city was reduced to rubble. Ling Tianyun resisted being thrown from the beginning. Finally, it turned into a face full of despair. Yan Huang said, Xiao Yun, have you learned the principles that my sister taught you? Ling Tianyun said subconsciously, I've learned it. If you can't refuse, just lie down. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyun, this doesn't make sense. Look at the look in their eyes. Don't they hate me to the core? Why do you think they only dare to look at me and not approach me? Ling Tianyun, do I need to say this? If I get close to you, I will die. Xiao Yun, strength is everything. Only the strong can decide their own choices. Go back and practice well. Ling Tianyun was surprised by Yan Huang's sudden earnest words. Sister Yan Huang, you. Yan Huang smiled charmingly, don't be too touched, old Ling is always worried about your cultivation, so I let you suffer a little. Xiao Yun, look at them. They hate me to the core, but they can't get rid of me. Isn't it very frustrating? If one day you become them, what will you do? Ling Tianyun was silent. Start thinking seriously about that scenario. I suddenly shuddered. Sister Yan Huang, don't worry, I will never be your enemy. Flame Phoenix. He is really stubborn. Ling Tianyun was raised by Gu Ming, Taiji, and others. When they are raising their children, they are very soft-hearted. Ling Tianyun would never be forced to practice. Ling Tianyun is also a playful person by nature. This made it difficult for him to stay in a state of cultivation for a long time. Coupled with the indulgence of Gu Ming and the others, Ling Tianyun's strength has been stuck at this level for a long time. Xiaoyun, it's okay. I've killed more people than you've lived. I understand a lot of things. Just observe and learn slowly. Sister Yan Huang, can we live a good life by learning the truth? Can we improve our cultivation? Yan Huang raised his hand and threw Ling Tianyun out again. Yan Huang's gaze fell on one place, and excitement flashed in his eyes. This guest from Tiangshan realm is a little ugly, but he is quite obedient. The death game has been set up. Below. The faces of several realm masters turned pale. At this moment, they were extremely envious of Chia Linyuan. Leaving early was a wise move. What should we do? The ancestors can't beat her at all. They're clearly at the same realm, so why can't even our ancestors, even if they unite, be her match? Why does that kid named Ling Tianyun have so many defensive marks? Do you still want to continue the attack? Our actions have not only not depleted her strength, but we have also suffered heavy losses. The old eyes of Qigong watched the cities disappear one by one, with a black fog in his eyes that could not be dispersed. He was still wearing the pig head mask. He thought about taking it off, but for some reason, after putting it on, he couldn't take it off. His face beneath the mask was extremely gloomy, and he exuded a cold aura. Among them is his main city. There is a primitive level defense formation inside the main city. Now it has been destroyed. What is the origin of this crazy woman? Why do I feel that her strength and realm do not match? Why don't we stop wasting her energy? I think we should lure her into the heavenly dragnet and earthly net to deal with her first. No more stopping the war. I guess there isn't a single one of our ancestors left. Fortunately, Yan Huang did not kill the ancestor directly. Just threw them into the land of death. That was the place that Qigong built according to Yan Huang's request. However, Qigong made some adjustments, so he would not lose his strength after entering. But it's unrealistic to stop now. Hearing this, Fang Huai from Tianquan realm said to Qigong, go find her and tell her that it was all a misunderstanding. It was the ancestors who didn't understand the situation that attacked her. The guest asked sullenly, why don't you go? Fang Huai was stunned for a moment, probably not expecting Qi Gui to say that. Another realm master took the initiative to speak. Tiangshan realm master, you are the realm master here, it is more appropriate for you to go. Yes, Lord Tiangshan, go ahead. The crazy woman won't kill you. Everyone's words obviously had a hidden meaning. From time to time, they would look at Qigong's mask in a weird way. Finally, under the urging of other realm masters, Qigong sent a message to Yan Huang, Dayu Yan Huang, stop fighting. We don't want to fight at all. Yan Huang paused in throwing Ling Tianyun. She looked in the direction of Qigong, what did you say? No more fighting, that's good relationship. With a wave of her sleeves, Yan Huang all the powerful men who besieged her fell into the land of death. Come here and talk. Yan Huang waved to Qigong. Qigong came in front of Yan Huang. Yan Huang nodded with satisfaction, it's ugly, but also very cute. As expected, you are suitable for this mask. Qigong's skinny body trembled again and again before he was able to control his emotions. Fellow Daoist Yan Huang, the ancestors didn't know the situation well, and thought you were invading the small world, so they attacked you. Really, but I remember what an old guy said to me when I first stepped in here. Yan Huang seemed to be lost in memories. Ling Tianyun said, Sister Yan Huang, I remember. Ling Tianyun coughed, put on a majestic posture, and said to the guest, I'll give you a chance. As long as you obey me and atone for what you have done, I will spare you. Yan Huang nodded, yes, that's what I said. Qigong's face turned red under the mask. Actually, Yan Huang paused deliberately, I still like your unruly side. The guest said aggrievedly, fellow Daoist Yan Huang, this is really a misunderstanding. The ancestors have already entered the land of death. This is considered an apology to you. Ling Tianyun said to Qigong, if you can beat Sister Yan Huang, will you still say it's a misunderstanding? Yan Huang glanced at Ling Tianyun and said, Xiao Yun, don't do this. It's wrong to expose other people's thoughts directly. Ling Tianyun cooperated and said, Sister Yan Huang is right. Xiao Yun, next time you encounter a situation where you can't beat someone, just say it was a misunderstanding. If you can beat someone, just say, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, don't blame me. Have you learned it? Sister Yan Huang, I've learned it. I will definitely do it this way in the future. The guest almost wanted to disappear on the spot. But thinking of the purpose of his coming here, he suppressed all emotions. Fellow Taoist Yan Huang, you are right. We did something wrong and we should apologize, so I have fulfilled your request. That's the playground that Taoist fellow Yan Huang wants. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1677, One thought creates everything. The place of death. Looking around, everything is desolate. The inside is separated by winding mountains. It's like a complicated maze. Every road seems to lead to an exit. In fact, every place is a dead end. At the end of the dead end, there are dangerous formations, illusions, and an abyss filled with death. Even if you can escape from these dangers, you will also be transported to another dangerous place. Deep down in his heart, Qigong is still afraid of the Flame Phoenix. Therefore, when arranging the Land of Death, it was arranged completely according to the requirements of Flame Phoenix. Ling Tianyun looked at the Land of Death and nodded with satisfaction. Flame Phoenix's beautiful eyes flickered. It looks good, but how can this Land of Death not have the aura of death? After Yan Huang finished speaking, he raised his hand and a blood lotus flew out. The blood lotus flew into the Land of Death, leaving behind the cold aura of death wherever it passed. Soon, every corner of the Land of Death was filled with the aura of death. When Qigong saw this, a flash of worry passed through his eyes. If the ancestors stayed in such a place for too long, they would definitely be eroded by the death energy. Soon, the blood lotus flew back into Flame Phoenix's hand and disappeared. Ling Tianyun was surprised and said, Sister Yan Huang, is this really the Land of Death? Wouldn't that be bad? What if they can't withstand the erosion of death and die early? That wouldn't be fun. Don't worry, Xiaoyun, the best is yet to come. One could hear extreme excitement in Yan Huang's tone. Qigong lowered his head and said, Fellow Taoist Yan Huang, can I have a favor to ask? No. Yan Huang refused flatly. The face under the mask of Qigong was extremely dark. Yan Huang said with interest, Xiao Yun, how about you go in and play with them? Ling Tianyun shook his head like a rattle. Sister Yan Huang, I don't want to go in. I don't like it in there. Of course he knew he wouldn't die. But what's fun in a place where a bunch of old guys gather together? Besides, they showed no mercy when they beat him just now. Entering like this is like delivering it to your door. If you don't want to go in, I'll go by myself. After saying this, Yan Huang flashed and went towards the Land of Death. Wherever she passed, she left behind the shadows of blood lotuses. Ling Tianyun was dumbfounded. By the time he reacted, the Flame Phoenix was already flying above the Land of Death. Ling Tianyun hurriedly shouted, Sister Yan Huang, you can't go in. There may be a trap. Upon seeing this, several world masters couldn't help but breathe faster. This crazy woman actually agreed to go in. Then don't they have a way to deal with her? Ling Tianyun noticed the abnormality of the masters of the major realms, and his aura suddenly changed, with a sharp chill flashing in his eyes. Ling Tianyun grabbed the host by the collar and warned him, You'd better pray that you haven't set any traps in the Land of Death, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Qigong didn't take Ling Tianyun's warning seriously at all. However, Flame Phoenix has not really entered yet. The guest still kept his eyebrows lowered. The guest said in a deep voice, Don't worry, my friend, we dare not do that. The Flame Phoenix stayed in the sky above the Land of Death for a while. The Land of Death below suddenly lit up with bright light. Countless array patterns and mysterious runes shine in it. In a moment, the array patterns and runes connected together to form one illusory chain after another. Blood lotuses as big as a palm bloomed on the chains one after another. The Land of the Dead has undergone tremendous changes. Everything began to revolve. Flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, pavilions and towers appeared one by one. Anyone can see it. The Land of Death is likely to evolve into a complete little world. There is a dense jungle. There is a dry desert. There is also ice and snow. Ellipsis. But, why does this new world, which is clearly full of vitality, always give people a lifeless feeling? As the small world becomes more and more complete, the stronger people became, the more uneasy they felt. But I couldn't help being shocked. Just raising your hand can create a world. What kind of power is this? There seems to be a heavenly consciousness in this. And there are complete rules of heaven and earth. This small world feels somewhat similar to the Tiangshan realm. Didn't we agree to just play a game? Why did she create an entire world with her bare hands? I remember that creating a small world requires the certification of the Great Tao, right? How did she do it? Then the ancestors who stay inside will become the creatures of this small world, right? They must obey the rules inside. This is the place where the crazy woman wants to play. The life and death of everything in it depends on her thoughts. A realm lord worriedly transmitted, then is the heavenly dragnet and earthly net destruction formation we set up still in place? And I guess there's no yin-yang heavenly curse formation either. I can't contact the ancestors anymore. What should I do? What if the ancestors died in there? These ancestors who were thrown into the Land of Death by the Flame Phoenix are the ones who protect the Northern Wilderness universe. If they all died in there, the overall strength of the Northern Wilderness universe will definitely be greatly reduced. Everyone looked at the blood-red chains outside the small world, and the panic in their eyes could not be suppressed. They felt that as long as these chains were there, the ancestors would have no choice but to be sorted by the Flame Phoenix. Have you noticed one thing? Flame Phoenix never used his Tao body from beginning to end. Isn't she a monk? Impossible. How could she kill our Taoist master if she doesn't practice Taoism? Is it possible that Yan Wang's cultivation level is higher? In fact, there is another kind of existence that can surpass practitioners without practicing Taoism. This is impossible. Chaos gods and demons don't need to practice Taoism. The Chaos gods and demons control the power of the laws between heaven and earth, and also have the power to create all things with a single thought, just like she is now. Everyone stopped communicating. Several realm masters exchanged glances with each other. Endless greed and fear intertwined. If we could capture a chaos god and use her to train the next generation. The bloodline of the chaos gods and demons is naturally the best. But if Flame Phoenix is really a chaos devil, then these methods of theirs will be useless against her. While several world masters were still thinking, Flame Phoenix flashed into the small world. The figure disappeared from the sight of the strong men. She went in like that. My divine essence cannot detect the situation in the small world. Can you? Many strong men shook their heads. I can sense that the Heavenly Net Destruction formation and the Yin-Yang Heavenly Curse formation is still there, but the formations are no longer under my control. She must have discovered the existence of the formation, which is why she turned the place below into her own little world. What are we going to do next? Everyone subconsciously looked at the Realm Masters. This matter concerns the safety of the universe, and only the Lord of the Realm can intervene. How about we ask Schwanman for help? Schwanman was able to deal with even the gods back then, so they must have a way to deal with the chaos gods and demons. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1678. Do you believe it or not? After listening to everyone's words, Feng Huai, the leader of Tianquan realm, had a gloomy look in his eyes. When cooperating with Schwanman, he could only get 1 point of benefit. The remaining 90% all went to the Schwanman. If we seek help from Schwanman now, we will probably have to drain out the resources of half the universe. Feng Huai said, you can't look for Schwanman. A realm master asked in confusion, why can't we find Schwanman? The other realm masters were also very puzzled. Isn't the Tianquan realm cooperating with Schwanman? And got so many benefits. Could it be that Feng Huai is afraid that they will take away the benefits of the Tianquan realm? Several world masters were suspicious in their hearts but did not show it on their faces. Feng Huai's eyes turned cold. The white-browed sword master beside Feng Huai snorted coldly, and a fierce sword force emanated from his body. The other realm masters didn't dare to ask any more questions. I think Yan Huang cares about Ling Tianyan. Why don't we catch him and use him to threaten Yan Huang? Are you sure you can catch him? I can't even count the layers of defense on his body. Even if I catch him, I can't hurt him. So what's the point of catching him? That kid has so many goodies, where do they come from? As soon as Yan Huang left, Ling Tianyan noticed all kinds of eager gazes. Ling Tianyan crossed his arms and said slowly, you'd better not touch me, otherwise, I'll be scared myself. A guest nearby said, young man, you are joking. We are just curious about your background. Ling Tianyan shook his hair and said arrogantly, you are not worthy of knowing our origins, so stop asking. The guest was not angry. He turned his cloudy eyes and said slowly, my friend, you are not afraid of life and death. I admire you. Ling Tianyan keenly sensed that something was wrong. This guest has a big problem. Ling Tianyan said, what do you want to do? No need to waste time, just be direct. The guest smiled and said, fellow Taoist Yan Huang has now entered the land of death. He will definitely not be able to come out for a while. Why don't you find a place to rest first? To show hospitality for nothing is to be either an adulterer or a thief. A flash of darkness flashed across Qi Gong's eyes. My friend, you misunderstood. I just saw that you are young and must have never experienced the Wushan cloud rain. Why don't I take you to experience it? The other realm masters immediately understood what Qi Gong was planning. But they couldn't help but have some doubts. Ling Tianyan had seen beings like the Flame Phoenix. Can you really be attracted by the vulgar fans they cultivate? Ling Tianyan looked at Qi Gong with a puzzled look. How do you know that I have never experienced Wushan rain cloud? With my strength, it would be easy for me to raise clouds and rain in Wushan. A strong man immediately understood that Ling Tianyan knew nothing. That will be easier to manipulate. Ha ha ha, my friend, the Wushan clouds and rain we are talking about is not what you said. As long as you go with us to experience it, I guarantee you will be immersed in it. No, what you said must not be good. Ling Tianyan refused. Grandpa Gu Ming told him. If something sounds bad, just reject it. Don't even try to understand it in depth. Don't worry, my friend. This will be beneficial to your practice and will allow you to quickly improve your strength. Ling Tianyan asked, are you so kind? If there is a way to quickly improve his strength, give it to him. Even if you beat him to death, he would never believe it. The guest master continued, we just want to make friends with you, and ask you to ask Taoist fellow Yan Huang to spare our ancestor. Ling Tianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. These old guys must be plotting against him. What is the method you are talking about to improve your cultivation? The guest asked, my friend, have you ever heard of the body that is born to gather spirits? Ling Tianyan nodded. I heard that anyone with this kind of talent is being chased by the heavenly Tao and is able to cultivate dozens of times faster than an ordinary cultivator. Hearing this, the dark light in Qi Gong's eyes became brighter. Then do you know that a body born with a spirit can also help others practice? Ling Tianyan suddenly came to his senses and his face turned cold. You guys are not using the natural spirit gathering body as a cauldron, are you? Improve your strength quickly. Isn't it the method of dual cultivation? Moreover, it is a method of dual cultivation where all the cultivation of one party is attributed to the other party. The guest said, my friend, we didn't ask them to do it. They did it voluntarily, we never forced them. If you don't believe me, come with me and take a look. Ling Tianyan heard these familiar words. I couldn't help but think of the divine realm in the Xuanchu plain. Ling Tianyan looked around and asked abruptly, why is there no female cultivator here? The guest said, of course there are female cultivators. They are well protected by us. You can come with me to take a look. Ling Tianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Protect. Ah. What kind of protection would result in not a single female cultivator going into battle? This place is probably the same as the divine realm in the Xuanchu plain. It's called protection. In fact, they are secretly depriving them of various resources and rights. They were forced to be trapped in one place. There is no other choice. Finally, they told the public that they all volunteered. It's ironic and funny. Ling Tianyun raised his eyes and looked towards the direction of the land of death. Sister Yan Wang insisted on coming here. Could it be that she had already discovered the filthiness inside? Ling Tianyun looked at Qi Gong. You said they all volunteered, right? The guest nodded. Ling Tianyun smiled with his lips curved, a mischievous look flashing through his eyes. I actually have a way to make you voluntarily become a cauldron, do you believe it? The guest's face turned completely dark. Ling Tianyun looked at Feng Huai and the others again. Do you believe it? I have countless ways to make you voluntarily become Ding Lu. Feng Huai and his group all looked unhappy. A strong man said with a little dissatisfaction, My friend, we want to be friends with you, how can you do this? Ling Tianyun asked, Why are you so anxious? Don't you know that your so-called voluntary commitment is totally untenable? Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Just let Sister Yan Huang deal with you. Then the strong men saw Ling Tianyun take out a whip. As Ling Tianyun swung the whip in his hand, they seemed to hear a call from the ancient void. The whip is completely black. There are also mysterious runes on the handle. The whip exudes a terrifying aura. The guest who was closest to him couldn't even breathe. In his eyes, the whip at this moment was like a huge net, making it impossible for him to escape. Before the guest could think about it, Ling Tianyun swung his whip out. Hit the guest. He flew straight to the land of death. Ling Tianyun looked at Feng Huai and the others. Do you want to go in by yourselves, or do you want me to take you in? You. Ling Tianyun ignored the angry looks and said calmly, I still have a lot of weapons like this. You should know that you can't kill me. But it should be able to draw your souls apart. Everyone understood that what Ling Tianyun said was true. That is why they feel aggrieved and angry. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1679 Return the Favor, additional update. At the same time, there was a flash of jealousy in their eyes. Such a treasure actually fell into the hands of a master of the origin. White-browed sword master sent a message to Feng Huai, Realm master, that whip acts on the soul. If it hits you, your sea of consciousness will definitely be damaged. Feng Huai sent a voice message, can you destroy that whip? I'm not strong enough to do that. Feng Huai's face was gloomy, and he said, my friend, do you have to be so aggressive? Do you want to kill us all? It seems that I still have to send a message to Xuanmen. However, Ling Tianyun no longer wanted to waste time talking to them. He raised his hand and whipped him. As fast as lightning. Feng Huai dodged, but found that even so, the whip still hurt him. Poof. Feng Huai spat out blood on the spot. Boundary Lord. Master Feng Huai, are you going to enter or not? Ling Tianyun said calmly. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Ling Tianyun. It was like getting to know him all over again. The boy had fiery red hair that was bold, unrestrained and eye-catching. His brows were full of arrogance and disdain for them. He seems to be very confident. They could do nothing to him. This kind of momentum. Ordinary forces can never be cultivated. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. They were finished. Go in, Feng Huai said to Bai Mai Jansen. Bai Mai Jansen supported Feng Huai and took him into the land of death. Seeing this, other realm masters followed in. Seeing that they all went in tactfully, Ling Tianyun put away the whip. But he always felt that there was something he had overlooked. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let Sister Yan Huang worry about it. I'm going to cooperate with Sister Yan Huang and give them a surprise. Ling Tianyun went in one direction. In the land of death. Yan Huang found those ancestors. When they saw the flame phoenix, they were terrified and subconsciously wanted to escape. But they found that they had lost all their strength. Flame Phoenix sat on the blood lotus and looked down at the group of old men. Don't worry, I remember you guys also set up the Heavenly Net and Earthly Net execution formation, as well as the Yin-Yang Heavenly Curse formation, right? All the ancestors trembled all over and dared not speak. Yan Huang said in a brisk voice, don't worry, the formation is still there. Just as the ancestors breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Flame Phoenix say again, it has already merged with this world and is under my control, so you'd better obey me. The ancestors were speechless for a moment. Fortunately, Yan Huang didn't expect them to answer. Yan Huang raised the corners of his lips slightly, and said with a smile, I heard that your Northern Wilderness universe has a special rule that requires women's cultivation to not exceed the Emperor realm. The ancestors knew that they could no longer remain silent. After all, Flame Phoenix never plays by the rules. An old ancestor raised his head and said calmly, fellow Daoist Yan Huang, you are joking. We don't have such a rule. Everything depends on the cultivation aptitude. A cold light flashed across Yan Wang's beautiful eyes. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? The old ancestor who was speaking shuddered. Dao Yan Wang, I am telling the truth. You should know that Dao fruits after the Emperor realm are very difficult to find, and the realms beyond that are also very resource intensive. Cultivation resources are precious, and we must do our best to cultivate strong people who can reach the top. After all, a universe cannot be without a strong person. As the old man spoke, he noticed that Yan Wang's eyes were getting colder and colder, so he immediately changed his words and said, in fact, we also gave them resources, but they were not qualified, so we had to give up. Moreover, they chose to stay in the Emperor realm voluntarily. Yan Huang said calmly, really? The old man suddenly felt the pressure doubled, his face turned pale, and he subconsciously said, in fact, we need them to give birth to more next generations. If they continue to practice, it will delay their ability to give birth to the next generation. Our heritage will not be able to continue, and the universe will not be able to produce more powerful people. Some female cultivators use cultivation as an excuse to refuse to give birth to the next generation. If all female cultivators are like this, then the Northern Wilderness universe will have no future, right? Fellow Daoist Yan Huang, we only controlled their cultivation. We didn't do anything else. We provide them with the best living environment, give them elixirs to prolong their lifespans, and protect them from harm. Since they have enjoyed all this, they should take responsibility. The old man actually sounded quite righteous at the end of his speech. Yan Huang smiled faintly. Do they still have to be grateful to you? The old man said, that's not necessary. They just need to fulfill their responsibilities. After all, what rights you enjoy, what obligations you should bear. A dark light flashed across the bottom of Yan Wang's eyes. Your universe is quite strange. There is not a single female cultivator with good aptitude. All of them can only reach the Emperor realm. Can they really give birth to a next generation with good qualifications? The old man seemed a little proud at the moment, and stroked his beard. We naturally have plenty of ways to make them give birth to excellent successors. The old man didn't notice at all that the old ancestors behind him were all looking extremely terrified at this moment. Flame Phoenix's beautiful eyes flickered as she clapped her hands. Not a bad idea. I don't understand what rights and obligations are. I only understand one thing. Give them what they want you to give me. How about you enjoy their rights and take on their responsibilities? The old man's smile froze, and he said awkwardly, fellow Daoist Yan Huang, you are joking. Of course I want to take responsibility, but my body won't allow it. Ha ha ha. The devilish laughter of Flame Phoenix rang out. A bit crazy. It's more of a mockery. The old man was about to speak. Yan Huang placed a finger on his lips, signaling the old man to be quiet. Flame Phoenix's beautiful eyes were sharp. In this world, even animals can become human beings, so what else is impossible? The fairy bone in your body was dug out, right? And your spiritual roots were also transplanted. Oh, by the way, this body of yours that is suitable for training was also taken from someone else using forbidden techniques. With every word Yan Huang spoke, the old man's expression became uglier. Yan Huang continued, you said that their aptitude is not suitable for cultivation, then why did you dig out bones and spiritual roots from them? You enjoyed their provision and then turned around to slander them. You really let me see the diversity of species. Remember what you just said, enjoy your rights and take on your responsibilities. Yan Huang said, looking at the other ancestors, oh, by the way, there are also you, let's enjoy the rights together and take on the responsibility of nurturing the next generation. As soon as Yan Huang finished speaking, the ancestors turned red in the face. Fellow Daoist Yan Huang, why do you have to insult us like this? Yan Huang did not answer the question, but snapped his fingers. Countless blood lotuses floated out. There is a blood lotus floating above everyone's head. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1680 The game officially begins, Gold Ticket 1. The blood lotus floating above their heads made them fall into endless panic. There was also a certain aura that, under the guidance of the blood lotus, quietly entered their bodies. They were all unaware. At the same time, Qi Gong, Fang Huai and the others all entered the land of death. However, before they could react, a blood lotus appeared above their heads. A brilliant light emanates from the blood lotus. The guests only felt that their bodies were changing. Getting younger little by little. Even the appearance of the face is changing. Feel the vitality in your body. The guests first showed joy on their faces. But the next moment, they all looked at each other with horror. How did you become? How could you become like this? Soon, Qi Gong and his companions discovered that their bodies had changed and they had turned into women. His cultivation level was restored. But there is only the Emperor realm. What's going on? The guest's voice was soft and he seemed shy. As soon as Qi Gong finished speaking, everyone looked horrified. Before they could explore why this happened, a teasing voice sounded. Everyone, the game has officially begun. You all said that they're living well and enjoying your protection. It is time for them to take on the responsibility of nurturing the next generation. Well now, I will give you the qualification and let you exchange strength with them. From now on, they will protect you. You just stay here and raise the next generation. This world belongs to you now. You will enjoy the same treatment as them. How is it? Do you like it? Are you happy? Your attitude when you describe their situation tells me that you feel that being treated that way is reasonable, fair, and something you should be grateful for. If you were treated like this, you would definitely be extremely excited and happy, right? Don't thank me too much. I'm a very kind person. I also gave you a young body and a peerless appearance for free. Your bodies are very suitable for bearing the next generation. Come on, I'm counting on you. The sound of the flame phoenix reached the ears of every strong man. It's even more terrifying than the arrival of a bloodthirsty demon. They looked at their bodies with horror, muttering, devil. It's a real devil. How could she do this to me? The voice of the flame phoenix sounded again, don't worry, next, little lives will appear in your stomachs one after another. After Yan Huang finished speaking, all the ancestors in front of her fell into a state of madness. They stared at Flame Phoenix with eyes full of hatred. One of them said angrily, how can you do this? This is against ethics and against Tian Gang. Hurry up and change us back. But his voice was sweet and soft, his appearance was stunning, his angry expression and flushed cheeks made him look like he was acting like a spoiled child. Yan Huang laughed even more happily, isn't that what you said? This is great. What? Even if I do it for your own good, I can't do it. You lunatic, aren't you afraid of the backlash of karma? Yan Huang seemed puzzled and asked, why would there be a backlash? I'm doing good things, and you guys all agreed to it, so why are you unhappy? The ancestors were so angry that they breathed rapidly. They want their own bodies, even if they're old and withered bones, it is better than this weak body. Being weak means you have to follow the rules set by others. They want to be the rule makers, rather than the submissive one. The ancestors had no idea that the more emotional they were, the more brilliantly the blood lotus above their heads bloomed. Yan Huang, you crazy woman, you will regret doing this to us. If you turn us into this, who will protect the universe? If there are invaders, the entire universe will be over. Yan Huang said, I regret it, but that is for the future. You should look at your stomachs now. After all, there are many cute babies inside. Tianquan Realm. Hongshuju. In a dark valley. There are 49 black stone pillars standing there. Each stone pillar is carved with strange totems. 49 stone pillars formed a circular altar. On the altar, there are also strange totems carved, as well as countless complex and mysterious formations. In the middle of the altar stood a woman with disheveled hair and covered in blood. The woman had many chains on her body. There are 2 iron chains around the neck. There was also an iron chain on each of his hands and feet. There are 2 more around the waist. The rest of the chains were inside her body. Each chain corresponds to a stone pillar. Not far from the woman, there were more than a dozen figures standing in the air. Ancestor Chengshi, she won't say anything. We have asked her countless times before. Chengshi pursed her lips and looked at the woman below who was covered in blood. Even after so long, she still has a lot of merits and luck. Chengshi lowered his head and saw 2 jade beads placed on the stone pillar. The jade beads are crystal clear. One shining with golden light. One is a dazzling purple. There are 2 beads on each pillar. They absorb the merits and luck of the woman through the formation. The merit in just one bead can eliminate thousands of karmas. Chengshi couldn't tell what his mood was at the moment. What kind of existence did the woman struggle with before? It can be so powerful. A strong man reminded, Ancestor Chengshi, we can't stay in this formation for too long, otherwise our luck and merit will be sucked away. Cheng Zai's eyes moved. When was the last time she woke up? 100,000 years ago. The formation could only keep her asleep for a few months at first. Later, she would wake up every few years. After that, the sleeping time became longer and longer. This also proves that the opponent's strength is becoming weaker and weaker. Chengshi said coldly, find a way to wake her up. I want to ask her something. Everyone looked at each other. A strong man said worriedly, Ancestor Chengshi, if we force her to wake up, she might absorb the merits and luck in the bead. I don't know where the other party came from. The strength is extremely terrifying. As long as she wakes up once, the entire Hongshuju will be in chaos. Many female nuns escaped and their whereabouts are unknown. For this reason, they could only increase the power of the formation to prevent her from waking up. The supervision over them was also strengthened. Chengshi said, it's okay. The next time Xuanmen comes to get the beads will be 10,000 years later. It's still in time. After hearing Cheng Zai's words, 7 of the strong men took out a jade piece the size of a palm. It looks like jade, but actually it looks a bit like scales. They moved aside, each taking a different position, and raised the jade pieces in their hands. In a moment, 49 iron chains made a clattering sound. The iron chain began to glow with a soft light. When Chengshi saw this scene, all kinds of emotions mixed in his eyes, and a vague feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1681. You are not worthy of cooperating with me. Chengshi forced himself to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. There were things he had to ask. Xuanmen is so afraid of her. And also to plunder her luck and merit. It can be seen that her strength is beyond his reach. She was willing to compromise for them back then. I am willing to put on shackles and sleep here. Now, she could definitely tell him the Eternal Emperor's cultivation method for them. After all, only if he becomes invincible in the world can he better protect the small world. Xuanmen's control over all realms has reached an abnormal level. Xuanmen can allow him to enter the realm of the Eternal Emperor, but will not allow him to practice further. Unless he agrees to join Xuanmen. Or take the Xuanmen's loyalty poison. He didn't want to agree to either of these. His purpose of becoming a strong man is to live a free and easy life. How could I put myself in shackles? Because of this, he did not obtain the cultivation method of the Eternal Emperor. This kind of technique cannot be found in any universe. He knew that this was all intentional on the part of Xuanmen. Xuanmen is controlling the number of invincible people in the universe and forcing them to join Xuanmen's forces. Xuanmen's overbearing behavior will only make it more and more powerful and control the lives and deaths of more people. Even if someone wants to rebel against Xuanmen, they do not have the strength to do so. Someone like him, walking in the universe, might be invincible. But if it is placed in front of Xuanmen, it is not good enough at all. They could crush him with just one finger. In fact, as long as he doesn't go against Xuanmen, this realm is enough for him to live freely and unrestrainedly. But, he saw the real invincible one. Any of the 27 Eternal Emperors could easily crush him. Especially after Chen Qian disappeared in front of him, his desire to become stronger reached its peak. He was afraid that one day, he would disappear without a trace like Chen Qian. He was even more unwilling to be inferior to others forever. Ancestor Chengshi, she is about to wake up, said a strong man in a trembling voice. His hand holding the jade piece also trembled. The 7 strong men holding the jade pieces all looked pale. Chengshi came back to his senses, and his whole body was filled with pressure. You go guard outside and activate the defense formation. Don't let anyone get close to here. More than a dozen strong men had different expressions. One of the warriors holding the jade piece said, Ancestor Chengshi, if we leave, the control of the formation over her will weaken, and you may even be sucked away by the formation. Chengshi obviously didn't have the patience to listen to the end. Go out, leave the jade piece to me, and remember, no one is allowed to come in without my order. More than a dozen strong men were helpless. They looked at each other and finally chose to go out. Chengshi touched the jade piece in his hand. Only then did I realize that this thing was not a scale, but the patterns on the jade piece looked very much like a turtle shell. What kind of turtle shell is this? Why had he never seen it? Cheng Zai's eyes flickered as he looked at the woman below him. Senior, you are awake, right? Ah. A hoarse, cold voice came out from the woman's mouth. Just one word. It actually made Chengshi feel a chill all over his body and his mind was in turmoil. Chengshi immediately clenched the jade piece and calmed himself down. Senior, I am Chengshi from the Tianquan realm. I wonder if you want to leave here. What, are the benefits given by Xuanmen no longer enough to satisfy you? The woman's tone was flat. Qi Changshi still heard the sarcasm. Cheng Shi stared at the woman below. She lowered her head, her messy hair blocking her face. His hands and feet were bound. He is obviously a prisoner. Although he was in a position where he was unable to resist, he still felt a strong sense of oppression. Even unwarranted panic. Cheng Shi couldn't understand the source of this feeling. Xuanmen said decisively that as long as the chains and stone pillars were still there, she would not be able to break free from the confinement, let alone recover her strength. Cheng Shi found that even if he thought about Xuanmen, that feeling of uneasiness still existed. Senior, you should know that I am not qualified to refuse Xuanmen's request. They want to imprison you here, and I can only agree, otherwise the Northern Wilderness universe will be finished. Didn't you, the senior, willingly be suppressed here in order to protect them? My goal is actually the same as yours, but because Xuanmen was there, I had no choice but to stand against you. Having said this, Cheng Shi paused slightly and observed the reaction of the woman below. Unfortunately, she was too calm. Nothing can be seen. Cheng Zai's eyes were dim, and he continued, Senior, don't worry. Now that all the mystics have left, the control of this place is temporarily in my hands. And the time when the mysterious master will come next is uncertain, so I am in such a hurry to come to see you. Senior, you want to rescue the female cultivators from Hongsha residence, but I don't want to treat them like that. As long as I have the strength to resist Xuanmen, I will immediately abolish the oppressive rules set by Xuanmen and give them the right to freely control their lives. Senior, I really want to fight against Xuanmen, but unfortunately I don't have enough strength. Cheng Shi finally sighed softly and said nothing more. He was afraid that if he continued talking, it would have a counterproductive effect. Your name is Cheng Shi. Yes, Cheng Shi said respectfully. If you really want to resist Xuanmen and cooperate with me, you should first bring me the beads on the stone pillar. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi hesitated. He thought she would let him set the women free. I didn't expect that her first request would be for myself. Why, it's difficult. Senior, if I move the stone pillar, the Xuanmen will probably notice it. What if they leave and send a Xuanist here? Are you afraid that they will notice? Are you trying to leave yourself a way out? The woman exposed it mercilessly. Cheng Shi said, Senior, it's not that I want to leave a way out, but my current strength is not enough to fight against Xuanmen. If I expose myself rashly like this, it will only implicate everyone. The woman raised her head slightly, her face hidden by her hair, leaving only one eye exposed. Cheng Shi met those dark eyes and his body stiffened uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt that all his thoughts had nowhere to hide. That eye seemed to contain endless years and vicissitudes. The pressure and oppression it brings directly strikes the soul. Senior, Cheng Shi spoke with difficulty. He wanted to confess his ugly thoughts. But when he opened his mouth, the woman below lowered her head again. Cheng Shi suddenly woke up, covered in cold sweat. She obviously has no eyes. When the mysterious man sent her here, he specifically instructed that her eyes be gouged out. Then why did he see her eyes just now? Go away, you're not worthy of cooperating with me. The woman's voice was so hoarse and unpleasant to the extreme. That sense of majesty is still there. Cheng Zai's soul trembled, and when fear struck his heart, he became more excited. He was extremely certain. She has what she wants here. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1682A Big Enemy. Beyond the valley. A dozen strong men were waiting outside anxiously. Why do you think Patriarch Cheng Shi wants to meet her alone? It's probably a task given by Xuanmen, and it's not suitable for us to know. By the way, didn't you notice that Patriarch Cheng Qian is missing? Ancestor Cheng Shi and Ancestor Cheng Chan have always been inseparable. Ancestor Cheng Chan didn't come. Could it be that something happened in the Tianquan realm? Wait, it seems someone broke into Hongshuju. Should we inform Elder Cheng Shi? He said that we shouldn't disturb him, so let's go and deal with it first, and then tell him after he comes out. When they were about to leave, they saw several figures appear in their sight. 2 women and 3 men. There are also a few beasts. A look of vigilance appeared in the eyes of the strong men. One of the strong men said, Who are you? How dare you trespass? The next moment, the bodies of more than a dozen strong men turned into blood foam. Mo, please let him finish his words. You are so heartless. As soon as Yin Yi finished speaking, he quickly dodged and grabbed a dozen souls that were about to escape, and then put them into his mouth. This sinful soul was delicious to him. After swallowing the soul, Yin Yi's eyes changed. Yin Yi said in a deep voice, Sure enough, it is almost the same as we guessed. The female cultivators in Hongshuju are all controlled puppets. They have been trapped in this world since they were born, with no chance to leave. These dozen people are responsible for guarding them. When they encounter a rebel, they will choose to erase the rebel's memory and regain control of the rebel. However, it is very interesting to note that there is a remarkable person imprisoned in this valley. Every time he wakes up, he will guide the female cultivators from Hongshu residents to this place, teach them how to survive, and guide them to improve their strength. This also means that every time she wakes up, the entire Hongshu residence, and even the Tianquan realm, will be turned upside down. In the memories of these people, she seemed to be sent here by Xuanmen, but her specific identity is unknown. The rest of their memories are probably blocked. There's no way to extract them from their souls. By the way, they still have an old ancestor Cheng Shi inside. He is probably here for the Xuanmen mission and is targeting the one inside. After listening to Yin Yi's words, Fang Xi said, Let's go in and take a look. If someone can be treated specially by Xuanmen, he must be able to subvert the existence of Xuanmen. Wan Ling tilted his head. Why didn't I sense that there was someone imprisoned inside? Fang Xi flicked Wan Ling's little head and said, Of course you are not strong enough to detect it. Fang Qingran glanced at Fang Xi. How could such a normal animal have a mouth? Mo Jinggong said, Junior sister, there are 10 killing formations, the heaven-defying evil slaying formation, and the 12 god slaying formations here. It's normal that you can't detect them. Yin Yi added, Yes, Lian Mo has to be careful when entering such a formation. It is normal that Venerable Feng cannot sense it. In fact, in addition to the 3 main suppression formations, there are more than a dozen large-scale suppression formations. After Yin Yi finished speaking, he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong looked indifferent and raised his hand to throw a porcelain bottle to Yin Yi. What is this? Yin Yi suspected that Mo Jinggong wanted to poison him and make him mute. Mo Jinggong said indifferently, this is a pill containing Hongmeng purple energy, which can remove the scars on your face. Yin Yi's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Mo Jinggong with gritted teeth. I really appreciate your kindness. Mo Jinggong had already shifted his gaze and looked at Fang Qingran, explaining the origins of the various formations inside. Fang Xi stepped forward and patted Yin Yi on the shoulder. Brother, don't be angry. It's a free pill, so it would be a waste if you don't take it. You are right. Yin Yi gritted his teeth, tilted his head back and drank the pill in one gulp. Within a few breaths, the scar on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hermit is tall and strong. Higher than anyone present. After the scar was gone, the fierce temperament disappeared and he became more domineering. The small box flew in front of Yin Yi. Yin Yi, you look really good like this, and you look really domineering. Yin Yi felt warm inside when he heard the flattery from the little box. The depression just now disappeared. Yin Yi raised his hand and patted the small box. I will protect you from now on. If you don't like anyone, feel free to beat him up. The little box said, I can't stand anything from the Xuanmen sect. When Xuanmen was mentioned, Yin Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed red. Want to eat his flesh? Drink his blood. Xuanmen really made him look forward to it. Yin Yi said, I can't stand them either. I will never let them go if I see them. After listening to Mo Jinggong's introduction, Fang Qingran understood. The 10 deadly killing formation is a large formation of laws that suppress the soul. No matter how powerful one's soul is, once it enters the formation, it will be suppressed. The Chan Yi Zhu Xi formation is a forbidden formation. It has the effect of forcibly reversing luck and taking away fortune. There are also 12 great god-killing formations, which have not been activated yet. However, as long as the people trapped in the formations want to escape, the formations will be activated immediately. Anyone whose strength is lower than that of the Eternal Emperor would definitely not be able to survive with the support of so many formations. Fang Qingran asked, so the people inside must be stronger than the Eternal Emperor. Mo Jinggong nodded, her initial strength should have surpassed that of the Eternal Emperor. Now, under the suppression of the formation, she only has the strength of the Immortal Lord. Fang Qingran drew a conclusion from Mo Jinggong's words. The one who was suppressed was very strong, very strong. He is so powerful that even the Xuanmen are extremely afraid of him. Thinking of this, Fang Qingran took out a purple array plate and input some power of nothingness and power of primordial chaos into the array plate. This formation, a questioning voice came from the hermit. Do you know him? Fang Qingran asked. This was given to her by Senior Zhu Juyin. At that time, Senior Zhu Juyin said, you can use it. The old guy won't need it anyway. She really didn't know who it belonged to. Yin Yi glanced at Mo Jinggong and asked strangely, do you know him? Mo Jinggong said, I can't remember clearly. Very good, Yin Yi said sarcastically. The little box was confused and asked curiously, Yin Yi, what are you talking about? Who is this array related to? The hermit crossed his arms and said, what a great injustice. Zhuo Yan suddenly perked up after hearing this. Yin Yi, isn't your name the first generation of resentful beings? Could this formation disc be related to you? Yin Yi simply waved his hand and said, I'll go in and check it out first. He really didn't want to talk to Mo Jinggong anymore. He was afraid that he would die of suffocation. Mo Jinggong saw Yin Yi leave, and said to Fang Qingran with a smile, little junior sister, don't worry, just use this formation plate with confidence. He felt somewhat familiar with the aura of the formation. However, he really couldn't remember the former owner of the formation plate for a while. No matter who it belonged to before, once it is in Junior Sister's hands, it belongs to Junior Sister. Junior Sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1683 Meeting with Master Lingyun, additional update. Mo Jinggong seemed to have thought of something. He took out half of the jade disc of creation and handed it to Fang Qingran. Mo Jinggong hasn't spoken yet. The law governing order flew out from Fang Qingran's space. It stuck to the jade plate of creation in an instant, and it felt like it couldn't be taken off even by trying. An excited voice rang out from Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness, wow. So many auras of laws, Master, I like them so much, can you snatch them over to me? Fang Qingran's mouth twitched and she was speechless for a moment. There are also several fragments of the jade disc of creation placed in the void space. The laws and regulations are of little interest. Why does it like the jade disc of creation so much when it appears at this moment? Could it be that the ones that are stolen are more fragrant? Tong Yuling couldn't wait to send a voice message, Master, with this half of the jade disc, I can regain most of my consciousness. Mo Jinggong's eyes sparkled when he saw the law governing order. Please keep this half of the fortune jade disc for me, Junior Sister. Master, hurry up and do it, hurry up. He will regret it if it's too late. Before Fang Qingran raised her hand, the law governing order sent an urgent message urging her. He looked as if he was afraid that the candy in his mouth would fly away. Fang Qingran took the jade disc of fortune with a helpless look in her eyes. Thank you, 7th senior brother. I will return it to you immediately when you need it. He, Master, I'm going back to the space first. The fragments you collect next can be sent directly into the space. The law of governance was transmitted. Then Fang Qingran felt an extra mark in her sea of consciousness. Master, if you encounter a fragment, the mark will light up to remind you of the fragment's location. After saying this, the law governing order completely lost contact with Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened slightly. Could it be that there were fragments of laws in this valley? Just as Fang Qingran was thinking. A hermit voice came from the valley, Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so naughty. Then came the hermit's cry for help. Mo, come in and save me. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingran immediately raised her hand and let Fang Xi and the others return to the void space. She and Mo Jinggong looked at each other and then flashed into the valley together. A valley surrounded by mountains. Extremely dark. There is a wide flat area in the middle of the valley. 49 towering pillars stand below. The flat ground was surrounded and turned into an altar. In the middle of the altar, there was a woman covered in blood, with iron chains all around her body. The hermit knelt in front of the woman. The woman's chained hands rest on the hermit's head. Not far from the woman, there was another person standing in the air. Yin Yi raised his hands, looking frustrated, with a hint of grievance flashing in his eyes. When Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong arrived, the woman seemed to sense something. She tilted her head slightly, her face hidden by her long hair. Oh, there are two more. It's really interesting. The hoarse and low voice gave Fang Qingran an inexplicable feeling. Fang Qingran looked inquiringly. She seemed to have a special connection with this woman. However, the formation here suppresses spiritual consciousness and can even directly erase the power of spiritual consciousness. She couldn't find out who she was. Mo Jinggong's eyes suddenly changed, as if billions of stars were shining in them. In a moment, Mo Jinggong's pupils returned to black, as deep as the sea, and a dusty memory was opened. He looked at the woman with a little more respect. Mo Jinggong raised his hands and bowed respectfully to the woman. Greetings, Master Lingyun. Hermit opened his mouth wide and almost dropped his jaw in shock. The horror in his eyes couldn't be concealed even if he tried. Duo Yan's wings were standing on end. It was the first time he saw Mo Jinggong salute someone. Guhu was emitting purple light all over his body and flew directly in front of the woman. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with shock. Lingyun. Is this the Lingyun she was thinking of? Ancestor of the Fang family. Fang Qingran's heart began to tremble. After traveling through so many universes, this was the first time she saw a real member of the Phoenix clan. Fang Qingran looked at Fang Lingyun, who was covered in blood, and clenched her fists. Are there many more ancestors of the Fang family being imprisoned like this? It turned out to be Xiao Mo. It's me. Mo Jinggong finished speaking, and then said, Venerable Lingyun, the person next to me is Fang Qingran, and her mother is Fang Qingwu. Fang Lingyun whispered, Qingwu, she guarded the Taichu universe for us. Is she okay now? Fang Qingran immediately bowed to Fang Lingyun and said, Junior Fang Qingran greets ancestor Lingyun. Mother died to protect the plane. Fang Lingyun let out a soft sigh. Qingwu stayed alone in Taichu and could stop many people with strange minds, but he could not stop the law enforcers of the Chaos Realm. Fang Lingyun seemed to be able to guess everything. Fang Qingran doesn't need to explain any more. Fang Qingran heard guilt and helplessness in Fang Lingyun's tone. Yin Yi took this opportunity to cautiously say, Venerable Lingyun, I have no intention of offending you. I am the follower of Venerable Fang Qingran. Can you please show some mercy and let me go? From this angle, you can just see Fang Lingyun's eyes. These eyes suppressed all his strength. It is just flowing, but it seems to be able to control all the cycles of life and death, and even see through all illusions. All secrets seem to have nowhere to hide under these eyes. But these are just his feelings. In fact, the eye sockets were pitch black and there were no pupils at all. Someone must have dug it away. Yin Yi couldn't understand who had such terrifying power to dig out her eyes. After all, Lian Mo showed respect for her. Fang Lingyun did not answer Yin Yi, he just remained quiet without any movement. When Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong appeared, Cheng Shi wanted to escape. But he found himself unable to move. The space and time around him solidified, and no matter how he mobilized the power in his body, he could not shake that confinement. Cheng Shi felt that he must break free. Otherwise, you will die here. You have evil intentions, but luckily you are smart and can barely follow our Ran. After Fang Lingyun finished his evaluation, he released his hand from Yin Yi's head. In an instant, the hermit seemed to come alive. Yin Yi smiled flatteringly and said, Venerable Lingyun, you are right. I will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future. I will never go down the crooked path again. Fang Lingyun sneered, oh, good and evil. In this world, there is no such thing as good and evil. It's just a matter of different positions. Whoever is strong is righteous, and whoever is weak must die. Seclusion. Didn't you just say that he had evil intentions? How come there is no distinction between good and evil now? Yin Yi complained in his heart, but his face was full of smiles. Venerable Lingyun is absolutely right. Fang Lingyun said, as long as you don't actively kill living beings, there is no distinction between good and evil in what you do, so just take care of yourself. Yin Yi felt that his strength was restored. Venerable Lingyun, you. Go away. Fang Lingyun interrupted Yin Yi. Then, the voice became a little gentler, Ran girl, come here. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1684, No Change, Gold Ticket 2. Fang Qingran flashed and landed in front of Fang Lingyun. She actually wanted to be on guard. But that feeling told her that the person in front of her would not harm her. Wow. The chains made a noise. Fang Lingyun originally wanted to reach out and touch Fang Qingran's head, but he was just a little short of it. Fang Qingran lowered her head and moved under Fang Lingyun's bloody palm. Fang Lingyun chose to withdraw his hand. Xiao Mo, take him out first. Guhu, you stay. Yes, after Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he took Duo Yan, Yin Yi, and Cheng Shi out of the valley. Guhu spoke at this time, Venerable Lingyun, why are you here? Shouldn't you be here? Guhu didn't have time to finish the rest of the sentence. Fang Lingyun's hoarse voice sounded, Guhu, go and take the beads off the stone pillar for me. Okay, Guhu did as he was told immediately. Fang Qingran called out, Ancestor Lingyun. At this moment, Fang Lingyun's hair covered her entire face. Fang Qingran couldn't even see its vague outline. Don't worry, Ran. I stayed here not only to recuperate, but also to wait for you. Fang Qingran was a little confused. Training. Cultivate in the 10 deadly killing formations, the heaven-defying evil slaying formation, and the 12 god slaying formations. When she first stepped in here, she felt uncomfortable all over. If she hadn't been wearing the colorful black robe and carrying the tasked weapon, she felt that her soul would have been in pain. Even though Fang Lingyun didn't reveal his eyes, he seemed to be able to see Fang Qingren's expression. Ha ha ha, Ran, there's no need to be surprised. They can trap me only if I want them to. These formations are indeed powerful, but they still can't trap me. There was a hint of joy in Fang Lingyun's voice. Fang Qingren's eyes turned slightly, countless memories flew through her mind, and unconsciously, her expression became complicated. Is it really to wait for her? I guess it was to protect her. Ran, don't think too much. Some things need to be done by someone else. Only if I am here can I stabilize them and prevent them from exterminating the Phoenix clan. Ran, in fact, the burden on you is heavier than mine. I'm talking about are not the Shranman or Chaos Enforcers as you understand them. Since Ran can come here, he must have understood the structure of the multiverse. Fang Lingyun stopped talking here. It seemed as if it was giving Fang Qingren time to think. Fang Qingren was indeed shocked. Could it be that there were forces above Shranman and the Chaos Enforcers? What kind of force can control Shranman? Could it be the primordial creature? That ancestor Lingyun was talking about the primordial creatures. No, isn't Xiaomo from Taichu. He can handle those brats by himself. Fang Lingyun paused, and then said, Aaron, our enemies, the lowest level are all supreme venerables, so Shranman is not worthy of being our enemy. The Shranman and Chaos Enforcers are at best traitors. They are constantly searching for the end of the Dark Void, but little do they know that the Dark Void exists solely to protect this place. Aaron, I'm very happy that you can come here to see me in advance. But I have to tell you some bad news. The peaceful days of the universe are over. Next, the universe will enter an era of darkness and turmoil. The existence of the Dark Void can only limit some of their strength, but cannot completely prevent them from entering the various universes. Ran, the higher you go, the more different the scenery you see. Often, the victory or failure of a battle between strong men depends on a single thought. In this thought, countless people died and were injured. We protect the people and always follow our hearts. I don't want you to be bound by the people. Remember, at any time, you must prioritize your own life and death. Only if you live can you change more and save more lives. Fang Lingyun said this. Fang Qingren was very surprised. As she walked along, all she heard was that the Phoenix clan was scheming against the Shranman for the sake of the people. The Phoenix clan is willing to sacrifice itself in exchange for the stability of the universe. Ancestor Lingyun, if my death can bring peace to the universe. No change, Fang Lingyun said. Fang Lingyun interrupted Fang Qingren directly. Fang Lingyun added, we sacrifice ourselves in exchange for the safety of the people, in order to provide a good environment for the younger generations of the Phoenix clan. But our Phoenix clan sacrificed so many heroes to guard the entire void, but in return we were persecuted by many forces, and our descendants died one by one. I withdrew from the battlefield after sensing the Phoenix clan's crisis. When I came back, only Taichu was left with a little Fang Qingwu. The rest of the Fangs were thoroughly persecuted. I was angry at first and even thought about giving up guarding the place, but then I deduced your appearance. Your appearance will not only change the pattern of this void, but also end the era of turmoil. I'm afraid that the enemy can also predict your presence. I'm even more afraid that the enemy will cut off your path of growth and forcibly change your future. Therefore, I chose to stay here and let Shranman and Chaos Enforcers put up layers of formations for me. With me here, the enemy will not be able to discover your existence through deduction. Ran, it doesn't matter if you don't understand some of the words. When you grow to a certain level, you will be able to open the seal and see the memory inheritance we left for you. Fang Lingyun said this and sighed slightly. Fang Qingren felt sad. Even though she couldn't understand a lot of the content, she could still feel that they were having a hard time. Ancestor Lingyun, have you ever regretted it? Fang Lingyun was silent for a moment. I regretted it before, but later I felt that I didn't regret it. After all, the people that the Phoenix clan protects are never villains. Everything has its own style. We cannot expect all living things to know how to be grateful. There are still many lovely people in this world who are worthy of our protection. Fang Qingren couldn't see Fang Lingyun's face. But she felt that Fang Lingyun was smiling at this moment. Fang Qingren's eyes moved slightly. Ancestor Lingyun, so the Dark Void has an end, right? Is there another void outside this void? Fang Lingyun said, the Dark Void has an end, but the void has no end. Now that you are in the universe, you can see small worlds one after another. When you are in the Dark Void and can see universes one after another, you can find the end of the Dark Void. But before that, don't go looking for the end of the Dark Void. Fang Lingyun warned in a serious tone. Fang Qingren responded, okay. Gahu was followed by a series of round beads and came to Fang Lingyun's side. Venerable Lingyun, take them all off. The next moment, the round bead flew towards Fang Lingyun and entered her body. Ran, take those female cultivators away from Hongshu-ju. Ancestor Lingyun, won't you come out with me? I'm going to take revenge here first, Ran. The Phoenix clan will always be behind you. Don't sacrifice yourself for anyone. Go. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1685 Divine Black Turtle Armor. Beyond the valley. As soon as Yin Yi came out, his eyes were fixed on Mo Jinggong. He wanted to say something several times but stopped himself. Seclusion organizes language countless times. I still don't know how to start. Zhuo Yan was much more straightforward than Yin Yi. As soon as he left the valley, he couldn't wait to ask, Master, who is Venerable Lingyun? Mo Jinggong did not answer Zhuo Yan's question. Mo Jinggong looked at Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi felt a surge of panic, but the shackles on his body were still there, preventing him from escaping. The next moment, Mo Jinggong raised his hand and waved his wrist. The 7 jade pieces in Cheng's eyes hand flew out. It fell steadily into Mo Jinggong's palm. The green jade piece flashed a dazzling light. In a moment, they merged into a round jade piece. The color of the jade piece is half red and half purple. Similar to the black and white distribution of Tai Chi. The jade piece exudes a mysterious and profound aura. Yin Yi sensed the tremendous power within the jade piece and his eyes changed slightly. Yin Yi said, "Is this the divine black tortoise shell? I didn't expect that someone would peel off its shell." Zhuo Yan asked curiously, "What kind of beast is the divine black turtle?" The hermit said, "The primordial divine black turtle. Since we saw it, it has not moved and has been sleeping all the time. No matter how noisy the outside world is, it can always sleep and even snore." Zhuo Yan's eyes widened. The primordial creature was actually snoring. So down to earth. The hermit's voice continued, "If it encounters an attack, it will retract its head into its shell and sleep, and will not bother to fight back. Its shell is the hardest thing I have ever seen. No attack or weapon can leave a scratch on it. Also, some strange magical herbs or mysterious treasures will appear where it sleeps, so people will like to look for it more." Everyone found out that it was really sleeping all the time, so they would talk to it and vent their emotions. But one day, everyone was fighting near it and forgot to hold back their strength, causing it and the piece of space debris it was in to collapse together. From then on, no one could find it. I thought it was sleeping in some corner, but I didn't expect its shell had been stripped off. The hermit showed a look of regret. He still misses the divine black turtle quite a bit. Every time he was bullied, he would secretly go find it. Zhuo Yan fell into an extremely speechless mood. Apart from the great strength, the primordial creatures seem to be no different from those in later generations. They're just like little kids. To vent your emotions. We'll find the air cylinder. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ellipsis. Mo Jinggong stared at the piece of the divine black tortoise in his hand with an unclear expression. And Cheng Shi felt that he was finished at this moment. The fact that Yin Yi was willing to tell him the secret was definitely not because he ignored him. They were sure he could keep the secret. Cheng Shi felt a sense of powerlessness and fear of impending death. But he couldn't change anything. At this moment, he thought of the female cultivators in Hongsha residence. When they were deprived of everything, were they as terrified as he was? "Is this given to you by Xuanmen?" Mo Jinggong's indifferent voice sounded. This, Cheng Shi found that he could speak, and immediately changed the subject. "Don't kill me, I can tell you everything I know." Cheng Zai's voice suddenly stopped. Mo Jinggong said calmly, "Hidden, check his memory." Yin Yi immediately responded, "Okay." The next moment, Cheng Zai's body was wrapped in a layer of blood mist. Then, Cheng Shi gradually melted under the erosion of the blood mist. Cheng Shi completely lost consciousness. Yin Yi waved his hand, and several crescent-shaped fragments appeared in his palm. Zhuo Yan asked, "Is this a fragment of Little Moon's true body?" Yin Yi did not reply, but put it away, and the blood mist disappeared little by little. Yin Yi said to Mo Jinggong, "Xuanmen gave it to him." In his memory, it seems that the venerable Ling Yun had a deep grudge with Xuanmen. She was very strong. The entire Xuanmen was no match for her at that time. Later, Xuanmen threatened her with common people. Somehow, she stopped and willingly entered this valley without resisting. Xuanmen comes here once every 100,000 years to take away the luck beads and merit beads on the stone pillars, and also reinforce the formation. Xuanmen has also given Tianquanji many benefits. In addition to this, Xuanmen also requires that the Tianquan realm masters must control the cultivation of the female cultivators in the northern wilderness universe and only allow them to have the strength of the Emperor realm. They agreed because of the benefits given by Xuanmen. The hermit spoke out the important memories. After listening to this, Mo Jinggong suddenly looked up at the sky. Yin Yi finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, "Mo, who is that person inside? Why do you call her venerable? I haven't seen her in Taichu either." Mo Jinggong retracted his gaze. "She is the guide for my cultivation. If she hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have come to this point." Yin Yi and Zhuo Yan were both shocked. Zhuo Yan regained his thoughts after a while. "Master, is she your master?" Mo Jinggong said, "I didn't have the time to become her disciple. She was very busy. Every time we met, she would just teach me a few words in a hurry and then leave. She let him figure out the rest on his own. He had only seen her a few times in total. Later, she stopped showing up. He gradually forgot her existence. He only remembered those skills, but he had completely forgotten who guided him on the path of cultivation. Until I saw her today. The sealed memories were finally unlocked." Yin Yi asked, "Then why have I never heard of her name?" In the beginning, there was no boundary sea in the original space, let alone dark void. Most creatures are fought from here to there. There is no safe place at all. He was the weakest one and could only keep changing places to hide. Sometimes if you don't avoid it in time, you will be affected. It can be said that he has seen or heard of all the powerful primordial creatures. Mo Jinggong looked at Yin Yi seriously. "Didn't you ask me before why the original space appeared?" Yin Yi felt that everything had overturned his cognition. For a moment, I didn't know how to react. Mo Jinggong didn't care about Yin Yi's answer. Venerable Ling Yun knew the secret of the emergence of the original space, and it was she who sent Kahu into the original space. She said that the original space existed to protect us, but she didn't expect us to mess up the original space like that. She also told me to protect this place well and not to explore the secrets that appeared in the original space easily. When my strength reaches a certain level, I will know more of the truth. Mo Jinggong fell silent when he reached this point. There were some things he didn't know even after he reached a certain level of strength. It was not until the moment he met Fang Lingyun that he seemed to have glimpsed the truth of many things. The reason why he wanted to stop the catastrophe of heaven and earth. It was entirely because he had once promised Fang Lingyun that he would protect all living beings in this void once he became powerful. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1686 maybe, maybe not. However, apart from agreeing to Fang Lingyun, he did nothing else. There seemed to be another voice deep in his soul telling him to protect this piece of void. Mo Jingong's eyes changed again, as if billions of stars were playing in them. After a long time, his eyes returned to the dark color. Mo Jingong had a complicated expression. It is currently impossible to tell who the owner of the voice is. Perhaps only by meeting the owner of the voice can he recover his sealed memories. The other party should be the same existence as Venerable Lingyun. So, was his decision to stay here instead of going to guard the end of the dark void related to that voice? Mo, are we not actually derived from nature? Do we also have parents? When Yinyi asked this question, his voice was trembling. Mo Jingong's words made his thoughts confused and he was more eager to find out the truth. Yinyi couldn't help but wonder, what if he also had relatives? Will they dislike him? Mo Jingong said in a deep voice, I don't know. The original space appeared to protect them. And why they appear is unknown. He could only guess that beyond this void, there was endless void. The vastness beyond the void may be beyond his imagination. Just like the creatures living in a small corner, they cannot imagine how many small worlds there are outside their small world. The light in Yinyi's eyes dimmed a little, and the expectation disappeared. The path he walked was so dark and bloody, what right did he have to long for his loved ones to appear? Even if they do show up, he would also dislike him very much. He lived in seclusion and suppressed all his thoughts, and decided to just think of himself as someone who was born and raised naturally. After hearing what Mo Jingong said, Zhuo Yan fell into deep thought. It seemed to see an extremely vague memory inheritance. Land after land was stained with blood. Howling all over the place. Countless debris was scattered everywhere. There were miserable cries, intermittent and indistinct. Hurry, take them, away from here, leave us, to guard the place, and we will definitely let them grow safely. There was also a vague and arrogant voice, ha ha ha, all dead, can't escape. Chase, why can't they see me? After that, there was endless darkness. But you can still glimpse the bright red earth. Until a light blue shadow appeared. Once again, I fell into endless darkness. Finally, everything returned to calm, and the sound of babbling was heard. When Zhuo Yan saw this, he felt dizzy. It seemed to be falling into an endless abyss. Zhuo Yan, Mo Jingong called softly and caught Zhuo Yan who was falling down. Zhuo Yan suddenly woke up. Its feathers exploded. But he looked listless. Master, is it true that the Phoenix clan became extinct because of the great calamity of heaven and earth? The Phoenix tribe has one more life than other beast tribes. You shouldn't die so easily in a catastrophe. Mo Jingong held Zhuo Yan, knowing that it had awakened part of its inheritance. Mo Jingong transmitted his voice. No, they went to the end of the dark void and became the guardians there. During the change of eras, many extremely powerful beings faked their deaths and took the opportunity to go to the end of the dark void to stop the invaders. Zhuo Yan was shocked when he heard Mo Jingong's voice transmission. Master, why don't you go guard the dark void? You are much stronger than my ancestor. Zhuo Yan transmitted the message curiously. Mo Jingong transmitted his voice. This void also needs a guardian. Mo Jingong once again recalled the voice engraved in his soul. Who is the other party? Mo Jingong's eyes flashed. Why did he feel that the other party was related to Ranran? Zhuo Yan nodded seriously and said, Master is right. If you stay here, they can guard the end of the dark void without worrying about being attacked from behind. Even the powerful Venerable Lingyun couldn't destroy the invaders. It must be very powerful. If the other party found another way and broke into this void, there would probably be countless casualties. Master, if I become stronger in the future, can I also become a guardian? Zhuo Yan transmitted the message with a little excitement. It really wants to save the world like its Phoenix ancestor. Maybe, and maybe not. Mo Jingong's answer was ambiguous. Something he himself did not fully understand. It is impossible to give Zhuo Yan a definite answer. The more you understand something, the less you realize you know. Yinyi stared at Zhuo Yan and Mo Jingong with resentful eyes. The two of them talked about secrets behind his back. It was probably because Yinyi's eyes were too scorching. Zhuo Yan felt it, flew back to Mo Jingong's shoulder, and raised his head high. When the hermit saw this, his eyes darkened. Don't tell him, right? Then he was just making wild guesses. Anyway, he has read quite a few storybooks. Yinyi sorted out his thoughts and said, Mo, I have a bold guess. The outside of the dark void is extremely dangerous and has extremely powerful enemies. The enemy should be bent on destroying us. But they were blocked outside by powerful ancestors. The reason we are able to survive is entirely due to the sacrifices made by our ancestors. Our ancestors also created a safe place for us, which is the original space. We are actually everyone's last hope. Our ancestors used the original space to send us here, hoping that after we become strong, we can join them in resisting foreign enemies. It's just that we brought this upon ourselves. We destroyed the original space and slowed down the time it takes us to become stronger. Our ancestors had no choice but to create the sea of boundaries and then the dark void to prevent us from being exposed, so as to prevent everyone from killing each other. But the dark void still couldn't defend against the evil-minded guys. Disasters kept happening, so they had no choice but to work together to divide the world into one universe after another. This will completely separate everyone. I guess the Venerable Lingyun you mentioned should be a key figure among the Guardians. Mo, am I right? The corners of Yinyi's lips curled up slightly, and his smile was a bit wicked. Mo Jingong remained calm throughout. Nothing can be seen in seclusion. But Zhuo Yan's eyes still revealed something to Yinyi. Yinyi knew that he had guessed part of the truth. Mo, I still suspect that Shen Yin, Shen Qi, maybe they're just like you, they all got guidance to become so powerful. When Yinyi said this, he was actually a little jealous. Why didn't he meet Venerable Lingyun? Oh. At that time, he was still a resentful being without a physical form. There is no way to contact Venerable Lingyun at all. The hermit narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that in the early days, most of the powerful creatures were in human form. Only a small part of the orcs. People like him are at the bottom of the social ladder. They're all oppressed. Mo Jinggong said in an ambiguous tone, Yinyi, you guessed very well, don't guess again next time. Yinyi curled his lips and smiled, did I guess it right? So I can't guess anymore. After all, my strength is not enough to know the truth. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1687, The Boundless Land, additional update. In the valley. Fang Qingran looked at Fang Lingyun reluctantly. He looked at the iron chains embedded in Fang Lingyun's body. My heart feels extremely sad. Just for protection. Ancestor Lingyun had to endure such pain. Maybe she should speed up her powerful pace. Fang Qingran asked, Ancestor Lingyun, can I just cut these chains? Sure, you can do whatever you want. As Fang Lingyun spoke, his fingertips moved slightly, and the void crack that had originally appeared above the sky closed directly. Our Ran is still too young after all. It takes some time to accept. Then let's deal with them later. Fang Qingran flipped her wrist and the axe of creation appeared in her hand. Aaron, do you like pink things? Fang Lingyun's voice was hoarse, but one could hear a hint of tenderness in it. Like. Fang Qingran's hand holding the axe of creation was shaking. Ran, don't worry. Just do whatever you want. As long as I don't leave this position, all the formations will not be activated. Fang Lingyun raised his hand, and the iron chain made a rattling sound. Fang Qingran saw Fang Lingyun's actions and took the initiative to hand over the axe of creation. Fang Lingyun easily touched the axe of creation. The two ancient dragons on the axe flashed with light. They seemed to open their eyes. Fang Qingran felt that the axe of creation had become different. At this moment, the axe of creation is very light. But its power is even greater than before. She also discovered that as long as she thought about it, the axe of creation could be used by her without expending much energy. She would not use the axe of creation easily before. Because they are worried about being drained of their strength. But now, she doesn't seem to have to worry about this anymore. Fang Lingyun withdrew his hand, and the light on the axe of creation faded. The two ancient dragons slowly closed their eyes. Fang Lingyun whispered, Ran, complete the real contract with it. Fang Qingran did not hesitate and attached the power of his soul to the axe of creation. The next moment she saw the shadows of two ancient dragons. One was black and the other was white, and they performed the ceremony of submission to her. Then he returned to the axe of creation. Ancestor Lingyun, are they weapon spirits? Fang Qingran asked. The situation of the axe of creation and the Qingluan sword is very similar. They are both one weapon with two souls. Well, their bodies have been destroyed and their souls have suffered serious damage, so they are sleeping here. Don't worry, Ran, they didn't really submit to you before, it was just because they didn't recognize you. Fang Qingran heard a hint of pride in Fang Lingyun's words. She chose not to ask any more questions. The fact that Fang Lingyun doesn't say anything now only proves that it is not yet time for her to know the truth. Fang Qingran's eyes were sincere, Ancestor Lingyun, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will not give up. I will definitely be able to save everyone. I believe Ran can do it. Ran, don't be timid, just go forward, you have the support of the entire Phoenix clan behind you. Okay, Fang Qingran nodded seriously. Then he waved his hand, and several bottles of pills floated in front of Fang Lingyun. Ancestor Lingyun, I want to cut off this iron chain and its bondage to you. Take these healing pills first. It will definitely hurt when I take out the iron chain later. These pills are healing pills I made. I wonder if they're of any use to you. Fang Lingyun accepted the pills and said in a gentle tone, Ran is thoughtful. Fang Qingran looked at the iron chain that pierced Fang Lingyun's body, her eyes darkened, and a look of heartache and admiration flashed in her eyes. Blood was oozing out from where the chain was connected to the flesh. Fang Qingran held the axe in his hand, stepped in front of a stone pillar, and took a look at the totem on it. Soaring snake. A fire phoenix drowning in water. A golden dragon filled with the aura of death. The Kiln suppressed by darkness. Ellipsis. Something created through cooperation between Xuanmen and the Wu clan. Fang Qingran raised her hand without hesitation and chopped at the connection between the iron chain and the stone pillar. Two dragon-shaped shadows flew out. He directly bit off the eyes of the totem beast on the stone pillar. In a moment, the chain broke. Fang Qingran quickly grabbed it and put it down gently to avoid hurting Fang Lingyun's wound. Gehu saw Fang Qingran cutting the chains and only then did he have the chance to get close to Fang Lingyun. Gehu called out softly, Venerable Lingyun. Gehu, follow Xiao Mo well, he is a good kid. Venerable Lingyun, Lord Mo is very good. Among all the primordial creatures, he was the first to stop everyone from fighting among themselves, but he is only one after all. Mo Jinggong tried to slow down the speed of the original space breaking, but to no avail. The fragmentation of the original space is inevitable. Mo Jinggong is very powerful among the primordial creatures. Can suppress them. But he can keep watch over them forever. It is even more impossible to kill all creatures that love fighting. If the original space had been broken later, Mo Jinggong would have been even stronger. Xiao Mo, like his ancestors, always takes on responsibilities unconsciously. Fang Lingyun sighed softly. She actually thought about asking Mo Jinggong to go to the Boundless Land with her. However, Mo Jinggong chose to guard this place. She could only guide him onto the path of cultivation and seal his memory of ever meeting her. Venerable Lingyun, are you going back to that place next? Well, it's time to go back. If we don't go back, they might lose their temper and think we are easy to bully. Gehu said worriedly, but Xuanmen has taken away so much of your merit and luck. Ha ha ha, Fang Lingyun laughed, just get it back later, and deal them a heavy blow instantly to buy more time for Ran. The rebels against God probably discovered some secrets. So he created Xuanmen and continued to invade the universe in order to find the end of the Dark Void. Fortunately, they didn't break through that barrier. Otherwise, the creatures in this void will definitely be implicated. However, the rebels seem to have used some special means and can wait to contact that group of things. Gehu said angrily, Venerable Lingyun, Xuanmen and Chaos Law Enforcers are simply ungrateful. They should be driven to that place to suffer. Fang Lingyun said, they're not worthy of going there yet. Keeping them will be of great use. Leave a loophole for the enemy to exploit. Even a solid place should have a gap. Gehu understood the deep meaning of Fang Lingyun's words and said coldly, if they really dare to cooperate with the invaders, we must completely wipe out their existence. Fang Lingyun moved his hands and pulled a broken chain in front of him. Fang Lingyun glanced at the chain. In an instant, the iron chain turned into powder. The connection between the iron chain and the stone pillar was broken, and it became extremely fragile. Fang Lingyun raised his hand again, and several void cracks that appeared in the sky closed silently. I really can't wait. However, there are Ran wants to play for a while. All we can do is let them wait. Venerable Lingyun, I will also break the chains. Fang Lingyun grabbed Gehu's dragon tail and said, let our Ran do it. You can't break it. The chain is not so easy to cut. Each chain contains the power of several totems. Cutting the chain looks easy. In fact, there are different tests on each chain. There are also totems on these stone pillars, which our Ran should get familiar with. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1688, Growth Trajectory Deviates to the Sky. Some small world. A magnificent bronze palace stands in it. At the entrance of the bronze palace stand two statues of Kunpeng. When Kunpeng spreads its wings, it is dozens of feet wide. It looked into the distance, as if it was about to fly away at any time. The heavy bronze door is carved with strange and complex runes and various totems. It seems to be telling the ancient history of the bronze temple. The bronze hall is extremely spacious. The main hall stands in the middle. Inside, the dome is supported by hundreds of black giant pillars. Various strange totems are carved on these giant pillars. The totems intertwined together look like a giant beast perched on the stone pillar. There is a high platform in each of the 12 directions of the main hall. The number of steps leading to the 12 platforms is not consistent. The 12 thrones are at the same height. On the walls around it are hung paintings full of ancient meanings. At this moment, a painting on the stone wall is emitting dazzling light. In a moment, a shadow appeared on the throne. This phantom has a human head and a centipede body. There are many spikes on the body, flashing cold light. It seemed to sense something and slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of cold and wet vertical pupils that looked very strange. There was a heavy pressure all over its body as it looked towards the glowing painting. Under the cover of light, one can only vaguely see that the elements in the painting are gradually decreasing. The thing that was reduced seemed to be the chain. The shadow stared at the painting for a while, then raised his hand and sent a force towards the throne. A shadow also appeared on the throne. The body of the human race. There were actually two snakes growing on its back. The phantom opened his eyes, looked at the phantom with the centipede body opposite him and said, Xuanming, why did you wake me up? Xuanming said in a cold voice, Tian King, she has awakened and is breaking through our restraints. I guess Xuanmen can't stop her. Tian King heard Xuanming's words, glanced at the glowing painting, and said calmly, how many epochs have we been asleep? At least hundreds of epochs. Tian King's shadow solidified a little, his eyes sharp, after so much time, she still has such strong power. It seems that our guess is correct. When Xuanming heard this, his pupils changed and his body trembled with excitement. Especially its hundreds of pairs of centipede legs, which moved unconsciously. Xuanming said excitedly, it must be right. The news sent back by our drifting thoughts in various places all confirm that there is no one beyond the supreme venerable realm in this void. And she's the only one we've ever seen. She must have come from the end of this void. As long as we follow her, our Wu clan will definitely find a way to break free from the shackles and become beings with infinite lifespan. Tian King, I can't wait to break through that barrier and reach a stronger place. Xuanming's centipede legs danced even more happily. Its shadow solidified a little, and strange wavy patterns could be vaguely seen on its face. Looks exactly like fish scales. Compared to Xuanming's uncontrollable state of excitement, Tian King is relatively calm. It looked at another painting and said in a cold voice, Xuanming, has the anti-god sent back any news in these years? Xuanming waved his wrist, and dozens of jade pieces floated in the middle of the hall. Xuanming said, wait a minute, I'll take a look. After it handed over Xuanmen to the rebels, it has been dormant ever since. Xuanmen holds a lot of cosmic source nuclei. Whatever you want to do is easy to do. A dozen pieces of the divine black tortoise's shell radiated light. After a while, the excitement on Xuanming's face disappeared, and his expression became increasingly ugly. What happened? Xuanming said coldly, what a bunch of rubbish. You played such a good hand of cards so badly. The main hall was destroyed several times and was forced to move to a remote small world and hide. They even lost a lot of cosmic nuclei. Consequently, control of several key universes was lost. Also, they didn't protect the youngster of our Wu clan well, and now his growth trajectory has deviated to the sky. When it had made the arrangements, it was afraid that the rebels would develop ulterior motives, so it did not tell them the specific identity of that youngster. Just tell them to protect and cultivate each other as the most important chess pieces. I thought that in this way, the younger generation would be able to grow up safely. But it was not until now that Xuanmen discovered that the growth trajectory of the younger generation had deviated. The incompetent Lord Xuan has now entered the long river of time, trying to save everything. Relying on the strength of that Xuanju. There is no way to reverse the facts and results that have already been established. Xuanming couldn't help but curse, what a bunch of useless people. Our sacrifice was in vain. If it weren't for the suppression of its lifespan, its body would not have been able to leave this bronze palace. It is now time to go out and teach those rebels a lesson. Best resource allocation. The most careful planning. In addition, there are a bunch of treasures that can be deduced at will. And several word masters. Under these conditions, even a group of pigs can complete the task well. But they didn't do anything well. Chan King was silent for a while, then asked, anything else? Just these alone would not make Xuanming so angry. Xuanming put away his anger and said seriously, in order to cooperate with the Lord of Chaos Realm, they allowed the Feng surnamed person to grow up, and now they have lost the trace of him. This person with the surname Feng was prepared by them for the younger generation of the Wu clan. As long as the young Wu clan member absorbs the luck of the Feng man and successfully erases his existence, the younger generation of the Wu clan will definitely be able to change the shackles on them. It can also lead them to break through this void barrier and go to another better place. Back then, they worked together to deduce the future of the Witch clan and finally found this way out. Now, this plan has not been completed because the rebels acted on their own initiative. The Witch clan's subsequent plans were completely messed up. They could no longer deduce the identity of the man with the surname Feng. Because of the backlash caused by the simulation back then, they have not been able to recover to this day. This is also the reason why they cannot leave the Bronze Palace. The man with the surname Feng is the one who wants to stand at the top of the void. Perform deduction on her. Let them, and even the entire Witch clan, be tainted with cause and effect that they cannot bear. They didn't dare to kill her outright. I can only figure it out slowly. So they arranged for the Witch clan to go to the place where she grew up and wait for her to appear. Arrange another young member of the Witch clan to plunder her luck bit by bit. Then guide others to kill her. Only in this way can the Witch clan avoid being wiped out by the power of cause and effect midway. Of course, if this plan is completely successful, the entire Witch clan and the cause and effect on them will disappear. That young member of the Wu clan can even replace the other party. Become an existence standing on the top of the void. From then on, the ruler of this void was the Witch clan. They can go to the end of the void wherever they want. Thinking of this, the scene he saw during the deduction flashed unconsciously in Xuanming's sea of consciousness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1689. Why do you think I woke up? Just a glance from that Feng man made them bear enormous consequences. It is still a cause and effect that cannot be easily eliminated by merit. That is the truly supreme and invincible existence. It even suspected that the other party would be stronger than the imprisoned one in the future. If only such an invincible master could exist in the Witch clan. What an honor it is. Unfortunately, she is destined to be an enemy of the Witch clan. If those who rebel against God do not take the initiative, the Witch clan may also be able to produce such a being. Xuanming became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He started to curse, what a bunch of hopeless idiots. What on earth are they thinking? He's just a Chaos Realm Lord, how can they? No matter how powerful the Taskmaster is, at best he can only control this piece of void. The man with the surname Feng is able to control multiple pieces of void existence. Almost. Just a little bit worse. The younger generation of the Witch clan can plunder her luck. Replace her. This is a crucial part of the plan. It won't even take 100 years. A plan of less than 100 years can change the fate of the Witch clan. This still failed. Xuanming was almost mad with rage. Chan King's eyes were dark and murderous intent flashed across them. Xuanming, in fact, the plan failed. Perhaps it was destined. We can see her future, and the other people with the surname Feng can also see her future. The Feng clan will definitely use all their strength to protect her. And the Lord of Chaos Realm must have all the senses of the upcoming threats. He cooperated with the anti-god. He must have glimpsed some of the future and did it on purpose. What we should worry about is the next plan. They made the wrong decision back then. They're enemies of the Feng clan. The grudges have reached the point where they are impossible to resolve. Therefore, we must not allow the person with the surname Feng to continue to grow. Xuanming's centipede legs trembled. Chan King, no, I'm still angry, they're such a bunch of idiots. Forget it, calling them stupid is simply an insult to the word. Stupid is a term for something that has brains, and they have no brains at all. Chan King was actually angry too. It just suppressed the anger. It's the two snakes behind it. One of his eyes was already covered with a layer of frost. A cluster of flames appeared in one of the eyes. Boom. Outside the main hall, the sound of a building collapsing was heard. Xuanming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once upon a time, a peerless treasure appeared in front of it. It was obvious that it could pick up the treasure if it just took a few steps forward. However, it was injured while trying to snatch the treasure and could only entrust someone it trusted to pick it up. But after the other party picked it up, he gave it away. Still sent it out in front of it. Even if they left with a priceless treasure, it wouldn't be so angry. Xuanming gritted his teeth and said, Chan King, what should we do next? Chan King said in a deep voice, since the other party has fallen into the hands of the Chaos Realm Lord, we can only let the God rebels continue to cooperate with Xuanmen. However, we have to prepare for both scenarios. We must find those who have a grudge against Feng and have them come forward to ruin her future. According to the time calculation, the other party is only 30,000 years old at this moment. She is a Feng, so she must have the Chaos God's spiritual root in her body, and she should also have divine marrow and divine bones. The qualifications in all aspects are absolutely unprecedented. Her cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than other practitioners. But she has a Chaos God root in her body, which will slow down her cultivation. The Chaos God's spiritual roots contain at least all 5 elements. Such spiritual roots require 5 times as much strength as other practitioners. Xuanming immediately understood what Chan King meant, and continued, a cultivator with a slightly better understanding can at most enter the realm of 9 heavens and 10 earths when he is 30,000 years old. Let's just assume she's 100 times stronger than other practitioners. Then her current realm is at best the Lord of Origin, or she has entered the realm of Saint. To be on the safe side, let's send the Lord of the Origin to deal with her. It will be enough. Xuanming finished speaking. Qian King shook his head. The Lord of the Origin is not enough. One of us was worried about the rebel against the god and went to the Xuanchu plain in person. The other party went there, but failed to make the plan succeed. It can only be said that the Feng man has a guardian. We need to at least send the Master of the Universe to deal with her. At this moment, a shadow slowly condensed on a throne. The shadow was entirely wood green. The human body. But there is another huge bird head. The bird's head gradually changed and turned into a human face. She was about to speak when she seemed to realize something. She raised her hand and touched her bald head, her brows suddenly furrowed. Then, a feather crown appeared on her head. So many years have passed. The backlash from the deduction back then is still there. Xuanming was the first to speak. Huan King, why did you wake up? Huan King looked at Xuanming with a smile, his eyes dangerous. Why do you think I woke up? Xuanming touched his nose guiltily, and realized belatedly that the building he had just destroyed out of anger seemed to be the place where Wanqing was sleeping. Xuanming said hurriedly, I was so angry that I forgot. Huan King, don't think too much about it. Hey, Huan King didn't want to say anything more. It was her fault for forgetting to activate the defense formation before she fell asleep. Qian King said, Huan King, the plan back then failed. Huan King looked at Qian King and said, I knew that those fools who rebel against the gods would not be able to accomplish anything. She just woke up and saw the memories sent back by her soul. The sacrificial array she carefully arranged in the battlefield of the gods. He also pretended to be the god of sacrifice, thinking that he could easily take over Feng Qingbran's body. As a result, he failed to deal with Feng Qingbran, but her soul was destroyed. If the plan goes so far as to deviate from the mark, it's unlikely to succeed. And the little girl who followed Feng Qingbran. It looks very much like the Eye of the Moon Goddess. It's just that she died too quickly and didn't have time to find out the other person's identity. Wanqing's eyes changed color and he asked, what are you going to do? Xuanming said, we are going to send the Lord of the Universe to kill her. Even if we can't kill her, we will seriously injure her. Huan King thought about the memories sent back by the soul fragment. The Lord of the Universe is not enough, at least the Lord of Laws or the Lord of Immortality is needed, and it must be someone with a high level of cultivation. Huan King, she only has the cultivation of an Origin Lord. Isn't it too much to send an immortal Lord to deal with a small Origin Lord? Huan King sneered, have you never seen her? If you have seen her, you wouldn't be able to say such a thing. Xuanming and Qian King looked at each other. Their souls seemed to have seen each other. But for some reason, the split soul did not send back any memories. The bronze palaces scattered outside have complex formations. They themselves could not ensure the safety of their souls. It seemed that Feng Qingbran had triggered some formation, causing their souls to disappear completely. Huan King looked at Xuanming and Qian King's faces and asked, why, you saw her, but you didn't send back any memories. If she hadn't used the sacrificial formation back then, no memories can be transferred back either. Xuanming asked tentatively, Huan King, do you really want to arrange for the Lord of Law to deal with Feng Qingbran? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1690, don't underestimate her more. The main hall of Xuanmen. Several old men vomited blood at the same time. And their bodies quickly turned into a pile of dry bones. Lost life. Their souls were forced out of their bodies. Everyone saw this scene with horror in their eyes. A brown soul said in fear, Great Elder, we had already opened the void crack, but suddenly an extremely terrifying force appeared and closed the crack. We tried again to open the void rift, but suffered a direct backlash. Great Elder, she must have found a way to leave the formation. What should we do? The Great Elder Luo Hui looked at the several souls with a deep gaze. Just about to speak. A piece of jade flew out from his space. An arrogant voice came from the jade piece, listen, you idiots. Now, immediately, find a way to kill Feng Qingbran and all those with the surname Feng. You bunch of idiots, remember this, at least send the Lord of Law to deal with her, don't underestimate her. I know you idiots can't kill her. I've made the task easier for you. You just need to hinder her growth. Don't mess it up again. As for the one trapped in the formation, leave him alone. You have no brains, so you are not worthy of being enemies. Don't bother with that. Idiots, here's a piece of advice for you. Prepare what you got from her and return it to her. It should save your life. By the way, don't cooperate with the Lord of Chaos. You are too stupid. It is easy for him to sell you out and be grateful to him. Stupid things. Follow orders and stop taking the initiative. After these words were spoken, the jade piece flew towards the Great Elder. The jade piece flew straight towards the face of the Great Elder Luo Hui. Clap clap. The jade piece hid Luo Hui's face. His cheeks swelled slightly. The jade piece spoke again, fools, I am stronger than you, just listen to me and everything will be fine. The next moment, the jade piece completely lost its luster and fell to the ground. The entire hall can be heard. All the mysterious practitioners held their breath and didn't even dare to move their eyes. He didn't even dare to look at Luo Hui's expression. Luo Hui was silent for a while, finally moved his body and prepared to speak. At this moment, the jade piece that had fallen on the ground began to glow again and flew up. That arrogant voice sounded again. Idiots, I forgot to remind you just now that the only reason she was detained for so long was because she wanted to stay. She was willing to be imprisoned just for Feng Qingbran. So you'd better remember the seriousness of the problem. That Feng Qingbran is very important to the Feng clan. Once she grows up, you will all die. Everyone will die. There's no way to escape. Idiots, put away your superior, self-righteous attitudes and handle this matter properly. Finally, please give your Xuan Lord a message for me. You are such an incurable fool. If you really can't do anything, just go to bed and abdicate the throne to a more capable person. This time, the jade piece did not hit Luo Hui. Fall directly to the ground. It fell with a crisp sound of ding ding dang dang. There was dead silence in the hall. All the mysterious interfaces look ugly. Luo Hui's turbid eyes moved and looked at the jade piece on the ground, his face looking terribly gloomy. He clenched his hands into fists. This was the first time he had been insulted like this. But he couldn't hit back. Because it can awaken this jade piece. He can only be the founder of Xuanmen. He was the famous rebel against God back then. With his strength, his life or death depends on the other party's thoughts. Luo Hui closed his eyes, opened them again, and regained his calm. Luo Qi, deduce Fang Qingren's location and send 100 Lords of Laws and 10 Lords of Immortality to kill her. Great Elder, are we really not going to care about the one from Tianquan realm? An old man asked anxiously. In another 10,000 years, it will be his turn to obtain the Luck Pearl and the Merit Pearl. If the other party is allowed to leave the formation, I'm afraid there is no hope for him to advance to the third level Chaos Lord. Luo Hui looked at the old man coldly. If you want to deal with her, go ahead. The old man suddenly fell silent. After hearing this, the other mystics fell silent. Luo Qi has taken out the compass and started to deduce Fang Qingren's location. Just deduce a position. Luo Qi didn't take it to heart. But the next moment, his body suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The compass broke into pieces of varying sizes. Luo Qi's soul was suspended in midair, obviously in a daze. What's going on? A mysterious person asked in horror. Luo Qi's soul was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several cracks appeared in the soul. She must be killed. Luo Qi seemed to have used up all his strength to say this. Then his soul fell into a deep sleep. The great elder Luo Hui took out the soul-nourishing jade with a gloomy face and collected Luo Hui's soul. Luo waved his sleeves, and the broken compass was pieced together. The crack in the compass cannot be repaired. A mysterious person said, Great Elder, this girl cannot be kept. She will become our formidable enemy in the future. It is deduced that a person with the surname Fang who has not yet grown up has suffered such a backlash. It can be seen that the other party is hiding a terrible secret. A calm voice sounded, why didn't Xuanmen's 1 millennium deduction calculate her existence? Everyone looked at Kang Bui who was at the last position. Everyone suddenly realized. Xuanmen is trying to find out those who may threaten Xuanmen. Every 1,000 years, a deduction will be carried out. And kill those who may threaten Xuanmen in advance. This is the secret of Xuanmen's enduring strength. The dead future strong man. Nothing to fear at all. But this Fang Qingren has never appeared on Xuanmen's list. Not even a vague shadow was seen. Luo Hui said, it cannot be deduced. Maybe she is not a threat to Xuanmen, or maybe she cannot be deduced. Now it seems that she is the latter type. Such a person must be eliminated. There must not be any existence in this void that could threaten Xuanmen. Kang Bui's voice sounded again, why can't you let her become a Xuanj? Serve the Xuanmen. If you have to kill her, if you can't kill her, it will only deepen the hatred. Luo Hui looked at Kang Bui. If she were anyone else, she could stay, but since she is surnamed Fang, she can only die. The feud between the Fang clan and Xuanmen. There is absolutely no possibility of resolution. Xuanmen never does anything like letting a wolf into the house. Kang Bui said again, didn't the voice of the jade piece just now say that we should kill her? Luo Hui's face darkened a little. He said he can kill it, but we still have to try. No matter how powerful a 30,000-year-old kid is, how powerful can he be? Luo Hui's eyes were as sharp as a knife as he looked at Kang Bui. Kang Bui fell into silence. He could only help Miss Fang to this extent. I hope she has left the Tianquan realm. In a moment, Luo Hui's voice rang out. Fang Qingren is a person with the surname Fang, and the person imprisoned in Tianquan realm is also a person with the surname Fang. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1691 Proud of you, Gold Ticket 1. Hongshu lives in the valley. Fang Qingren cut off all the chains. Put away the axe of creation. Returned to Fang Lingyun again. Fang Lingyun still covered her face with her hair. Ancestor Lingyun, I'm leaving. Aaron, go ahead. Fang Qingren asked softly, Ancestor Lingyun, when can I see you again? Fang Lingyun said, I can't give Ran an answer, because I'm afraid your expectations will be dashed. Ran, don't worry, I can still protect you for a long time. Aaron, come on, the Phoenix clan is with you. They will definitely protect the infinite land. The last pure land will not be destroyed. Fang Lingyun really wanted to raise his hand, push his hair aside, and look at Fang Qingren. But when he thought about the fact that he had no eyes and was afraid of scaring Fang Qingren, he let it go. Ancestor Lingyun, I am proud of you, and even more so of every ancestor of the Phoenix clan. You are the most dazzling existence. When Fang Qingren said this, her eyes became slightly red. She and they all still have a long, long way to go. No matter what difficulties there are on this road, she will not back down. She must become the one at the top. Crush all enemies. So that they no longer have to face crisis. Aaron is also our pride. Fang Lingyun raised his hand and handed Fang Qingren a storage ring. Fang Qingren took the storage ring, turned around reluctantly, and walked out of the valley. She didn't dare look back. Ancestor Lingyun's time is precious. She couldn't continue to waste her time so willfully. Fang Lingyun saw Fang Qingren leaving and sighed softly. Ran, you can do it. Gehu called out, Venerable Lingyun. Gehu, it's time for you to leave. Gehu floated out of the valley, looking back at Fang Lingyun frequently, with reluctance in his eyes. When it was inside the eggshell, it was conscious, and it was Venerable Lingyun who saved it. It was also sent to the original space. Found a very good owner for it. Gehu floats very slowly. But finally we got out of the valley. Fang Lingyun completely disappeared from its sight. Fang Qingren has adjusted her mood. Mo Jinggong's eyes darkened slightly, and he sent a voice message to Fang Qingren. Ran, move forward, we will always be by your side. Yeah. Fang Qingren nodded and took out the Tai Chi diagram. he picked up the pen and drew something on the Tai Chi diagram. It was too slow to take them away from one palace after another. It will also delay time. There are also various problems you may encounter. She decided to use space conversion to move the palace directly outside. There is also a defensive formation in the palace. At least they can be protected. When I think about the reason why they're only at the emperor level. Fang Qinggran had a complicated expression. Having experienced the hell of despair, could they really regain hope? The hermit stared at the Tai Chi diagram with curiosity. Zhuo Yan flew directly to Fang Qinggran's shoulder, his eyes rolling around, not daring to make a sound. With just a few strokes of the brush, Fang Qinggran drew the entire palace of Hongshuju on the Tai Chi diagram. Seventh senior brother, are there any female cultivators left out? No, Mo Jinggong said gently. Fang Qinggran put away the pen and the Tai Chi diagram. Let's go out. Venerable Fang, are we just leaving like this? Zhuo Yan asked. Ah. Fang Qinggran's voice was dull. He quickly slipped out of Hongshuju. Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong and remained silent. Let's go out first and see what the situation is. After Fang Qinggran left Hongshuju, she stared at the entrance for a long time without coming back to her senses. Hong Shan noticed Fang Qinggran's emotions and comforted her. Ran, don't be sad, we will be fine. Fang Qinggran raised her hand, touched Hongxian, and quickly suppressed her sad emotions. Being sad isn't what's stopping her from moving forward. The more sad she felt, the more sober she became. Venerable Fang, that, Venerable Ling Yunxi, Yin Yi was curious, but didn't know how to start. She has her own business. Zhuo Yan asked more directly, Venerable Fang, is Venerable Ling Yun the ancestor of the Fang family? Did she tell you why we showed up? No. Zhuo Yan probably realized he had asked something he shouldn't have asked, and said awkwardly, Venerable Fang, I feel that they're heroes, and we can definitely become heroes like them. Yeah, Fang Qinggran responded lightly. Then, he looked at Mo Jinggong, seventh senior brother, is there a peaceful place in Tianquan realm? I want to give them some transition time. Mo Jinggong investigated and said, follow me. Before Fang Qinggran left, she took another look at Hongshuju. Only then did he retract the sharpness in his eyes. Ancestor Lingyun, there will be a day when we will meet again. Yin Yi followed behind Mo Jinggong and Fang Qinggran, not daring to breathe. At the same time, he was extremely curious. What are the deeds of that Venerable Lingyun? But after all, he has higher emotional intelligence than Zhuo Yan, and Fang Qinggran is obviously heartbroken. Asking her at this time would only add to her sadness. Soon, Mo Jinggong stopped. Below is a mountain range that stretches for countless miles. The mountains are high and low. Some soar directly into the sky. Some are even level with the ancient trees. There are many vibrant forests among the mountains. When Mo Jinggong raised his hand, several huge mountains below disappeared. There was an additional flat land of hundreds of thousands of miles. Fang Qinggran's eyes flickered when she saw the effortless movements, and some memories flashed through her mind. Back in the fairy world, Mo Jinggong once said that he needed to recover half of his strength before he could deal with the source of the fairy river. But the strength shown by Mo Jinggong told her. There's no need for half the strength. Fang Qinggran had some questions, so she asked them. Mo Jinggong said, at that time, I was sealed, my soul was injured, and there was also the existence of the dark consciousness. If I don't recover half of my strength and attack rashly, it will attract the attention of the dark consciousness. Once it notices me, it will feel a sense of crisis and may accelerate the devouring of the avenue consciousness. There is one more thing I forgot to explain to junior sister. Fang Qinggran mentioned things about the fairy world. Mo Jinggong wanted to talk about the problem of the cultivation system. Maybe it was just a trivial matter, but he didn't want to give Fang Qinggran the chance to think too much. Mo Jinggong said seriously, when I was in the God-forsaken land, I didn't tell junior sister about the ancient cultivation system because if the problem of the source of the immortal river is not solved, there is no point in practicing. The fastest way to break through is to first use the cultivation realm of the forsaken land of gods to break through to the immortal realm and solve the problem of the source of the immortal river. After that, you can practice according to the ancient system without worrying about any shackles. There was no true heavenly way in the God-forsaken land at that time. Using the ancient system to practice will only slow down the speed of practice. It will also attract the attention of the mother of corruption, which may cause more corrupt spirits to invade the God-forsaken land and cause innocent casualties. Su Exingheng might also start the state-destroying formation ahead of time. Fang Qinggran nodded and said, I know that everything Senior Brother 7 does has its reasons, and I won't doubt you. She was hiding aside, watching in amazement. Why did she feel like Mo was in panic just now? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1692. Does it take so long to open the door? Fang Qinggran put down the palaces one by one. Everyone rushed to the palace entrance. The hermit wanted to go forward and open the palace door. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, his eyes suddenly showed a fierce look. Yin Yi maintained the posture of pushing the door and did not move for a long time. Zhuo Yan flew forward and said, Yin Yi, why are you so hesitant? Does it take so long to open the door? As Zhuo Yan said this, he was about to break down the door. Boom. Zhuo Yan was flung away by a strong force. If Mo Jinggong hadn't dodged and caught it, Zhuo Yan was about to crash into the mountain wall in confusion. Master, this palace. Zhuo Yan didn't know what to say. The palace that trapped the Emperor realm had a defense level that even it can break through. The strong men in the Tianquan realm must be very afraid of them in their hearts. That's why it's so exaggerated. Yin Yi withdrew the divine essence he had been exploring and looked at Fang Qinggran. Venerable Fang, there are 10 absolute killing formations, a heaven-defying evil killing formation, and 12 great god killing formations in here. There are also several special formations, such as the Heavenly Net and Earthly Net, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Curse, the Forbidden Spirit Formation, and the All Things Hello formation. The word, Yin-Yi, cannot describe how I feel at this moment. These formations, one after another, have functions other than suppression and confinement. They are all preventing a person from becoming stronger. These formations combined completely cut off any possibility for a person to become a strong person. The most important luck was taken away by the formation. The soul is sealed and suppressed. The body and sea of consciousness can be strengthened. But he can only reach the Emperor realm. There will be no possibility of rising any further. Under layers of suppression, anyone who enters here has no chance of becoming stronger. Turning people into real ants. Ants trapped in the mud cannot find any chance to touch the stars. Even the possibility of the stars shining on us was taken away. After hearing Yin-Yi's words, Fang Qingren's eyes were filled with frost. She thought that the Tianquan realm would be too much. But I didn't expect that the strong people in the Tianquan realm were not human at all. Fang Qingren looked at Mo Jinggong. Their eyes met. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep. Neither Xuanmen nor Biawang has the strength to set up this kind of formation, so the person behind Xuanmen is most likely the ancestral witch. Duo Yan was very confused. He looked at Mo Jinggong and asked curiously, Master, what are these formations for? Duo Yan could sense that everyone was in a bad mood. But unfortunately, it knew nothing about the formations and had no idea of their functions. Mo Jinggong didn't explain. It was Yin-Yi who spoke up. In the 10 killing formation, you cannot release your soul, and you cannot practice techniques related to the soul, otherwise your soul will be destroyed by the power of the formation. The heavenly reverse demon slaying formation is a formation that plunders luck and merit. If you live in the formation for a long time, your good luck will be sucked away by the formation. For practitioners, the most important thing is good luck. As long as you have good luck, no matter what difficulties you are in, you can always find the turning point. When the hermit said this, he looked in the direction of the palace. He thought he had experienced endless darkness. I have also witnessed countless extremely cruel and bloody scenes. He can now face many things calmly. But after he explored the situation inside the palace, he suddenly felt that his experience meant nothing. The suffering and oppression he endured were nothing compared to what they went through. Even though he was bullied, he was not deprived of the opportunity to become stronger and move forward. He could see hope and find some way out. However, these women here have no possibility or opportunity to resist. Yin-Yi suppressed his emotions and continued, as long as the 12 god slaying formation is activated, even the body of a god can be strangled. The Skynet is a siege formation. Once it is activated, there is only one exit from the palace, and the rest are dead ends. They are at the Emperor level and are completely unable to break through the siege formation. As for the Yin-Yang Heavenly Curse formation, it is even more sinister. It can destroy the foundation of a cultivator and fix their cultivation at a certain level, making it impossible for them to advance. No spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be generated in the Forbidden Spirit formation. The great array of all things Helluo is a formation used to hunt pregnant women. No matter how strong a being is, as long as they are pregnant and enter this formation, they will have to obey the arrangements. Unless the other party gives up the child alone. But even if the other party gave up the child, the damage caused to the body by the formation could not be eliminated. There was a flash of scarlet in Yin-Yi's eyes. These are all formations used to deal with the invincible people in the world. They actually used it against them who were at the Emperor level. They stayed in there, and it was the greatest luck not to die. After hearing this, Duo Yan was extremely angry. They really don't deserve to live. Are the strong men in the Tianquan realm crazy? If it didn't understand, it would definitely think that the people imprisoned inside were their enemies. Doing so is completely cutting off one's own retreat. This will cause an imbalance of yin and yang in the universe. In the invisible, one resentment after another forms. It will eventually affect the destiny of the entire universe. What a short-sighted bunch. Fang Qingren looked solemn after hearing Yin-Yi's words. She could only detect the few formations that had been activated. She could not sense the ones that had not been activated at all. She only knew that if these formations existed, then the situation was more serious than she thought. Their lives have probably been completely ruined. Even if you are free from the layers of constraints. How should they start over? Can I start over again? Fang Qingren asked in a deep voice, Yin-Yi, are there any restrictions on the gate? Yin-Yi nodded. As long as the restriction on the door is triggered, those hidden formations will be activated one by one, so I didn't open the door just now. Duo Yan flew to Mo Jinggong and asked, Master, do you have any way to open the palace door? Fang Qingren and Yin-Yi looked at Mo Jinggong at the same time. Mo Jinggong said, it can be opened by force, but it is very likely to damage their souls. The best way is to destroy all the array centers in an instant. The residual power that could destroy all the array centers was not something they could withstand. Even if he could control some of the remaining power, the necessary power and pressure will still spread out. It is inevitable that they will get hurt. Yin-Yi said, I just checked, their souls are very fragile. If they are damaged again, it is very likely that their souls will be unable to be repaired. Some people may even die. Any treasure that can repair the soul is extremely rare. From the beginning of time until now, he only has more than 20 treasures that can directly repair the soul. Mo Jinggong's background is at least 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times greater than his. But compared with the number of female nuns in the palace, it was just a drop in the bucket. Mo Jinggong said calmly, it won't be a soul-smashing mess. Yin-Yi asked in shock, Mo, can you protect everyone in this palace while destroying the center of the formation? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1693 Hongmeng Tree Awakens. Yin-Yi felt that if he were allowed to destroy the center of the formation, it is estimated that no one in the palace can get out. Mo Jinggong said calmly, no. Yin-Yi heard Mo Jinggong's answer. The shock wore off. Only doubts remain. Then how do you ensure that they won't be torn apart? Could it be that they have some magical weapon that I haven't discovered? Mo Jinggong said, it's not this palace, it's all the palaces that are destroyed together. The great formations of these palaces are all connected together. We must destroy all the array centers at the same time to save them. I can't possibly protect them while destroying all the array centers. If I do that, I will be retaliated against. I can only control the range of the power to prevent them from being torn apart. He could save them. But he didn't want to damage his soul in order to save them. Mo Jingong's eyes darkened a little. After all, he was still too weak. But after hearing what Mo Jingong said about seclusion, he shouted loudly, "Mo, you are a pervert. It's hard for me to destroy the center of a palace. You actually want to destroy them all at once. The mood of seclusion is extremely complicated." At this moment, he truly realized the gap between him and Mo Jingong. The difference between one palace and 18 palaces. It's not just a simple difference of a dozen or so digits. It's a world of difference. He may never be able to bridge this gap. Yin Yi approached Mo Jingong and lowered his voice and asked, "Mo, what realm are you in now? What is your strength?" Fang Qingran heard Yin Yi's question. He also showed a look of curiosity. She also wanted to know. Mo Jingong curled his lips slightly and asked Yin Yi, "Want to know?" "I want to know." Hermit Quang nodded. "Haven't you read a lot of storybooks? You can guess," Mo Jingong said in a cheerful voice. "Seclusion. Do you really hold a grudge like that?" Yin Yi's eyes turned slightly. "If you don't want to tell me, forget it, Venerable Feng. It seems that he doesn't want to tell you." Mo Jingong smiled and said to Yin Yi, "Thank you for the reminder. I will send a message to junior sister." "Hermit." Yin Yi said, "You are going too far. Am I not worthy of knowing?" Fang Qingran had just received Mo Jingong's message and hadn't had time to think about it. A voice came from within the sea of consciousness. "Xiao Fang, I'm awake." Hongmeng. Hongmeng Tree exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, you are a pervert. I just took a nap. How come you have reached the Dao Shang realm? And the Dao of nothingness? No, you actually used the origin of nothingness to cultivate the way of nothingness. Wait, you also absorbed the Hongmeng demonic energy. Hongmeng's demonic energy has turned into your spiritual root, and you have even advanced to the realm of the Lord of Laws. You also absorbed and refined a primordial origin." The more Hongmeng Tree explored, the more shocked it was. In the end, Hongmeng Tree fell into deep thought. Fang Qingran transmitted the message, "Hongmeng, while you were asleep, I encountered some opportunities and was promoted." Hongmeng Tree said, "Xiaofeng, if I stay awake, will it affect your cultivation? How about I continue to sleep for a while? I feel like the next time I wake up, you should be able to merge with me." Fang Qingran directly conveyed the recent events to the Hongmeng Tree using a golden memory seal. In a moment, Hongmeng Tree exclaimed again and again. Hongmeng Tree concluded, "Xiaofeng, you deserve to be promoted. This is simply cheating. Xiao Fang, ask Mo Jingong to destroy all the array centers as soon as possible. I have a way to repair the soul injuries of everyone. Xiaofeng has already reached the Dao realm. Then there is no need for it to hide." With Mo Jingong by his side, the Taoist master would not dare to come even if he discovered its trace. Besides, it also advanced. If the Taoist master dares to come, it will beat him. "Hongmeng, this won't have any impact on this, right?" "No, it's just a small amount of soul damage, no problem." Hongmeng Tree is very confident. The soul injuries of the emperor can be healed with the power of just a few leaves. After hearing what Hongmeng Shu said, Fang Qingran looked at Mo Jingong and said, "Seventh senior brother, will destroying all the formation points hurt you?" Mo Jingong shook his head and said, "No, it only takes half of the power." Half. Fang Qingran was measuring how much this half of the power was. Mo Jingong said sincerely, "This time it's really half the strength." There was a strange look in Yin Yi's eyes, filled with an indescribable envy and jealousy. Yin Yi asked, "Mo, if you can directly destroy all the array centers without worrying about their safety, whether the palace will collapse, or triggering the prohibition, how much power will it take?" Mo Jingong's eyes moved slightly, less than 10%. Yin Yi's expression changed again, and there was a bit more admiration in his eyes. For Mo Jingong, it was easy to destroy all the centers of the formation directly. It can be destroyed while protecting the innocent. That's just very difficult. Guarding is equivalent to setting restrictions for yourself. You have to be cautious with every step you take. Yin Yi said, "Mo, I am not as good as you." After saying this, Yin Yi stepped aside. Anyway, Mo Jingong could see everything he could investigate, so there was no need for him to make any suggestions. Fang Qingran sent a message to Mo Jingong, "Seventh senior brother, the Hongmeng Tree has a way to repair the damage to their souls." "It is good." After Mo Jingong replied to Fang Qingran, he did not start to destroy the formation immediately, but raised his eyes and looked towards a place in the sky. Hundreds of void cracks appeared there. But in a moment, they disappeared inexplicably. Mo Jingong knew that it was Fang Lingyun who led them to Hongshuju. Directly change the position of the void crack. He can't do it now. The gap between him and Venerable Lingyun is too big. It's time to speed up the process of becoming stronger. Fang Qingran also saw the space cracks that appeared and disappeared quickly. Her eyes fell in the direction of Hongshuju. Have the enemies that Ancestor Lingyun mentioned arrived? Even though he knew that these people from the void were no match for Fang Lingyun, she still couldn't help but start to worry. But with her current strength, she can't do anything. A dark light flashed in Fang Qingran's eyes. It seemed that she had to speed up her growth. Mo Jingong withdrew his gaze and began to destroy the center of the formation. The aura circulated around Mo Jingong, and a terrifying pressure spread out. The clouds in the sky changed color. Click. A purple lightning bolt carrying the power of tremendous thunder struck straight towards Mo Jingong. So fast that you can't prevent it. Fang Qingran was too late to stop it. It was Gahu on Mo Jingong's shoulder who reacted the fastest, stepping forward and swallowing the thunder tripulation in one gulp. The moment the thunderbolt disappeared, another thunderbolt like an ancient dragon poured down. This time Fang Qingran was well prepared. She dodged and faced the thunderbolt. Fang Qingran directly tore the thunder tribulation that looked like an ancient dragon into pieces. There is not much destructive power in the great thunder tribulation. The little fox is sleeping. This thunder disaster could not have been instigated by it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1694 Take me to Xuanmen, additional update. It should be a thunder tribulation brought down by the autonomous consciousness of the great Tao. After destroying another thunder tribulation, Fang Qingran had a rough guess in his mind. Lei Ji wanted to stop Mo Jinggong from destroying the center of the formation. I have no intention of hurting Mo Jinggong. In a moment, Fang Qingran seemed to have thought of something and looked at Mo Jinggong with worry. The great Tao will prevent Mo Jinggong from destroying the formation. It must be because destroying the formation would bring consequences that would endanger the entire northern wilderness. The Tao consciousness's perception of crisis surpasses that of all practitioners. It can sense dangerous things. It is absolutely extremely dangerous. So it was not as easy for Mo Jinggong to destroy these formations as he said. But he said that he wouldn't get hurt, so he was absolutely sure. She was willing to believe him. Fang Qingran looked up and said, "Don't worry, we can ensure that the northern wasteland is safe." The thundercloud circled above Fang Qingran's head for several times. Seems to be hesitating. In the end, it disappeared. When Fang Qingran saw the thunderclouds disappear, she became more certain of her guess. It seems that destroying these array centers is an extremely dangerous thing. Or so to speak. If it fails, it will affect the entire northern wilderness. Fang Qingran immediately sent a message to Bai Shulu. Let it find the books about these formations. She wanted to learn these formations and use them on the Xuanmen Xuan practitioners. Bai Shulu quickly transmitted his message, "Master, I found it, but these formations are not suitable for you to learn now. They are all formations that harm others and do not benefit oneself. There are great risks when setting up the formations. In addition to consuming a huge amount of power, one must also bear the punishment of heaven. Only when you reach the Eternal Emperor level can you set up one of these formations without any worries." Bai Shulu gave a thoughtful explanation and then disappeared. It can only make suggestions. As for how to choose, it depends on Fang Qingran herself. It is good. Fang Qingran flipped through the relevant formation books. Suddenly, murderous intent surged in his eyes. She really didn't expect that they would be so cruel. It actually requires so many sacrifices to set up these formations. The power of the formation varies depending on the sacrificer. However, for a formation that can alarm the consciousness of the great Tao, there is no shortage of sacrifices. Fang Qingran decided to stay in Biawang for a while, practicing and giving him some time to become stronger. Hongshu lives inside. Fang Lingyun seemed to sense something, and with a flick of his sleeve, hundreds of void cracks appeared in the sky. Fang Lingyun stood up straight. She slowly raised her hand and covered her empty eye sockets with a red ribbon. Fang Lingyun murmured in a low voice, "It's time to return it." As the words fell, hundreds of figures walked out from the cracks in the void. They all looked solemn. "Master Qi, what happened just now? Why were we pushed back in after we had already left?" Their spirits have already probed out of the cracks in the void. A terrifying force was sent back into the void. They had never encountered such a situation before. Luo Qi's face was gloomy. "Don't dwell on what happened just now. Find Fang Qingran quickly and complete the mission. I don't know what the Great Elder is thinking. Just dealing with a little kid worth 30,000. They actually want to split their souls and transform themselves into the Eternal Emperor to come here." The only possibility he could think of was that Fang Qingran had a guardian by her side. Since there is a guardian, he cannot be careless. A mystic said, "Master Qi, this place seems to be Hongsha residence, where that person is imprisoned." Luo Qi asked, "Are you sure?" "Sure, I've been here before." Not so much that he remembered it here. Rather, he remembered the person's aura. He was clearly a prisoner. Bound by 49 chains. At the same time, it was suppressed by various large formations. But the moment he saw her, he also had a feeling that death was approaching. He even felt that even Lord Xuan could not compare to him. After hearing this, Luo Qi thought of Luo Hui's instructions not to conflict with the other party and only kill Fang Qingran. Luo Qi asked, "What was her strength when you last saw her?" The mystic considered and said, "I was a first-level Eternal Emperor at that time, and I couldn't see through her strength at all. She is at least a third-level Eternal Emperor. Now an era has passed. He has become a second-level Eternal Emperor. The other party will not be able to practice, and his luck and merit will be sucked away. He will also have to endure the damage of the formation, so his strength is definitely not as good as his." Luo Qi had obviously thought about this level. But he remembered the instructions of the great elder Luo Hui and did not confront the other party head-on. Luo Qi said, "Later, don't confront her head-on, just lead her away, I will kill Fang Qingran, and we will leave." "Yes." The mysterious ones responded one after another. They were actually very confused about Luo Qi's arrangement. But as a mysterious person, obeying orders is the first priority. At this moment, a tall figure appeared on the top of a mountain not far away. She was wearing a red ancient battle armor. On the armor were engraved mysterious runes that they had never seen before. Each rune seemed to contain terrifying power. Luo Qi's expression changed immediately when he saw the armor. He had a strange illusion. He can't even defeat this armor. Luo Qi sorted out his confused thoughts and thought that he must have been overthinking. If only this armor was really that powerful. Why was she imprisoned for so long? "Master Qi, there is only her. We haven't found any trace of anyone else," said a mysterious person. "I know," Luo Qi said. Luo Qi was a little annoyed at the moment. He didn't understand where this emotion came from. "I just know that the people on the other side are not easy to deal with." Fang Lingyun sensed the presence of Luo Qi and the others, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and walked into the air in the direction. When Luo Qi saw this scene, his heart tightened. Every step Fang Lingyun took seemed to be stepping on him. The other party's steps were calm. It's just like an emperor inspecting his own territory. But Luoqi knew that these were all illusions. Because every step she took. In the world below, there will be a collapse of heaven and earth, and all things will be destroyed. The entire sky was shaking. The mysterious person behind Luoqi even held his breath. They felt that an invisible terrifying force enveloped this world. The world became extremely small. They seemed to be able to see only her presence. But they couldn't see her face clearly. There was a faint glow surrounding her, blocking all their prying eyes. However, she didn't release any power at all. The group of mysterious practitioners were extremely panicked and felt that they should escape immediately. But their bodies couldn't move at all. It was as if all the strength had disappeared. Master Qi, a mysterious person spoke with difficulty. Luoqi couldn't do anything. He felt that if he moved, he would die. Fear flashed in Luoqi's eyes. What kind of power is this? Take me to Xuanmen. There was no emotion in Fang Lingyun's voice. She didn't release any power. Luoqi opened the void crack uncontrollably. The other mystics had no intention of stopping it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1695. You stay here. Fang Lingyun arrived in front of the void crack. With his back to Luoqi and others. Luoqi and others looked at Fang Lingyun's back. I can't have any other thoughts. I didn't even dare to make any move. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible and terrifying force. There is no possibility of any movement at all. Luoqi stared at the armor on Fang Lingyun, his eyes full of fear. At this moment he was extremely sure that he couldn't even defeat this armor. The mysterious ancient text above seemed to turn into stars and flow slowly. It's like the vast and boundless universe. Fang Lingyun's tone was calm. You guys just stay here and be buried with the resentful souls who once died. After hearing this, Luoqi and the others looked at Fang Lingyun with eyes full of pleading and desire for life. They actually wanted to beg for mercy. But they can't. I can only listen quietly to the death sentence. Fang Lingyun stepped calmly into the void crack. The void crack slowly closed. The light in Luoqi and others' eyes gradually disappeared. The moment the void crack closed, Luoqi and others disappeared in an instant along with Hongshuju. Disappeared between heaven and earth. It's like it never appeared. At the same time, inside the main hall of Xuanmen, hundreds of figures turned to ashes in an instant. All the mystics were shocked when they saw this scene. Great Elder Luo Hui looked at the place where Luoqi disappeared in disbelief. He just rebuilt Luoqi's immortal body. How could he disappear without a trace? A mysterious person reported, Great Elder, their soul lamps are all extinguished, and the soul incarnations that went out have not sent back any news. A flash of horror passed through Luo Hui's eyes, and he forcibly suppressed all emotions. Master Xuan is not here. He had to hold on. Luo Hui said, Chang Yu, go contact Fang Hui of Qianquan Realm and ask him what happened in Qianquan Realm. Chang Yu said respectfully, yes, Great Elder. Before Chang Yu left the hall, he glanced at Kang Bui covertly. Kang Bui closed his eyes tightly, as if he was recuperating. Great Elder, what should we do next? A mysterious person asked worriedly. Luo Hui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fang Qingran must die. Anyone with the surname Fang must die too. He was able to kill Luoqi and the others from a distance. There must be someone around Fang Qingran who is far more powerful than the Lord of Chaos. The fact that the Fang family attaches so much importance to Fang Qingran only proves that her future is immeasurable. Therefore, we must never give Fang Qingran the opportunity to continue growing. A mysterious person said, Great Elder, Fang Qingran was left behind by the Lord of the Chaos Realm. Now that something like this has happened, should we look for him? Luo Hui said, I have already sent him the message. Just now. A vast and distant voice sounded. It spread throughout the small world. It also reached the ears of everyone in the main hall. Everyone, I'm here to take back what you borrowed from me. The main hall of Xuanmen was filled with anger because of this voice. Fallen into deathly silence. The mystics stared at the Great Elder Luo Hui, waiting for his reaction. This small world is completely hidden from the outside world. Even if there is the mark of the mysterious one, you can't find this place without guidance. Those who can come here must be the most core existence of Xuanmen. But the one who spoke was clearly declaring war. Prove that she is not a Xuanmen Xuanj. So how did she get here? Where do you get the courage to declare war on Xuanmen? Luo Hui's face was solemn, thinking of the warning he had received before. Prepare and return what was taken away to the prisoner. Did the other party find him so quickly? At this time, a mysterious person came in hurriedly and said in fear, Grand Elder, please go out and take a look, she is going to destroy this place. The other mystics heard this and asked nervously, how strong is she? The mysterious man shook his head, I can't find out. Fang Lingyun came out from the crack in the void. There was an extremely terrifying aura lingering around his body, as if it was a power from a mysterious time and space. She stood there quietly, her face unable to be seen. However, even so, those mysterious people who flew out still felt that she was an extremely majestic existence. They felt that they were as small as ants in front of her. The mystics were filled with extreme panic. But in a moment, the terrifying aura around Fang Lingyun disappeared. As if it had never existed. Fang Lingyun looked around with disdainful eyes. The small world is full of vitality. Everywhere is filled with the scent of treasures. Fang Lingyun finally set his sights on the magnificent palace that covered tens of millions of miles. Fang Lingyun's lips curled up. The familiar feeling comes almost entirely from this palace. It seems that her luck and merits have nurtured quite a few mysterious people. But what about her eyes? Why can't I sense any breath? It must have been hidden using some kind of concealment formation. Or maybe it has already been embedded in someone's eye socket. Fang Lingyun stood above the sky, observing the small world. The power of spiritual consciousness directly covered the entire small world. Everyone, the 3 breaths of time have passed. Since you are unwilling to exchange the items, I will have to come and get them myself. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist. Let's talk it over. The voice of the great elder Luo Hui sounded. Fang Lingyun had already raised his hand. A mystic coming out of the main hall said, Dao, you didn't say the 3 breaths just now. We didn't mean to delay. Fang Lingyun had no intention of explaining at all. Once she spoke, there was no way she could change it. Xuanren took away so many things from her, he should at least give her some compensation. So I can give it to her, Ran. She looked towards one place and gently clasped her hands together. Luo Hui and a group of mystics immediately looked over. In a breath, the world in the southeast direction changed dramatically. The situation changes. The sky is falling and the earth is falling. The wind howled. Seawater pours in. These devastating visions are actually commonplace to Luo Hui and others. They didn't care at first. Luo Hui even felt vaguely relieved. Just by destroying a few palaces, he could let the other party vent their anger. It was a good deal. However, in a moment, Luo Hui discovered something was wrong. To the southeast, what disappeared were not only buildings, mountains, rivers, and seas, but also the heaven and earth. Countless mysterious practitioners fled in panic and ran in other directions. To the southeast, the distance between heaven and earth is getting closer and closer. The sky connected to the other side suddenly broke into a hole that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, revealing a pitch-black void. On the ground below, there was a deep abyss that looked like a natural moat. The distance between heaven and earth is getting closer. Finally it becomes a thin sheet. Then it continued to shrink and became something the size of a palm. The golden thing has no shape. Flying straight towards Fang Lingyun. Fang Lingyun raised his hand and took the thing, seeming very satisfied. Great Elder, what is going on? A mysterious person cried out in horror. What kind of power is it? With just a clasp of his hands, he could make the whole world disappear. Luo Hui remained silent. Secretly contact the Supreme Elder of Xuanren using a special method. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1696. Just consider it as the interest you give me. Still trying to contact other mystics. He couldn't handle such an enemy. It seemed that the other party was destroying that world just now. Actually not. She compressed the world into a single space. With just one thought, one can compress the world into an independent spatial world. This is more terrifying than destroying the entire small world. The scariest thing is that the other party seems to be very relaxed. Furthermore, all the places she had destroyed before were where the mysterious people were. And no one moved where the treasure was. Luo Hui looked at Fang Lingyun. He suspected that she knew that there were the most treasures over there, so she took the piece of land for her own use. After all, most of Xuanren's treasures are in that piece of heaven and earth. Fang Lingyun played with the things in his hand and said, these things are the interest you pay me. Next, it's time to settle other accounts. Luo Hui came back to his senses immediately and said hurriedly, Dao, what did our Xuanren do? Please explain. Fang Lingyun chuckled, oh, what's the matter? You guys have done so many immoral things that you don't even remember them. Luo Hui was about to explain. Fang Lingyun's voice sounded again, you know it well. You are asking a few more questions just to find a mysterious person to take the blame, right? Luo Hui's thoughts were exposed, but he did not show any abnormality. He didn't care about Fang Lingyun's ridicule. I'm afraid that she will start fighting again if we disagree. Fellow Taoist, you are joking. There are so many Shrinists in our Xuan sect scattered outside, it is inevitable that some of them pretend to obey but actually disobey. I am afraid that there will be misunderstandings among them. Fang Lingyun said calmly, first it was a misunderstanding, then you didn't know, then you made a half-hearted confession, and then you felt at ease and thought everything was fine. If I don't cooperate, will you accuse me of being unreasonable and having dark thoughts? Fang Lingyun's voice was calm. But to the ears of the mysterious person, it did not seem to be the case. Such a mockery. It was the first time they heard it. Some of the younger mystics immediately forgot the fear they had just felt. Fellow Taoist, our great elder has been in charge of Xuanren for tens of millions of years. He is now speaking to you in a friendly tone and asking for the reason. Why are you being so aggressive? Another mystic echoed, our great elder wants to solve the problem. If you deliberately refuse to cooperate, it is obvious that you are looking for trouble. You don't think that there is no one in our Xuanren who can deal with you. You can stand here only because of our Xuanren's kindness. The Xuan Lord and the Supreme Elder will be back soon. You'd better not be too arrogant. Ellipsis. The more the mystics talked, the more they felt themselves trembling. Then his expression gradually became arrogant. In fact, they should do so because when Fang Lingyun made that piece of heaven and earth disappear, no one was hurt. They thought that Fang Lingyun was afraid of Xuanren in his heart. Luo Hui did not try to stop the many mysterious people from speaking. Sacrificing a few idiots and delaying the return of the Grand Elder would actually be a good thing. Fang Lingyun raised his hands and clapped, you are really as shameless as usual, but you dare not waste half a minute of my time listening to these rubbish. In an instant, all the mysterious people who spoke felt a chill all over their bodies. An invisible force imprisoned their bodies. At the same time, they felt the strength in their bodies rapidly draining away. It seems that what can be taken away is not just strength. It seemed that something else extremely valuable had been taken away. But they had no way to investigate. Fang Lingyun said, you are really capable of using my power to speak nonsense in front of us. When Luo Hui heard this, panic surged in his heart. Fang Lingyun could actually directly draw away the luck and merits from the mysterious person. What kind of practice is this? Luo Hui became even more frightened when he thought that he had also absorbed Fang Lingyun's luck and merits. Fang Lingyun simply crushed them. They had absolutely no power to resist. Luo Hui became even more confused. Why was she trapped in Hongshuju back then? The next moment, Luo Hui felt Fang Lingyun's gaze fell on him. Even if he can't see the other person's face, he was still certain that Fang Lingyun was looking at him. Fang Lingyun said, "Ask your Xuan Lord to come see me." Luo Hui suppressed the fear in his heart with difficulty. "Dayu, our Xuanju can't come back for the time being. How about you go into the main hall and take a rest?" "No need." Fang Lingyun waved his sleeves, and a jewel-studded throne appeared. Fang Lingyun sat on it and said, "Tell your Xuan Lord to come back, or I will destroy the entire Xuanman universe." She just deduced it. That Master Xuan actually wanted to change our Ran's growth trajectory through the long river of time. Luo Hui knew that what Fang Lingyun said was true. With trembling hands, he took out a special jade token, ripped a drop of blood into it, and began to activate it. "Your Xuan Lord is Luo Wuji. Why are you contacting the Chaos Realm Lord?" Xuanchu Universe. Luo Wuji was fiddling with the galaxy in front of him. A mysterious symbol is suspended in his palm. Luo Wuji's eyes were cold. The long river of time that he was about to enter had multiple seals. He can only enter by using his split soul. And once he enters, he will definitely be suppressed. You may also lose all your memory. The founding ancestor of Xuanman had specifically instructed that the chess piece must be well protected. That chess piece is the key to Xuanman's turnaround. The movement of the chess piece has now deviated. If you want to change, you can only enter the long river of time. Luo Wuji pondered for a moment, then created a clone and implanted the command to protect the chess piece into the clone's soul. Only then did he send his clone into the long river of time. In a moment, a picture appeared on the galaxy. His soul incarnation really lost its memory and didn't even remember the chess piece. In the scene, his clone saw the chess piece at the Kyushu competition. The other person's name is Su Yanran. It seems that he doesn't need his clone to guide him. She has followed the arranged trajectory and plundered most of the fortune of the Son of Fortune. She was very smart and knew that Fang Qingran was important, so she kept Fang Qingran by her side. Through suppression and plunder, everything from Fang Qingran was taken away. After Luo Wuji saw that Su Yanran successfully took away everything from Fang Qingran and used a special spell to make those cultivators kill Fang Qingran for her, he prepared to take back his soul incarnation. But the next moment, the scene continued. His clone met Su Yanran again at the Jushu competition and accepted her as his disciple. Luo Wuji's expression suddenly changed. Someone reversed the time of the entire god-forsaken land. Why did the other party do this? What is the purpose? Or did Su Yanran overlook some details, allowing Fang Qingran to have the luck to change her fate? Luo Wuji looked at the scenes in the long river of time. But unable to interfere, he soon discovered that as long as Fang Qingran died, time would restart. It actually restarted 7 times. When the 7th time started, everything started to go off track. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1697, Master Xuan, please come back soon. Add. Su Yanran didn't even have the chance to come into contact with Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran is also different from before. She chose to join a small sect. It turns out that all the people in this sect have had their luck plundered by Su Yanran. When Luo Wuji saw this, his eyes darkened slightly. The founder of Xuanman seemed to have paved a very good path for Su Yanran. With so many lucky people, all their luck would belong to Su Yanran. The heights she can reach in the future are immeasurable. Luo Wuji couldn't help but wonder, is Su Yanran really just the pawn of Xuanman? If such a chess piece is cultivated, it would be no problem to subvert the Xuanman. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened in the middle. Why did the person who took action to change everything do so? What is the strength of the other party? It was possible to restart the entire small world without disrupting the long river of time. It did not cause chaos in other worlds. With such strength, why can't they think straight and become enemies with Xuanman? While Luo Wuji was still thinking, he saw Fang Qingran preparing to ascend in the picture. Luo Wuji's eyes suddenly darkened. A great sense of panic arose in my heart. His intuition about danger told him. Fang Qingran's ascension must be stopped at all costs. Luo Wuji waved his wrist, and 2 crystal clear round beads appeared. One is purple. One is gold. Luo Wuji stared at the 2 beads with deep eyes. These powers should be enough for him to establish contact with his soul incarnation and let the clone kill Fang Qingran. Luo Wuji closed his eyes and tried to let his divine essence enter the river of time. Blood was seeping from the corners of his lips, and his face was pale. Luo Wuji endured the pain of backlash. The clone must be sent to kill the threat of Fang Qingran. However, just when Luo Wuji's divine energy was about to contact his clone, the round beads emit a dazzling light. Then it broke into powder. The scene in front of Luo Wuji disappeared. The long river of time began to flow in disorder. Poof! Luo Wuji spat a mouthful of blood onto the galaxy. He didn't seem to succeed. Fang Qingran ascended to heaven. Even though his soul incarnation's cultivation was suppressed, there shouldn't be any problem in killing Fang Qingran. Why didn't he even have the chance to get close to Fang Qingran? It was destroyed by an unknown force. Luo Wuji swallowed a pill to stabilize his injuries, but he became more uneasy. No. The river of time must be started again. Luo Wuji raised his hand, wanting to turn back time to Fang Qingran's first life. This is the only way to find out the incident. But he soon discovered. He could no longer enter the river of time. Not even the thought. The previous seal seemed to have been strengthened. If he wants to go in, he will probably have to pay a huge price. It is also necessary to allow the complete soul to enter it. So, if he died in it, it's really like my soul has been scattered to pieces. When the soul disappears in the long river of time, it will lose any chance to start over. Luo Wuji thought of his ancestors' instructions and his eyes were unclear. After a long time, Luo Wuji raised his hand and took out a colorful gem. Su Yanran must grow up. This time, he wanted to kill Fang Qingran at the very beginning. There is this cosmic core. It can protect him from falling. It is a good deal to destroy the source core of the universe in exchange for the future of Xuanmen. Luo Wuji raised his hand, ready to let his soul enter the river of time. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation in his sea of consciousness. Luo Wuji took out a piece of jade. The jade pieces sparkled. Not long after, Luo Hui's anxious voice sounded, Master Xuan, please come back soon. The one from Hongshu residence has escaped and has come to the main hall of Xuanmen. She said if you don't come back, she'll kill us all. She also said that if you come back a quarter of an hour late, a random person will be killed. Master Xuan, she has already started to take action. Several important commanders have died. Luo Hui also sent a video to Luo Wuji. Above the sky, the woman sat majestically on the throne. One raised his hand. There was a mysterious person who was reduced to ashes. When Luo Wuji saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. Fang Lingyun actually came out. If the first ancestor knew about this, you would definitely step down from the position of Xuan Lord. The galaxy in front of Luo Wuji disappeared, and the guiding talisman was put away. Compared to chess pieces, the entire Xuanmen must be more important. Before Luo Wuji left, he looked back at the Xuanchu plain. In fact, he couldn't see anything. Just according to the guidance, I sensed that the Xuanchu plain was in this direction. What a magical place that has lasted from the beginning to the present day. Tianquan realm. Mo Jinggong said calmly, okay. Fang Qingran checked Mo Jinggong's physical condition as soon as possible. Yin Yi's eyes widened. You destroyed all the formations. Are you sure? Yeah, Mo Jinggong said. Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong in disbelief, then looked at the intact palace. Destroyed so many great heaven-destroying formations. It would be fine if the palace was not damaged. There was no movement at all. Yin Yi released his divine energy to investigate the situation inside the palace. It was discovered that all the formations had disappeared. Even some of the inconspicuous small formations that existed before are gone. Wrong. The restrictions in the various palaces have also disappeared. Seclusion just feels incredible. Mo, are you sure you only used up half of your strength? You didn't run out of strength and dared not say it out loud, did you? Mo Jinggong said calmly, how about you fight with me? Yin Yi immediately shook his head and said, I'll go open the door. The hermit flashed to the gate of a palace and tentatively pushed open the heavy door. Boom. The heavy door slowly opened. A wide square comes into view. It was eerily quiet inside. If we hadn't discovered that they were all alive, the hermit might even suspect that everyone inside was dead. Juan stood on Yin Yi's shoulder, stretched his bird neck to look inside, his eyes full of curiosity. Fang Qingran felt relieved after confirming that Mo Jinggong was not injured. She quickly came to the door of the hall. Divine consciousness penetrates into it. After seeing the situation inside the palace clearly, Fang Qingran's eyes were cold. Their lives were worse than she could imagine. It is divided into several areas. Treatment varies greatly within each region. But without exception, they all had empty eyes. The female monks in one of the areas were dressed luxuriously and lived in a spacious courtyard. Although their eyes are empty, they occasionally show some emotion. There is also an area where several women share one yard. They all had injuries. I can feel the strong resentment in them. Fang Qingran didn't dare to look closely and looked at another place. There is no yard here anymore. They are all small square houses. The space inside the house is cramped, dark and damp. They were locked in small rooms one by one, their eyes dull. There is no trace of emotion in them. In the last area, everyone was crowded together. Their bodies were covered with bruises and purple marks. Their hands were bound with a chain. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1698 Call me ancestor, gold ticket 2. Fang Qingran recognized that the material of these chains was exactly the same as those she had cut off at Hongshuju. They, who are at the emperor level, have absolutely no chance of opening the chains. Fang Qingran's heart was in a knot. It's easy to rescue them. But where will their future go? Venerable Fang, why don't you go in? Zhuo Yan said, and flew inside. Fang Qingran turned to look at Mo Jinggong. Is this the case in all palaces? Mo Jinggong nodded. Fang Qingran's eyes were complicated, and she sent a message to Hongmeng Tree. Hongmeng, how are you going to repair the injuries to their souls? Hongmeng Tree said, let me out. Fang Qingran was a little hesitant. If the Hongmeng Tree were released directly at its current size, this place would probably be plunged into darkness. Before Fang Qingran could think more, there was a small transparent ball in her hand. Inside is a miniature of a small tree. The rich Hongmeng energy filled the place. Zhuo Yan flew over and stared at the small ball. Yin Yi looked at the thing in Fang Qingran's hand with a dim gaze. This rich primordial aura had only been felt in Taichu. Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong didn't react at all to this. Yin Yi retracted his gaze and asked, Venerable Fang, what is it? Fang Qingran hasn't spoken yet. The voice of Hongmeng Tree sounded, I am Hongmeng Tree, I am your ancestor, you can just call me ancestor. Fang Qingran's mouth twitched. Why does Hongmeng Tree's tone sound so similar to Fang Xi's? Yin Yi laughed and said, you want to be my ancestor, then I'll give you the title of the first generation of resentful people. Hongmeng Tree was puzzled and asked, what is the first generation of resentful species? Zhuo Yan answered quickly, I know this. When the hermit was certified, the first generation of resentful seed was used. Hongmeng Tree. A long time. Not very long actually. Hongmeng Shu asked, why do you want to use this name to prove your reputation? There are so many names, but I chose the strangest one. Yin Yi said, because I was too weak at that time, I didn't have the right to choose a name. Hongmeng Tree seemed to have thought of something. You are so pitiful. Don't worry, you have followed our Xiaofeng, and it can be said that you have finally gotten what you deserved after all the hardships. Work hard in the future, and I, your big brother, will protect you. The hermit smiled and said, wasn't he my ancestor just now? Hongmengshu immediately changed the subject. Xiaofeng, where is the person who needs to repair his soul? Fang Qingran brought the Hongmeng Tree into a palace. Hongmeng, to what extent have you repaired it? Fang Qingran wanted their souls to be safe. The Hongmeng Tree sensed it and asked, what degree does Xiaofeng want? Fang Qingran said, as long as it doesn't have too much impact on you, I hope their souls can recover to the best state. Only in this way can they be rehabilitated. Get the opportunity to become stronger. The strong men of Tianquan realm imprisoned them here. But he is not just detained here. Their bodies were already riddled with holes. The soul is also as fragile as paper. In this situation, even if they obtain some skills, they will not be able to practice them. Regardless of their bodies. Or their souls. There is no room for more power. The power of the Emperor realm is already the limit of what their bodies can endure. It really lost all hope. No wonder they have no mood swings. Well, Xiaofeng, do you still remember the painting inside the Hongmeng Pearl? Hongmeng Tree said shyly. Remember. The other half of the souls of the ferocious beasts are also placed there. Hongmeng Tree continued to transmit the message carefully. I can restore their souls to their best condition, but that will make me extremely weak, so I want to eat some spiritual food. Fang Qingran was speechless. How many paintings do you want to pick? Hongmengshu asked. More than a dozen. Sure, but I want to know the secrets of those paintings. Hongmeng Tree was silent for a moment, then said in a voice transmission, I comprehended the mystery of the original space from those paintings. I have a feeling that as long as I fully explore those paintings, I can find the secret of the birth of this void and the end of the dark void. Xiao Fang, you will become stronger and stronger. You can't stay in this void forever. After Hongmengshu finished speaking, he noticed that Fang Qingran was in a bad mood. It seems very serious. Hongmeng, you can comprehend so much just by looking at these paintings. Hongmengshu said, no, it's just that when I look at these paintings, some vague inheritance will be awakened. Unfortunately, my power is too weak to directly see through the mystery in the painting. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to see directly through the source of the original space, and even find the end of the void. In fact, I have been able to see a lot of vague inheritances for a long time, but they're not so clear. The Taoist master tricked me into believing that he knew where the end of the void was, so I gave him some of the power of the world tree. Xiao Fang, I really want to know the truth, and I want to know my origins even more. It doesn't even know it itself. Why is it such a big responsibility? When it is still a young seedling, it must learn to communicate with the trees of various worlds and take care of them as they grow together. If they are hurt or damaged, it will then suffer backlash. There's no way to cut off contact. We can only protect them as best we can. This allowed the Taoist master to take advantage of the opportunity. Xiao Fang, I was stupid and easily fooled at first. It was all because I didn't understand myself, let alone the universe. I don't want to be like this anymore. Fang Qingran had a complicated expression when she heard the message from the Hongmeng Tree. Why wouldn't she want to know? Sure, you can look at those paintings, but there's one thing, you have to discuss it with me before doing anything. Hongmeng Tree happily transmitted his voice. Wow. Xiaofeng, you are so kind, I love you. Don't worry, I am no longer naive, no matter what decision I make, I will tell you. Fang Qingran looked at the dancing little tree. Suddenly I missed the killing tree. Sure enough, the small one is cuter. Hongmengshu said, Xiaofeng, take me up there, this place affects my performance. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingran appeared above the sky. The Hongmeng Tree emits a dazzling purple light. The rich Hongmeng energy leaked out uncontrollably. But the Hongmeng Tree didn't seem worried at all. It danced happily, and countless auras overflowed from its body, flying into the palace and into the bodies of those female cultivators, repairing the injuries in their souls. Their eyes, which were originally empty, showed a strange light after they felt the changes in their souls. But it disappeared at an extremely fast speed. They have experienced hope and then fallen into despair too many times. They were terribly afraid that it would be another shattered dream. After Yin Yi felt the energy of Hongmeng, he looked at Mo Jinggong. Mo, could this be the legendary Hongmeng Tree? Mo Jinggong glanced at Yin Yi and remained silent. Mo, it turns out that the Hongmeng Tree really exists. I thought those things were just talking nonsense. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1699. Why don't you laugh? Zhuo Yan asked. Yin Yi, you are not thinking about the Hongmeng Tree, are you? Yin Yi decided to learn from Mo Jinggong. Ignore this stupid talk. He can't cultivate the Hongmeng Chi. Why are you thinking about the Hongmeng Tree? He was simply curious about the Hongmeng Tree. The Hongmeng Tree that everyone had tried so hard to find turned out to be such a small thing. Yin Yi, you didn't say anything. Could it be that I guessed what you were thinking? Yin Yi still ignored Zhuo Yan. Instead, he began to observe the Hongmeng Tree carefully. However, the palm-sized tree exudes a primordial aura as vast as the ocean. Yin Yi felt it and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that there is more than just the Hongmeng Chi. It seems that there is also Hongmeng purple energy hidden in it. The hermit's eyes flickered. He probably knew why the Hongmeng Tree was coveted. After the original space was shattered, if everyone wanted to retain their power, the first choice must be to find the origin of Hongmeng and refine it. Hongmeng origin can solve the problem fundamentally. Having the origin of Hongmeng in the body is equivalent to obtaining an endless supply of Hongmeng Chi. Don't be afraid of losing your body's strength. There is no need to worry about not being able to replenish your energy after it is exhausted. The second option is to find Hongmeng purple Chi. The Hongmeng purple qi is indeed not as good as the Hongmeng origin. It cannot produce the Hongmeng qi continuously. But the existence of Hongmeng purple qi can prevent the loss of one's own power. As long as you can refine a large amount of Hongmeng purple energy, you can block the prying eyes of heaven and earth by yourself, and thus prevent the heaven and earth from forcibly extracting the primordial energy in your body. But the Hongmeng purple qi is as hard to find as the Hongmeng origin. Especially large amounts of Hongmeng purple energy are even harder to find. Then the Hongmeng tree, which can produce Hongmeng purple energy, becomes a special choice. If you get the Hongmeng tree, you will have an endless supply of Hongmeng purple energy. In fact, in a sense, the Hongmeng tree is more precious than the Hongmeng origin. After all, there are 50 origins of Hongmeng. There is only one Hongmeng tree. Moreover, the Hongmeng tree is the mother tree of all things. If you get it, you can control all the world trees. Yin Yi's expression gradually became complicated. Just to save these female cultivators, Venerable Feng was not afraid of being exposed and took out the Hongmeng tree. In her eyes, all beings are truly equal. If Venerable Feng was also born in Taichu, Mo Jinggong would definitely not be the one fighting alone. The original space might be a different scene. Master Mo, someone is attacking the world barrier of Tianquan realm. Gehu's words interrupted Yin Yi's meditation. The hermit looked towards the entrance to the Tianquan realm, and a bloody mist appeared on his body. Mo Jinggong said, "It's okay, they can't come in." Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong, "Do you know who is outside?" Mo Jinggong said calmly, "No need to know." Seclusion. Well. This is another taunt of the highest order. It doesn't matter. Yin Yi folded his arms and looked at the entrance of Tianquan realm with a disdainful look. "If you don't need to know, then I don't need to know either. Anyway, they can't beat you." Mo Jinggong said they couldn't come in. He just pretended to follow suit. There was a look of satisfaction on the hermit's face. Ever since he chose to follow Reverend Feng, he felt that he was becoming more and more arrogant. The dark memories that once followed me like a shadow were gradually being pulled away. If I don't think about it, I can't remember it anymore. At the same time, Tianxuan realm. The smile on Yan Wang's face disappeared. She looked at the magnificent palaces, and a terrifying icy aura emanated from her body. Ling Tianyun stood next to Yan Huang, not daring to breathe. He was just about to use the treasure to pry open the palace door. Sister Yan Wang suddenly appeared and threw him out. After that, Sister Yan Wang stared at the palace and kept releasing cold air. As time passed, the flame phoenix became colder. "Hey," Yan Huang uttered a cold laugh. "Sister Yan Huang, can't these palaces be opened?" A cold light flashed across Yan Wang's beautiful eyes. She did not answer Ling Tianyun's question, but asked, "Xiao Yun, do you know the difference between humans and animals?" "They are of different races. One is human and the other is beastman. Animals in the beast tribe that have no intelligence are called beasts. This kind of beast has no brains at all, and there is no possibility of change. Generally speaking, getting rid of it is the first choice when you encounter it. Almost all races, including the beastmen, dislike beasts." Yan Huang shook his head. "That's not the difference." Ling Tianyun asked, "What is that?" "Xiao Yun, humans are humans, and beasts are beasts. It is not easy for beasts to become humans, but some people can easily become beasts." Ling Tianyun. Very incomprehensible. It is indeed not easy for an animal to become a human being. But humans are intelligent creatures and there is absolutely no possibility of them becoming animals. Seeing that Yan Huang didn't seem that angry, Ling Tianyun asked cautiously, "Sister Yan Huang, what's inside these palaces?" Yan Wang's eyes flashed coldly again. "There is a group of people who have been oppressed to the point of being unable to resist." "Unable to resist? Are they all dead?" Ling Tianyun looked confused. "As long as people are alive, they have the opportunity to resist." Yan Huang sneered, "They're living a life worse than death. Since they're still alive, why don't they resist?" Yan Huang glanced at Ling Tianyun, her beautiful eyes deep, and she said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, as a cultivator, why don't you advance to the Daoshang realm? Don't you like the Daoshang realm?" Ling Tianyun's face fell. Why did Sister Yan Wang specifically poke his wound? "Xiao Yun, as a cultivator, why haven't you cultivated to the Chaos Domination realm yet?" Ling Tianyun. Sister Yan Wang just poked his wound. Why rub salt into the wound? "Xiao Yun, why don't you smile? Are you just not a smiley person?" Yan Huang seemed to think it was not enough. "Xiao Yun, you, really, I said this to you, and you didn't refute it, don't you know how to speak?" Ling Tianyun hurriedly said, "Sister Yan Wang, I was wrong. Please stop talking. Xiaoyun, never judge others by yourself. You are not them and you will never understand how bad their situation is." "Sister Yan Wang, what's going on in the palace?" Ling Tianyun asked humbly. Yan Huang told Ling Tianyun everything very seriously. She explained everything, including the formation inside. He also told him why he couldn't open the palace without permission. After hearing this, Ling Tianyun's eyes were filled with anger. How could this be possible? "Sister Yan Huang, I'm sorry, I was too self-righteous. If I were them, I wouldn't be able to survive, let alone resist." Yan Wang's beautiful eyes were deep and deep. "You are not them, and you will never be them." Ling Tianyun was silent for a moment. "Sister Yan Wang, how can we rescue them? Should we ask the territory lord for help? Only the domain master can open this place. Then I'll go right away." Yan Huang shook his head. "I have to go complete a mission first, you wait here for me." Ling Tianyun was very puzzled. What mission? Yan Huang did not answer and his figure disappeared in front of Ling Tianyun. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1700 Why not chop her?" In a moment, Yan Huang appeared outside the Tianquan realm and said to avoid, "Jingchen, come out when you come. It just saves her the trouble of making a trip. That Taoist friend from the Tianquan realm is really capable. First is the origin of Hongmeng, then the origin of nothingness, and then the Hongmeng tree. No wonder Jingchen is not afraid even though he died once. Keep coming. But that fellow Taoist is so high profile. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Yan Huang is now a little suspicious. Is the domain lord entering the Tianquan realm to rob the other party? Yan Huang, why is it you? A cry of surprise was heard through gritted teeth. Jingchen did not appear. The voice of Yan Huang attracted He Yuan. Flame Phoenix's beautiful eyes flickered. Oh, old thing, you're still alive. What a pity, there's no chance to scatter your ashes. He Yuan flashed to a place not far from Yan Huang. Yan Huang, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, how could Li Yuan have died? Yan Huang laughed sarcastically. He Yuan, there really is a reason why you can live so long. After all, people without brains always live longer. Brush. Several sharp swords transformed from power appeared behind He Yuan. He stared at Yan Huang with anger. Seeing this, Yan Huang chuckled. He Yuan, you were so funny. When you came to steal my things, you couldn't beat me, so you got injured and died. Now you want to blame me. He Yuan blushed a little. At that time, it was indeed Li Yuan who first targeted Yan Huang. But when Li Yuan died, he couldn't help but blame Yan Huang. After all, if Li Yuan was not injured, we can definitely avoid that catastrophe. Yan Huang, Li Yuan was certainly wrong, but we all came here together from the beginning of time. You shouldn't have been so cruel back then. He Yuan's momentum obviously weakened a bit. Yan Huang didn't want to continue wasting time with He Yuan. If you want to revenge him, come directly. Don't waste time, I have a mission to complete. Jingchen is indeed an even more cowardly being than the domain lord. Even after all this, the split soul incarnation didn't reveal any aura at all. He Yuan was silent. Flame Phoenix is always like this. She doesn't play tricks or scheme against anyone. But who dares to provoke her? She will never show mercy. Even if the other person is her old best friend. She will not show mercy either. Some images flashed through He Yuan's eyes. Yan Huang, Li Yuan told me before he disappeared that he would not seek revenge on you. In the end, everyone was helpless, and you were no exception. Confession before death is worthless. Yan Huang has always felt that words of confession can be listened to, but there is no need to care about them. The moment Li Yuan wanted to hurt her, he no longer deserved to be forgiven. Yan Huang, you. Yan Huang said, He Yuan, if repentance could make up for everything, he shouldn't have died, right? So, to me, an apology afterwards is the most disgusting thing. Not only is it worthless, it also makes me want to kill. He Yuan, no matter who you are, you should pay the price for your actions, otherwise what's the point of karma and reincarnation? Everyone can do whatever they want and just repent a little bit, isn't that enough? After Yan Huang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to He Yuan. Yan Huang raised his hand, and the blood lotus flew out and crashed into the void. Jing Chan, how long are you going to hide? When He Yuan heard Jing Chen's name, his face turned pale. If Jing Chen had not snatched away Li Yuan's Hongmeng origin at that time, Li Yuan would not have tried to snatch Yan Wang's. And it will not fall. He Yuan pointed at the void and said, Jing Chen, you shameless fellow, come out quickly, I want to kill you. Yan Huang glanced at He Yuan sideways. This guy is really the same as he was back then. When something happens, say something harsh first. He Yuan shouted again, Jing Chen, hiding here and there is not your style. Don't you claim to be upright and above board? The corner of Yan Wang's mouth twitched. He Yuan, aren't you the supreme sword master? Wouldn't it be better to just break through the void where he is? He Yuan was silent for a moment. He seems to have gotten used to talking instead of doing things. He Yuan immediately raised his hand, and a majestic sword shadow flew out. Stabbed directly into the void. Boom. A terrifying force exploded. The entire northern wilderness universe seemed to tremble. Click. A bolt of purple lightning struck He Yuan without warning. He Yuan's white hair turned burnt brown. A puff of white smoke came out of his mouth. The burnt brown beard fell down with a rustling sound. He Yuan's whole body felt numb from the electric shock. The whole person was in shock. How can this great Tao consciousness be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that he will get angry and destroy the universe? He has been traveling in the universe for so long, but he has never met many people who dare to attack him. Flame Phoenix sent out several blood lotuses. They flew to the place where He Yuan had just slashed with his sword. Boom. The entire northern wilderness universe shook violently a few times. He Yuan looked at Yan Huang, a gleam in his eyes. Take a breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Ellipsis. 10 breaths passed. He Yuan felt it uncertainly. There was no sign of any thunderstorm. He Yuan was very dissatisfied and said, why don't you chop her? She made a bigger noise than I did. At this moment, a dazzling golden light appeared. Dispel all darkness. He Yuan looked over. A figure wearing a monk's robe appeared. He Yuan gritted his teeth and said, old bald donkey, you finally showed up. Jing Chen's face was calm, his eyes full of compassion. Hey Yuan, Yan Wang, it's been so long, why are you still obsessed with it? The beautiful eyes of Yan Huang dimmed slightly. The territory lord had made a mistake. This is not the incarnation of Jing Chen's soul. This is actually another real body of Jing Chen. Yan Huang sneered. Jing Chan was really smart, he even deceived the domain master. Yan Huang sent a message to He Yuan, tell Gui Jing and the others to come out. We can't deal with him. He Yuan was very surprised, even if we join forces, we still can't take care of him. Yan Huang replied without hesitation, what is your own strength? Don't you know it? There is the origin of primordial chaos within Jing Chen's body. Compared with Taichu, its strength will only be stronger. He Yuan was embarrassed. It seemed that ever since he met Yan Huang, he felt like trash. He Yuan conveyed the message to Gui Jing. When they returned, their figures appeared. Seeing this, Yan Huang curled his lips and smiled, and said in a voice transmission, "Let's pull him into the void Yuan Yu together and then deal with him." He Yuan and the others agreed immediately. In a moment, Yan Huang looked at the place where Jing Chan disappeared and smiled happily. She didn't want to confront Jing Chen. The Buddha's light all over the other person's body will suppress her completely. Yan Huang raised his hand, placed a golden memory seal in the blood lotus, and then sent it into the Tianquan realm. The information given by the domain owner is wrong. She has the right to refuse to complete the task. What happened next had nothing to do with her. She wants to visit other small worlds. If the situation in all the small worlds is the same as that in the Tianquan realm, then she would want them all to have a taste of that feeling. Mo Jinggong raised his hand to catch the blood lotus and finished reading the golden seal of memory. After seeing the blood lotus, Yin Yi stopped looking at the Hongmeng tree. His eyes were almost glued to the blood lotus. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1701. This is the taste. More. Mo, is this the sinful lotus of flame phoenix? Ah. Yin Yi asked tentatively, does Yan Huang intend to take back this blood lotus? Mo Jinggong waved his hand, and the blood lotus floated in front of Yin Yi. I don't know. Yin Yi carefully held the blood lotus, took a deep breath, and said with a perverted expression, ah. This is the taste. It's so different. Mo Jinggong seemed to be used to this. Zhuo Yan was speechless and said, Yin Yi, is there something wrong with you? Zhao Yan, you don't understand.